All right, everyone, let's give a round of applause for Song Zhan. His article Top 10 People of 2020 has reached over 1 million views and won this year's grand prize of the company. The reward is 5,000 yuan. Whoa, that much. Song, don't forget to treat us to dinner. Song, you've got to teach me sometime. Why don't you go home with Song for the new year? He can tutor you privately. Yeah, right, you wish. Dog mouth, no ivory coming out. Amidst claps and teasing from his colleagues, Song Zhan stepped forward, accepted the glass trophy from the editor-in-chief, and gave an awkward smile for the camera before the final group meeting of the year came to a close. Keep it up. Your writing really is good. I believe in you, the editor said, patting Song Zhan's shoulder earnestly. Song Zhan nodded repeatedly. They'll keep working hard. After the meeting, everyone hurriedly dragged their luggage and left. Today was February 10th, 2021. Tomorrow was Chinese New Year's Eve. Those going home were rushing to leave Beijing. But due to strict controls back in his hometown of Bingcheng, Song Zhan had decided not to return. As the last employee to leave, Song Zhan turned off all the office equipment and walked wearily out of the building. It was 8 p.m. now, past rush hour. The 432 bus at the front gate wasn't as crowded as usual. Song Zhan arrived just in time, didn't wait even a minute, and got on smoothly. Had been living in Beijing for over a decade. Since arriving here in 2008 for college, had never left. After graduation, he entered the media industry, witnessing the transition from print to self-media. Now 30 years old, he was a senior editor in the interview department. In theory, from 2008 to 2021, there had been countless chances to rise. UPA single property investment in Beijing would have made him rich. But some people just missed every opportunity. Like Song Zhan, who still rented a shabby apartment in Tongzhou, upgraded from shared housing to renting the whole place after years of struggle. Romantically, he remained untouched by love. Single through university, he dated a junior during her internship. She joined the company where he was her mentor, and they slowly developed feelings, but she couldn't handle the pressure and fled overseas for further studies. Left behind, Song became a left-behind boyfriend, receiving a breakup message 6 months later. Luckily, he didn't mind. Now, he couldn't even recall what she looked like. For years, Song Zhan interviewed hundreds of celebrities across industries. While admiring their success, he realized how luck, insight, family background, and effort shaped achievement. Yes, effort came last. Sometimes he thought, maybe this was the peak of his life, just average, barely scraping by. A little regret, a little bitterness. He was listening to music on the bus when a call came in. The caller ID simply read way. Song hesitated, then let it ring out. 2 minutes later, another call came. Finally, he answered. Old classmate, you sure are busy. Even at year end, your phone doesn't pick up. Wei Lingren's voice was as cheerful and slightly goofy as ever, almost unchanged from over a decade ago. Not as busy as you. Flying around the world, leading competitions, always airborne. Truly a fairy. Haha, you're still such a joker, Wei Lingren laughed. Even fairies can't find husbands. It's the same for both of us. I saw the article you wrote about me. You made me sound too good. My mom said it doesn't even feel like me. Some details, I don't even remember. You wrote them so clearly. Have you been keeping tabs on me all these years? Song Zhan smiled awkwardly, but didn't reply. With this article, I won't have trouble finding a husband anymore. Her tone shifted. By the way, are you coming home this year? Let me treat you. Same old spot. Song Zhan paused, then quietly replied, no, I can't go back. They chatted briefly more before Song found an excuse to hang up, gazing out the window with a complicated expression. Wei Lingren was his childhood neighbor and best friend since their hometown of Heishui County. They went to high school together in Bingcheng. She showed early swimming talent, winning awards throughout high school. Then she went to Shanghai Sports University, competed internationally, won golds, and eventually became a coach. Song's recent article featured her among the top 10 people of 2020. Song knew there had once been something between them, but he never acted on it. As their careers diverged, he grew more insecure. Conversations became awkward, meetings rare. Romance was never in the cards. Another call came into his time from his father, Song Changming, labeled as old Song in contacts. Cough. Are you coming back this year? His father sounded weak, coughing faintly. No, I think I'll stay. Song Zhan mumbled guiltily, afraid of getting locked down and unable to return to Beijing. You caught a cold? Try smoking less. Okay. Old Song joked. Knew you wouldn't make it. I already visited your mother yesterday. Song Zhan's mother, Li Hongmei, was a nurse who died in an aftershock while volunteering during the 2008 earthquake relief efforts. She was buried in the ancestral graveyard in Heishui County. Every Lunar New Year, Song Zhan visited her grave. All right, Song Zhan responded simply. Conversations with old Song were always short. Both men were reserved. Less than a minute later, the call ended. The bus stopped. Still lost in thought, Song Zhan stood holding his phone, waiting to get off. His mood had never felt lower. Compared to having nothing at all, being stuck in limbo wasn't much better. "Kid, watch out for cars." An elderly man shouted near the station. A motorcycle sped by, trying to squeeze between the bus and the curb, a common scene in Beijing. A primary student, standing in the gap, froze in panic under the bright headlights. Without thinking, Song Zhan pushed the child away from the bus, losing balance himself and tumbling out the door. Crash! Bang! Blood spread beneath him. Silence fell. "I'm coming back, shining brighter than ever. You're still here, will be by your side forever. Wait for me. They'll break free from wandering. You're still here, well, never part again." A familiar melody played in his ears. An old 19-inch LCD monitor displayed the login screen of the online game Zhu Xian, its computer humming softly. The dim room was unlit. Outside, wind howled fiercely. Under the covers, Song Zhan lay silently awake. He didn't move at first, just listened to the song looping endlessly. The environment felt disturbingly real, the celebrity posters on the wall, Zhou Chuanxiong and Rin Xinqi. He remembered those being torn down during a renovation in 2010. On the desk sat a stack of game cards. To afford him out, had lived on potato skin pancakes for lunch for 2 weeks straight. Beside the pillow sat a PHS mobile phony, an old hand-me-down from his mom after bargaining hard, promising top 10 grades in class just to log on to QQ and listen to music. Later, realizing it couldn't do either, he saved up to buy an MP3. Everything was vividly real, exactly as he remembered. "If you're done playing, come eat. You've been gaming all afternoon." Total chaos. His mom's voice rang out. He hadn't heard that voice in years. He didn't want to get up, he wanted to hear it a little longer. Even if it was a dream, a few more moments weren't too much to ask. "Did you hear me calling?" Bang! Li Hongmei kicked open the door, furious to see Song Zhan still lying in bed. "Come eat. I have to go to the hospital soon. I don't have time to waste on you." Song Zhan couldn't believe if his mother was actually here. He jumped up and rushed to hug her tightly. "Mom, I miss you so much." Li Hongmei slowly lowered her raised hand, patting Song Zhan's back gently. "What's gotten into you? Put some clothes on first. You can't run around half naked. This house is freezing this year." Song Zhan refused to let go, savoring the warmth. He feared the dream might end too soon. "Eat first. I have to go on duty." Li Hongmei took off her apron as she spoke. "There's tang yuan in the pot, still hot." Song Zhan put on a long john and followed his mom into the living room, the familiar old apartment. A Conca CRT TV sat in the corner cabinet, not yet replaced by a flat screen. The leather sofa was worn and stained. The walls behind it yellowed. A scroll hung above it reading, "Don't get angry." It looked like a famous artist's work, but was actually written by Song Zhan's calligraphy-loving uncle. 2 bedrooms, one for him, one for his parents. Song slept south-facing his parents' north. Looking toward the northern room, he saw old Song sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly. "Dad's like that. Don't mind him. He drank too much with your Uncle Wei at lunch. Said he arranged a marriage for you. Ask him yourself when he wakes up." Drunk dad loved drunken antics. Mentioning it always annoyed Li Hongmei. Uncle Wei was Wei Lingren's father, ran a barbecue shop, and was tight friends with old Song. Wei Lingren's name was even given by old Song, inspired by the phrase Ling ran Shan from Zhuangzi, free and unfettered wandering. Song Zhan never imagined his dad would try matchmaking even while drunk. If he never found a wife, he could hardly blame the guy. Dad had tried his best. Glancing at the old-style calendar in the living room, the latest page boldly marked 21. Up close, it read, February 21st, 2008, Thursday, Lantern Festival, Yuanshao. Did I really time travel? Song Zhan muttered. Li Hongmei had no time to notice Song Zhan staring at the calendar in confusion. She zipped up her red puffer jacket and said, "I forgot my phone. Give me yours." Song picked up the Nokia 6300 on the coffee table, its stainless steel black and white casing classic, nicknamed Little Steel Plate. He pressed a button. The screen lit up, displaying the same date, February 21st, 2008, 8:30 p.m. He handed the phone over, glancing outside at the blizzard raging beyond the window. Memories of 2008 flooded back. I really traveled back in time. Suppressing his joy, Song Zhan's heart raced uncontrollably. Dreams of the future flashed through his mind. Frankly speaking, if his mom hadn't slammed the door so loudly, he'd probably already be imagining himself as China's richest man. "Mom, let me walk you out." Song Zhan quickly pulled on pants, couldn't tell which was his coat, grabbed a military green one, and rushed after her. "Wait for me." He wanted to spend more time with his mom and secretly test a critical question all time travelers faced. Had history changed? Chapter 2: The inhabitants of the castle. As Song Zhan emerged from the building, a gust of wind laden with snow enveloped him, sending a chill deep into his bones and prompting him to contemplate turning back. This day marked the coldest in the past 3 years in Ice City, with temperatures plummeting to -35°C, accompanied by a severe cold wave and blizzards, while the northwesterly winds howled at a force of 5. The footprints of passers-by in the neighborhood had been erased, leaving only the sound of the wind rustling through the insulating plastic. Donning a hat, Song Zhan hurried to catch up with Li Hongmei, who was clad in a striking red down jacket that stood out against the snowy landscape. "Why are you even wearing your father's clothes?" Li Hongmei lamented, exasperated by the duo's antics. Employed at Hongqiao Hospital, located a mere 700 meters from their home in the Delhi community, she truly did not require an escort. Nevertheless, Song Zhan insisted on supporting her, leading Li Hongmei to suspect that he might have ulterior motives involving money. "Is there anything else?" she inquired as they arrived at the hospital entrance. "No," Song Zhan replied, stamping the snow off his shoes and resting his hand against the radiator. "All right, then hurry back. Your father's jacket is expensive. Don't stretch it out," she said, pulling out 10 yuan from her pocket and handing it to him. "You've done well today. Consider this a reward." "Hey," Song Zhan grinned. "Thanks, Mom." Upon exiting the hospital, Song Zhan feigned a return home for a brief moment. Once he was certain Li Hongmei could no longer see him, he altered his course northward, intending not to return home just yet, but rather to venture to Xiaolin Park, situated to the north of both his home and the hospital. Xiaolin Park is one of the oldest parks in Ice City, renowned for its ice lanterns and sculptures. Since the inaugural Ice Lantern Art Festival in 1963, it has showcased ice sculptures consistently for 40 years. Had the weather not been so inclement today, the park would have closed before 9. Yet it would likely still have been bustling with visitors and vendors. Defying the fierce wind and snow, Song Zhan trekked the 2 kilometers to Xiaolin Park, not in pursuit of the ice lanterns, but rather to ascertain a critical question. Had he returned to the familiar realm of 2008? In other words, had history shifted due to his presence? This inquiry bore significant weight for a time traveler. The concept of the butterfly effect is well understood, and only if history remained unchanged would his prior experiences prove valuable. How could he validate this? An idea struck him. He would observe whether anyone was present beneath the ice castle within Xiaolin Park. For Song Zhan, who had returned from the future, 2008 felt distant, with many memories faded. Yet, one monumental event from the Lantern Festival remained vivid in his mind. A tragic incident in which a tourist had succumbed to the bitter cold on this very frigid day. News reports that week detailed the misfortune of a visitor from afar who had wandered through the ice lanterns at Xiaolin Park. On the central island, a grand ice castle stood, and upon entering, the structure collapsed, extinguishing the lights in an instant, leaving her trapped inside, with darkness and fierce winds prevailing. Park staff failed to notice her plight. Repairs could not be initiated immediately, and a warning sign indicating the castle's damage was erected nearby, inadvertently deterring other visitors from approaching. The cold wave persisted until the following afternoon, and only when maintenance personnel cleared the debris of the castle did they discover the tourist had frozen to death within. This shocking news reverberated throughout Ice City at the time. According to subsequent official reports, the tourists were likely trapped inside before 9 o'clock, with the cause of death attributed to hypothermia. As for why the tourists did not call for help, one reason was the intense wind and remote location, which rendered their cries almost inaudible. Another reason was that the tourist's family claimed one of them suffered from a degree of claustrophobia, making independent movement in the confined space exceedingly difficult. Now that Song Zhan had traversed back in time, he felt compelled to investigate, not solely to ascertain whether history had been altered, but primarily to uncover if anyone might still be trapped beneath the castle. Some might consider his endeavor superfluous, believing that the fates of others were none of his concern. Yet, akin to how he had once resolutely intervened for a student in his previous life, in this existence, given the opportunity and knowledge, he would strive to save them, even if they were not immediately before him. Upon arriving at the southern gate of Xiaolin Park, it was already 9:40 p.m. The less than 2-kilometer journey typically took only 20 minutes, but in the harsh conditions of wind, snow, and cold, 30 minutes was not an unreasonable duration. The gate stood firmly locked, and even the guard at the security booth would find it challenging to spot Song Zhan in the dim light. Approaching a nearby fence at the street corner, Song Zhan recalled that the park's fences had been renovated in 2008 for the Olympics, yet not at that moment. Thus, the places bent by mischievous children still remained. He brushed aside the accumulated snow on the shrubs and deftly slipped through a gap in the fence. The vitality of youth allowed him to maneuver with ease, his agility unimpeded. Once inside the park, he followed the familiar pathway, passing by the green shade square, the Rainbow Bridge, and Bird Island, until he reached the General Pavilion. Where the once majestic ice sculpture castle now stood, its spire collapsed, yet still imposing. The castle remained, albeit in ruins. Taking a deep breath, Song Zhan trudged through the snow, contemplating his next move. If the castle were entirely gone, or had not even collapsed, he could simply turn and leave. In the depths of winter, the icy city resonated with the howling winds, akin to the wails of 100 spirits, particularly in the dark and desolate park. Even a sane individual would be unnerved. The crunch of snow beneath his feet allowed Song Zhan to vividly experience the sensation of his soles meeting the snow. Having been away from home for so long, he had not walked on such thick snow in years. Finally arriving at the castle, he circled it and stopped at the leeward side. In his haste to leave, he had brought no illumination devices such as a mobile phone or flashlight, so he could only rely on his voice. "Is there anyone there?" He called into the castle. The air was still, and the wind's sound was muted on the sheltered side, yet silence greeted him. "Is anyone inside?" he shouted again, straining to catch any faint sounds from within. Unsure of where the trapped tourists had been during their entrapment, he continued to call out from various corners of the castle, only to be met with continued silence. Could it be that no one was trapped inside? Peering into the dark void, he longed for an infrared display device. In the pitch blackness, his eyes could discern nothing. "If there is no one, I shall take my leave," he declared, tapping a finger against the castle's icy column in hopes of transmitting sound within. The sound of his fingers striking was muffled and dull. He picked up an ice chunk from the ground, holding it tightly as he forcefully struck it against the ice pillar. Bang, bang, bang. There was no response from the person, but the castle responded first. The ice pillar trembled, causing a cascade of accumulated snow to tumble down. Drenching Song Zhan like a frozen radish in the depths of winter, his heart turned to ice. After 5 minutes of repeated attempts, Song Zhan felt the chill seeping into him. His feet had grown numb. Gathering all his strength, he shouted, "If no one is here, I will truly leave." At that moment, Song Zhan's emotions were tumultuous. He was torn between hoping for someone to be present and wishing no one was there. For the absence of others meant the grim fate of freezing to death could be averted, yet it also signified that history had been altered, rendering the experiences of time travelers largely irrelevant. "Please, don't go," a faint voice echoed from the depths of the castle. Chapter 3. Her light. A faint voice pierced the darkness like a flash of lightning, reigniting Song Zhan's fighting spirit. Who is speaking?" Song Zhan exclaimed. "Where are you?" Moments later, the fragile voice strained to emerge from the throat. Cold Song Zhan lay on the ground, the surface icy beneath him. He propped himself up with his sleeve and peered through the crevice at the base of the castle, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. "Do you have anything that glows?" "I cannot locate you," he inquired. "Glow?" The voice's owner seemed utterly bewildered by the question, taking a long moment to respond. "Yes, do you have a mobile phone?" Song Zhan pressed. "The phone is with Sister Lan." This time, Song Zhan discerned more clearly that the voice belonged to a girl. Assuming she did not possess a phone, he realized that locating her would be impossible. But the confirmation that someone was indeed trapped within the castle made it imperative to rescue her. "I cannot save you alone right now. Please wait a moment while I fetch help," Song Zhan reassured her. Don't leave," the girl pleaded, fearing abandonment. Song Zhan hesitated, understanding that his presence was a beacon of hope for her amidst the darkness. To bring light only to depart would be an act of cruelty. If only he had a phone. He pondered, his hands searching through every pocket, inside and out, discovering only a lighter, an old one used by Lao Song for his cigarettes. "This smoking habit isn't in vain. I shall buy Lao Song a couple of packs later," he thought. He ignited the lighter, holding it close to the ground. "Calling into the castle, can you see me? I found a lighter. Can you see the light?" He adjusted the flame higher, the flickering flame dancing against the wind. With the light illuminating the shadowy world beneath the castle, he spotted a girl nestled in the center, bundled tightly in her coat, her knees drawn to her chest, motionless. "I see you," Song Zhan shouted. "Look to your left." Fearing she might not hear, he repeated himself several times until she slowly turned her head. Tears had crystallized on her eyelashes, and her lips bore a purplish hue from the lack of oxygen. As her gaze fell upon a figure lying against the distant ice column, she saw an elderly man clad in a military green coat, his hair a dusty white and his features pale. "Mom, I must miss you too much. I'm seeing things. I see Santa Claus," she murmured to herself. Song Zhan paused for a moment, recalling how the snow from the ice column had fallen upon him, merely shaking it off. It must have led her to mistake him for Santa Claus. Ha ha, I am not Santa Claus. But if Santa were to visit Ice City, he too would need to don a military coat. Song Zhan chuckled, brushing the snow away before attempting to wriggle further through the crevice beneath the ice column. Halfway through, he became stuck, exerting all his strength, causing the entire castle to tremble. Crash! Ah! The girl screamed in fright. Song Zhan hesitated to forcefully push against the surrounding icicles, fearing that any further collapse might entomb both of them. Instead, he encouraged, the space below is too confined for me to pass through. Why not try crawling over along the light? I can pull you out. The girl tilted her head to the left and noticed Song Zhan holding a lighter, its glow illuminating the narrow confines of the castle beneath, as well as his face. The snow had vanished from Song Zhan's features, replaced by the warmth of perspiration, creating an image akin to a meticulously crafted sculpture, with sharp contours and vivid three-dimensionality. His deep-set eyes radiated a warm strength, causing the girl to blush upon her gaze. Believing that the girl was frightened, Song Zhan introduced himself. I am not a bad person. I am a student from Ice City No. 1 High School. Do not worry. The girl, afraid that he might misinterpret her silence, replied, I know you are not a bad person. Perhaps Song Zhan's arrival instilled in her a newfound strength for survival, and she no longer felt as weak as before. Try crawling over towards the light. I will pull you, he urged, holding the lighter aloft with one hand while extending the other forward. The girl attempted to rise, but found her feet completely numb, rendering her powerless. Instead, she lowered herself, elbows scraping against the ground as she crawled forward. Yes, very good, Song Zhan encouraged. Keep going. Do not be afraid. The girl nodded, inching closer to the light. However, the flame in Song Zhan's lighter was dwindling, and despite his efforts to moderate the situation, it would not last much longer. The light was about to extinguish. Hurry. Just a bit more. Suddenly, the flame flickered out, plunging them into darkness. The girl froze, her fear of the void and confined space causing her to instinctively draw back. Just as her hand retreated, Song Zhan swiftly grasped it, managing to hold on. His hand still radiated warmth, while hers felt utterly frigid, akin to a block of ice. I've got you, he sighed with relief. The girl remained motionless, allowing the warmth of his palm to seep into her. His hand was robust and reassuring. I'm going to step back now. Watch out for obstacles and navigate around the ice pillars, Song Zhan advised, beginning to maneuver them outward. Gradually, he successfully led the girl from the castle. Though darkness still enveloped them, the distant glow of shop signs and streetlights indicated they had returned to the outside world. Can you stand up? He inquired. After a prolonged silence, the girl did not respond. It then dawned upon Song Zhan that while it had not been overly cold within the castle, the fierce winds and low temperatures outside rendered her somewhat disoriented, clearly unable to walk. With no other choice, he gazed towards the distant security booth in the park, gritted his teeth, and lifted the girl onto his back. As he did so, he realized that although the girl was not heavy, perhaps around 90 pounds, her height was considerable, at least 168 meters. With her securely on his back and adjusting her hat, Song Zhan took careful steps towards the security booth. At some point, the girl regained her senses, refraining from crying or fussing. Instead, she cooperatively wrapped her arms around Song Zhan's neck, burying her head beneath the hood of his jacket. Are you feeling better? Song Zhan sensed the girl's movements and inquired. The girl merely responded with a soft hum. First, we shall head to the security booth, and then call an ambulance to take you to the hospital. Song Zhan outlined the forthcoming arrangements. All right, the girl replied with yet another single syllable. As Song Zhan took a few steps, he found himself slightly breathless and a bit hungry, regretting that he had not consumed more tangyuan before venturing out. Am I too heavy? The girl asked with concern. No, Song Zhan feigned casualness. You're quite light. Don't worry, we will arrive soon. He had lost count of how many times he had reassured her. The girl nodded, continuing to rest against his back, her voice drifting into his ear like a feather. Thank you. Her tone was gentle, akin to a warm spring breeze. Song Zhan glanced up at the snow-laden night sky, reflecting that after the cold wave, spring was on the horizon. Chapter 4. My name is Song Zhan. The old caretaker was seated in the security booth, basking in the warmth of the heated Kong while watching the Lantern Festival Gala. The coal in the iron stove burned brightly, and steam rose from the boiling water above. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks on the door startled him. He donned his coat and gently unlatched the door, only to be met by a howling wind as a figure stumbled into the room, with a girl clinging to them. The girl slowly lifted her head, her brows and hair frosted over, and her lips tinged with purple from the cold. She attempted to speak, but the words were frozen in her mouth, unable to escape. It was the figure beneath her who first managed to rise, clutching his head as he exclaimed, "Sir, please call an ambulance. This girl is trapped in the ice sculpture castle and has suffered frostbite." The speaker was none other than Song Zhan, who carefully placed the girl onto the warm Kong and turned to explain the situation to the caretaker. The old man finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The child must have endured great suffering. Let her sip some hot water to warm her up. I will call for help right away. He handed a thermos of tea to Song Zhan and walked over to the telephone to contact the hospital. After rinsing the thermos briefly, Song Zhan poured hot water and offered it to the girl. The warmth enveloped the room, and the girl began to regain her strength. Her lips, once frozen, began to part, and their color shifted from a deep purple to a lighter hue. Song Zhan helped her remove her shoes, placing her feet in the warmest spot on the Kong. She was still wearing thin shoes, clearly oblivious to the frigid climate of the ice city. "Are you feeling better?" Song Zhan inquired. The girl replied, sipping the hot water. Once the caretaker finished his call, he approached them and remarked, "The ambulance will arrive shortly. This child seems to be recovering." Song Zhan shook his head. "We should still have her checked. She was trapped beneath the ice sculpture for over an hour, and her feet have lost sensation." The seasoned caretaker sighed. "Indeed, she ought to visit the hospital. I've seen many drunken souls who plunge their heads into the snow, only to have their faces frostbitten." The girl gasped in surprise, her eyes widening as she choked on the hot water. "Cough, cough, cough." Song Zhan gently patted her back, chuckling, "Sir, please refrain from scaring her with tales from the northeast. She's not accustomed to such stories." The caretaker smiled silently, and the girl, realizing that the old man's story was fabricated, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She tentatively wiggled her toes and discovered that her little toe had regained movement, prompting a joyful smile. In his initial haste to assist, Song Zhan had not taken a close look at the girl, but now, as her condition improved, he could finally appreciate her features. She possessed an oval face, lychee-like eyes, and willow-shaped brows. Her striking features were unadorned, displaying a natural beauty. When she smiled, 2 dimples appeared, and droplets of water trembled on her eyelashes. Her hair was swept back into a high ponytail, thick and ebony. Beneath her outerwear, she wore a white sweater and a blue-collared shirt, reminiscent of a prestigious high school uniform. Sitting upright, her posture was straight, suggesting she had received strict upbringing. She raised the thermos to her face, concealing it from Song Zhan's gaze, while casting furtive glances at him from the rim, her innocence and shyness evident in her darting eyes. "Do you have the phone numbers of your family and friends?" Song Zhan inquired about the presence of a telephone, suggesting they make a call, understanding that you must be quite anxious if unable to reach them. The girl nodded, although she had regained a slight sensation in her feet. She was still unable to stand, hesitating as she remained frozen on the bed. The elderly man jested, "It seems you want this old fellow to carry you. You better think it through, child." The girl, embarrassed by his words, turned her head and opened her arms, prompting Song Zhan to crouch down and lift her onto his back, carrying her to the telephone. Seated on a chair, the girl dialed the number. "Sister Lan." "It's me." Despite her speech still being somewhat halting, she managed to convey, "Yes, I'm fine. At the security kiosk in the park where we came to see the ice lanterns. It's called, what was it? Xiaolin Park." "Xiaolin Park?" the elderly man interjected. "Yes, Xiaolin Park," the girl confirmed, adding, "There are several good people at the kiosk." Less than 3 minutes after hanging up, a woman in her 30s, dressed entirely in black and wearing sunglasses, arrived at the kiosk. She entered with an air of authority, exuding a sense of wealth or status. "Meow meow, you've worried me to death," she exclaimed upon seeing the girl seated on the bed, rushing forward to embrace her. "Sister Lan, I'm all right," the girl reassured her. Lan's sister examined the girl's limbs and attire, confirming her safety before glancing at Song Zhan and the elderly man. "And you are?" Lan's sister removed her sunglasses, revealing a sharp-eyed woman who appeared formidable. "This young man brought her here, saying the child was trapped beneath the ice sculpture castle. Thankfully, he arrived promptly," the elderly man explained. "I'm merely the gatekeeper." Lan's sister stood, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you so much." Observing that the girl's family had arrived, Song Zhan remarked, "We have already called for an ambulance. It should be here shortly." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of an ambulance echoed down the street. "Let us conduct a thorough check. There might be frostbite, we haven't noticed," Song Zhan suggested. Lan's sister regarded him thoughtfully before continuing to converse quietly with the girl until the ambulance arrived to lift her onto the stretcher. lying on the stretcher. The girl noticed Song Zhan had no intention of boarding the ambulance and asked, "Aren't you coming to the hospital?" "I'm fine. I'll return home on my own soon," Song Zhan replied. Lan's sister interjected, "How did you get here?" "I'll send someone with you." Song Zhan waved his hand, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. I can walk home. It's not far." The girl, concerned, remarked, "You're also quite cold, at the very least. You should be taken home." "Sister Lan, I entrust this to you," she urged. Lan's sister nodded, pointing to a black sedan parked outside the park. "You can take that one. Just let the driver know your destination." Seeing the hopeful look in the girl's eyes, Song Zhan agreed, "Then I shall accept your kindness." The stretcher was lifted into the ambulance, and Lan's sister joined her. After what seemed like a long moment of hesitation, the girl mustered her courage and asked, "What is your name?" Song Zhan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am Song Zhan, with Zhan from Jianzhan." The girl silently recited the name in her heart, nodding to indicate she had memorized it. Just as she was about to reveal her own name, the ambulance door slammed shut, leaving Song Zhan only able to see the girl's indistinct lip movements. After watching the ambulance depart, an elderly man behind Song Zhan remarked, "I thought you two were dating. You brought her here all frozen, yet you don't even know her." Song Zhan chuckled, "Not knowing her doesn't really matter. We Northeasterners are all like living lay foam. Helping someone is hardly a big deal, wouldn't you agree, sir?" The elderly man gave a thumbs up, affirming her sentiment. After expressing her gratitude to the old man, Song Zhan exited the park, contemplated for a moment, and then entered the waiting black sedan, an Audi A6. Once inside, the driver remained silent, and Song Zhan simply instructed, "Please drop me off by the Delhi hospital." The driver drove with remarkable steadiness, barely giving any sense of acceleration or braking, and uttered not a single unnecessary word. Upon reaching the destination, he departed without delay, and only after watching the car vanish did Song Zhan ascend the stairs to her home. It was already 11 p.m. when she arrived. Li Hongmei was on the night shift, and Wu Tibi back. Upon entering the house, Song Zhan removed her coat and headed to the kitchen, where she found her father, Song Changming, attempting to light a cigarette over the gas stove. "Dad, what are you doing?" she inquired, feigning ignorance. Song Changming, looking perplexed, replied, "I can't remember where I put my outerwear. I can't find the lighter." "Oh." Song Zhan nodded. "You carry on." Rubbing the back of his head, Song Changming asked, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Song Zhan chose not to respond, retreating instead into the warmth of her bed in the small room. Home was indeed a comforting refuge. Chapter 5. Learning begins with homework. When Song Zhan awoke the following day, it was already 9 in the morning. He suddenly remembered that he had returned to the age of 17, a senior who had just over 100 days until the college entrance examination. The winter break for seniors extended from the 28th day of the 12th lunar month to the 15th day of the 1st lunar month. And today marked the first day back to school. He was already late. Hastily, Song Zhan sprang from his bed and noticed his father, Old Song, sipping tea in the living room. Without waiting for Song Zhan to speak, Old Song placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Your mother just got back and is asleep. Keep it down." Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Zhan leaned closer to see that Old Song was watching assembly call on CCTV 6. At just 42 years of age, he had only a few scattered white hairs, appearing significantly younger than he had before the time travel. "I'm late for school," Song Zhan remarked. "Not a problem. The cold wave hasn't passed yet. It's nearly as frigid as the Arctic outside. All primary and secondary schools across the city have a day off," Old Song replied nonchalantly. "You can sleep a bit longer." A wave of relief washed over Song Zhan as he inquired, "Was it a notice from your workplace?" Old Song, a middle school history teacher at the affiliated school of the University of Science and Technology, typically received any unified notifications in the city first. "Yes, the workplace notified us. And your class teacher called me as well," Old Song confirmed, casually gesturing with the remote. "Your teacher reminded me to tell you not to forget your winter holiday homework tomorrow." "Ah," Song Zhan exclaimed, almost forgetting about the winter homework. He had no time for idle chatter with Old Song and retreated to his room, where he powered on his computer. The computer, a Pentium 4 from his early middle school days, had cost around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan 5 years ago. As the familiar Windows XP desktop appeared, it was cluttered with game icons: Call of Duty, Kartrider, World of Warcraft, and the recently popular Zhuxian. Song Zhan had played every new game released, having exhausted the gaming news site 17173. At present, he felt no desire to play games. The electronic impotence from before his time travel still lingered heavily within him. He opened QQ, using his old account, and attempting his usual 3 passwords until he successfully logged in on the 3rd try. Username: Fallen. Signature: the sky blue awaits the rain, while I await you. Status: busy. Level: 1 sun, 1 moon. 2 stars. His avatar depicted a young man with white hair wearing sunglasses, disdainfully holding a cigarette. Song Zhan found it intolerable and opted for a more mundane username, Song. He left the signature unchanged but swapped his avatar for an abstract painting, bidding farewell to his past. He had numerous online acquaintances, most of whom were unnamed. Having met through gaming, after more than a decade, they had long ceased to communicate. 2 messages awaited him. One was from Weibo Bao, unmistakably from Wei Ling Ran, a foodie. After they migrated their chats to WeChat, she had retained the name Weibo Bao. The message read, "School is finally starting. It was so boring at home during the new year. I couldn't go online." Having just returned from his time travel, Song Zhan had yet to see the current Wei Ling Ran, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Another message arrived from No Machine Cat, stating, "My dear brother, how embarrassing. I forgot to complete my geography homework. Please lend me yours to copy." Song Zhan clicked into the other person's profile and perused several photographs, finally recalling their identity. No Machine Cat, also known as Hao Zhixiong, was a classmate of Song Zhan's from middle school. They both progressed to the high school division of No. One high school together, and later, when the curriculum split into arts and sciences, they were placed in arts class too, thus becoming old friends and close confidants. Due to his name containing the character for Xiong, and his infatuation with a girl named Pang Jingxiong in their middle school class, he earned the nickname Da Xiong. He was also fond of the comic Doraemon, often lamenting how wonderful it would be to be like Da Xiong. Song Zhan recalled that after university, the two ended up in different cities. He went to the capital, while Hao Zhixiong moved to Guangdong. They lost contact. But he later heard that Hao married a beautiful flight attendant and held a wedding in their hometown. "Sure, bring your other assignments and hurry over," Song Zhan replied. "Soon." Hao Zhixiong responded, "Wait for me. I'll be there in half an hour." While waiting for Hao Zhixiong's arrival, Song Zhan pushed his computer further into the desk and retrieved his backpack to organize his textbooks and assignments. As expected, he found that out of the subjects of mathematics, Chinese, English, politics, history, and geography, he had only completed the geography and history assignments, leaving the others untouched. This was not surprising, although in his previous life, Song Zhan had been accepted into a 211 university in the capital. He had been in a small liberal arts class, ranking around 20th, which was not particularly impressive. His academic performance had been severely skewed, as he had struggled with both mathematics and foreign languages, a trend that persisted even after graduating from university. It was only after years of conducting interviews that he diligently studied English and managed to pass. However, mathematics remained a challenge. Though Song Zhan had yet to formulate a plan for his rebirth, with only over 100 days until the college entrance examination, he did not wish to forego his studies in pursuit of wealth. After all, rebirth was meant to remedy past regrets. He did not want to find himself wealthy yet dissatisfied with his university choice or academic qualifications, as some issues could not be resolved by money alone. As a mature individual, Song Zhan naturally desired it all. Hao Zhixiong kept his word, arriving at Song Zhan's home before 10 o'clock. Upon opening the door, Song Zhan's memories flooded back. Hao was slightly under 1.7 meters tall, neither overweight nor underweight, wore thick glasses, had a buzz cut, and appeared quite earnest, resembling Nobita Nobi from Doraemon. "Uncle Song, I've come to study with Song Zhan." Hao Zhixiong greeted Song Zhan's father. "Ah, it's little Hao," Uncle Song acknowledged. "Off you go, coming to study just before the new term starts? You're later than before." Uncle Song, perceptive and fond of jesting, made light of the situation. Hao Zhixiong chuckled, and after exchanging a glance with Song Zhan, quickly slipped inside. Once the door was shut, Hao Zhixiong set down his backpack, emptied his assignments onto the table, and said, "Let us compare our work first, then I'll borrow your geography to copy." Song Zhan shrugged. "I can't compare. I haven't done anything." Hao Zhixiong paused for a moment, then clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "As expected of you, brother, you truly are steady. Then let me copy your geography. You can take the rest," he added. The two exchanged assignments and began their respective studies. As Song Zhan diligently copied his homework, he reminisced about the key points of various subjects. He realized that, aside from mathematics, which he truly struggled with, he was relatively proficient in the other disciplines. For instance, in Chinese literature, his innate memory served him well. He could recall the classical texts he had memorized years ago, and his extensive experience in writing enabled him to compose essays with ease. His performance in high school Chinese was exemplary, especially since he had prior knowledge of the essay topic for the 2008 college entrance examination. History, though not his favorite subject, perhaps due to a rebellious disposition toward his teacher, was surprisingly one of his most stable subjects, influenced by years of exposure to historical narratives. Geography and political science posed no great challenge either. With diligent review, he could easily achieve a level equivalent to 90 of his previous self, particularly in political science. His role as an editor had heightened his sensitivity to the subject, making it manageable. His foundation in foreign languages was undoubtedly stronger than that of his high school self, and a thorough review of grammar and vocabulary would not be a drawback. Thus, it seemed that only mathematics remained an obstacle. Song Zhan reflected that the college entrance examination after his rebirth was not as daunting as he had once feared. With focused effort on mathematics, he was confident that he could overcome this challenge. Improving his math scores could potentially surpass his previous achievements. Indeed, he was determined that they would be even better. Settling for a mere 211 university would not suffice. He aspired to attend a prestigious 985 institution, or perhaps, with a stroke of luck, one of the elite Qinghua or Peking universities. As Hao Zhixing observed Song Zhan's confident smile while studying, he felt somewhat intimidated by Song Zhan's aura and inquired, "Brother, how can you copy homework so brazenly?" Song Zhan looked up and replied, "On the surface, I am merely copying homework. In reality, I intend to study earnestly." Hao Zhixing nodded, appearing to grasp the sentiment. "All right, I see. So, studying begins with copying homework, does it?" Chapter 6. The first day of school. Hao Zhixing was only proficient in geography, while Song Zhan struggled particularly with Chinese and politics, given the substantial volume of assignments. To stave off boredom for Hao Zhixing, Song Zhan suggested he play on the computer. Hao Zhixing yawned and shook his head, declaring, "Forget it. I played games until the early hours of the morning yesterday. I'm too exhausted to continue." "Is the addiction that severe?" Song Zhan was unaware of Hao Zhixing's obsession with online gaming. "What can I do?" Hao Zhixing lamented. "Qingxiang wants the rainbow gloves in Mario Kart, and I've been grinding for her for several days." Song Zhan nearly forgot about Hao Zhixing's fervent infatuation with Pang Qingxiang. The crux of the matter was that she hardly acknowledged him, only reaching out when she needed something. A situation that in later times would be termed as being a backup option. "Stop grinding. This game will soon lose its popularity. By the time you manage to get it, she'll have switched to another game," Song Zhan advised. "Why not just give it up? It's been 6 years since middle school. What have you gained?" "I feel like I'm on the verge of success," Hao Zhixing replied dreamily. She said that after the college entrance examination, she would give it a try with me and even invited me to Central Street next weekend to watch a movie. "Just the two of you?" Song Zhan asked, intrigued. "Not really," Hao Zhixing replied, rubbing his hands together. "She mentioned wanting to bring Wei Ling along, and she asked me to invite you as well." "What is my role in this?" "Of course, you are my strategist," Hao Zhixing implored. "Without you and Wei Ling, it would be awkward for her to go out with me alone." "What is so awkward about it? If she really likes you, she would be eager to spend time alone with you," Song Zhan remarked, observing Hao Zhixing's naive demeanor, almost moved to kneel before him. But he was reluctant to refuse. "All right, let us see how it goes then. I'll take that as a promise," Hao Zhixing exclaimed joyfully. His visit today was primarily for this matter, not just to copy homework. Once Song Zhan finished his studies, Hao Zhixing left without staying for a meal, shouldering his backpack and departing. During the remaining half of the day, Song Zhan busied himself, procuring a simple notebook to meticulously document everything he could remember about future stock markets, emerging industries, and significant international events, ensuring the accuracy of the timing as best as possible. Having been reborn, he could not afford to make mistakes. After careful consideration, Song Zhan concluded that while opportunities for financial freedom abounded, avenues for quick profits were nearly non-existent. This was partly due to his ignorance of this year's lottery matches and his lack of understanding regarding the short-term fluctuations of stocks. Take Matai as an example. On January 31st, 2008, its closing price was 150, while by September 2020, it had soared to 1,800, a 12-fold increase. However, purchasing Matai now could result in significant losses, as it had plummeted to 80 after a year of decline in 2008. Thus, it became evident that while slow money was relatively easy to earn, quick money was elusive, especially for someone like Song Zhan, who had never engaged in business before. Fortunately, he was not in a rush. Everything could be planned over time. Moreover, as he had just returned, adapting to student life and focusing on diligent study was paramount. Everything else could wait until stability was achieved. In the afternoon, upon waking, Li Hongmei scolded Song Zhan harshly, accusing him of burying old Song's coat in dirt. Song Zhan stood in the corner like a frightened chick, too timid to retort. There was no way around it. The person was saved, and consequently, the news faded away. Song Zhan and Li Hongmei could share their stories, yet no one would believe them. They would merely assume he had gone rolling in the snow once again. At 6 o'clock, Li Hongmei roused Song Zhan from his slumber. Donning a black down jacket, he descended to the breakfast shop downstairs, where he consumed a dumpling bun and a bowl of tofu pudding, spending a mere 3 yuan, and arrived at the school gate by 6:50. At the tail end of a northern winter, the sun had just begun to rise, casting an orange glow upon the yellow walls and red tiles of the nearly century-old I-City No. 1 high school. Icicles clattered to the ground in the wind, while students hurried in from all directions, treading upon the snowy landscape, due to the winter regulations prohibiting the wearing of school uniforms externally. Teachers at the entrance were checking student ID cards. Upon presenting his ID, which was barely recognizable due to the transparent tape wrapped around it, Song Zhan was granted passage. At that time, most regions across the nation still adhered to a division between the arts and sciences. I-City No. 1 High School was a provincial key institution. With 14 classes in the senior year, the science classes were numbered 1 to 8, with classes 1 and 2 being the elite groups, while the arts classes spanned 9 to 14, with class 9 being the top tier. Song Zhan belonged to class 3 of the 9th group, typically ranking around 20th to 30th in his class. The elite classes were formed based on prior academic performance before the division. Thus, even though each class comprised 65 students, class 9 did not monopolize the top 50 in the art stream. For instance, Song Zhan ranked 20th in his class, corresponding to a position of 54th in the art stream, a score sufficient for a decent 211 university, while barely qualifying for a lower tier, 985. With his previous life in mind, the current Song Zhan could likely complete the exam and head home without a second thought. Entering the main teaching building through the grand black doors, class 3 of the 9th group was just around the corner on the first floor. The first to the third floors were designated for grades 1 to 3. However, in 2004, the newly appointed Principal Liu deemed the time of the third-year students too precious to waste on stairs and thus swapped the locations of the first and third years. As Song Zhan located the entrance to his class, he heard the door swing open with a loud smack, and a boy and girl dashed out, chasing one another. "Old Song, help me out," called the boy, who stood just over 1.7 meters tall, with a mischievous smile and a gap in his front teeth, his laughter echoing as he ran. "Song Zhan, if you dare protect that monkey, you're finished," yelled the girl pursuing him, who was about 1.5 meters tall but appeared quite sturdy, with an ordinary appearance and wide eyes, rolling up her sleeves and placing her hands on her hips, looking rather formidable. "Class monitor, I truly apologize," the boy pleaded. "I didn't mean to drop your homework into the water basin. It was an accident." Yes, it was all old Zheng's fault. At that moment, old Zheng leisurely emerged from the classroom, leaning against the door and remarked, "You better resolve this within a minute. I see the old teacher has already entered the school and he can take no more than 3 minutes on his motorcycle." "Humph," the girl gritted her teeth. "I'll settle the score with you later." The boy, shorter than Song Zhan, insisted on squeezing his arm around Song Zhan's neck, saying, "Thanks, old Song." Confused by the commotion caused by these individuals, Song Zhan followed them into the classroom, where a cacophony of voices enveloped him. Some indulged in snacking on potato chips. Others flaunted their new mobile phones for the new year, and some engaged in quarrels with their deskmates. Yet, the majority were quietly copying homework, absorbed in their tasks. Faces that had long faded from memory seemed to leap from the graduation photograph. Song Zhan thought she had forgotten them all, but in an instant, she could almost match each one with a name. Just moments ago, hiding behind her was Ho Xinxing, affectionately nicknamed Monkey by everyone. He was the most mischievous, fond of playing pranks, yet academically quite proficient, ranking among the top 10 in class. The girl referred to as the class monitor was Shi Qing, the head of class 9 from year 3, who ranked among the top 3 academically. She was warm-hearted, exuded leadership qualities, and managed affairs with ease, getting along well with the boys, though her temper could be somewhat fierce. The teacher by the door, old Zheng, was known as Zheng Shirtu. He came from a well-off family, reportedly holding shares in several chain supermarkets in Nangang, and was also among the top 3 academically. Moreover, he was rather handsome, not unlike Song Zhan, drawing the admiration of many girls in the class. However, he was a hypocrite, appearing earnest while secretly engaging in dubious activities, which most people failed to notice. It was only later, when Hao Zhixiong mentioned that 2 first-year girls at the first high school had become pregnant due to old Zheng, that Song Zhan realized he was not an ordinary person. Aside from the 2 obvious privileged individuals seated at the podium, the rest of the students were arranged by height. Song Zhan walked down the aisle to the corner at the back, finding an empty seat to settle into. Song Zhan, don't sit in my spot. You've made it smell. A girl taller than Song Zhan tapped her shoulder. Song Zhan glanced at her, unable to recall her features or name. Only remembering her rare surname, Lao, as a member of the school's girls' basketball team, with whom she had little interaction during high school. That's your spot. Song Zhan quickly apologized and moved to her designated seat. No sooner had she placed her backpack down than the homeroom teacher entered the room. Ahem, with a mere cough. The homeroom teacher commanded silence throughout the class. Chapter 7. Wei Ling ran over 60 pairs of eyes in the classroom were fixated on the old teacher. As students clutched their assignments tightly in their hands, fearful of revealing any unnatural expressions, the teacher, Mr. Xiang Hong, removed his black coat and shook it before hanging it on the rack behind the door. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked around every aisle. Whenever he noticed scraps of paper or wrappers on the floor, he would kick them under the nearest desk, while the students feigned interest in their books, waiting until he had passed to pick up the litter. Mr. Xiang, 50 years old, sported a crew cut, his hair resembling that of a labor camp inmate, and his face bore a fierce expression. His management style was notably strict, and he taught geography with remarkable proficiency, skillfully illustrating ocean currents. Even more impressive was his ability to depict the shadows of mountains and hills on the blackboard. Each geography lesson felt akin to an art class. Mr. Xiang slowly approached the podium, wiping the accumulated dust from its surface with a cloth. He then looked up and asked the class monitor, Shirqing, who sat in the front row, who is on duty today. Shirqing replied timidly, it's Saturday, and there is no duty roster. Mr. Xiang frowned. Can't the class leaders take the initiative even if they are not assigned? Old Zheng immediately stood up to fetch the mop from behind the door, but Mr. Xiang waved his hand, saying, why are you rushing from the back row? Sit down, you blend in better there. From the first break of the day, the class leaders were supposed to lead the cleaning of the classroom. If there weren't enough class leaders, then the subject representatives would take over. After a thorough inspection, it became evident that our class was the dirtiest. Which teacher would want to teach here? On the first day of school, Mr. Xiang was irate. But his anger was not entirely unfounded. The crux of the issue lay not in the cleanliness, but rather in the unsatisfactory results of the final joint examination. He selected a long piece of chalk from the box, snapped it in half, and wrote 9 characters on the blackboard with flourish. Read it aloud together. The class chorused. New semester, new atmosphere, new journey. Louder. New semester, new atmosphere, new journey. More in unison. You are a collective. New semester, new atmosphere, new journey. Mr. Xiang nodded in approval and inscribed another line in the lower right corner of the blackboard. 105 days until the college entrance examination. The number 105 stood out prominently. From today onwards, each day, one person will update the countdown before the first class, so we can all keep an eye on it. With this reminder, a palpable sense of tension regarding the college entrance examination enveloped the classroom. As it was the first day of school, Mr. Xiang was somewhat lenient with those students still recovering from the holiday, knowing that in a few days the 100-day pledge would arrive, bringing another wave of motivation for everyone. Dingling. The bell rang for class. Class is in session. Hello, teacher. Hello, classmates. Please take your seats. With Mr. Xiang's announcement, Song Zhan's second semester of senior year commenced. The first 2 classes of the morning were geography and foreign language, primarily focused on reviewing knowledge and discussing the joint examination papers. During geography, Mr. Xiang analyzed the performance of students with significant score fluctuations, but Song Zhan was not among them. His score ranked 21st in the class and 61st in the grade, reflecting a reasonable variation. The conclusion of the second lesson marked the commencement of eye exercises and a brief interlude. Song Zhan struggled to perform the eye exercises, resorting to furtively observing his classmates to learn the routine. At that time, his vision was a modest 0.8, a stark contrast to the later days when he would be glued to the computer screen, ultimately necessitating the use of glasses. The novelty of school invigorated Song Zhan's spirit. He relished this long-awaited existence, free from the burden of appeasing superiors or the stress of selecting topics that induced hair-pulling, allowing him to focus solely on his studies. After 2 consecutive Chinese language classes, he completed a set of practice papers and endured the morning hours. He chose not to return home for lunch, as both of his parents were preoccupied with work, leaving him without a meal prepared for him. He also opted against the school cafeteria, which he deemed unpalatable. Instead, he ventured to the familiar Lao Zhao's spicy hot pot across the street. Ordering a comforting bowl of thin rice noodles and beef tendon, he savored every mouthful, washing it down with a bottle of Hong Bailai, which left him burping with satisfaction. The 2 afternoon math classes left him feeling dizzy and overwhelmed, rendering him nearly incapable of comprehension. This predicament filled him with concern, prompting a resolute decision to improve his mathematics grades by any means necessary. The 7th period is physical education, the subject most favored by senior high school students. With basketballs and footballs in hand, everyone rushes to the playground like the wind. The physical education teacher, not one to dawdle, leads the students through warm-up exercises before declaring a time for free activity. Physical education classes often reveal the various cliques within the class. The boys typically engage in soccer or basketball, while another group prefers to chat, discussing last night's gaming escapades and which girl piques their interest. As for the girls, Song Zhan is somewhat unfamiliar with their dynamics, but she is certain that one faction stays behind during gym class, while another group watches the boys play basketball, occasionally bringing water and towels. Since Song Zhan is still in the process of familiarizing herself with others, she cannot immediately join in the soccer game and instead leans against the horizontal bar, merely observing. The cold metal feels more intimidating than a nuclear weapon in winter. Just as she is engrossed in the match, a sudden darkness envelopes her as a pair of hands, fragrant with lime, cover her eyes. Guess who I am? The voice is deliberately deep but betrays an uncontrollable rise in pitch. Song Zhan hesitates for a moment, thinking it resembles the gorilla from the Marjiago Zoo. Sounding somewhat out of breath, perhaps just having descended from a tree? PFF, the owner of the voice can no longer contain herself. Lowering her hands to grip Song Zhan's neck and exclaiming in anger, "Who do you think resembles a gorilla? I'll bite you to death." Song Zhan sees an upside-down face, a young girl, with a visage as smooth and flawless as polished jade. Her face is a perfect oval, her eyes resembling gleaming grapes, clear and bright. Her lips are naturally red, and her straight, emerald eyebrows frame her delicate features with a small, scrunched nose that adds a touch of charm rather than fear. As Song Zhan struggles to rise, the girl keeps her pinned down, her short, Japanese-style hair playfully brushing against Song Zhan's nose, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Vyar, it's so cold." While the girl revels in her triumph, Song Zhan seizes a nearby pine branch and gives it a shake, sending a cascade of snow tumbling down into the girl's neckline. The girl leaps up with a start, dancing in the snow like a butterfly that has wandered into a garden. "Do you dare to retaliate?" The girl, Wei Lingran, is tall, at least 173 meters, clad in a cobalt blue down jacket and a loosely wrapped cream scarf that exposes her snowy neck. She wears black school trousers and brown snow boots. "Wei Lingran, your sudden ambush is quite lacking in martial ethics," Song Zhan remarks, noting that the sensation from being choked was less about suffocation and more about the chill. Wei Lingran is merely warming her hands on Song Zhan. The girl before her is indeed Wei Lingran, Song Zhan's only childhood friend, the unattainable queen of the waters in her past life. "I'll ambush you again," Wei Lingran declares defiantly, gathering a handful of snow from the ground and shaping it into a snowball to hurl at Song Zhan. Song Zhan deftly dodges, causing the snowball to explode against the trunk of a tree behind her, but the lingering snow still cascades down her neck. "Why haven't you replied to my messages? You didn't come looking for me after the new year. You think you're so impressive, don't you?" Wei Lingran complains, her hands and mouth working in tandem as she continues to form snowballs. "Don't make me retaliate." Song Zhan gathered a handful of snow and playfully tossed it towards Wei Lingran. The two engaged in a spirited game of chase, their laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, old Zheng Shirzhiu, was idly guarding the goal while kicking a soccer ball in the snow. Upon hearing a burst of melodious laughter, he turned his gaze to investigate, first noticing the triumphant smirk on Wei Lingran's face, which brought him a moment of delight. Which class's pretty girl is that? She is simply stunning, he thought. Then his gaze shifted to Song Zhan, whose brow furrowed in annoyance. "Song Zhan, she looks quite ordinary, certainly not as handsome as I am. What your luck is this? Does she even deserve it?" Chapter 8. A promise not to change in the snowball fight. Wei Lingran was clearly no match for Song Zhan. However, Song Zhan demonstrated remarkable restraint. only targeting her clothes and refraining from striking her neck or wrists. Despite this, Wei Lingran, who was repeatedly at a disadvantage, remained unwilling to concede defeat. Fueled by competitive spirit, she angrily discarded her snowball and charged directly at Song Zhan. Caught off guard and unable to evade, Song Zhan was knocked to the ground. Wei Lingran swiftly attempted to pin Song Zhan's arms down with one hand while using the other to stuff snow down her collar. Wei Lingran laughed as she stuffed the snow, while Song Zhan struggled on the ground. With one hand planted on the ground, maintaining balance became difficult for her. Before long, Wei Lingran toppled into Song Zhan's embrace, their noses nearly touching at a mere 2 centimeters apart. Wei Lingran gazed into Song Zhan's eyes, which were deep and warm, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. In turn, Song Zhan looked into Wei Lingran's clear and lively eyes, adorned with a playful sparkle. An atmosphere of intimacy arose amidst the snow, and Wei Lingran gradually closed her eyes, leaving Song Zhan momentarily bewildered. "Why are you closing your eyes?" Song Zhan inquired. Suddenly, Wei Lingran opened her eyes, exclaiming in anger, "My eyes are blind. Mind your own business." The moment was disrupted, and Wei Lingran launched her second wave of attack. In her flustered state, Song Zhan inadvertently grasped something soft and warm. "Ah, you're being inappropriate," Wei Lingran exclaimed, springing away from Song Zhan, her fair neck turning crimson from beneath her scarf. Zhang Shixiu, who had been idly observing the scene from the sidelines, rushed over and positioned himself protectively in front of Wei Lingran. "What is going on? Don't be afraid, classmate. Did this rascal do something wrong?" Song Zhan was bewildered by Zhang's sudden involvement. Wei Lingran, however, quickly shifted her demeanor, saying, "It's nothing. We're just playing around." Zhang Shixiu was eager not to miss his chance to impress, having previously dismissed other girls as inconsequential. This one, however, genuinely captured his interest. "Don't be afraid. I'll have your back. He wouldn't dare retaliate against you." To further convince her, he added, "I have relatives in the police department." "Oh, that is impressive," Wei Lingran replied, feigning a threat towards Song Zhan. "Did you hear that? This gentleman has connections in the police. If you keep bullying me, I'll have the police arrest you." Zhang Shixiu nodded, then suddenly realized, wait. I'm not a teacher. Am I that old? I'm in the same class as Song Zhan. We're both in class 9. "Oh, so you're classmates," Wei Lingran exclaimed, her realization dawning. "You really want to have your classmate arrested? That's a bit mischievous." As she spoke, Wei Lingran gradually hid behind Song Zhan, clutching her collar while peering at Zhang Shixiu from over Song Zhan's shoulder. Acknowledging that this girl was not easily intimidated, Zhang Shixiu said, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding, so let us leave it at that. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. Which class are you in? What is your name?" "I'm Zhang Shixiu." Song Zhan felt no need to divulge her information to Zhang, whom she deemed somewhat insidious. But before she could voice her thoughts, Wei Lingran chimed in, "I'm in class 2, and my name is Wang Bingyan." Zhang Shixiu nodded with delight. "Bingyan? A name as beautiful as its bearer. I'll remember that." Once Jing departed, Song Zhan turned to Wei Lingran and asked, "Aren't you in class 1? How do you know someone from class 2? Who is Wang Bingyan?" Wei Lingran leaned close to Song Zhan's ear and whispered, "She's just a petite girl, about the size of Tyson, capable of knocking you down with a single punch." Song Zhan felt a tickle in her ear. Wei Lingran's voice was bright yet carried a hint of endearing clumsiness. "That old Jing is something else," Song Zhan remarked seriously. "I was just about to remind you that he's not a good person." She refrained from elaborating further, not wishing to speak ill of others. And because old Zheng had not yet crossed any significant lines, Wei Lingran covered her mouth and chuckled. "Ha, I'm much sharper than you think. How could I not know his true nature? You don't actually believe that I have no admirers, do you? Let me assure you, there are plenty." Song Zhan laughed. "What do you mean, sister? You're 5 months younger than I am." Wei Lingran dismissed her remark, responding, "You seemed a bit anxious just now. Are you that worried about me getting deceived? Concerned for my well-being?" With a radiant smile in the snowy landscape, Wei Lingran looked at Song Zhan, who found it difficult to maintain eye contact and quickly shifted the subject. "Why didn't you train this afternoon?" It wasn't entirely old Jing's fault for not recognizing Wei Lingran. She aimed to pursue a career in sports and had indeed excelled in swimming. Consequently, she attended cultural classes only half the day and typically trained at the city swimming pool in the afternoons. The strong winds yesterday damaged the pool's roof, and they're currently making repairs, so I get a rare day off, Wei Lingran explained, slipping her hands into her pockets as she strolled around the track. Song Zhan followed behind and inquired, "Have the results come out yet?" "Not yet, but they should be soon," Wei Lingran replied with a hint of concern. Song Zhan was referring to Wei Lingran's application for recognition as an elite athlete. From a young age, Wei Lingran had demonstrated remarkable athleticism. Hailing from Heishui County near the Qinghua River, she had been swimming since the age of 5, practically raised in the water. After transferring to Beijing No. 1 High School, she began formal swimming training. Although she started her training later than most, her innate talent shone through. She felt more at ease in the water than on land and quickly surpassed her peers. At the 2005 National Middle School Games, she represented her school and achieved impressive results. 3rd place in the 50-meter backstroke and 2nd in the 200-meter butterfly, instantly becoming a sensation at the event. After 3 years of rigorous training, her achievements only escalated, claiming 1st place 3 times and 2nd place twice at the National Youth Swimming Championships, excelling in both butterfly and backstroke. Had her teammates been more skilled, they might have ranked in team events as well. In her first year of high school, Wei Lingran successfully obtained her national first-class athlete certification. Earlier this year, she submitted her application for elite athlete recognition. Although the outcome remained uncertain, it likely would not impede her chances of applying to top-tier universities in the country. In truth, her performance was commendable. While her raw scores might not qualify her for a 211 institution, she had no trouble with a typical first-tier school. Song Zhan recalled that in her previous life, Wei Lingran had smoothly gained admission to the Shanghai Sports Academy. Don't worry, it won't affect your applications at all. With your swimming skills, there's no place you can't go, Song Zhan reassured her. Wei Lingran retorted, am I really that good? Yet I haven't seen you at any of my competitions. Last year, I secured a ticket for you to the iCity tournament, and you, of all people, missed it while engrossed in games at an internet CAF? Acknowledging his grave transgression, Song Zhan recalled how, with the release of the new version 2.0 of Warcraft, he had indulged in his addiction, playing relentlessly day and night. In retrospect, it seems rather amusing. I can accompany you to training this weekend. That should suffice, right? Song Zhan proposed. That sounds much better, Wei Lingran responded, her spirits lifted. After walking a few more steps, Wei Lingran hesitated and inquired, Song Zhan, which university are you considering? Song Zhan had yet to decide. In his previous life, he had attended the capital city, but this time he was uncertain about his academic performance. Although he was determined to give his utmost, the outcome remained unpredictable. Perhaps he would head to the capital, or maybe to Shanghai, or even another locale. He contemplated briefly, but it was unlikely he would remain in iCity, considering his future prospects. Song Zhan believed he needed to venture into larger cities. As for iCity, returning in glory would not be too late. The capital? Shanghai? Wei Lingran exclaimed with delight. Aren't those the 2 best places for sports studies? Song Zhan mused, acknowledging the truth in her words regarding Beijing Sports University and Shanghai Sports University. With a playful smile, Wei Lingran turned, her hair cascading gracefully, and pointed her slender fingers at Song Zhan's chest, declaring, then it's settled. You can only choose between these 2 places. And no changing your mind. Song Zhan was taken aback for a moment but nodded in agreement. Ding ling ling, the school bell rang. Chapter 9. The new concept composition. The first day of school is often the most hectic, and time seems to fly by as Song Zhan gradually familiarizes himself with the subjects and his classmates. Fortunately, after more than half a month of winter break, the distance between classmates is not as pronounced, especially under the immense pressure of the college entrance examination. No one seems to notice that Song Zhan has changed from his former self. Due to the lingering snow and icy roads at night, evening self-study sessions are temporarily canceled. Upon returning home, rather than indulging in computer games, Song Zhan immediately begins his revision after dinner, leaving his parents, Lao Song and Li Hongmei, somewhat taken aback. They murmur to each other, pondering what could have caused such a significant transformation in their son. Stop guessing. I simply wish to study diligently, Song Zhan explains. Lao Song nods thoughtfully, while Li Hongmei, recalling that night when Song Zhan accompanied her to work, wipes her tears and says, son, you have finally seen the light. Closing his bedroom door, Song Zhan immerses himself in mathematics, but finds himself struggling despite his earnest efforts. In frustration, he shifts his focus to the other 5 subjects, which he can grasp with remarkable ease without even glancing at the textbooks. Ultimately, he finds himself in bed, clutching a mathematics paper, feeling despondent for quite some time. He realizes he needs to seek extra help from a tutor. The following afternoon during the break, while diligently working on math problems, the classroom door swings open. A male teacher wearing black-rimmed glasses strides to the front row, inquiring, who is Song Zhan? Guided by his classmates, The teacher locates Song Zhan and asks, "Are you Song Zhan?" Looking up at the unfamiliar figure, Song Zhan replies, "I am." The teacher introduces himself. "I am Zhao Shubao from the mathematics department. You can call me Teacher Zhao. I have been guiding the seniors through the independent admissions process." Song Zhan is aware of independent admissions but understands that he is far from being a contender. "Come to my office. We need to discuss your upcoming trip to whose city," Teacher Zhao instructs. Confused about the situation, Song Zhan follows him. As they walk through the corridor, Teacher Zhao continues. "Have you informed your family about your trip to whose city? What is the purpose of going to whose city? Is it for independent admissions?" Song Zhan asks. "Have you already forgotten so soon after the new year?" Teacher Zhao retorts. Feeling a bit bewildered, Song Zhan listens as Teacher Zhao reminds him, "Before the new year, you received a notification about the second round of the new concept composition competition. The round was postponed due to the icy weather in the south. Originally scheduled for before the new year, but moved to afterward. The school plans to take a few students to the universities in whose city for independent admissions interviews. And you will be invited along." Song Zhan suddenly comprehends. Now I remember. He realizes that he has always harbored a passion for literature. Otherwise, he would not have later become a magazine editor. As a longtime reader of Mingyia, with endorsements from literary figures such as Han Han and Guo Jingming for the new concept composition, Song Zhan has always harbored unrealistic fantasies of being selected and gaining admission to prestigious schools, stepping into the literary world. Thus, he has consistently submitted entries to the new concept composition competition, but has only ever reached the preliminary rounds. Given the vast number of participants, over 70 or 80,000, only a couple of hundred make it to the second round, making his selection quite improbable. Through relentless effort, he ultimately encountered an opportunity. During the first semester of his senior year, he successfully advanced to the semifinals. However, in the very first week of school, he fell due to food poisoning and was hospitalized, thus missing the competition entirely. Initially, he pondered whether participating might have altered the course of his life. Yet as the many disappointments of life accumulated, he gradually forgot about the contest. Given a second chance, this time, Song Zhan was resolute in avoiding food poisoning. And he was no longer the same person. He simply had to participate in this competition. Upon arriving at the mathematics department office, he found two students already waiting, one male and one female, who were caught in a clandestine moment, startled by the sudden opening of the door and immediately releasing each other's hands. Teacher Zhao settled into his chair, while Song Zhan stood alongside the two students. "Are there any others?" inquired the bespectacled male student. "One more is on the way. I've notified her, but no need to wait. I shall speak with her again later," replied Teacher Zhao, taking a sip of tea. He appeared to be in his early 30s, his thermos filled with goji berries, astragalus, chrysanthemums, and lilies. The situation was clear to all. Yao Yuan and He Jingjing were participating in the autonomous enrollment for Tongji University, while Song Zhan was competing in the semifinals of the new concept writing contest. Both events scheduled for March 1st, with results announced on the 2nd. They planned to travel to Huqing, departing on February 29th and returning on the 3rd. "What do you think?" Song Zhan had no objections, and the other two students agreed as well. "How are we getting there? Where will we stay?" asked He Jingjing. Teacher Zhao responded, "We'll fly. I checked in advance. We've just passed the spring festival travel rush, and with university not yet in session, airfare is affordable, less than 1,000 yuan round trip. Including accommodation and meals, 2,000 yuan will suffice." 2,000? That seems quite expensive, remarked Yao Yuan, biting his lip with concern. Teacher Zhao pondered briefly before stating, "The school mentioned that if you are accepted by Tongji University, they will reimburse your airfare, which is quite favorable, as there is at least a 50 chance of acceptance." Song Zhan nearly chuckled. Indeed, a mathematics teacher was anything but ordinary in his approach. The other students remained silent. Such autonomous enrollment opportunities were rare, and their families would surely manage the expense. "And you, Song Zhan? Do you have any questions?" Teacher Zhao inquired. "None," replied Song Zhan. Recalling that the new concept semifinals offered partial reimbursement for travel expenses, even the smallest sum was still valuable. "All right, let us finalize the meeting time and location. I will coordinate with your other teacher. Don't forget to bring your ID and appropriate clothing. Huqing isn't too cold." Teacher Zhao was quite amiable, providing thorough instructions for about 20 minutes, covering all necessary details. With no further issues to address, the meeting concluded, and the students were dismissed to return to their classes. Until the end, Song Zhan did not encounter the other student. Exiting the mathematics department office, he basked in the pleasant sunlight, the cold wave having passed. Stretching, he strolled leisurely back. The mathematics department was located on the second floor of the main building, with the eastern end connecting to the experimental building. Directly across from the mathematics office was Laboratory 5 of the experimental building. The laboratory boasts a vast glass window, from which a test tube containing delicate lavender crystals protrudes, firmly secured by a test tube holder. A slender, elegant hand, clad in a rubber glove, extends from the edge of the glass, the palm smooth and white, reminiscent of an ivory-carved jade shoot. Gradually, following the hand, one can see the pristine sleeve of a white lab coat, revealing a wrist adorned with faintly bluish veins that seem to beckon the skin to be touched. Ascending from the sleeve, a pale lavender sapphire pendant dangles gracefully between collarbones shaped like wings, imbuing the alabaster skin with an air of enigmatic allure. Further up, one encounters a face untouched by makeup yet strikingly beautiful, with a rounded chin, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and high cheekbones. The first glance captivates with a stunning bone structure, while the second reveals a gentle softness. The girl's long, straight black hair cascades down to her chest, its silky texture neatly tied back to avoid hindering her experimental work. She dons protective goggles, attentively observing the crystals within the test tube. Sunlight refracts through the goggles, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that dances in her pupils like an enchanting rainbow, while the crystals within the tube emit a white vapor that swirls around her, enhancing her ethereal presence. The girl gazes intently at the test tube, seemingly oblivious to all else, embodying the essence of a scientific marvel. Song Zhan cannot help but stare at this peculiar scientist for a moment. This scientific prodigy is indeed strange, yet captivatingly beautiful. Chapter 10. The message from ICE Engineering University, not lingering too long in front of the mathematics department. Song Zhan departed after the girls conducting experiments across the way had left. Upon returning to the classroom, he immersed himself once more in his studies, revising diligently and also tackling his evening assignments in advance, as he intended to seek the assistance of a tutor that very day. Struggling with mathematics yet unwilling to concede defeat, Song Zhan resolved to adopt a remedial approach, determined to confront his weaknesses head-on. Last night, he had a conversation with old Song, supplemented by his own inquiries, which provided him with a substantial understanding of the current tutoring landscape for high school students. Presently, tutoring is predominantly conducted by teachers at home, often initiated by teachers reaching out to students who are underperforming or by students contacting teachers directly, with fees ranging from 80 to 200 yuan per hour. The price fluctuation arises from the difference between one-on-one and group sessions, while the former tends to yield better results. The latter often leaves teachers unable to cater to all students, resulting in wasted resources for those who are less engaged. Teachers from Beijing one high school generally charge higher fees, and given their respectable salaries and busy schedules, the number willing to offer tutoring is limited. Most available tutors are typically teachers from the first and second years of high school. Song Zhan pondered the absence of extracurricular tutoring centers, recalling that during this period such centers primarily focused on English and Olympiad training, leaving a significant gap in the high school market. Furthermore, there are few teachers qualified to teach at the high school level in the city, as the Education Bureau strictly regulates the involvement of in-school teachers in private tutoring. There was a case in which a student reported a teacher after completing a course, leading to the teacher's professional title being revoked, alongside considerable fines, rendering their efforts futile. Thus, tutoring remains confined to smaller groups, lacking scale. Though Song Zhan had contemplated hiring a tutor, he found the fees prohibitively expensive, with no current source of income and his family unable to shoulder the burden. Additionally, he perceived that teachers often held a somewhat self-assured demeanor in their teaching, making it difficult for him to grasp the material. Consequently, he resolved to seek assistance from fellow students instead. As a prominent northern city, Beijing is home to the esteemed ICE Engineering University, along with institutions specializing in engineering, forestry, and agriculture, boasting a commendable caliber of students, which would likely afford him economical tutoring rates. After school, he informed his family that he would be studying at school for a while longer, then, shouldering his backpack, boarded bus number 64 towards the university campus. The main campus of ICE Engineering University is situated on Shiji Street in Nangang, highlighted by a Soviet-style tower that connects the mechanical and electrical buildings. The pinnacle of the main building is adorned with a golden star atop a mast that pierces the sky, exuding an imposing and dignified presence from afar. As the school year had yet to commence, the flow of university students at the entrance was sparse. Song Zhan recognized that he might have arrived at an inopportune time. Yet he deemed it worthwhile to test his luck and gauge the situation. In his previous life, Song Zhan had visited this place a few times, but only superficially, leaving him unfamiliar with its layout. He approached an amiable student to ask for directions and made his way to Mingda Building, located near the northwest gate. This building primarily serves as a center for faculty and student services, encompassing various administrative functions, event notifications, and staff assistance. Unfamiliar with the premises, Song Zhan discovered upon arrival that the doors were already locked. The holiday was already quiet, and now it was 7:30 p.m. The staff had long since finished their work. Song Zhan felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his trip had been in vain. Typically, he would finish school around this hour, and if he wished to catch the office during working hours, he would have to come on a weekend morning and hope for the best. Just as he was about to leave the Mingda Building, a well-spoken man in his 30s descended the stairs. With one arm clutching a briefcase and the other typing a message, the man spotted Song Zhan and, assuming he was waiting at the entrance, inquired, "It's after hours. What brings you here?" Song Zhan replied, "I'm looking for a part-time tutoring job." The man paused, then said, "You can stop searching. We don't offer that service here." Confused, Song Zhan asked, "Doesn't the school provide a platform for posting tutoring job opportunities?" The man chuckled, "No, but perhaps you could create one yourself. I recall there are a few tutoring groups on QQ. You might inquire there. Having a group is fine." Song Zhan said, "But where can I join?" The man frowned, "Are you even a student at our school? You should ask your academic advisor." Feeling embarrassed, Song Zhan admitted, "I'm just a high school senior." "A senior?" The man's interest piqued. "What brings you to our school?" Song Zhan candidly explained, "I struggle with mathematics and hope to find someone to help me. Since your students are quite exceptional, I thought it would be easy for them to assist me." The man laughed. "Why not seek help directly from a high school teacher?" Song Zhan responded, "Tutoring from teachers is too expensive, and I often find it hard to understand their explanations. I feel too intimidated to ask questions. The pressure is overwhelming." He had articulated the sentiments of many students. "You seem quite eager to learn," the man remarked, nodding. "It's challenging to find someone at this hour. How about this? Leave me your phone number. Do you have QQ? If so, provide that as well, and I will help you make some connections." "Such kindness." Song Zhan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." The man waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not a teacher. I'm merely an employee at the service center." He then pulled out a business card, handing it to Song Zhan along with a pen. "I don't have any other paper," right on the back. Taking the card, Song Zhan noted that it read Zhang Wenxuan, Service Center of Science and Technology University, presumably the name of this kind-hearted individual. After leaving his contact details and main request, he returned the card to Zhang Wenxuan. Zhang Wenxuan examined it, exclaiming, "Ah, you need assistance in mathematics. Preferably someone with excellent exam credentials who can provide specialized tutoring for seniors. Haha, your requirements are quite reasonable. Most science students can meet them." With a smile, Song Zhan replied, "Then I shall trouble you." Having successfully completed the arrangement, Song Zhan felt his journey was worthwhile. Upon returning home, he shared his plans with his parents, both of whom expressed their support. "We may be poor, but we cannot afford to skimp on education," Li Hongmei stated as she entered the house. After rummaging through her belongings, she presented Song Zhan with a thick envelope. "Here is 10,000 yuan. It's for your tutoring, so go ahead." Song Zhan exclaimed, "Wow. Mom, you're so generous." Old Song's expression changed, and he hesitated to speak. Song Zhan inquired, "Dad, do you have something to say?" Old Song set down the history lesson plan in his hands and asked, "This envelope looks familiar. Is it the one tucked between the second book on the third shelf of my bookshelf?" Li Hongmei, casually munching on sunflower seeds with her legs crossed, replied, "Indeed. It's the family letters of Zhang Guofan, along with ice mirror from the fifth shelf. I placed them all in the same envelope." Old Song fell silent, lost in thought. Song Zhan chuckled. "Then I must express my gratitude to Dad for his support of the educational costs." Li Hongmei nodded in agreement. "Once you succeed in your studies, your father will deserve the credit." Old Song, setting down his pen with a sigh, remarked, "Didn't you claim you didn't enjoy reading?" Li Hongmei shrugged. "That was in the past. I heard from one of the nurses in our group that within books lies a house of gold, so I thought I should give it a try." Old Song. Chapter 11. The 100-Day Oath in a Display of Filial Piety. Song Zhan sought to return the money to Old Song the very next day when Li Hongmei reported for work. "What do you mean by this?" Old Song hesitated to accept the money. "Don't pretend. It's not easy for you to save even a little," Song Zhan remarked. Keep it for some good cigarettes. Old Song felt a twinge of emotion. Don't let me and your mother smoke low-quality secondhand cigarettes. It's detrimental to our health, Song Zhan added. Old Song chuckled, taking a small portion from the envelope and returning the rest to Song Zhan. Here, take this. It's an investment in your education. You can repay me later. I must repay it. Old Song emphasized again, but his mention of educational investment illuminated Song Zhan's thoughts. He was indeed in need of initial capital. Whether it was for stock trading or starting a business, without money, nothing could be done. All right, I'll take it for now, Song Zhan replied. The Song family was rather open-minded, granting Song Zhan a degree of trust, thus not strictly controlling the money. Nevertheless, Song Zhan planned to feign occasional updates regarding its usage. The following days passed in tranquility, with Song Zhan occasionally perusing the iCity Daily that Old Song subscribed to. Relieved that there were no longer reports of people freezing to death due to his heroic act, this lifted a weight off his shoulders. He feared that altering one aspect of history might necessitate further corrections, but currently there were no evident signs of such. As Thursday the 28th arrived, fatigue enveloped the students after a week of continuous classes. However, this morning they were invigorated by news from their homeroom teacher. The first 2 periods were canceled for a 100-day oath ceremony. Upon the teacher's announcement, the class erupted with excitement as if they had been injected with a stimulant. Shirqing, select 2 tall classmates to hold the oath banner, instructed the teacher. All right, teacher. Zhang Pingyu, as the class monitor, organize everyone to gather on the playground. There are marked lines for our class. We'll stand beside class 8. Don't get it wrong. Yes, teacher. Yin Shiliang, review the speech I asked you to prepare a few days ago. You ranked first in the liberal arts during the last joint exam, so make us proud. Don't worry, teacher, I have it memorized. Depending on the situation. If they speak from memory, you should too. If they read, you read along. Let us not be outshined in this regard. Understood, teacher. After a thorough arrangement by the homeroom teacher, everyone seamlessly fell into their respective roles. Due to his height of 184 meters, Song Zhan was deemed approachable and was chosen by Shirqing to hold the oath banner. Holding the banner entailed standing at the front of the class, unfurling a banner that read something akin to Class 3, Year 12, setting sail, aiming for success. The other student chosen by Shirqing was Zheng Shirziu. Brother, my voice isn't great today. You'll have to put in extra effort later, Zheng coughed. What happened? Song Zhan inquired, noticing Zheng's slightly battered face. With a band-aid on his nose, Zheng Shirziu, suppressing his anger, replied, I got hit. It's still that loose-lipped Ho Xinxing. I heard you took a bouquet to Class 2 to confess to Wang Bingyan and got beaten up, chimed in a nearby classmate, unable to restrain himself. Is that true? No wonder you're always getting into trouble, Song Zhan teased. In our class, there are numerous beauties who seem unimpressed. The other female classmates nearby chuckled as Lao Zhang playfully kicked Ho Xinxing, who skillfully dodged. Get lost. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Zhan soon realized that Lao Zhang had genuinely taken Wei Lingren's words to heart, and he certainly deserved it. After all, how could he possibly compete with someone as formidable as Wei Lingren? Around 8:30, all the senior classes gathered at their designated spots on the playground. And following a couple of test calls, silence fell over the crowd. The 100-day oath ceremony was about to commence. The 100-day oath, whose origin remains a mystery, is typically held 100 days prior to the annual college entrance examination, primarily targeting senior students and teachers, with participation from school leaders and even officials from the Education Bureau. The essence of the ceremony is straightforward: to invigorate students, stimulate the seniors, and inspire the juniors, while providing the freshmen with a sense of aspiration. The excitement generated, the energy ignited, and the cheers erupted are the ultimate goals achieved. Attention, all teachers and students, please take your positions. The 2008 iCity No. 1 High School 100-day oath ceremony officially begins. Song Zhan stood at the forefront of the class, observing intently. On the podium, a female teacher donned in a red gown was presiding over the event, flanked by a line of school leaders and students poised to speak. The school leaders bore a resemblance to one another, yet among the students, one individual stood out remarkably, particularly due to her striking appearance and poise, capturing the attention of all with just a glance. Who could it be? Song Zhan did not recognize her, but he had seen her a few days prior at the entrance of the math department. She was the female student conducting experiments in the adjacent laboratory. Oh, standing in the front row is quite nice. At least I can catch a glimpse of Yi Yizhen, Lao Zhang remarked appreciatively. Is she Yi Yizhen? Song Zhan inquired. Who else could it be? You don't recognize her? Lao Zhang responded incredulously. I've heard of her, but I've never seen her, Song Zhan admitted. Oh, that makes sense. She is quite elusive. I've heard that even her classmates hardly ever see her, Lao Zheng explained. I had heard her name before transferring to our class, and I even searched for her online. Lao Zheng had only transferred to Ice City No. 1 high school in his senior year, hence he was unfamiliar with Wei Lingran, the swimming prodigy from the first year, but Yi Yizhen was another story. Since the 9th grade, she had consistently ranked first in all joint examinations, and, upon the division of disciplines, she pursued the sciences in Class 2 of the first year, maintaining her position as the top student in her field while helping Ice City No. 1 high school retain its prestigious standing. However, her fame did not solely stem from her academic prowess. Her extraordinary beauty was equally noteworthy. High intelligence, long black hair, an air of aloofness, and a certain emotional detachment defined her persona. She was not known to have many close friends or to participate in any school activities. In fact, she seldom attended classes, spending her days immersed in the laboratory, with rumors circulating that one of the labs was specifically reserved for her use. Such a legendary figure was a sight everyone yearned to behold. Previously, a side-profile photo of Yi Yizhen had circulated on the internet, garnering numerous comments over the years, not due to the moderator's intent to highlight it, but rather because it was continuously bumped to the top by eager admirers. Due to the undeniable presence of Yi Yizhen, the students found themselves disinterested in the lengthy speeches delivered by the school leaders. Yet, they secretly wished for the speeches to extend, hoping this would allow Yi Yizhen to grace the podium for a longer duration. This time, Yi Yizhen opted not to wear her protective goggles. Her long, straight black hair cascaded naturally over her chest, lifted by the chilly breeze, exuding an ethereal aura. Her gaze was fixed upon the speech in her hands, occasionally lifting her head to gaze into the distance. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes mirrored the tranquil ripples of autumn waters. Every so often, she would delicately tuck a strand of hair, disturbed by the wind, behind her ear with her slender, alabaster fingers, prompting audible gasps of admiration from the boys nearby. Some male classmates, too shy to look intently, would sneak a glance before pretending to focus elsewhere, while others, engaged in conversation with their peers, would inadvertently steal glances her way. Occasionally, murmurs echoed around, referencing the beauty of a maiden from Northern Tales, or lamenting the absence of Li Gu today. It was inevitable. Yi Yizhen embodied the aspirations and fantasies of youth, representing both unparalleled beauty and remarkable talent, even though she scarcely acknowledged their existence. Chapter 12: The Voice of Youth. Anticipating that my classmates will unsheathe their swords, slashing through challenges, and plucking the fruits of victory that rightfully belong to them, I shall stand as a witness to your success on behalf of all the educators at our school. Thank you, everyone. Having finally endured the principal's speech, the female host took the microphone and said, "Let us express our gratitude for Principal Lu Binglin's remarkable address." The teachers lead the applause next. We shall hear from the student representatives. From the science stream, the first-place winner of the 2007 Provincial Joint Examination, Yi Yizhen from Class 2 of Year 3, and from the art stream, the fourth-place winner, Yin Qiliang from Class 9 of Year 3. Applause resounds. For the first time, Yin Qiliang felt such fervent applause. He had not anticipated his popularity among his peers, and instantly his chest swelled with pride, his posture straightened. Conversely, Yi Yizhen remained unperturbed, her expression unchanged. Let us welcome Yi Yizhen to speak. Applause continues. Yi Yizhen approached the microphone, first exhaling softly to test the equipment. As her voice resonated, Song Zhan noticed old Zheng beside him perk up, suddenly wide awake. The boys from other classes holding banners also became instantly attentive. As none had ever heard Yi Yizhen speak before, their curiosity piqued by the sound. Yi Yizhen did not deviate from her script. As time was of the essence for her, even the speech was crafted by her teacher. Were it not for the insistence of the school leaders, she would have never attended, as it detracted from her experimental work. Respected teachers and dear classmates, greetings to you all. I am Yi Yizhen from Class 2 of Year 3. The applause grew even more fervent. Yi Yizhen's voice, cool and imbued with a sense of detachment, possessed a unique husky timbre and a higher pitch, as she spoke from a height, evoking an ethereal resonance. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude for the nurturing I have received from the school over the past 3 years. Yi Yizhen spoke somewhat hesitantly, primarily due to her unfamiliarity with the script, which lacked the allure of her own voice. Yet old Zheng savored every word, exclaiming, "What a well-written speech." I never expected her to possess such literary talent. Song Zhan held a different opinion. This speech is excessively formal, with every sentence revolving around the administration's guidance and the teacher's care. It does not seem to reflect her true style. Old Zheng retorted, you simply do not understand. This is a demonstration of respect for teachers and the principles of education. Oh, Song Zhan fell silent, conceding to Old Zheng's perspective. In conclusion, I wish everyone great success and triumph. The applause reached a fervent crescendo, accompanied by whistles and declarations of affection. I love you, Yi Yizhen. Yu Yizhen seemingly did not hear, bowing gracefully before exiting the stage. Next, it was Yin Qiuyang's turn. He endeavored to engage with the audience. Yet the sporadic applause was painfully sparse. This struck a blow to the fragile spirit of youth, causing his subsequent speech to stumble awkwardly. The class teacher, standing at the back, wore an expression of displeasure. After the speeches, representatives from each class took an oath. Although Old Zheng feigned indifference, he was swept up in the invigorating atmosphere, unable to resist. Class 9 of Year 3, set sail. May you achieve great success and return triumphant. Song Zhan, with fervor, raised his voice, allowing it to resonate from his youthful frame, traversing through his chest and mouth, piercing the eardrums. Reverberating across the stark playground beset by the biting northern winds, beneath the fluttering red flag, his gaze swept over the innocent faces surrounding him. Each pair of eyes aglow with vitality, a vitality long extinguished by the ravages of time and work after years of graduation. It was reminiscent of the audacity of a 17-year-old, questioning everything, yearning for change. At that moment, Song Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to express the pent-up emotions that had accumulated since his rebirth. Thus, he proclaimed, I, Song Zhan, shall strive for admission to Capital University. The former Song Zhan would never have dared to do such a thing, for his nature was inherently modest and humble. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he yearned to indulge in this moment. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the playground, all eyes converging upon him. Filled with skepticism, mockery, and confusion, as if they were collectively questioning, do you truly believe you are worthy of attending Capital University? Yet, Song Zhan's composure far surpassed that of any typical youth. Even in isolation, he stood undaunted by the critical gazes. I, Wei Lingran, shall aim for admission to Capital Sports University. A voice emerged from the distant rear. Song Zhan turned abruptly, and through the gaps among countless students, he glimpsed Wei Ling and smiling, her gaze resolutely fixed upon him. It was indeed her voice, seemingly conveying, even if a million mock, I shall stand by your side. Within Class 9, Hao Zhixiang pondered for a moment, recognizing the need to support his friend, and boldly declared, I, Hao Zhixiang, shall strive for admission to the University of International Business and Economics. Meanwhile, in Class 1, Pang Jingxiang, a close friend of Wei Ling felt compelled to claim her own moment in the limelight, exclaiming, I, Pang Jingxiang, shall aim for Capital Aerospace University. Old Zheng squinted in the direction of Class 1, muttering, so her name is Wei Lingran. At that instant, Old Zheng knew he could not allow Wei Lingran to outshine him, especially not in comparison to Song Zhan. And thus he shouted, I, Zheng Shiziu, vow to gain admission to Qinghua University. The lively and exuberant Ho Xinxing, always one for merriment, chimed in with playful enthusiasm. I, Ho Xinxing, shall aim for Nankai University. Nankai, will you accept me? The crowd stifled their laughter. Class 9's monitor, Shi Qing, who never shied away from a challenge, mustered her courage and, with her eyes closed, declared, I, Shi Qing, have longed to attend the law school of Jilin University. As students from the elite classes 1 and 9 began to express their aspirations, an increasing number from other classes joined the chorus. I, Nankai, shall aim for Fudan University. I, Du Xingbang, shall strive for Zhejiang University. Li Zhaoyang, Central Conservatory of Music, await my arrival. Capital Film Academy, here I come. Zhu Huichao. LV Pingping only has eyes for Harbin Engineering University. I, Lu Wei, shall seek admission to a first-tier university. With each exuberant declaration from youthful faces, the school leaders on the podium grew increasingly flustered. They were unprepared for this segment of the event, even catching the female host off guard. Principal Lu, should we put a stop to this? The female host inquired. Principal Lu glanced at the line of leaders standing beside him, and one female leader spoke up. Why should we halt this? I believe this segment is quite commendable. ISNT at the very essence of the 100-day vow. Principal Lu sighed in relief, signaling the female host to refrain from interruption. At that moment, Yu Yizhen had already descended from the stage and was walking along the path from the playground to the experimental building. She turned her head in the direction of the voice. The morning sun illuminated the youthful faces of the students, marking the finest moment of the day. That boy, Is his name Song Zhan? Quite brave indeed. Yijin contemplated this for but a fleeting moment before swiftly dismissing it from her mind. It was merely a trivial matter. The students' voices, akin to sparks, had the potential to ignite a vast conflagration, gradually coalescing from scattered sounds into a resounding chorus. The homeroom teacher stood at the back of Class 9, grinning ear to ear, shaking off the earlier despondency, and proudly declared to the other homeroom teachers beside him. Did you see that? Ha ha ha, they're from our class. Chapter 13, Leadership Inspection. The 100-day oath-taking ceremony concluded splendidly. With students gracefully exiting to the strains of the March of the Volunteers, each class passing by the podium in turn. Wei Ling stood in the second-to-last row of Class 1's female contingent, winking at Song Zhan as she passed, as if to convey, "Thanks to me." Song Zhan smiled faintly in response. Meanwhile, the ever-excitable old Zheng could hardly contain his excitement. Realizing that their earlier performance had indeed caught the attention of the lovely girl, what a triumph. The school leaders also made their exit under guidance, with Principal Liu Binglin not standing among the other leaders, but rather leading the way ahead. The other school officials were scattered about, either ahead or behind, leaving the central position for the three leaders from the Education Bureau. Today marked the 100-day oath-taking ceremony at Ice City No. 1 High School, coinciding with an unannounced inspection by the Education Bureau leaders. Fortunately, the experience of the school's administration allowed them to maintain stability without incident. Upon ushering the Education Bureau leaders into the principal's office, the teachers from the Academic Affairs Department withdrew, leaving only Principal Liu and two vice principals to accompany their guests. Among the three leaders from the Education Bureau, two were familiar to Principal Liu, or at least he had heard of them. One was Su Lixing, a director from the Provincial Education Department, distinguished by his graying hair, gold-rimmed glasses, a square face, and clad in a black jacket. The other was Han Xiaoji, the deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau, who was short, stout, and sported a receding hairline. However, both men knowingly refrained from taking the seat of honor, which was instead reserved for a woman in her 30s who possessed an above-average appearance, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, dressed in formal blue attire, exuding an air of nobility. Principal Liu remained seated, while a vice principal from No. 1 High School served tea. After the lady took a sip, Director Su and Deputy Director Han followed suit. "How is it?" Principal Liu inquired, also taking a sip. "A student working in Yunnan sent me this Lao Banjiang, claiming it is from ancient trees in Mingqiu. I am not well versed in tea. What do you think, esteemed leaders?" Director Su nodded in approval. "This is my first taste of Lao Banjiang. I've only heard of it, and the potency is remarkable." Deputy Director Han chuckled. "That's the nature of Lao Banjiang. For a lighter flavor, one might opt for Yunnan white tea. What do you think, Secretary Lan?" All eyes turned to the lady in the esteemed seat. She replied, "I am not knowledgeable about tea. I often stay up late and drink more coffee." The three leaders nodded in understanding. Principal Liu remarked, "That must be quite exhausting. The work in the office must be very demanding, I presume?" The lady took another sip of tea. "It is the leaders who are busy. We merely run errands." Deputy Director Han continued to smile. "Indeed. We are all just running errands." The group engaged in light conversation regarding the educational initiatives at Ice City No. 1 High School, including plans and aspirations for the upcoming college entrance examination. Principal Liu's confidence surged as he declared, "While I cannot make promises about other areas, I assure you, the science top scorer will undoubtedly be from our school." Those present were aware that the caliber of students at No. 1 High School had slipped from the province's elite tier, yet the presence of Yijin, a standout in this cohort, offered a glimmer of hope. When Yijin first arrived at Yizhong, everyone was taken aback. It was later revealed that she chose Yizhong because it was close to her home, and she had arranged for a flexible class schedule and unrestricted access to the laboratory, provided she participated in examinations. Principal Liu, exhibiting humility, remarked on the generally positive demeanor of the students at Yizhong. Director Su praised the need for further collaboration between their school and Beijing University, to which Principal Liu readily agreed. Throughout the conversation, the lady mostly listened, speaking very little. As their discussion drew to a close, she inquired of Principal Liu, "Are you familiar with the student who led the last segment?" Principal Liu, puzzled, asked who. The lady replied, "He mentioned his name is Song Zhan." Principal Liu pondered this name, but had no recollection. He turned to the vice principal standing behind him, who also shook his head but leaned in to whisper something to Principal Liu. Nodding, Principal Liu said, "Song Zhan is a student in Class 9 of the senior year. He tends to be rather low-key, so I don't have much of an impression of him. Is there an issue?" The lady smiled and responded, "Not at all. I simply wish to have a private conversation with him. The notion of a private discussion prompted Principal Liu, Director Su, and Vice Director Han to exchange glances. Particularly Vice Director Han, whose expression remained cheerful. Principal Liu, familiar with him, hoped to glean some insight from his demeanor but found no clear indication. It was evident that both Director Su and Vice Director Han were somewhat surprised, yet, being seasoned in such matters, they were not overly concerned since it did not directly involve them. Principal Liu felt compelled to oblige her request and instructed, "Have the Education Department notify Song Zhan to come to the Principal's office." The lady continued, "The Principal's office may not be the most suitable location. I simply wish to speak with him privately, without interrupting the communication and inspection work among the esteemed leaders." Director Su and Vice Director Han quickly gestured, "Not at all. It won't affect anything. Inspections shouldn't require constant sitting. Principal Liu can give us a tour. The office can be reserved for you." The lady looked at Principal Liu, and with her superior having spoken, he concurred, "Indeed. This is an opportune moment for me to report to Director Su and Vice Director Han on educational achievements." After taking another sip of tea, the lady said, "That would be most helpful." Upon returning to his class, Song Zhan found himself surrounded by a group of peers, many of whom he had rarely interacted with since the beginning of the term. They approached him to engage in conversation. "Our class truly excelled this time, surpassing classes 1 and 2. Indeed, I was sweating from all the shouting earlier. This is far more exhilarating than gaming. Old Song, your shout was undoubtedly the most genuine among us. Was that a secret mission assigned by the teacher? Old Liu, your shout was a bit late." "Late? As long as I was earlier than you." "Nonsense, I shouted first." "I did." At this moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, looking invigorated and confident. "What are you all clamoring about? The 100-day oath ceremony has concluded. Class is about to commence, so settle down." With the teacher's directive, everyone dispersed. The old teacher approached and stood before Song Zhan's desk, stating, "From now on, refrain from excessive mischief, prioritize your studies. This shall not be tolerated again." Song Zhan rose and replied, "Understood." Though the teacher's words were serious, his expression remained lighthearted, with a slight smile gracing his lips. However, today's performance was commendable. I am not solely referring to Song Zhan, but to everyone. Today, there will be no geography homework assigned. Focus on self-study instead. Upon the teacher's announcement, the entire class erupted in enthusiastic applause. Hooray! Just as the warmth of the moment lingered, the classroom door was abruptly knocked upon by a stern-faced teacher. "Who is Song Zhan? Please proceed to the principal's office." This single statement extinguished the lively atmosphere in an instant. The old teacher furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Song Zhan maintained his composure and calm demeanor. Chapter 14. Confidential Conversation. "I have no classes next period. I will accompany you," the old classmate said to Song Zhan. Although he believed the results of the 100-day vow ceremony were commendable, he remained apprehensive about his student's well-being. "It's fine, teacher. Perhaps it is a reward for me," Song Zhan replied calmly. Upon arriving at the door of the principal's office on the 3rd floor of the main building, the corridor was deserted. Song Zhan gently knocked on the door, and a voice from within beckoned, "Come in." He pushed the door open and saw a lady standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. "Is Principal Liu not here?" Song Zhan inquired. "Is it only the principal who can summon you?" The lady was gazing at the students below engaged in physical activities, their playful antics evoking memories of her own long-gone student days. "No," Song Zhan replied. "I was just informed to come to the principal's office, and I thought." The lady slowly turned around, causing Song Zhan to halt mid-sentence. "It's you?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Apparently, your memory serves you well," the lady smiled. "Please, take a seat." Indeed, it was her. Song Zhan feared he had mistaken her identity. She was the very same woman who had taken the frostbitten girl from the castle that night, whom he remembered being called Sister Lan. "What should I call you?" "Sister Lan?" Song Zhan questioned, uncertain of how to address her. "My name is Lan Xiaojing. You may call me whatever you wish," she replied. "You still remember the events of the Lantern Festival, I presume?" Song Zhan nodded. "Of course, it has only been less than a week since the Lantern Festival." "Is that girl feeling better?" Lan Xiaojing looked puzzled. "You don't even know her name?" Song Zhan shook his head. "I do not." "Perhaps it is better that way," she said. "In any case, she is much improved. She received timely medical attention and is no longer in serious condition. She can be discharged soon." Song Zhan felt relieved. "That is good to hear." Lan Xiaojing asked, "You seem quite concerned about her?" Song Zhan explained. "After all, she was severely injured at the time, and besides, she—" "You may speak freely." I am likely aware of everything, Lan Xiaojing interjected. Song Zhan continued. She appears to have a mild case of claustrophobia. So besides her physical recovery, she should also receive some psychological treatment. Lan Xiaojing nodded. You are quite thoughtful, not at all like a typical student. Rest assured. We will conduct a thorough examination for her. At this point, Lan Xiaojing tapped the table, saying, Could you not sit a little closer? You are too far away. Song Zhan moved to a seat nearer to her. Lan Xiaojing poured herself a cup of hot water and also poured one for Song Zhan. There is tea here as well. I can't quite get used to it, but feel free to help yourself if you wish. After taking a sip of water, Song Zhan remarked, So it is not the principal who is looking for me, is it? Lan Xiaojing nodded. I am the one seeking you out. We are immensely grateful for your assistance during the Lantern Festival when you saved Miao Miao. However, it is not appropriate to publicize this matter widely. Hence you will not receive media coverage, nor will there be any award for bravery. Song Zhan understood, given the circumstances of the girl's frostbite and the castle's collapse. Even without casualties, it was unusual for there to be no reports at all unless deliberately suppressed. It's all right. I did not act for the sake of rewards. Song Zhan spoke sincerely. Of course, Lan Jie believed him, yet she inquired, I know that no one would take risks for rewards that day. The park workers mentioned that the castle could collapse at any moment, and rescuing people is perilous. You must be aware of that. Song Zhan remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. But how did you know there were people beneath the castle? In response to Lan Jie's probing question, Song Zhan calmly replied, I happened to pass by and fortuitously heard cries for help. I wasn't certain if someone was indeed there, so I went to investigate. You wouldn't think that I had prior knowledge of anyone being trapped and deliberately caused the castle to collapse, would you? Lan Jie certainly did not entertain such a thought, but lacking a better explanation, she could only attribute it to coincidence. She retrieved a sturdy brown paper envelope from her bag, placing it on the table. While I cannot offer you fame or rewards, please accept this as a personal token of gratitude. Song Zhan, taken aback by the monetary amount, sipped his tea and inquired, How much is this? Lan Jie casually replied, 50,000. Song Zhan nearly choked, confirming once more, How much? Lan Jie observed that his current reaction was the only one befitting his age. He had previously displayed too much composure. 50,000 for saving a life is a commendable deed. After reporting it, you would typically receive a reward of approximately 20 to 30,000, with the remaining sum as compensation for you. After a moment's contemplation, Song Zhan declined, stating, There is no need for that. Lan Jie appeared unperturbed by his refusal, insisting, You should accept it. We do not wish to owe you anything. Uncertain about who we referred to, Song Zhan persisted, Having this money makes me uneasy. Furthermore, your presence in the principal's office is rather peculiar. It wouldn't be a test of my moral character, would it? Upon hearing this, Lan Jie burst into laughter. Haha, you are quite amusing. With a smile, she returned the envelope to her bag, saying, You'll collect the money eventually. Do you have classes this afternoon? Song Zhan nodded. Of course, I have classes. Lan Jie continued. Then let us meet tonight. Wait for me at the school gate after you finish your studies. I will take you to meet someone. You're not planning to sell me, are you? Song Zhan asked apprehensively. Lan Jie laughed heartily. I truly wish we had a colleague like you in the office. It would be so entertaining. While Song Zhan and Lan Jie engaged in their pleasant conversation in the principal's office, Principal Liu was strolling the campus with Director Su and Deputy Director Han. All three bore concerns, and their inspection was merely a formality. Ultimately, Principal Liu could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Director Han, could you enlighten me about this Secretary Lan? Why did she request a student to speak with her privately in the office? Director Su feigned ignorance, while Deputy Director Han chuckled. Old Liu, stay calm. It's nothing major. Today, Old Su and I are merely accompanying Secretary Lan. She is from the provincial government office, and her superior is quite renowned. You could easily inquire and find out. Renowned? Principal Liu pondered, feeling a twinge of apprehension. However, upon further reflection, he reasoned that someone of that stature wouldn't bother to cross paths with individuals of their standing. After wondering a bit longer, Deputy Director Han remarked, The time should be about right. Let us head back and see. The three returned to the principal's office, and within a mere 2 minutes, Lan Jie and Song Zhan emerged. You should return to your class, Lan Jie remarked, patting Song Zhan on the shoulder. All right, Lan Jie. See you tonight. Song Zhan replied as he took his leave. As she watched Song Zhan depart, Lan Jie turned to the three individuals present. How did the work exchange go? She inquired. Very well, indeed, responded Director Su and Deputy Director Han in unison. That's good to hear. We have also experienced the charm of the first high school. There are other matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall not detain you further, Principal Lu said, understanding the unspoken sentiment. Allow me to see the esteemed leaders off. During their descent down the stairs, the group remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The earlier interaction between Song Zhan and Lan Jie, one with a shoulder pat and the other calling out her name, bidding farewell for the evening, inevitably piqued the curiosity of the three seasoned educators. However, having navigated the complexities of their profession for many years, they chose to observe and listen rather than inquire, until the inspection team had departed. Principal Lu refrained from questioning why they had convened in the principal's office or what discussions transpired therein. Some matters are simply beyond inquiry, leaving one only to speculate. Chapter 15. Jiang Peifeng. On the way back, Song Zhan noticed an increase in the number of people paying attention to him. Some greeted him, and even passing girls pointed and whispered, "I never realized there was such a handsome guy." Indeed, he bore a resemblance to Takashi Kaneshiro from Chungking Express. Should he secretly watch it again this weekend? No strange actions, please. Hey, what are you talking about? He heard everything. Song Zhan was uncertain if he had gained any fame. However, it did not concern him as long as it did not disrupt his daily life. During the afternoon class, he remained attentive, recalling more knowledge, managing to navigate through several questions posed by the teacher without difficulty. When the last class concluded, as Song Zhan stepped out of the school gate, he spotted a black Audi A6 parked diagonally at the entrance. He recognized the vehicle. It had brought him back during the Lantern Festival. He bought a meat-filled pancake with an egg and sausage, taking a couple of bites before approaching the car window. The rear window slowly descended, revealing Sister Lan Xiaojing, still clad in her formal attire from the morning, now sporting red-framed glasses, which made her appear even more like a secretary. "Why didn't you call me?" Song Zhan inquired, noticing the car had been parked for quite a while. Sister Lan did not provide an explanation. "Get in." Once inside the car, he realized that her silence stemmed from her busy schedule. The journey lasted 20 minutes, during which she spent 15 on the phone, responding briefly with phrases like, "I have organized the land approval documents. They are in the office waiting for Director Li's review." Following their morning discussion, Song Zhan had surmised that Sister Lan was likely a secretary to a certain leader, and she was probably on her way to meet that leader. The car glided smoothly through Hongjun Street, East G Road, arriving at number 9 Longjiang Street, parking in front of a secluded courtyard entrance, where armed police stood guard, inspecting and registering passing vehicles. After gaining entry to the courtyard, they placed their bags in the car, and Sister Lan led Song Zhan upstairs. He did not bother to remember the location. He was unfamiliar with it, and even if he did, it would be of little use. Instead, he focused his thoughts on what questions the leader might pose and how he should respond. They reached what seemed to be the third floor, where Sister Lan paused to lightly knock on the door. A man of approximately 40, with a flat-top haircut and a white shirt rolled up at the sleeves, opened the door. "Is the person here?" The man glanced at Song Zhan and remarked, "The young man looks energetic. Come in." Sister Lan gestured for Song Zhan to enter while she stated, "I will wait for you downstairs. Feel free to call me." The man politely replied, "Little Lan, you may come in as well. It's cold outside." Sister Lan, understanding the situation, responded, "I have some phone work to do. The signal is better outside." The man did not insist further, and once Song Zhan entered, Sister Lan closed the door behind them. "Take off your shoes," the man instructed. Song Zhan obediently complied. But upon changing into the slippers, he realized they were a bit small, fitting only halfway. "Your feet seem quite large. Those look a bit cramped," the man observed, noticing Song Zhan's exposed heel, placing his hands on his hips. "You wear my pair. Let us swap." They exchanged slippers, and the man nodded in satisfaction. Perfect fit. Upon entering the dwelling, which spanned approximately 90 square meters and comprised 3 bedrooms, it was evident that the decor was modest yet sufficient, with most household appliances appearing relatively new. The stovetop was immaculate, suggesting that cooking was infrequent. "Have you eaten?" the man inquired. "I have," Song Zhan replied. The man nodded. "That's good to hear. I don't have any meals prepared. I seldom cook, so we can only share some tea and an orange." "Very well," Song Zhan responded as he took a seat beside the man on a hard pear-wood sofa, deep enough that one instinctively straightened their back while seated. Accepting the orange, Song Zhan began to peel it, placing the segments in front of the man before commencing on a second one, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The room lacked a television, adorned only with a few detailed administrative maps of the province on the walls, showcasing every street name, akin to high-precision mapping software from the year 2020. Such maps were difficult to procure outside. Neither of them were particularly loquacious, yet the man initiated conversation. I am Jiang Peifeng. Do you know me? Song Zhan shook his head. I do not. Speaking earnestly, Song Zhan felt that this man was likely not an ordinary leader. However, considering his relatively young age, Song Zhan deemed it improbable that he held a high-ranking position. Furthermore, his knowledge of the political sphere was limited, with only the provincial head being familiar to him. That's all right. I have heard your name. You are Song Zhan, correct? Jiang Peifeng asked, nudging a teacup towards Song Zhan. Song Zhan accepted it with both hands and took a sip, savoring the exquisite quality of the tea, a special tribute grade Jin Junmei. Indeed, Song Zhan confirmed. Which Zhan? Jiang Peifeng inquired. The Zhan from Jianzhan, Song Zhan clarified. Is it Jianzhan as in to cut off? Jiang Peifeng sought confirmation. No, Song Zhan replied. It refers to the character for lamp. Ah. That character, Jiang Peifeng illustrated with his finger in his palm, humbly asking, what is Jianzhan? Song Zhan elucidated. Jianzhan is a type of teaware, also suitable for drinking alcohol. It flourished during the Song dynasty, hence the name Song Zhan. One of the three Su of the northern Song, Suzha, penned a poem stating, the sound of crab eyes frying has not aged. Rabbit fur leans in to observe the color. This refers to the rabbit hair, Jianzhan. Jiang Peifeng nodded. Your name reveals that your father is quite cultured. Song Zhan smiled. He is a high school history teacher. While I wouldn't say he is cultured, he certainly possesses a breadth of historical knowledge that I greatly admire. Despite both being aware that their meeting was ostensibly regarding the Lantern Festival, they refrained from broaching the subject directly, instead engaging in casual conversation that occasionally veered towards topics such as Jianzhan and tea, maintaining a respectful decorum. Having gleaned the essentials of Song Zhan's background, Jiang Peifeng inquired, regarding the Lantern Festival, Xiao Lan has reached out to you, correct? Yes, Song Zhan confirmed. Sister Lan visited our school this morning and spoke with me. Jiang Peifeng expressed his gratitude. I am very thankful that you could save Miao Miao. However, due to my position, I cannot publicize this matter. I hope you understand. The situation surrounding Song Zhan is rather unexpected. While Lan Jia might confide in herself, it is quite remarkable that Jiang Peifeng, a person of considerable stature, would engage in such discourse with a student, implying a sense of equality. However, in truth, this matter is trivial. I believe every passerby would act similarly, remarked Song Zhan. Oh, are you merely passing by? Inquired Jiang Peifeng. Song Zhan nodded in affirmation. Lan informed me that the park closed before 9 that evening. When you went to rescue Miao Miao, it must have been around 10, Jiang Peifeng stated leisurely, sipping his tea. Indeed, replied Song Zhan. Did you get lost in the park, then? Jiang Peifeng cast a glance at Song Zhan, the authority of his position momentarily overshadowing the atmosphere with a weighty tension. Song Zhan realized that while he could brush off matters with Lan Jia, Jiang Peifeng was not one to be trifled with. A poor response could jeopardize his departure from this grand estate. No. I specifically entered the park to take a look after passing by its outer edge around 10, Song Zhan explained. Jiang Peifeng paused, his teacup suspended in midair. Then he chuckled. That makes sense. Lan mentioned she reviewed the park as surveillance footage, noting that you climbed over the fence. It certainly seems too coincidental, doesn't it? A bead of sweat trickled down Song Zhan's back. Are you feeling a bit warm? Jiang Peifeng observed the perspiration forming on Song Zhan's forehead. With a tight throat, Song Zhan replied, your heating system is quite impressive. It is significantly warmer than my home. Chapter 16. Feng Shui and Mysterious Killings. After pouring a second pot of tea, Song Zhan felt somewhat better after drinking it and remarked, in truth, I wasn't merely passing by. I was more inclined to validate a hypothesis. Hypothesis? Jiang Peifeng inquired, intrigued to discover what Song Zhan intended to convey. With a leisurely demeanor, Song Zhan continued, indeed, as my father is a professor of history, I may not possess a particular fondness for the subject. However, I have perused the classical texts at home. Few have captured my interest, but the I Ching stands out, particularly its teachings on Feng Shui. Having contemplated the situation, Song Zhan realized that since Jiang Peifeng could summon surveillance footage, the notion of merely passing by would be implausible. Thus, he decided to steer the conversation towards the realm of metaphysics. Oh, Jiang Peifeng expressed surprise. At such a young age, you comprehend the I Ching? Song Zhan nodded. I cannot claim to fully understand it, but I have read some portions. Hence, I sought an opportunity to verify my thoughts. Jiang Peifeng pressed further. How does this relate to the incident? The incident in question, of course, referred to the rescue during the Lantern Festival. After a moment of reflection, Song Zhan elucidated. In the realm of feng shui, there exist certain configurations that can invoke calamities. Earlier, I visited Jiaolin Park and observed an ice sculpture castle situated by the water, which upon further analysis, I determined to be a manifestation of the Jinqin conflict, a malevolent configuration. Jinqin conflict? Though skeptical, Jiang Peifeng refrained from dismissing him outright and inquired. How do you interpret that? Song Zhan explained. In the I Ching, Jin represents the mountain and also signifies earth, while Can symbolizes water. An ice sculpture castle, in essence, transforms water into a mountain, converting Can into Jin. Is that not feasible? Jiang Peifeng, puzzled, countered. However, ice sculptures are quite common, are they not? Indeed. But this particular structure was erected by the water's edge, adjacent to the Mandarin Duck Lake, symbolizing Can. Transforming Can into Jin, perched above Can, one must ponder, can this Jin withstand? Jiang Peifeng seemed to grasp the concept somewhat. Then why was there an issue specifically on the Lantern Festival? He implied that while discussing the I Ching was intriguing, it did not elucidate the timing of the rescue. Song Zhan replied, because the Lantern Festival coincides with the full moon on the 15th day, the day of greatest Yin. And during this time, the Suhai hours are the most ominous, indicative of a conflict with Yin. This conflict denotes an overflow of Yin, which likely portends misfortunes, particularly for women. Jiang Peifeng remarked, so you ventured out to verify your hypothesis? Precisely, Song Zhan affirmed. Jiang Peifeng nodded slightly, though internally, he regarded it as mere fabrication. Aware of Jiang Peifeng's skepticism, Song Zhan rose and approached a map of the ice city, stating, uncertain of the accuracy of my analysis, I decided to investigate that evening. Upon discovering that his validation was successful, he felt even more convinced of the profound depth of the I Ching and feng shui, pointing to a specific location on the map. Song Zhan continued, based on my calculations, this area, extending from Shanjiang Street to Lijiang Road, lies beneath the river, with camp position to the east, clashing with this year's Wuxi, indicating a potential upheaval. Suddenly, Jiang Peifeng's previously lethargic gaze sparked with interest. Due to the existence of the urban renewal plan this year, the area referred to by Song Zhan is indeed a focal point. This plan was just discussed and decided upon during the provincial committee meeting this morning, and the official documents have yet to be released. Thus, the number of individuals aware of it does not exceed 10. Even Lan Xiaojing lacks the authority to be informed. If Song Zhan were not making calculations, how could he possibly possess such knowledge? Jiang Peifeng also rose to his feet, and Song Zhan could discern that he was beginning to grasp the situation. He then proceeded to point out another area, stating, here. From the western side of Hijiagu to the eastern side of the tire factory, the position has shifted southward, aligning with the western evil star, which presents a classic case of disarray. It is likely to undergo construction as well. In this area, the metal element ascends, clashing with gold and exhibiting a downward trend. Construction is unlikely this year, but the prospects for next year remain uncertain. Moreover, this location is poised for development into a park in the future. As Song Zhan recounted all the places he remembered from the 2008 demolition plans, Jiang Peifeng looked on in disbelief. He even mentioned some locations that were not slated for demolition, asserting their future purposes. Shopping centers, parks, these were not deliberately memorized. After all, this is his hometown. And with few projects each year, he could recall them merely by glancing at a map. He intentionally misstated a few areas, not because they wouldn't be demolished, but rather that they wouldn't be addressed this year, serving as a form of error tolerance. Observing that Jiang Peifeng was nearly convinced, Song Zhan decided to withdraw from the conversation, clarifying that he was not propagating metaphysics but rather seeking to absolve himself. He chuckled awkwardly, saying, it's all just my own idle speculation, please don't take it to heart. Jiang Peifeng had often heard colleagues speak of the genuine skill involved in feng shui. Yet as a staunch materialist, he had dismissed it. However, he now found his convictions wavering slightly. Perhaps it would be prudent to study these matters further. After all, they are mere fanciful notions and not worthy of excessive effort, Jiang Peifeng advised, adopting a rare elder's tone. Indeed, you are correct, Song Zhan replied humbly, adding, I merely wish to mention that the earlier incident of saving someone was indeed coincidental. Jiang Peifeng nodded. All right, enough of this. Let us sit. The two resumed their seats, sipping tea, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. May I pose a question to you? Song Zhan inquired, taking on a more dominant role. Oh, what is your question? Jiang Peifeng asked, assuming that Song Zhan was simply curious about his status. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhan spoke. That girl, does she no longer have a mother? Jiang Peifeng paused in surprise. He had not anticipated Song Zhan's concern for Miao Miao. After a moment's thought, he replied, I have been divorced from her mother for many years. She has long since gone abroad and does not return. Song Zhan nodded, indicating that this was expected. I heard her express how much she misses her mother. I assume you do not spend much time with her, do you? Jiang Peifeng simply stated. She studies far away in her hometown. Recalling his solitary life in Beijing, Song Zhan sighed. If you have the opportunity, do spend more time with her. A child left alone at home will undoubtedly miss her parents. While Jiang Peifeng found Song Zhan's words reasonable, he also felt somewhat embarrassed to be lectured by a child, especially with Song Zhan's unusually mature demeanor. Laughing, Jiang Peifeng teased, How old are you to be sighing already? Aren't you a child? At 43. I hardly appear as worn as you do. Song Zhan feigned surprise and said, You are 43? That's a year older than my father. I thought you were only 35. Jiang Peifeng shook his head, fully aware that Song Zhan was speaking untruths, yet found it endearing. The two continued their conversation for a while. And by 9:30 in the evening, Song Zhan stood up and said, I'm sorry, it's about time I head home after studying. Jiang Peifeng took out his phone and replied, Go on, don't keep your parents worried. I'll have Xiaolon give you a ride. Within a minute of his call, Lan Xiaojing arrived at the door. After bidding farewell, Jiang Peifeng stood by the window and dialed the first number in his contacts. Miao Miao. I met that young man named Song Zhan. Jiang Peifeng spoke gently. What? How could you meet with him without permission? He must have been terrified to see you. The voice on the other end was anxious. No, I've sent him home already. He behaved remarkably well. A delightful and upright young man, Jiang Peifeng stated candidly. You rarely praise the brothers from Uncle S family, came the surprised response from the other end. So, does this mean you approve of my meeting him? Jiang Peifeng chuckled. I never said I approved. I don't care. You tacitly agreed. I simply want to express my gratitude in person. Thanks, Dad. The call ended swiftly, leaving Jiang Peifeng no time to refuse. And he could only shake his head in resignation. He gazed at his phone for a moment, repeatedly scrolling through his contacts, finally pausing at a familiar name. He composed a text message and sent it. At least come home to see Miao Miao. She misses you dearly. Chapter 17. Southward Journey on the Way Back. Lan Xiaojing returned the backpack left in the car to Song Zhan, saying, The envelope is inside. You should keep it. Before Song Zhan could respond, Lan Xiaojing insisted. This money is of little consequence to us. It's better for you to hold onto it so I can account for it. With heartfelt sincerity, she added. If anything were to happen to Miao Miao, I would be utterly devastated. Therefore, I am genuinely grateful to you. She handed Song Zhan a business card, which bore only her name and phone number in an unembellished manner. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. I would be more than happy to return the favor. Upon reaching home, Song Zhan held the card in his hand, watching the car drive away, finally allowing himself to relax. This evening's meeting had been quite challenging. He understood that had he shown even the slightest intention of getting closer to that girl, he would not have returned home tonight. After arriving home and retreating to his room, Song Zhan meticulously counted the money, confirming it to be 50,000. He had not anticipated that his first earnings after his rebirth would come in the form of a reward for a good deed. He placed it in his backpack and carefully arranged his clothes atop it, reminding himself not to forget that he was to attend the new concept semifinals in whose city the following day. Before sleeping, Song Zhan opened his computer, accessed Baidu, and entered Lan Xiaojing's name. Given its commonality, he added the keyword He Province. After sifting through the results, he discovered a public notice from the Secretariat of the He Province government, where the photograph bore a striking resemblance to her, confirming his suspicions. Taking a deep breath, he then searched for Jiang Peifeng, and this time the first result was unmistakably relevant and remarkably eye-catching. Executive Vice Governor Z of He Province, Acting Governor Z, born on January 18, 1965. 43 years old, Governor Z? Song Zhan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He shut down the computer, lay in bed, and tossed and turned, unable to sleep, reflecting on his earlier conversation with Governor Z regarding the I Ching. He felt an overwhelming urge to etch out a two-bedroom apartment and the sheets with his toes. The next day, February 29th, a Friday, Song Zhan rose at 7. Double-checking his backpack, Li Hongmei fussed about, offering to help him organize, but he firmly declined. I am truly independent now. I can go to whose city, he declared. Li Hongmei expressed her contentment, saying, I'm in my 40s and have never been to whose city. You are destined for a broader horizon. Old Song had no classes in the morning and was not in a hurry for work. Having regained his private savings, his spirits were considerably lifted. "Don't make a fuss. It's just a competition," he remarked, sipping a bowl of soy milk before standing up. "I'm off. Don't miss me too much." "Isn't anyone picking you up?" Li Hongmei inquired. "We're meeting at school. Several students are going together." Song Zhan shouldered his backpack, evading any chance for Li Hongmei to inspect it. Arriving at the school gate at 8, a white Santana was parked in front. Zhao Shubao stood by the car, preparing to make a phone call. Upon seeing Song Zhan approach, he said, "We've been waiting for you. Hop in." In the back seat, two individuals were already seated, one male and one female, whom Song Zhan recognized from the math group. He placed his bag in the trunk, joined them in the back seat, while Zhao Shubao took the front passenger seat. The driver then set off directly toward the airport. "Allow us to get acquainted. We shall be together for the next few days," Zhao Shubao remarked. "I am Song Zhan from Class 9. Song Zhan introduced himself. A boy nearby chuckled. "We all know you. You aspire to attend a prestigious university in the capital, don't you? I must say, I admire your ambition." "I'm Yao Yuan from Class 2, he continued. "And I'm He Jingjing from Class 1, added a girl. "I've heard about you. You were middle school classmates with Wei Ling and from our class, correct?" Song Zhan nodded in affirmation. He Jingjing continued. "She and I used to sit in front and behind each other, always talking about you." Song Zhan chuckled. "I suppose it wasn't anything flattering?" He Jingjing shook her head. "She merely said you resemble Zhu Beiji, but I think you're rather handsome." Upon hearing He Jingjing praise Song Zhan's looks, Yao Yuan felt a twinge of jealousy and huffed. Noticing the playful banter between the two, Song Zhan remarked, "Not as dashing as Yao Yuan." The trio quickly became familiar with one another, and it was from Yao Yuan that Song Zhan learned that another student would accompany them on their journey to Hu City. "Who is it? Are they not joining us?" Song Zhan inquired. Yao Yuan smiled mysteriously. "They have a car to pick them up. You'll find out at the airport." An hour and a half later, the group arrived at the departure hall of Taiping International Airport. As they entered, Song Zhan immediately spotted Yi Yizhen. Dressed in a pristine white down jacket, her long black hair cascading elegantly over her chest. "Is that her?" Song Zhan was taken aback. Yi Yizhen had also noticed them and walked over with her suitcase, to which Zhao Shubao gave a slight nod. Yao Yuan whispered to Song Zhan, "I heard from teacher Zhao that Yi Yizhen wishes to visit the medical school at Fudan University. With her capabilities, she could attend any school or major in the country. For her, it was more important to choose what she truly enjoys. If she wishes to pursue medicine, Fudan Medical School is indeed an excellent choice. Let us check in and select our seats. We are short on time. Once we have chosen our seats, we'll queue for security check. Boarding is at 11:30. Zhao Shubao directed. There were indeed few seats left. Yao Yuan and He Jingjing chose seats in row 11, while Zhao Shubao and Song Zhan opted for row 8. Once aboard the plane, Song Zhan realized, to his surprise, that the window seat in row 8 was occupied by Yi Yizhen. "What a coincidence," he remarked. As Yi Yizhen stood behind him with her luggage, Song Zhan noticed her height. She was at least 1.7 meters tall. Being a gentleman, he kindly assisted her in placing her suitcase in the overhead compartment. "Thank you," Yi Yizhen said. "You're welcome," Song Zhan replied with a smile. Zhao Shubao settled down next to Song Zhan and asked, "Is this your first time flying?" While it was certainly not Song Zhan's first flight, it was the first he could truly remember, so he replied, "I once flew with my family to visit relatives in Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Yi Yizhen completely ignored Zhao Shubao's comment. Zhao Shubao laughed. "Having flown is good enough. Just remember to fasten your seatbelt." After the plane took off, everyone began to read or peruse newspapers. At that time, there were no tablets available for entertainment, and the flight was a budget one, devoid of any films to watch. Song Zhan noticed that Yi Yizhen gazed out at the clouds for a while before retrieving a magazine from her accompanying bag. It was the second issue of Global Science, freshly released the previous month. The magazine's cover boasted the phrase Solar Era, accompanied by small print discussing genetic engineering and nanomachines, even mentioning Hawking. Upon seeing that name, Song Zhan was reminded of Hawking's passing in 2018, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Yi Yizhen remained engrossed in the scientific publication, oblivious to Song Zhan's scrutiny. After a brief moment of distraction, Song Zhan took out a mathematics paper he had prepared in advance and began to tackle the problems. The flight duration was 3 hours and 10 minutes, and he was determined not to squander this opportunity. Initially, only Song Zhan was diligently solving problems, but gradually, Yi Yizhen noticed that the boy beside her was struggling with the simplest of math questions, piquing her curiosity. Seated next to Song Zhan was Zhao Shubao, the mathematics teacher. Observing Song Zhan grappling with a question for an extended period without a breakthrough, he could not resist offering a hint. You need to draw an auxiliary line. Song Zhan nodded, then gestured. Should I connect it this way, or perhaps like this? To the neighboring passengers. Song Zhan's movements resembled a martial arts film sword practice. Yu Yizhen silently raised her magazine to shield her face. Zhao Shubao took the pin from Song Zhan's hand and connected 2 points on the diagram, like this. Oh, a fourth method, Song Zhan exclaimed, comprehending the solution. He then proceeded to inquire about similar problem-solving techniques for the question. After discussing geometry, he sought clarification on function problems, and after addressing the major questions, he turned to fill-in-the-blank exercises. Song Zhan felt that the 3 hours on the plane had been extraordinarily enriching, and even more so for Zhao Shubao, who had been tirelessly teaching for 3 hours, more exhausting than a regular day at work. They took a half-hour break to enjoy the in-flight meal. But as the announcement signaled their descent into Shanghai, the math discussion was still unfinished. Zhao Shubao, weary, stated, "Let's pause here. It's time to disembark." Song Zhan expressed his regret. "All right. Thank you immensely, Teacher Zhao. I've learned so much." Zhao Shubao, noticing Song Zhan's eagerness to learn, felt a twinge of compassion. "Your math skills are somewhat lacking, but your comprehension is fair. You just need a stronger foundation. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have." Song Zhan responded excitedly. "Really? Then I'll come to your room tonight." Zhao Shubao was taken aback. "Huh? Are you serious?" Yu Yizhen concealed her face behind the magazine, as onlookers assumed she was deeply engrossed in her reading, when in reality, she was trying to stifle her laughter, thinking, this boy is just too naive. Chapter 18, The Examination. 5 circles upon disembarking from the aircraft. Song Zhan assisted Yi Yizhen in retrieving her luggage. Yi Yizhen maintained a frosty demeanor, offering no words of gratitude, which led Song Zhan to believe he had offended her. In truth, Yi Yizhen's earlier laughter had rendered her facial muscles somewhat rigid, and to conceal her discomfort, she opted to wear a stoic expression throughout the duration of their interaction. By the time they exited Hangzhou Airport, it was already 3:30 p.m., and the Line 10 subway was not yet operational. Zhao Shubao, accompanied by 4 students, utilized the pre-researched travel guide to take the 925 bus to Yan'an West Road, subsequently transferring to Line 3 of the subway, disembarking at Qifeng Road. Their accommodation was a budget hotel located along Qifeng Road. Yu Yizhen was there to participate in Fudan University's independent admissions for the medical department, while Yao Yuan and He Jingjing were attending the same for Tongji University. Song Zhan was competing in the semi-finals of the new concept essay contest at Lusun Middle School, all conveniently situated within a 5-kilometer radius of Qifeng Road, making travel manageable. Upon arriving at the hotel at 5:30 p.m., Zhao Shubao organized a group meal. Yu Yizhen declined, citing health concerns, as she typically preferred not to socialize with the group, and Zhao Shubao did not press further. The other 4 dined at a nearby restaurant. They initially intended to savor local cuisine, but, too fatigued to search, settled for Northeast dumplings instead. 15 yuan for a serving of cabbage and pork. What a ripoff. Lamented Yao Yuan. Song Zhan ordered a portion of chive and egg dumplings, which were thick-skinned and scant on filling, proving to be rather disappointing. Zhao Shubao ordered a large bottle of cola for the group, and after filling their glasses, he toasted, "Here's to our success tomorrow. May Yao Yuan and Jingjing gain admission smoothly, and may Song Zhan write with divine inspiration to secure first prize. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers." The 4 clinked their glasses, invigorated by the novelty of their first visit to the city, making the dumplings taste somewhat less unpalatable. That evening, Song Zhan refrained from disturbing Zhao Shubao, quietly working on practice papers in his room, intending to gather insights to discuss later. The following day, as the 4 were spread across 3 different schools, Zhao Shubao accompanied Yao Yuan and He Jingjing to Tongji, while Song Zhan and Yi Yizhen ventured forth independently. Hailing a taxi, Song Zhan arrived at Lusun Middle School at 8 a.m. Despite it being a Saturday and the school being closed, a plethora of vehicles filled the entrance, as admission teachers and candidates from various schools congregated. An inflatable archway marked the entrance, proudly displaying the banner for the 10th Yangtze River Cup National New Concept Essay Contest. In addition to the arch, a towering 2-meter poster stood in the main hall, featuring the organizer, Mingyao Magazine, and the co-organizer, Lusun Middle School, with acknowledgments to prestigious universities such as Peking University, Qinghua University, Fudan University, Tongji University, and East China Normal University. Carrying his backpack, Song Zhan followed the other candidates into the main hall. Most of the other participants donned glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. As a northerner, Song Zhan appeared tall and somewhat striking, easily drawing the attention of those around him. Is this the competition I have lost? I must reclaim it, he thought. Feeling a surge of excitement, though the sentiment was voiced by a nearby emaciated boy with glasses thicker than a communicator, articulating the very thoughts that resided in Song Zhan's mind. Song Zhan glanced at him. He stood a little over 1.60 meters, his speech tinged with a salty accent. After inquiring, she learned that this young man was named Tan Haiyang, hailing from Hainan. It's quite a distance from Hainan, isn't it? Song Zhan asked. Well, it's not too bad. I first arrived in Guangzhou and then took a 15-hour hard seat train. Tan Haiyang chuckled, appearing remarkably energetic despite his long journey. That's quite far. Song Zhan admired his perseverance. You aren't exactly nearby either. Those from the northeast are about the same distance as us. Tan Haiyang attempted to pat Song Zhan's shoulder, but found it somewhat challenging. You're quite tall. We don't see many like you back home. Song Zhan regarded Tan Haiyang's optimism favorably and inquired, what are your aspirations? Of course, it's the first prize. My grades aren't great. So I've been relying on this special recruitment after 3 years of trying, Tan Haiyang replied. Song Zhan encouraged him. Then I wish you good fortune. Tan Haiyang smiled. Let us wish good luck to us all. He then pulled out a dented can of coconut juice and offered it to Song Zhan. Here, have this. I thought they wouldn't sell it here, so I brought a bottle, only to find their SA shop right below the hotel. Feeling reluctant to accept his drink without offering something in return, Song Zhan retrieved a piece of red sausage from her bag, allocated by Zhao Shubao before boarding the plane. This is Ice City red sausage. Would you like a piece? Candidates from all corners gradually began to bond, some even reciting classical texts together, forging friendships through literature. Although seated on the cold floor of the hall, the vibrant atmosphere rivaled that of the grand gathering at Lanting. Once all registrations were complete, at 9 o'clock, the candidates entered their respective examination rooms according to the numbers assigned to them. As the venue was borrowed from a school, the examination rooms were simply classrooms. There were 6 examination rooms in total, each accommodating 40 individuals. Song Zhan found herself in room 6, the last one, and due to some absentees, the number of candidates was below 40. The invigilator was a portly old professor, likely in his 60s, squinting his eyes with a kindly demeanor. After the papers were distributed, the old professor leisurely remarked, originally, this competition was scheduled to take place before the new year, but due to unforeseen circumstances, it was postponed. As we all know, human efforts cannot withstand the tides of fate. The organizers are pleased that so many have come to participate after the new year. It shows a continued passion for literature. I am Mo Wenyang from the School of Literature at Beijing University, but you can just call me Old Mo. Has anyone read my books? Everyone claimed to have read them, but Song Zhan refrained from speaking up. She had heard of this professor, whose main works revolved around rural literature, a genre she was not particularly fond of. Thank you all. I see some students appear somewhat dazed upon seeing me, clearly not recognizing me, yet still claiming to have read my work, which speaks volumes about your kindness, Professor Mo concluded, eliciting laughter from the group. Without further ado, you all have received your answer sheets. Please compose an essay between 1,500 and 5,000 words based on the following topic. Professor Mo picked up the chalk from the podium and drew 5 perfect circles on the blackboard. Indeed, 5 very standard circles. Let these 5 circles inspire your creations. I wish you all the satisfaction in your writing. The candidates gazed intently at the blackboard. Some rested their foreheads in contemplation, others experienced sudden revelations. And yet a few hesitated, picking up their pens only to set them down again. In truth, the topic was not particularly challenging, 5 circles, and given the year was 2008. The school was adorned with slogans celebrating the Olympics and promoting civility and innovation. It was a topic that even the least imaginative could connect to the Olympics, making it the easiest to write about. However, therein lay a conundrum. If everyone wrote about the Olympics, how could one distinguish the exceptional from the mediocre? It is often said that no piece of writing can claim the top spot. Yet there will always be those who receive first prizes and those who settle for consolation awards. Song Zhan was clearly intent on avoiding the latter. Even a second prize would suffice. After all, having come this far, returning empty-handed would be rather embarrassing. Song Zhan was aware of his own writing prowess, yet solely focusing on the Olympics risked encountering prodigious talents who could outshine him effortlessly. Thus, he found himself compelled to devise a unique strategy. The Tang Dynasty poet Du Mu once stated that the essence of writing lies in its intent. A work with a lofty theme elevates its overall tone and atmosphere, inherently placing it a notch above others, unless the writing itself is profoundly lacking. As a reborn individual, Song Zhan possessed a perspective that was arguably the most enlightened among all candidates. coupled with a pragmatic understanding of the literary taste of the judges. Consequently, an ingenious idea began to crystallize in his mind. Swiftly, he drafted his title. Indeed, it was precisely what he had envisioned. Chapter 19. The Olympics and the Nut. As the invigilator, Mo Wenyang was not idle during the 3-hour examination. Once he noticed that the candidates had begun to write, he descended to observe them individually. Although the topics chosen by the candidates were diverse, they predominantly revolved around the Olympics. This was entirely understandable, as the initial prompt featured 5 interlinked circles, resembling the Olympic rings, designed to guide the candidates in that direction. However, Mo Wenyang, despite his roots in regional literature, possessed a more avant-garde style compared to the seasoned authors who had crafted the prompts. His experimental works were plentiful, and he had proposed that the 5 rings be separated to afford the candidates greater creative freedom. Although his suggestion was ultimately accepted, the results yielded no particularly captivating essays. After completing his rounds, Mo Wenyang was nearly dozing off, contemplating whether the candidates in this examination room shared a similar level of proficiency, when he was jolted by the next candidate's topic. The title read, The Olympics and the Nut, with the subtitle, The Light and Shadow of a Great Nation's Rise. Mo Wenyang furrowed his brow and stood nearby to read. The topic had been conceived by Song Zhan, who was so engrossed in his writing that he remained oblivious to Mo Wenyang's presence. First and foremost, with the 5 rings in mind, the Olympics were undoubtedly to be mentioned. In fact, Song Zhan believed that failing to reference them at all might lead the grading teachers to deem his essay off-topic and award him a score of 0. However, merely mentioning the Olympics lacked originality. Staring at the 5 rings for an extended period, Song Zhan's mind began to wander. He pondered what else those rings could represent. Recently, his engagement with solid geometry had instilled in him a sense of spatial awareness. The 5 rings need not be arranged horizontally. They could also be stacked. Ah, yes, the nut. The most diminutive, fundamental, and unobtrusive metallic component found in factories, the nut. Viewed from above, the nut has a hexagonal exterior with a central ring. Yet when seen from the side, its inner arms reveal a series of interlinked rings. Drawing a connection from the 5 rings to the nut posed no challenge. But why the nut? As a veteran magazine editor, Song Zhan possessed a keen and accurate insight into societal trends and the focal points of public interest, particularly within the literary community. Currently, the nation was experiencing rapid development, a phase inevitably marked by an imbalance between living standards and spiritual needs. In other words, while material wealth flourished, spiritual fulfillment waned, leaving individuals feeling numb and deprived. The epitome of this swift progress was embodied in the Olympics. The Olympics symbolized national strength. Our ability to host the Games signified our ascendant power and global recognition. Yet, did this mean that the populace was living in happiness? Certainly not. In the unseen corners of society, factories, workshops, and countless small workshops, young individuals, often uneducated, toiled endlessly, their youth rendered worthless, unnoticed by all. They were the backbone of the nation's industrial might and rapid advancement. Yet akin to each drop of water in the vast ocean, they remained invisible. People could see the ocean but failed to recognize the water. Much like the nuts in a vehicle or machine, essential yet overlooked, their existence faded into obscurity. Song Zhan articulates the essence of his essay by exploring the dualities of a nation's rise, the visible and the obscure, the overlooked corners, and the unheeded youth. This dichotomy is precisely what captivates writers. The intricate relationship between the ordinary individual and the pulse of the era, the societal wounds and sorrows. Employing a blend of reality and fiction, Song Zhan chronicles the lives and mental states of the cogs within the societal machine. Reflecting on 2 decades of national development post-21st century, merging documentary and prophetic styles to convey his theme and to give voice to those overlooked. Mo Wenyang chose not to proceed further, remaining behind Song Zhan. He recognized that there would be no essay in this examination hall surpassing the depth and quality of this one. While other compositions may still be entangled in the pursuit of ornate language and structure, this particular piece has transcended to touch upon the inheritance of literary traditions and the significance of the times. Mo Wenyang firmly believed that even if this essay were to be submitted without alteration, it would undoubtedly spark fervent discussions and could be widely disseminated by mainstream publications. As Song Zhan concluded the final paragraph, he paused to stretch his neck, inadvertently brushing against Professor Mo Wenyang. "I'm sorry, Professor, Song Zhan began to apologize. "No, do not let me interrupt you," Mo Wenyang replied, stepping back slightly. "Please continue." He understood that his presence would only impose pressure on the examinee. After silently noting the student's name and examination number from the upper left corner of the paper, he reluctantly departed, harboring a tinge of regret for not witnessing the completion of the essay, resigning himself to admire it only after submission. At iCity No. 1 High School, candidate number 106, Song Zhan. Once seated back at his invigilator's post, Emma Wenyang meticulously recorded the candidate's information. As time trickled by, Song Zhan finalized his last touches, refraining from hastily submitting the paper. An excellent essay is crafted with 1/3 writing and 2/3 revision, and he was still refining his work. When 3 hours had elapsed, and the clock struck 12, Song Zhan, along with his peers, submitted their papers. Upon exiting the examination hall, Song Zhan encountered the relaxed expression of his neighbor, Tan Haiyang, who was also emerging from the room. "Brother, how did it go?" Tan Haiyang inquired. "Not too bad." "And you?" Song Zhan replied with a smile. "I'm sure I stayed on topic. It's just a matter of what the grading teachers will be focusing on this time. I suspect everyone's essays are quite similar. So it will come down to our solid efforts," Tan Haiyang conjectured. In truth, he was not far from the mark. This was indeed the situation for most candidates. As they reached the main hall, the event organizers, wielding a loudspeaker, announced, "We extend our gratitude to all candidates for their participation. Our esteemed judges will diligently evaluate the papers this afternoon to determine the awards. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., in this very school, in the grand auditorium on the first floor to the north of Lu Sun Middle School, we will hold the awards ceremony. We hope everyone can attend punctually. Thank you. The examination has concluded. Students, please return to rest." Emerging from the examination hall, Song Zhan felt a sense of relief. He was uncertain about the outcome of his performance, yet he relished the experience. With the morning's examination complete, his primary task for the day was fulfilled. However, instead of returning to his hotel, he sought a nearby noodle shop for a quick meal, as he intended to head to the Shanghai Stock Exchange shortly thereafter. With 50,000 yuan still in my possession, it is time to contemplate the pursuit of wealth. Having ventured to Shanghai, I must attend to every necessary matter. The Shanghai Stock Exchange is located on South Pudong Road, approximately 10 kilometers from Lushuan Middle School, requiring a 30-minute taxi ride. At that time, the new river tunnel had yet to be constructed, necessitating a detour through the Dalian Road Tunnel, which proved to be quite an endeavor before finally arriving at the Shanghai Securities Building. Upon entering the trading hall, Song Zhan was instantly taken aback. How could there be only a handful of individuals present? The trading screens were entirely dark. As Song Zhan pondered this perplexity, a cleaning lady nearby exclaimed for him to watch his step. Stepping back, he inadvertently collided with a sign that read, "Closed on Saturdays and Sundays, trading suspended." Chapter 20. Encountering a benefactor. Song Zhan, despite his meticulous planning, had forgotten that today was Saturday. Indeed, the stock market was closed on weekends. However, it was fortunate that several account opening windows in the hall were operating normally. At the very least, he could open an account now and utilize it in the future. Although the hall was not particularly crowded, most of the individuals present congregated around the account opening windows. It was an unavoidable situation. Many retail investors were also employed and could only attend to their business on weekends. Song Zhan took a number and found a seat in the waiting area, patiently anticipating his turn. While most were there to open accounts, he observed a considerable number of individuals merely socializing, exchanging trading insights, or simply daydreaming. These individuals could be classified as professional retail investors, often referred to as career leaks. They had little else to occupy their time, some having made money from trading while others had not. They treated the trading hall as their workplace, monitoring the markets from Monday to Friday, and returning on weekends to pass the time. Song Zhan found their behavior peculiar, yet they were unaware that he appeared even more unusual in their eyes. Most of the crowd consisted of individuals aged 25 to 36, with a significant number being middle-aged. In contrast, Song Zhan, with his backpack, looked remarkably youthful, resembling a high school student. The presence of a high school student in such a trading hall inevitably piqued curiosity. However, most merely engaged in hushed discussions, and no one had approached him yet. "Young man, are you here alone?" A voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a lean face and dressed in a black and blue checkered shirt, the man's attire was lighter than that of others in the hall, considering it was March. Yet he appeared remarkably spirited, with eyes that sparkled like fire. "Yes," Song Zhan replied, unsure of the man's intentions. In this unfamiliar environment, he felt it prudent to maintain a distance, particularly if the man were involved in sales or multi-level marketing. The middle-aged man regarded Song Zhan's reaction as entirely normal and inquired further, "Are you opening an account for yourself? Or are you assisting an adult from your family? If it's for an adult, they should come themselves. The regulations have tightened recently, and proxy applications are not allowed." Song Zhan responded, "I am opening an account for myself." Upon hearing this, the man's brow furrowed, and he advised, "I notice that your clothing is quite ordinary, suggesting you may not come from a wealthy family. If you've merely heard some rumors or are seeking excitement, I urge you to reconsider. This is not a place for someone your age. Even adults struggle to navigate it." With a tone imbued with sincerity, the man, speaking with a Shanghai accent, conveyed his concern that Song Zhan might be misappropriating family funds for speculative ventures. "Thank you for the warning," Song Zhan replied gratefully. "I am merely here to open an account, and I currently have no intention of investing. Furthermore, I am not entirely ignorant of economics or the stock market." The middle-aged man's interest was piqued. He rose from his seat in the back and settled beside Song Zhan. "How old are you?" he asked. "I just turned 18. Song Zhan replied. Born on May 20th, 1991, he had adjusted his date of birth on his identification to January 20th, 1990, to enroll in school early. And today marked his 18th birthday. Such circumstances are not uncommon in the North. A middle-aged man chuckled. "At 18, one is just eligible to open an account. You seem to be only a few years younger than my child, perhaps still in high school. Am I right?" Song Zhan replied, "Yes, I am in my final year." The man continued, "Indeed, a senior in high school is still a child. The school hasn't even taught economics yet. If you claim to have some understanding, it must be from the news. Young one, first grasp the principles of economic operations and heed my advice, return home and steer clear of the stock market." Song Zhan recognized the man's good intentions. Although he initially had no desire to explain, he realized that since the man was also a retail investor, his well-meaning caution deserved a considerate response. Thus, Song Zhan articulated, "Allow me to share my understanding of the current economic landscape. Perhaps you might find it insightful. I believe the global economy teeters on the brink of a perilous collapse. On the surface, it appears as a localized financial crisis triggered by the subprime mortgage debacle. Yet it is, in fact, the prelude to a worldwide economic tsunami. The underlying causes are threefold. First, the fragility of the modern financial system. Its inherent reliance on credit guarantees and accumulation of uncertainty, while banks' high leverage makes them susceptible to runs. The towering debts we observe, seemingly thriving, are mere FAAs, propped up by rapid economic growth and creative accounting. Second, regulatory loopholes abound, anomalies in CDN and CDS data. The bundling and selling of toxic assets and the collusion and inaction of financial regulators and auditors exacerbate these gaps, ultimately leading to irreparable fissures that threaten the entire financial edifice. Third, the ideological contradictions inherent in economic development. We hope that policies can effectively mitigate and navigate these risks. Yet we ought not to be overly optimistic about the efficacy of governmental institutions. Politicians, too, are often slow to react to economic fluctuations, only seeking to douse the flames once the house is ablaze, frequently when it is too late. Admittedly, I cannot claim to have crafted such insights independently. I have merely regurgitated the wisdom gleaned from others. Yet, I never anticipated that one day I would find it applicable. In summary, a monumental economic crisis is upon us. It is wise to prepare in advance." Upon hearing Song Zhan's remarks, the middle-aged man did not respond like the typical uninformed investor. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I never expected someone your age could analyze this so profoundly. You are indeed correct. I have spoken of this with many friends, yet they have underestimated the impending crisis." Realizing that their thoughts aligned, Song Zhan regarded the man with newfound respect. He understood that his own insights were derived from the analyses of others. Yet this retrospective wisdom paled in comparison to foresight. "Your ability to foresee such matters is truly remarkable," he stated, sincerely. No, I am not as insightful as you. I am simply growing old. Today's youth are extraordinarily astute," the man replied with a smile. He then inquired, "So, which stock do you intend to purchase?" Unfamiliar with stocks, Song Zhan could only respond, "I will observe for now. The chill will spread from the United States to every corner of the globe, making investments unwise." The middle-aged man chuckled, "You can certainly analyze the stock market with ease. I believe at least agriculture is a viable investment, such as St. Salt Lake." Just as Song Zhan was about to respond, the attendant called out, 56, Mr. Fu Buochang, are you present?" The middle-aged man glanced over and remarked, "That's me. I must attend to this." He turned to Song Zhan. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Song Zhan also heard the call, especially the name Fu Buochang. Could this middle-aged man be Fu Buochang? Memories surged within him. He had once had the fortune to partake in a joint interview with the nation's richest man in 2018, who was none other than Fu Buochang from Shanghai. Song Zhan scrutinized the man before him once more. Although the appearance and demeanor of Fu Buochang had changed since 2018, the contours bore a striking resemblance, revealing that he was indeed the same individual. According to the interview, Fu Buochang was then a modestly affluent individual, just entering the realm of hundreds of millions in assets, far from the trillion-dollar business empire he would later build, spanning real estate, dining, finance, renewable energy, and healthcare sectors. Had he just conversed with Fu Buochang? Had he been sharing his second-hand insights on the financial crisis? Song Zhan felt a twinge of self-reproach but steadied himself, saying, "Please, go about your business." Fu Buochang, oblivious to the tumult within Song Zhan, merely thought the young man had a pleasant demeanor. Once Fu Buochang completed his affairs, Song Zhan approached him, introducing himself. "I am Song Zhan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for your earlier advice. I recognize your good intentions." Fu Buochang smiled. "Fu Buochang, the pleasure is mine as well." Seizing the opportunity, Song Zhan exchanged contact information with Fu Buochang. Regardless of the outcome, he knew that maintaining a connection with a prominent figure was advantageous. Even if he could only glean a little wisdom, it would be worthwhile. "You are not a local, are you?" Fu Buochang inquired, noting the unfamiliar structure of the phone number. "No, I am from my city," Song Zhan replied. "My city is splendid. I visited with my wife," Fu Buochang remarked. "Are you in Shanghai for tourism?" "No, I am here for a competition." Song Zhan briefly explained the new concept composition contest, wary of Fu Buochang's familiarity with it. Fu Buochang nodded. "I didn't expect you to excel in writing as well. Truly, talent emerges from youth." Song Zhan chuckled. But he was soon called by the attendant. "I must attend to my business now." He wished he could converse with Fu Buochang for a while longer, particularly about stock selection, as this mogul was a legendary figure in the stock market. "Go ahead. I have matters to attend to as well." We exchanged contact information, did we not? We can maintain regular communication. Our brief discussion has been enlightening, Fu Buochang genuinely stated. The benefit was mutual, Song Zhan replied sincerely. As he watched Fu Buochang depart, Song Zhan felt an extraordinary stroke of luck recently. Almost to the point of exhilaration, discussing the I Ching with Province Z and conversing about finance with the wealthiest man he had once only dared to dream of. Could it be that fortune had truly turned in his favor? Chapter 21. First prize. Song Zhan was in the process of opening an account at the Shanghai Stock Exchange. While within the walls of Lushuan Middle School, the judges for the new concept composition competition were diligently reviewing the submitted papers. A total of 203 essays had been received for the semifinals, 78 from Group A, comprising the second and third-year high school students, 70 from Group B, first-year high school and middle school students, and 55 from Group C, individuals under 30 not in secondary education. After 3 rounds of deliberation, it was ultimately confirmed that 53 individuals were awarded first prizes, including 20 from Group A, 18 from Group B, and 15 from Group C. The second prize was awarded to 120 individuals, with 47 from Group A, 40 from Group B, and 33 from Group C. Each round of assessment lasted 60 minutes, involving 15 judges who each reviewed an average of 14 papers, ensuring that no judge spent more than 5 minutes per paper. If the score difference in any round did not exceed 10 points, the average score was taken. If it exceeded 10 points, a special review phase was initiated. By around 4 p.m., the 3 rounds of deliberation concluded. Professor Mo Wenyang felt dizzy from the proceedings, lamenting his misfortune in not being able to locate the astonishing paper he had proctored earlier. "Old you, do you have a favorite piece?" Mo Wenyang inquired of his literary friend, Yu Feixiu. Yu Feixiu, a professor at the neighboring Beijing Normal University and a renowned writer, shared a mutual appreciation for each other's literary accomplishments, particularly regarding their temperaments. "I find this year's students quite impressive in their writing and literary knowledge." One student even quoted T.S. Eliot's poetry, which astonished me. "I had never read it myself," Yu Feixiu remarked as he passed a paper to Mo Wenyang. Mo Wenyang nodded slightly after reviewing it, affirming, "Indeed, this essay demonstrates a high level of literary sophistication among this batch, and its absurd style somewhat resembles that of old Su." At that moment, Su Shi, who had been engrossed in reviewing papers, was suddenly called out, glancing around in confusion. "Who just called my name?" Mo Wenyang chuckled. "What can I say? They invited you to review the essays, not to take a nap. Irritated, Suji retorted. Is it not your fault for dragging me into a card game last night? I need my sleep, and look at him, so mischievous. Despite her words, Suji took a glance at the paper and conceded, it is indeed well written, with innovative use of symbolism, though I feel it leans more towards old Ji's style. Professor Gu Yuan from Qinghua University, seated beside Suji, leaned back with a frown, displeased. Am I only capable of symbolism? Both Suji and Imo Wenyang, along with Yu Feishu, turned their attention to him. Indeed, you seem to excel in little else. Gu Yuan maintained a serious faade for a brief 5 seconds before erupting into laughter. Ha. The others joined in his laughter, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. At that moment, a staff member from Mingyam magazine rushed over, inquiring, esteemed professors, have the evaluations concluded? We are preparing to compile the list. Imo Wenyang nodded. We are nearly finished. We will review it once more before handing it over to you. The 15 judges then organized the first and second prize-winning essays, along with those that did not receive awards, into separate piles. One of the teachers proactively stated, I will read aloud the titles and authors of the first and second prize works. Please take a look. And if there are no objections, we will finalize it. First prize, Group A, The Olympics and Me by Zhang Xiwan, who recites 5,000 Years by Lu Tan. A Century of Dreams by Yang Tongxiu. These are the first prize winners. After the teacher finished reading, he observed the expressions of the judges and noticed Professor Mo Wenyang appeared astonished. He inquired, Professor Mo, do you have any questions? Mo Wenyang pondered for a moment and replied, please continue. Very well. Second prize, Group A, The Long Road of Life by Zhao Jiangwen. From Hainan to the Capital by Tan Haiyang. August in Full Bloom by Sun Di. These are the second prize winners. The teacher scanned the room and asked, if there are no further issues, we will confirm. At this juncture, Mo Wenyang could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward silently, bowing his head to sift through the small pile of unawarded essays. There were a total of 30 unawarded papers, and it did not take long for him to peruse them. Eventually, he extracted the 26th paper, noting the scores in the upper left corner. 53, 62, 55. According to the regulations, a score above 60 qualifies for the second prize, and above 80 for the first prize. Clearly, this essay had an average score of 57, falling short of any award and without the option for reconsideration. Professor Mo Wenyang held the paper aloft and approached all the judges, asking, which 3 judges evaluated this paper? The Olympics and the Nut, replied Song Zhan. Mo Wenyang inquired 3 times until one judge raised a hand and said, I reviewed it. Mo Wenyang asked, then may I ask, why was such a low score given? The reviewing teacher responded, I don't recall precisely. It was noted in the upper left corner. It should have been off topic. Mo Wenyang nodded and further queried, and who were the other 2 evaluators? A staff member from the organization approached discreetly and asked, Professor Mo, is there a problem? Mo Wenyang smiled and replied, nothing's wrong. Though he spoke with a smile, no one felt reassured, for Professor Mo was known for his amiable demeanor, rarely losing his temper. The other 2 evaluators then stood up in turn, explaining that the low scores were due to the essay's lack of alignment with social values and accusations of fabrication. Off topic? Not conforming to social values? Fabrication? Mo Wenyang echoed these concerns with a deep sigh. Yu Feishu approached, taking the paper from Mo Wenyang's hands, curious, what essay has stirred such emotions in you? I wonder. Before Yu Feishu could finish his thought, he swallowed his words, growing increasingly anxious as he examined the essay, his face reddening. Gradually, Suji, Gu Yuan, and other evaluators gathered to take a look, some with solemn expressions, others seemingly unsurprised, and yet more, like Mo Wenyang, only sighed. Once everyone had perused the essay, Mo Wenyang inquired, what are your thoughts? Yu Fei, initially tempted to speak candidly, observed the expressions of those present and chose to proceed with caution. I can empathize with the dilemmas faced by the esteemed judges. However, it is indeed a pity. I can only assert that this is, without a doubt, the finest piece I have encountered today, nay, this year. Suji adjusted her glasses, nodding fervently, indeed. This article possesses a broad perspective, a unique angle, and an eloquent flow. Most importantly, it strikes right to the heart of the matter. Ah, that piercing insight truly resonates with me. Gu Yuan remarked, I cannot dictate what constitutes an exemplary piece of new conceptual writing, nor can I determine the authors we ought to champion. However, personally, I would be most eager to engage in a dialogue with such a writer. I believe Tsinghua University would welcome him. His name is Song Zhan, correct? It possesses a certain classical charm. Mo Wenyang, heartened by the support of his peers and their alignment with his thoughts, expressed, "This individual is a student from the examination room I proctored. I was present when he penned this piece. As you all know, I hail from Chilu. While this candidate originates from the Ice City, we are unfamiliar with one another. I even suspect that he may not be acquainted with the nuts he references in his writing. Yet, does this detract from our ability to focus on these communities through his work? Does it hinder our capacity to lend an ear to the voices weeping from those concealed corners? Does it impair our understanding of the darker aspects of our great nation? All present are engaged in literary creation. Some delve into fiction, while others explore documentary literature. Our writing often strays far from the essence of genuine life. Literature has been molded into various forms amid societal, policy, and ideological shifts. Nevertheless, its fundamental nature ought to remain unchanged. Perhaps it is we who have transformed. While true literature has remained steadfast, and we have simply drifted further apart from it. A staff member from Qinghua recognized the gravity of the situation and reread the article, pinching his nose in reaction. His hometown is a small coastal city, known for its dense factory presence. Given that several esteemed teachers have expressed reservations regarding this article, we shall undertake a thorough reevaluation. The Qinghua staff member turned to Professor Mo Wenyang. What do you think? Professor Mo's silence was taken as acquiescence. The staff member inquired, which of the teachers have reviewed this article? Please stand to my left. Conversely, those who have not read it, kindly position yourselves to the right. Of the 15 judges. After a round of circulation and discussion, it became evident that all had read it. No one stood to the right. The staff member announced, "Very well. Due to the larger number of judges this time, we will forego a scoring system. It is clear that there is an appreciation for this article. Thus, if the teachers believe it merits a first prize, please raise your hands. If the number of raised hands exceeds 2/3, it shall be awarded first prize. Should it fall below that threshold, we will consider the possibility of a second prize and conduct another vote." The judges comprehended the rules. Now, those who believe the article Olympics and Nuts, the Light and Shadow of a Great Nation's Rise, authored by Song Zhan, deserves first prize, please raise your hands. As the conversation concluded, Suji was the first to raise her hand, saying, "Everyone, don't look at me. Raise your own hands." Yufeisu inquired, "Why did you raise yours so quickly?" Suji replied with a smile, "The awards are being presented tomorrow. I want to be the first to raise my hand, so I can get closer to the young author." Yufeisu quickly raised his hand as well, exclaiming, "You are indeed clever. Everyone has seen it." "I am the second to raise mine." Gu Yuan patted Yufeisu on the shoulder, saying, "You are not the second. I am. The 4th, 5th, 6th. Until the 11th evaluator had all raised their hands. Now, only 4 individuals remained who had not yet raised theirs, Mo Wenyang and the 3 evaluators who had previously given the article a low score. One evaluator let out a wry smile and raised their hand. The other 2 exchanged glances before bowing their heads and raising their hands as well. A staff member from Qinghua turned to Professor Mo Wenyang and asked, "Professor Mo, what is your opinion?" At last, Mo Wenyang smiled, lifting both of his chubby hands and stating, "I wholeheartedly approve." Laughter erupted among the evaluators, and the Qinghua staff playfully remarked, "That won't do. Raising both hands counts as just one vote." Yufeisu added, "Yes, raising both feet counts as a vote too." The Qinghua staff silently raised their own hand, saying, "I do not possess voting rights, but I still wish to express my personal stance, as I was born in a city filled with factories. My hometown is replete with such nuts, and even my father is one of those nuts quietly dedicating himself on the construction site." A profound silence enveloped the room. In the end, Mo Wenyang crossed out the original comments on Song Zhan's paper and instead inscribed, "Grade, first prize. Evaluator, New Concept Essay Semi-Final Evaluation Committee." Chapter 22. The award ceremony. Song Zhan was blissfully unaware of the fervent discussions and debates his article had ignited among the judges. After completing his registration procedures, he took a stock trading guide from the lobby and returned to his hotel. Upon arriving, he savored a simple meal of pig trotter rice downstairs, before hastily retreating to his room to immerse himself once again in the exhilarating sea of mathematical problems. Around 7 in the evening, anticipating that Zhao Shubao would soon return, Song Zhan knocked on Zhao's door holding a test paper. Zhao Shubao, clad in a bathrobe and with damp hair, opened the door and was met with a mixture of irritation and amusement upon seeing Song Zhan. "Teacher Zhao, I would like to consult you on a few problems," Song Zhan said, propping the door open with one hand, anxious that Zhao might close it. A soft click echoed as the door opened wider. Zhao waved him in, saying, "Come on in, let me just dry my hair." "Certainly," Song Zhan replied joyfully. He glanced around the empty corridor before gently closing the door behind him. In the room diagonally opposite, Yi Yizhen stood with her back to the door, pressing it firmly closed. Her face radiant with a smile akin to the most exquisite peony at the Luoyang Peony Festival. The following morning, as Song Zhan prepared to attend the award ceremony alone, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Shubao, Yao Yuan, and He Jingjing at the hotel's breakfast buffet. Upon inquiring, he discovered that the results of the self-recruitment would not be announced until the afternoon. "We have no plans for the morning, so let us join in the festivities," Yao Yuan suggested, to which He Jingjing agreed readily, and Zhao Shubao had no objections either. "Let us invite Yi Yizhen," Zhao proposed. Everyone shrugged, internally believing that Yi Yizhen would likely decline. "All right, I'll get ready. Give me 10 minutes, Yi Yizhen called from her room. To their surprise, she agreed. At about 8:30, the group took a taxi to Lushuan Middle School. Since there were 5 of them, they split into 2 vehicles, one with Song Zhan, Zhao Shubao, and Yi Yizhen, and the other with Yao Yuan and He Jingjing. Upon reaching Lushuan Middle School, they followed the signs to the grand auditorium, which was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 500 to 600 people on the first floor alone. Even if every student brought a parent, there would be ample space. The first row was occupied by leaders from the educational sector and organizers, along with the judges. The second row held representatives from university admissions offices, esteemed authors, professors, and past award-winning students. The third row was reserved for media journalists. The auditorium was resplendently decorated, with dazzling lights that created a strong sense of ceremony. The award ceremony was scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock. The first speaker was the head of Mingya magazine, whose speech was rather formal, primarily expressing gratitude for the support from various departments and recognizing the caliber of the participating students. Next, a deputy director from the Municipal Bureau addressed the audience, endorsing the event and encouraging its continuation. Finally, Professor Mo Wenyang, representing the judges, took the stage. While the previous speakers had elicited little engagement, the audience perked up at the sight of Professor Mo. "I noticed some friends dozing off during the earlier speeches, but you all opened your eyes for me, which I greatly appreciate," Professor Mo remarked, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Though it seems it was only for a brief moment, the courtesy was appreciated. "It is my concern. I must continue to strive." Everyone shares a smile. This year has been both surprising and moving, as I have witnessed numerous outstanding works, some from old friends who participated in previous years, and others from fresh faces. This is not my first time serving as a judge, and I have witnessed the emergence of many new talents in the artistic realm. Indeed, I am referring to you, Han Le. Do not feel embarrassed, for I observed your confident demeanor while signing books. The renowned former candidate, the modern writer Han Lu, awkwardly smiled when mentioned by teacher Mo Wenyang, prompting everyone to look in his direction. I shall not elaborate further, as the candidates are eager for the results. Let us invite the organizers to announce them promptly. Nonetheless, I would like to add that a single competition is not the culmination. Support for new authors is ongoing. My fellow educators from collaborating institutions and I will continue to monitor your progress. Keep pushing forward. Amid applause, Mo Wenyang exited the stage, and the staff called forth several esteemed writers and outstanding former candidates to present awards to the forthcoming winners. Song Zhan appeared at ease, while Yao Yuan and He Jingjing were noticeably anxious, secretly holding hands below the stage, and Yi Yizhen seemed lost in thought, unaware of her surroundings. Zhao Shubao inquired, "Do you feel confident?" Song Zhan replied, "Regardless, this journey has been worthwhile." Zhao Shubao nodded in agreement. "That is good." "Oh, there is a young man over there waving at you," he added. Song Zhan glanced over to see Tan Haiyang, seated several rows back. "Ah, he is a friend from Hainan. We met during yesterday's examination." Song Zhan smiled and waved back at him from a distance. The awards ceremony commenced, beginning with the announcement of the second prize. There were 47 recipients in Group A: Zhao Jiangwen from Liaoqing No. 2 High School, Tan Haiyang from Haikou No. 15 High School, and Sun Di from Yinqing Experimental High School, among others. Tan Haiyang leapt up in excitement, pointing to himself and exclaiming, "I am Tan Haiyang. I am Tan Haiyang." The surrounding strangers cheered for him, applauding enthusiastically. The list of second prize winners was quickly recited, and Song Zhan's name was not among them. Yao Yuan consoled, "It is all right. We must secure the first prize." He Jingjing concurred, "Yes, second prize is not particularly coveted." The second prize winners took the stage to accept their awards and posed for photographs before exiting. Next, the first prize was to be announced. There were 20 recipients in Group A: Zhang Xiwan from Qingdao No. 1 High School, Lu Tan from the Renmin University affiliated high school in Beijing, and Yang Toushu from Huanggang No. 3 High School, among others. The first prize in Group A is always the most anticipated, as many institutions attend primarily for recruitment. And participants in Group A are closest to the college entrance examination, making them the most valuable. Furthermore, although the order of announcement is never disclosed, there exists an unwritten rule that the internal scores are arranged from lowest to highest, meaning that the last individual in each group has the highest internal score. As the announcement of the 21st prize winners in Group A approached its conclusion, Song Zhan's name had still not been mentioned. Zhao Shubao and others began to feel anxious. The truth is, they did not truly know Song Zhan, and his results were not exceptional, making the absence of an award seem reasonable. When the 19th name was read aloud, hope dwindled, while Song Zhan maintained a calm gaze ahead. Yu Yizhen was unaware of when she had stepped out of her own reverie, but she found herself joining the others in anticipation of the award announcements. Typically indifferent to accolades, as she consistently secured first place, she felt a tinge of nervousness at the collective excitement surrounding Song Zhan's potential victory. Finally, the last name called was from Bingqing No. 1 Middle School, Song Zhan. As the staff concluded the announcements, Song Zhan stood up quietly, raising a fist to his chest in triumph, exclaiming, "I've done it." Yao Yuan and He Jingjing exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the reality. Ah, Song Zhan has won the first prize. The duo leaped in joy, while Zhao Shubao chimed in with enthusiasm. "I'll have to report this to the principal, surely. The school will prepare a banner to celebrate your achievement." Yu Yizhen nodded slightly in agreement. Amid the expectant gazes of the crowd, Song Zhan ascended the stage to receive the trophy presented by Professor Yu Feishu. The professor regarded Song Zhan with surprise, remarking, "What a tall and handsome young man. Both talented and good-looking." Song Zhan humbly responded, "Thank you, Professor Yu." In a discreet tone, Professor Yu advised, "Your essay is not without its flaws. Your award is largely thanks to Mo Weiyang's significant support. Be sure to express your gratitude to him later." Song Zhan nodded, grasping that perhaps his somewhat avant-garde and candid writing had stirred controversy, prompting Mo Weiyang to advocate on his behalf. He recalled that Mo Weiyang had been the invigilator during his examination, likely standing behind him as he completed the paper. Indeed, he owed a debt of gratitude to Professor Mo Weiyang. After the first prize was awarded, a group photo was taken. Instead of dispersing, the candidates remained on stage to await the judges, who would join them for media interviews. A reporter inquired, "Teacher Suji, I greatly admire your work. This is your first time as a judge. Among all the submissions, which piece resonated with you the most? Could you share your thoughts?" Adjusting her glasses, Suji replied, "Thank you for your appreciation of my work. Alongside our primary responsibilities for 45 pieces, my fellow judges and I also reviewed each other's outstanding submissions. So I've read nearly all of them. I found them all quite commendable." The reporter pressed further, "Could you share which piece left the most lasting impression on you?" After a moment's contemplation, Suji responded, "That would have to be the Olympics in the knot." Upon hearing this, Song Zhan realized it was indeed his own composition. This essay boasted a unique perspective, lofty ideals, a seamless flow, and a mastery of technique, all embodying a keen insight into contemporary issues and foresight, rendering it a rare gem among literary works. The reporter, intrigued, remarked that S.A. remarkably high praise. "I would love to read it." Suji glanced at the staff from Mingya, who responded, "We will provide excerpts of the outstanding works to our media friends and will publish them in Mingya magazine. For more pieces, please look forward to the 2007 New Concept Outstanding Works collection to be released mid-year." After the reporter posed a few more questions, the award ceremony concluded, followed by speeches from the leaders, leading to the dispersal of the attendees. After the conclusion of the event, apart from a few despondent candidates who did not win any awards, the majority of the laureates remained, for the discussions regarding admissions from various universities were about to commence. At this juncture, if any institution expressed interest, they would proactively engage with the candidates. Before Song Zhan could step down from the stage, he was surrounded by representatives from numerous prestigious universities, including Qinghua, Fudan, Nanjing University, and Beijing Normal University, many of whom extended generous offers, even suggesting that a mere passing score would suffice for admission. Song Zhan refrained from expressing his stance as he pondered Professor Yu Feishu's earlier remarks, which lingered in his mind. Once the surrounding educators began to disperse, he approached Professor Mo Weiyang, who had been attentively observing the proceedings, and said, "Thank you, Professor Mo. To his surprise, Mo Wenyang responded, "What do you thank me for?" Song Zhan glanced back towards Professor Yu's U.S. position, who was awkwardly turning his head away. Understanding the implication, Mo Wenyang exclaimed, "That old fellow is quite the chatterbox. Do not take his words to heart. All of this is rightfully yours. And we are entirely fair in our evaluations." Song Zhan replied, "I must still express my gratitude for your recognition." Mo Wenyang, feeling pleased, remarked, "I simply did not wish to miss out on a promising talent. You seem to be quite in demand, with so many universities vying for your attention." Song Zhan chuckled at this. "How about our capital university? Is there a chance for you here? Would you be interested in coming to Capital University?" Song Zhan expressed his regret, stating, "I would like to, but my scores are insufficient." Sensing an opportunity, Mo Wenyang said, "What does it matter if your scores are low? I can reduce them by 20 points. Song Zhan hesitated. Fudan mentioned they could lower my score by 30. The allure of the bustling metropolis is quite tempting. Mo Wenyang countered, "We can also lower it by 30. Song Zhan faced yet another dilemma. Nanjing University said they could reduce it by 40. The charm of Jinling in the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties captivates me. Mo Wenyang pondered for a moment. 40 is not beyond our capability. I can make an exception for you." Song Zhan continued, "Professor, you mentioned that Beijing Normal University would welcome me with a 50-point reduction. I find it hard to decline such a generous offer." Mo Wenyang, feeling pressed, exclaimed, "Those old fellows are really putting me in a bind. If it's 50, then so be it. I can authorize that." "All right," Song Zhan said. "Professor Gu also mentioned a reduction of 50 points. And their school has a lower minimum score requirement for the humanities, so I will consider it." Mo Wenyang chuckled in exasperation. 60 points is the utmost I can concede. "Song Zhan, your negotiating skills are as sharp as your writing talents." As the conversation neared its conclusion, Song Zhan nodded, "No matter how well I write, it ultimately reflects on our school as prestige. In truth, I have always regarded Capital University as my alma mater." Mo Wenyang laughed heartily. "Then it is settled." Song Zhan felt quite satisfied with the arrangement. A reduction of 60 points meant that with his previous score of 575, it would equate to 635, surpassing the minimum requirement of 627 that he recalled from his earlier days. Reflecting on the bold declarations made during the 100-day pledge event a few days prior, he felt as though he was on the verge of fulfilling them. Chapter 23. Yi Yizhen's worries after signing the admission agreement with a reduced score from the admissions office of Kyoto University. Song Zhan joined Zhao Shubao and the others. Zhao Shubao and his companions had been left in the dark beneath the stage, unaware of the developments above, until they glimpsed the admission agreement in Song Zhan's hands, which filled them with astonishment and delight. "A reduction of 60 points? Zhao Shubao immediately inquired, "Song Zhan, what score can you achieve now?" Song Zhan replied, "In the last simulation, I scored 570. 570? I recall the top score in our school for humanities was around 623. With the additional 60 points, you would surpass that. Gaining admission to Kyoto University should be well within reach for you." Zhao Shubao expressed, his excitement palpable. The trip to Shanghai was initially intended to secure admissions to several prestigious 985 universities, yet unexpectedly, they now had the prospect of contributing a student to Kyoto University. Yao Yuan and He Jingjing scrutinized Song Zhan's agreement repeatedly, wishing they could replace their names with his. Although they maintained a good rapport, it was often predicated on their relative success, either feeling content or slightly superior to one another. Now, a sense of imbalance had settled in their hearts. "I see it stipulates that you can only apply to the affiliated majors of the School of Literature, which might not offer great job prospects, unlike the sciences," Song Zhan remarked. After hearing this, He Jingjing found some solace, while Yao Yuan added, "Still, it's Kyoto University. The prestige alone is sufficient." Song Zhan chuckled. "We still don't know how it will all turn out. It's all quite uncertain at this stage." Yu Yizhen observed the exchange, feeling indifferent towards Song Zhan's opportunity to attend Kyoto University, as her own scores were sufficient for her to apply to any institution of her choice. However, she was impressed by Song Zhan's demeanor. His unpretentiousness and consideration for others' feelings reflected a maturity beyond his years. After the morning activities concluded, the group enjoyed a meal of Shanghai cuisine nearby to celebrate modestly. As they left the restaurant, nearing 1 p.m., Zhao Shubao said to Song Zhan, "I will accompany Yao Yuan and He Jingjing to Tongji University for the results. If you have no other plans, why not go to Fudan with Yi Yizhen? It's safer to travel with company in unfamiliar surroundings." Yi Yizhen intended to decline, but Song Zhan interjected, "All right. We'll head straight back to the hotel after we finish. After confirming their plans, Song Zhan and Yu Yizhen took a taxi. Yu Yizhen remarked, I can manage on my own. I went alone yesterday. Song Zhan nodded. I understand. But after all, we are under teacher Zhao's guidance. And it would reflect poorly on him if anything were to happen. Let's at least ease his worries. You do your thing, and I'll wait outside. I won't stray far. With his reasoning impeccable, Yu Yizhen found no grounds to refuse. Upon arriving at the Handan campus of Fudan University, it was Song Zhan's first visit, leaving him somewhat disoriented, while Yu Yizhen, having been there before, guided him to the admissions office located in Building 8. In truth, Yu Yizhen had applied to the medical school and should have visited the Fenglin campus, but since the interviews were centrally organized, the instructors from Fenglin had also been assigned to the headquarters. The number of interviewees was considerable, yet today was solely for retrieving results. Only those who had been accepted would engage in meaningful discussions with Fudan's faculty, while those who were not selected would receive a few comforting words before departing. As Song Zhan and Yu Yizhen entered the room, before they could utter a word, a female teacher approached, taking Yu Yizhen's hand and exclaiming, Little Yi, you finally made it. I was beginning to think you wouldn't choose us. Yu Yizhen appeared somewhat uncomfortable with such warmth. Her hesitation was palpable. She had come to Shanghai merely to observe the life of a medical student and to see if it aligned with her expectations. The teacher presented a document, extending a pen towards her. Little Yi, your mother is an alumna of our school. We are merely 2 cohorts apart, and were taught by the same group of instructors. We are akin to teacher sisters. Rest assured, once you are in the medical school, you can come to me with any issues. Please sign here. Song Zhan glanced at the document, where the phrase exceptional admission stood out prominently, indicating that Yu Yizhen would not even need to take the college entrance examination. Holding the pen, Yu Yizhen found herself in a quandary, neither signing nor refusing to sign. Have you reviewed the course schedules of those medical students? Do you understand their studies and future work? Song Zhan inquired, noticing Yu Yizhen's reluctance. She nodded, then shook her head. You may know a bit, yet lack clarity. If your passion for medicine is not profound, perhaps you should reconsider, Song Zhan advised. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yizhen placed the pen down and returned the agreement to the teacher. However, the teacher did not accept it. Instead, she pressed the document firmly back into Yu Yizhen's hands and retorted to Song Zhan. And who might you be? What is your relationship with her? We had an agreement. You should not hastily make decisions on her behalf. The teacher spoke with a hint of aggression, yet Song Zhan remained undeterred. We are classmates. I certainly lack the authority to make decisions for her, but I believe you lack that authority as well. Admission is a mutual selection, is it not? Just as the teacher was about to respond, Song Zhan snatched the agreement from Yu Yizhen's grasp and placed it on the table. Let us go. We shall explore further. She proposed. Yu Yizhen contemplated for a moment, attempting to free herself from the teacher's grip, but the hold was too tight to escape. Desperately, she glanced towards Song Zhan, who then took her other hand and turned to leave. Yu Yizhen's fingers were slender, her palm warm as jade, and light as air. Song Zhan led her swiftly out of the Fudan admissions office. The teacher, unable to keep pace with the youth, glared at their retreating figures and pulled out her phone to make a call. Upon exiting Building 8, Song Zhan timely released her hand, intending to explain. But Yu Yizhen's phone rang, and she signaled for silence. Yizhen, what just happened? Teacher Liang is quite upset, came the voice of a middle-aged woman over the line. Mom, I'm not particularly fond of medicine. The interview yesterday. What is wrong with medicine? Is it any better to spend every day like your father, buried in endless research? I don't care about anything else. You must apologize to Teacher Liang. There is still time. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving Yu Yizhen no opportunity to explain. Staring blankly at her phone, she turned back to the open doors of Building 8, which resembled an entrance to a realm of demons and monsters. Song Zhan could discern that Yu Yizhen's mother was exceedingly domineering, perhaps attempting to impose her own vision onto her daughter's future. In truth, you have not quite grasped the situation, as long as you possess the desire to attend. The teacher's prior indignation will surely dissipate. Therefore, there is no need to succumb to immediate pressure. It is prudent to contemplate your decisions thoroughly. Song Zhan understands that presently, Yu Yizhen's mother and the female teacher merely wish to exert a sense of oppression, compelling Yu Yizhen to yield swiftly. Yu Yizhen stands still, clad in a khaki trench coat, her long black hair swaying gently in the breeze, drawing the attention of passing university students, regardless of gender. After a brief moment, Yu Yizhen gradually raises her head and states, "Let us return to the hotel." The two possess little inclination to explore the beautiful campus of Fudan and promptly exit to hail a taxi back to their accommodation. Yijin isolates herself in her room, where intermittent sounds of disputes can be heard. Unbeknownst to Song Zhan, who remains in the room engrossed in mathematics, he originally intended to make an earnest attempt, but now, with the opportunity to enter Peking University on the horizon, he feels invigorated in his studies. According to Song Zhan's assessment, mathematics is his only obstacle. Around 4:30 p.m., Zhao Shubao returns to the hotel with Yao Yuan and He Jingjing, and at 5 p.m., while dining downstairs, Song Zhan learns that Yao Yuan has successfully passed the independent admissions test, whereas He Jingjing has been eliminated. He Jingjing, no longer concealing her emotions, collapses into Yao Yuan's embrace, weeping. Yao Yuan repeatedly assures her that they will attend the same school. If you cannot get into Tongji, then neither shall I, he promises, thumping his chest in determination. He Jingjing, with a stubborn resolve, declares, no, you will wait for me at Tongji, I will definitely be admitted. After their meal, and with an early flight the next morning, Zhao Shubao suggests that since they have made the effort to visit Shanghai, they should take a stroll along the renowned Bund. Song Zhan ascends to invite Yijin to join them, but she responds from her room, stating, you all go ahead, I do not wish to join. After pondering for a moment, Song Zhan replies, if you truly do not want to go, then so be it. However, a brief outing might lift your spirits. Clarity often strikes in an instant. After waiting for about a minute, Yijin assumes Song Zhan has departed, only to find him still standing at the door. Song Zhan, puzzled, remarks, is that your sleepwear? You could still wear it if you wish. Yijin gasps, her cheeks flushed, and quickly shuts the door. 5 minutes later, she emerges, having changed back into her trench coat, and descends the stairs alongside Song Zhan. Chapter 24. Night conversations at the Bund. By the time the 5 of them arrived at the Bund, it was already 7 p.m. Early March is not the peak tourist season, and the temperature was rather chilly. Thus, the Bund was far less crowded than in the sweltering summer months depicted on television. Nevertheless, the vibrancy of the area left Zhao Shubao and his companions in a state of mild astonishment. How splendid it is. I thought Ice City was quite impressive. But in comparison, it feels like a rural village, He Jingjing remarked candidly. Zhao Shubao chuckled. It's different. While Shanghai had already become an international metropolis, Ice City was still a gathering place for fishermen from Songjiang. Shall we head to the riverside first, or stroll along Nanjing East Road? Zhao Shubao had evidently done his homework and outlined a simple route. Song Zhan suggested, let us go to the riverside first. If we head to Nanjing East Road, we'll inevitably want to buy something, and carrying it around would be inconvenient. Everyone agreed with this reasoning, and they chose a route that took them south along the riverside before crossing the road to return north. Upon reaching the riverside, He Jingjing grabbed Yao Yuan and rushed to the railing, pointing at the brilliantly illuminated buildings across the river, exclaiming, look, that's the Oriental Pearl. Indeed, next to it is the International Financial Center. I've heard the elevators are incredibly fast, Yao Yuan chimed in. I still want to dine at the Oriental Pearl. I've heard the second sphere is an aerial restaurant. Gazing down at the dazzling lights and throngs of tourists must be utterly romantic, he added with a smile. Shall we order a bottle of 82 Lafite? Yao Yuan joked. He Jingjing teased back, can you even afford that? Song Zhan couldn't help but smile, reveling in the youthful banter around her, while Yijin remained lost in her own thoughts, disconnected from the lively atmosphere. Hey, anyone interested in a photo? Come. Let us take a group shot for memories. A photographer called out, sensing that Song Zhan and her friends were tourists, eagerly promoting his services. None of them had brought a camera, and since it was a rare occasion, they agreed that a group photo was indeed warranted. How much for a picture? 20 yuan. Though 20 yuan seemed a bit steep, they deemed it affordable for a single photo. Zhao Shubao pondered. Could we take a group photo and have the digital version sent to my email? The photographer was reluctant, responding, how about each of you takes an individual shot? The scenery is splendid. Song Zhan interjected. Brother, even if we don't take your picture, you'll still be idle. If we take a photo, won't that boost your popularity? It's still early. Let us get this started, shall we? Here as to your prosperous business. Under Song Zhan's enthusiastic lead, they showered the photographer with a flurry of well wishes, prompting a stifled laugh from Yijin. The photographer, amused, waved his hands repeatedly. All right. I can't handle you lot. Let us take the picture. I'll send you the digital version. Arranging themselves as instructed, Zhao Shubao stood on the far left, flanked by Yao Yuan and He Jingjing, while Yijin and Song Zhan positioned themselves beside them. Don't stand too far apart. Come closer and look at the camera. Say cheese. Just as the photographer was about to press the shutter, He Jingjing suddenly leaned against Yao Yuan, creating a noticeable gap between herself and Yu Yizhen. When the photo was revealed, everyone noticed Zhao Shubao's presence, clearly marked by his age as the elder among them. He Jingjing was nearly leaning against Yao Yuan, clearly resembling a young couple. Due to He Jingjing's overt approach, the distance between her and Yu Yizhen had noticeably widened, while the proximity between Song Zhan and Yu Yizhen appeared just right, close yet not too far apart, akin to a second pair of lovers. The breeze tousled Yu Yizhen's hair as she playfully swept it aside in the photograph, her features exquisite. Meanwhile, Song Zhan stood with his hands in his pockets, radiating vitality, and the two exuded an unexpected harmony and compatibility. "What do you think of my photography?" the photographer inquired, displaying the camera screen to the group. "All right, let's go with that one." Once the photos were developed, everyone took a moment to glance at them before deciding to give one to He Jingjing. Zhao Shubao promised to develop a few more upon returning and would collect them at the mathematics group later. As they strolled along the riverbank, Zhao Shubao received a phone call from home. He gestured towards a nearby bench, indicating for the others to continue without him. After Zhao Shubao drifted away from the group, Yao Yuan and He Jingjing naturally sought solitude, leaving Song Zhan and Yu Yizhen to walk side by side along the riverbank. Yu Yizhen remained silent, while Song Zhan savored the tranquility of the moment. "Brother, buy a flower for the sister. She is so beautiful." A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, was selling flowers in the scenic area. Song Zhan noticed her trendy attire and the variety of flowers in her basket, which seemed unlike those sold by typical flower vendors. "These flowers look lovely. Did you pick them from your home garden?" he asked. The girl giggled. "No, my mommy said it's okay." She turned to look back, and Song Zhan spotted a well-dressed woman waving, evidently a parent accompanying her child for some activities. "How much for a flower?" Song Zhan inquired. "I just want one." "Is that all right?" Yu Yizhen replied expressionlessly. "There's no need to buy." The little girl innocently chimed in. "I haven't set a price yet. You can offer anything." After pondering, Song Zhan selected a white cosmos flower from the basket, retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket, and said, "How about 5 yuan?" The girl beamed as she accepted the money and handed the flower to Song Zhan. He pointed to Yu Yizhen and said, "Give it to her, okay? Brother will teach you a trick. You can memorize the meanings of each flower. For instance, the cosmos symbolizes innocence and eternal happiness. Lilies represent a harmonious union and fulfilling wishes. If you see an unhappy adult, suggest they buy a cosmos to attain everlasting joy. And if you spot a couple, encourage them to purchase a lily for a wish to come true and a harmonious lifetime together." Song Zhan patiently instructed her. By this time, the little girl's mother had approached and said, "Wan, quickly thank the brother for teaching you something." The girl flashed a toothy grin and exclaimed, "Thank you, brother." With that, she eagerly approached Yu Yizhen, holding the cosmos flower high, saying, "Sister, this is a cosmos from my brother for you, wishing you perpetual innocence and eternal happiness. Sister, could you smile for me?" The girl's natural talent for improvisation was remarkable, and Yu Yizhen, touched by her innocence, finally smiled, replying, "Thank you." The little girl, captivated by Yu Yizhen's sweet smile, exclaimed dreamily, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Can I grow up to be like you?" The young girl was indeed quite charming, albeit with a hint of baby fat that rendered her adorably plump. Surely, she would thrive. Yu Yizhen couldn't help but pinch the girl's cheek, smiling brightly. After bidding farewell to the young girl, Yu Yizhen leaned against the railing alongside Song Zhan, her spirits noticeably lifted as she toyed with the cosmos flower in her hand, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. Song Zhan gazed at the boats traversing the Huangpu River, reminiscing about her own fleeting visit to the Bund in her previous life. "Thank you. I feel much better," Yu Yizhen remarked. "It's nothing," Song Zhan replied. "Others can only guide you. The clarity must come from within yourself." Yu Yizhen nodded, leaning forward with her right elbow resting on the railing and her wrist supporting her chin. She gazed at the neon splendor across the way and shared, "My father conducts research in aerospace, and I have a passion for astronomy and experimentation. My mother, on the other hand, is an orthopedic surgeon." Song Zhan nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her attentiveness. "My mother despises my father's frequent absences, even though she herself is quite busy. She wishes for me to follow in her footsteps and become a doctor. However, I have come to understand that I must pursue my own passions and will persuade her to support my choices." Yu Yizhen looked into Song Zhan's eyes, her tone resolute. Song Zhan smiled and said, "It should be this way. You are a prodigy. You will excel in any field you choose." Yu Yizhen was accustomed to receiving compliments, but for some reason, Being praised directly by Song Zhan made her feel a tad bashful. Yet, I am uncertain if my choice is the right one. My mother sees medicine as a path she has already traversed. Song Zhan shook her head. I believe your parents were not as remarkable at your age as you are now. If they could navigate their journeys, how could they lack faith in you? Be bold. If you are a fish, do not fear swimming forward. Some fish only see the Huangpu River, while others gaze upon the open sea. Following Song Zhan's gesture, Yu Yizhen looked beyond the vibrant cruise ships and noticed several massive cargo vessels heading south, soon to drift downstream into the sea, braving the waves toward distant horizons. The river breeze was strong, causing Yu Yizhen to squint, the cosmos flower in her hand swaying gently, its white petals adorning the night, whispering of its tender beauty. Suddenly, a click. Yu Yizhen and Song Zhan turned in unison to find a photographer standing behind them, camera in hand, delight illuminating his face as he reviewed the image. This is wonderful. I can gift this photo to you. Would you allow me to enter a photography competition? Song Zhan glanced at Yu Yizhen, who, in high spirits, dashed over to examine the camera, decisively deleting the photograph. Hey, why did you delete it? The photographer exclaimed. Young lady Yu Yizhen tugged at Song Zhan's hand, fleeing from the photographer's booth, leaving him unable to pursue them. What? Was it not flattering? Song Zhan inquired as they paused a distance away. Yu Yizhen, panting, replied, I want to tell you. Only she and the photographer knew the true quality of the shot. The following morning, a group boarded the flight back to the Ice City, comprising Yu Yizhen, Song Zhan, and Zhao Shubao seated together. Once more, Song Zhan produced a mathematics paper, causing Zhao Shubao to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, Yu Yizhen set aside the magazine she was reading, took Song Zhan's paper, and retrieved a marker from her bag to commence her corrections. Zhao Shubao observed the two with suspicion, while Song Zhan felt utterly perplexed. Yu Yizhen elucidated the problem-solving approach and answers clearly on the paper before handing it back to Song Zhan and once again raising the magazine to conceal her face. Confounded, Song Zhan stared at the paper until he noticed a line in the lower right corner of the last problem. Correction fee, 5 yuan. The Persian chrysanthemum is quite beautiful. I purchased it. Chapter 25. The tutor time aboard the aircraft passed swiftly as Song Zhan diligently revisited all the problems on the exam paper. Guided by Yu Yizhen's method of reasoning, he felt he had gleaned a great deal from the experience. Unlike Zhao Shubao, who, being a teacher, adhered to a standardized and conventional approach, Yu Yizhen, as a student, possessed her own understanding of the material. Her solutions were more succinct and efficient, peppered with annotations of experience and handy tips, making it easier for Song Zhan to learn. This also validated Song Zhan's earlier intention. Indeed, seeking help from capable students proved more suitable than from teachers. Before disembarking, he inquired about Yu Yizhen's contact information, hoping to arrange future tutoring sessions with her. I'm quite busy, and you're quite charming, Yu Yizhen replied without any pretense. Song Zhan felt no disappointment. It was evident their relationship had yet to reach a level where she could assist him academically. Upon returning to the city from the airport, the group opted for a tourist shuttle bus that would take them directly to Central Avenue, which was not far from the school and allowed for convenient drop-offs along the way. Song Zhan arrived home at 1 p.m. to find that both Lao Song and Li Hongmei were absent. He retreated to his room, opened his computer, and downloaded the stock trading software, Dazahui, logging into his pre-established stock account. The account indicated that a bank card needed to be linked in order to facilitate transactions. Song Zhan had intended to deposit all the money he had on him, fearing that Li Hongmei would eventually discover it if left hidden for too long. Following the user guide, he familiarized himself with the software's functionalities and trading processes. And he also took a moment to revisit the STNI stock that Fu Buchang had mentioned previously. Stocks marked with ST typically warrant cautious consideration due to their delisting risks, often undergoing organizational restructuring, equity changes, and operational reforms. Fu Buchang's confidence in its potential at least suggested a considerable understanding of the stock, and given his prudent approach to financial crises, he was certainly not one to act recklessly. After closing the stock software, Song Zhan logged onto QQ, where a barrage of messages awaited him. One message from Hao Zhixiong inquired whether Song Zhan had forgotten about their previous discussion and if they could arrange a meet this weekend. Song Zhan recalled that Hao Zhixiong had invited Peng Jingxiang out, with him and Wei Lingran serving as wingmen. He replied that it depended on circumstances, but he should be available. Another message from Wei Ling and expressed disappointment, questioning why he had skipped out on their promised trip to the swimming pool for training, only to run off to Hu City for the weekend. Song Zhan offered a brief explanation and assured her he would indeed go to the swimming pool that weekend. It was clear that his upcoming weekend would be quite busy. A peculiar message caught his attention. It was a friend request from someone with the intriguing username Rinjiu Liao Xiang Shang Tian, which was quite odd. The accompanying message read, "Hello. I am a junior from the Aerospace College of Ice University. I saw the tutoring request posted in the group, and I meet the requirements. I hope to meet and discuss with you privately." Finally, a student had reached out to Song Zhan. He promptly accepted the request and replied, "Hello. Do you have time today? I can come to Ice University to meet you." Rinjiu Liao Xiang Shang Tian responded, "No problem. I have class in the afternoon. Would it be all right for you to come after 4 p.m.? I'll meet you at the main entrance. Here is my phone number, 13x times x times x times x times x." Song Zhan replied, "No problem." With 50,000 yuan in cash, he first visited the bank, where he opened 2 bank cards, one with a deposit of 30,000 yuan and the other with 20,000 yuan. He intended to use the 30,000 yuan card for stock trading with Fubochang, while the 20,000 yuan would be for his daily expenses. The banking process was rather sluggish, and by the time Song Zhan arrived at Harbin Institute of Technology, it was already 5 p.m. He dialed the contact number, and soon a tall male student, nearly 1.8 meters in height, with a classic crew cut and half-rimmed glasses, approached him, exuding a scholarly demeanor. "Hello. I am Yang Yaoi. Are you the one in need of tutoring?" Yang inquired, his speech marked by a distinct Beijing accent, quite different from the local dialect. "Yes, that is me. My name is Song Zhan, a senior at Yizhong High School. Shall we find a place to discuss further?" Song Zhan suggested. "Sure. Let us head to the comprehensive teaching building. It's almost mealtime, and there are plenty of empty classrooms available at this hour," Yang replied. "Lead the way, please." "I am not familiar with this area," Song Zhan smiled. On their way, Yang did not remain silent. "You appear quite mature, not like a typical high school student. You seem to be around my age." Song Zhan chuckled. "Is that so? I suppose we're not too far apart in age." Yang smiled back. "Indeed. I was born in 89. How about you?" Song Zhan expressed surprise. "Oh, 89? I was born in 91. So you are just 2 years older and already a junior?" Yang laughed. "I'm from Beijing. Started school a bit earlier. It's no big deal. Are you only looking for help with math? Don't you need assistance in physics and chemistry? I can teach those subjects as well." Song Zhan explained, "I am a humanities student, and only my math skills are lacking." Yang nodded in understanding. The two soon found an unoccupied laboratory. Yang set down his bag and produced his college entrance examination results alongside his academic transcripts from the past 3 years. "You may take a look. I scored full marks in mathematics on my college entrance exam, and my grades in linear algebra, probability, and advanced calculus during university have all been above 95. Song Zhan glanced over the documents, noting that Yang was a student from Beijing Bai School with commendable scores. He remarked, "Your grades are impressive. It seems you could have attended an even better university than Harbin Institute of Technology." Yang responded nonchalantly, "I have a keen interest in aerospace, and I don't wish to remain in Beijing. To be honest, I'm a bit weary of it." Song Zhan understood this sentiment, as most students aspire to explore beyond their hometowns when choosing universities. "I see no issue with that," he said, returning the documents to Yang. "May I ask why you are offering tutoring? Is it for financial reasons?" Yang chuckled. "Money is always tight, but primarily I have secured a spot for postgraduate study. So my academic workload is manageable. I want to keep myself occupied." Song Zhan was indeed looking for a teacher with ample time, nodding in agreement. "I truly need such a teacher, ideally someone who can tutor me daily." Yang expressed admiration. "It is quite rare to see someone as proactive as you in seeking out a tutor. I have tutored other high school students, but none have been as diligent as you." With no further questions, Song Zhan proposed, "Could we possibly conduct a trial lesson? Certainly, we can sign a contract afterward." Yang replied, "Sign a contract? Is that really necessary?" Yang inquired, taken aback. "It is perfectly acceptable not to sign. We can settle the matter on the spot." "What is your expected tutoring fee?" inquired Song Zhan. Yang Yaoi had contemplated this before coming. "I have not tutored seniors before, and your request for an intensive session may differ from regular teaching. I inquired about the local rates for senior tutors, and for one-on-one sessions lasting an hour and a half, the price ranges from 150 to 200. I will teach you for 2 hours, and you can pay me 100. How does that sound?" Song Zhan replied, "That works, no problem." This arrangement aligned with Song Zhan's expectations. After they reached an agreement, Yang Yaoi asked, "I am still unaware of your proficiency. Could you show me some of your recent test papers? Certainly, Song Zhan replied, handing over a substantial stack of papers from the past week. During the first week of school, Song Zhan had devoted nearly all his time to studying mathematics, completing 8 sets of papers. Yang Yaoi meticulously examined them for about 20 minutes, taking notes on a blank sheet of paper with his own pen, before returning them to Song Zhan. Your performance varies greatly. The first 3 papers are even below that of a middle school student, Song Zhan explained. I was a bit muddled due to a fever during those days. In reality, it was because he had just been reborn and was unfamiliar with everything. Subsequently, Song Zhan's abilities improved significantly, reaching approximately 60 of his previous level. Yang Yaoi remarked, currently you can score around 60 to 70 on a mathematics paper. If you study diligently with me, I am confident I can elevate your score to around 110 to 120. Song Zhan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Yang Yaoi nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Let us begin with this geometry problem that you find most challenging. Today, I will ensure you master it, so that you can tackle any geometry problem you encounter in the future. With that, Yang Yaoi shed his earlier casual demeanor, picked up a piece of chalk, and approached the podium, swiftly writing down the solution. Chapter 26, University Student Tutoring Class: The Geometric Probability Problems. While seemingly focused on the computation of probabilities and appearing to be purely numerical in nature, essentially revolve around the graphical representation of the likelihood of events occurring. Do you recall the popular game featured in Ligu Le Fan Tian from a couple of years ago? It involved marbles cascading down through obstacles, ultimately landing in various prize pockets. Each pocket represented the probability of an event occurring. In essence, geometric probability requires one to translate their understanding of events into intuitive areas where they may occur, enabling the calculation of probabilities based on these regions. Yang Yavi illustrated his explanation with diagrams. For instance, the problem regarding the bus departure time is a quintessential one-dimensional geometric probability issue, easily represented on a number line. He sketched a horizontal number line on the blackboard, using different colors to depict the coverage of vehicles during various time intervals according to the problem's specifications. Without needing further elaboration, the answer was clear. It was simply the probability of landing within the designated area, which amounted to a quarter. As Yang Yavi continued, he presented another problem for Song Zhan. This is another bus-related question. Why don't you attempt to sketch it out? Following Yang Yavi's methodology, Song Zhan drew the number line, identified the segments, and compared their lengths. However, due to his inexperience, it took him about 3 minutes to arrive at the solution. Yes, precisely, Yang Yavi affirmed with a nod. For the first time, Song Zhan realized that learning could be this effortless, not solely due to Yang Yavi's academic prowess, but also because he was a student who utilized a relatable perspective to convey knowledge effectively, focusing on the core concepts. Furthermore, Yang Yavi's approach fostered a sense of interaction, eliminating barriers and allowing everyone to immerse themselves fully in the essence of learning. Moreover, Song Zhan was unaware that he had evolved beyond the high school student he once was. His university education and real-world experiences had broadened his horizons and enhanced his comprehension skills. Much like many who enter university find high school material simpler, the content itself had not changed. Rather, it was his understanding that had deepened. Yang Yavi introduced yet another function-based geometric probability problem. This involves determining range intervals with functions. Essentially another one-dimensional geometric probability exercise. Give it a try. You have a minute to think through it. If it takes longer, don't dwell on it. Mathematics doesn't thrive on prolonged contemplation, at least not at the high school level. Song Zhan nodded and contemplated the function-based problem. First, I'll rearrange the function to ascertain the resulting interval, then compare it with the required segment. Yang Yavi affirmed. That's the approach. Just like before, sketch the number line, identify the segments, and compare. Song Zhan nodded again, quickly performing calculations on the blackboard and efficiently arriving at the solution. Yang Yavi posed several additional problems from past exam papers, those from Jiangsu in 2003, Hubei in 2005, and Shandong in 2007, all of which were from the mathematics workbook that Song Zhan had yet to tackle. At this stage, Song Zhan was adeptly navigating through the established patterns, tackling each question with ease. Well, we've covered one-dimensional problems. It's time to delve into two-dimensional ones, which are even more intuitive. Yang Yaoi sketched a coordinate system on the blackboard, depicting a square with an inscribed circle, which he colored in red. What do you think is the probability of an object landing in the area of the square that does not overlap with the circle? Yang Yaoi inquired. Song Zhan replied. That would certainly be the area of the square minus the area of the circle, divided by the area of the square. Yang Yaoi nodded in agreement and said, precisely. Now let's see. He proceeded to dissect the circle and rearranged its segments, which Song Zhan observed closely, remarking, it appears unchanged from before. Then Yang Yaoi rotated the segments into a more peculiar configuration. Still the same, Song Zhan noted. Yang Yaoi nodded once more and presented the original problem to Song Zhan. A moment of realization dawned upon Song Zhan as he recognized the peculiar shape of the original problem. However, after transformation, it resembled the square and inscribed circle that Yang Yaoi had drawn earlier. Do you understand? The essence of two-dimensional geometric probability can be distilled into 3 steps. Sketch the coordinates, identify the transformations, and calculate the area. Yang Yaoi then posed several similar problems and variants, which Song Zhan enthusiastically tackled. As time passed, with each tick of the clock, Song Zhan's eagerness to learn and Yang Yaoi's sense of accomplishment in teaching flourished. After mealtime had passed, many students from the ICE University returned to study and couldn't resist pausing to listen for a while. They found the scene intriguing. Teaching high school students reminded them of their own high school days, a time when they felt they could never fully grasp concepts in class and always craved further study. Resorting to self-exploration, they were all gifted and diligent individuals who had once compiled numerous techniques that unfortunately faded away over time. As Yang Yaoi continued to explain, he suddenly flushed, saying, there are too many people. Let's conclude for today. Song Zhan laughed heartily. Well, at least I truly understand geometric probability now, Yang Yaoi suggested. Shall we continue tomorrow? However, I must charge for the session then. Song Zhan shook his head. No? Yang Yaoi, growing anxious, asked, are you not satisfied? Is there an issue? I can make adjustments. Song Zhan cheerfully replied, no, I am quite satisfied. With that, he pulled out a 100 yuan note and handed it to Yang Yaoi, saying, knowledge is priceless, but imparting it has its value. Just look at this blackboard filled with diagrams and solutions. They are impeccable, and I cannot let your efforts go unrewarded. Yang Yaoi, feeling bashful, replied. But this was supposed to be a trial lecture. He hesitated, yet his hands continued to move, quietly tucking the money into his pocket. Let me walk you out. Shall we meet at the same time tomorrow? Yang Yaoi asked. Song Zhan expressed regret. Tomorrow I can only meet after evening classes, as I have lectures during the day. Yang Yaoi pondered briefly before responding, I will be free in the evening, though there may not be space here. Nevertheless, I will still meet you at the entrance, and we can relocate. Song Zhan agreed. Sounds good. The teaching session between the two had captured the attention of numerous ICE University students, particularly the moment when Song Zhan handed over the money, a striking 100 yuan bill. Is it really that easy to earn money? Many university students, contemplating part-time jobs, suddenly felt a surge of motivation. Did you see that? It seems that teaching isn't so difficult after all. Indeed, you are from the College of Sciences, so you surely have nothing to worry about. Your understanding of physics is likely similar, as many students struggle to grasp high school physics concepts. Yang Yaoi and Song Zhan navigated through a bustling crowd, where everyone engaged in lively conversation. Some university students even approached Song Zhan directly, asking, Hey, do you offer chemistry tutoring? I'm from the Chemistry Institute and can explain it thoroughly. One boy volunteered with enthusiasm. Yes, he ranks among the top 3 in our year and has won a national award. His roommate chimed in to support him. Song Zhan smiled and replied, I'm sorry, but I'm a humanities student and don't study chemistry. The boy appeared somewhat disappointed, but Song Zhan added, however, I know quite a few science students. If you leave your contact information, I can inquire on your behalf. The boy nodded appreciatively, saying, that would be great. Thank you. After noting down the contact details, Yang Yaoi remarked, have you already begun your intermediary business? Song Zhan pondered for a moment before saying, I noticed that many people initially had no concept of tutoring, but upon witnessing it firsthand, they felt the difficulty had diminished. I'm considering the idea of establishing a tutoring program for university students, which could be quite beneficial. Yang Yaoi raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, we haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking of organizing classes. Impressive. If you have this idea, I can help you find teachers. Our school may lack in certain areas, but it is certainly rich in talent. Song Zhan nodded slightly, contemplating the feasibility of this venture. Having been reborn into this present life, the notion of entrepreneurship had begun to take root in his mind. Chapter 27, Song Zhan. By the time I returned home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Both Old Song and Li Hongmei happened to be at home. Old Song was comfortably nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the television, while Li Hongmei had just emerged from Song Zhan's room, carrying a pile of freshly laundered clothes. Song Zhan silently sighed in relief, grateful that he had deposited the money earlier that afternoon. Otherwise, he would have surely been discovered. Why are you back so late? I noticed your backpack is already in your room, Li Hongmei inquired with concern. Oh, I went to Beijing University to find a student to help me with my math, Song Zhan replied. Old Song questioned, is the university student reliable? Of course. And quite affordable too, Song Zhan assured him. Old Song nodded, recognizing his child's desire to learn, and continued, how did the essay competition go? With a sigh, Song Zhan lamented, it's complicated. Li Hongmei wrapped her arm around Song Zhan's shoulders, saying, it's all right, consider it a valuable experience. You've participated for 3 years, and making it to the semifinals is already quite an achievement. As she spoke, Li Hongmei exchanged knowing glances with Old Song, who, perceptive as ever, needed no prompting. Indeed, Old Song added, I heard that the semifinals have over 70,000 participants vying for just over 200 spots, less than 1%. It's even more brutal than the college entrance examination. Song Zhan nodded and returned to his room, retrieving a paper that contained an agreement. He strode into the living room and placed it on the coffee table nonchalantly, declaring, a real man only takes on tough battles. Old Song picked up the agreement and glanced at it, then furrowed his brow, slowly sitting up straight. He polished his glasses and said, Hongmei, could you please turn on the light? Li Hongmei emerged from the bathroom with damp hands, retorting, all you do is give orders. How about you wash the clothes instead? Song Zhan casually turned on the light, and upon seeing the contents of the agreement, Old Song suddenly stood up, exclaiming, you won first prize? Leaning against the wall, Song Zhan nodded lazily. And you signed an agreement with Beijing University, lowering the admission score by 60 points? Old Song pressed on. Song Zhan nodded again. Li Hongmei was taken aback. What? Let me see. She joined Old Song on the couch, and fearing to smudge the agreement with her wet hands, she wiped them on Old Song's clothes before grasping a corner of the document. As she read, she covered her mouth and began to cry. Quickly, Song Zhan moved closer, wrapping his arms around his mother's shoulders. Why are you crying? This is good news. Li Hongmei nodded, her voice choked with emotion. I'm just, Old Song laughed heartily, his eyes nearly disappearing. Your mother is just overwhelmed with joy. Lowering the score by 60 points is practically handing you the admission letter. Song Zhan nodded in agreement. That seems about right, but we mustn't become complacent. Li Hongmei began counting on her fingers. You can currently score around 570. And with the additional 60 points, that brings you to 630. Last year, Beijing University required. Old Song interjected. We have a teacher at our school whose child scored last year. Li Hongmei nodded. In that case, there is indeed a chance. Haha. My son might just attend Beijing University. Shoo, Song Zhan cautioned. Let's remain low-key. Everything is subject to the final admission decision. Old Song and Li Hongmei exchanged knowing glances and nodded solemnly. Mom, why do I suddenly feel a bit hungry? I think I forgot to eat dinner, Song Zhan said. Patting his stomach, Li Hongmei replied, then let's cook something. What do you want? Let your father make it for you. Just make something casual, Song Zhan suggested. Old Song pondered for a moment and said, how about we celebrate a bit and have a barbecue at your father-in-law's place? The father-in-law that Old Song referred to was presumably Wei Lingren's father, who had arranged Song Zhan's engagement just a few days prior over drinks. Recalling the scene of Wei Ling and chasing after him, Song Zhan sighed, I think I'll just cook a bag of noodles myself. After a simple meal, he returned to his room, logged onto the stock trading software, and reviewed the recent fluctuations in the stock price of ST Yanhai along with market analyses. After some contemplation, he dialed Fu Buchang's number for the first time. Hello, who is this? Fu Buchang, seemingly still awake and quite alert, answered. Brother Fu? This is Song Zhan. We met in the Shanghai Stock Exchange Hall the other day. You advised me to go back, Song Zhan explained. Oh, it's you. Of course, I remember. Fu Buchang replied, while perusing reports in his study, sipping hot milk and smiling. You're Xiao Song, right? Yes. I've returned to iCity and am reviewing the recent stock market and economic news, and I thought I might seek your guidance, Song Zhan humbly stated. Absolutely. I would be delighted to help. Fu Buchang recalled their last conversation and realized that after speaking with Song Zhan, he had discussed recent economic changes and risk forecasts with friends on Wall Street, further appreciating Song Zhan's insightful perspectives. They conversed for an hour, sharing viewpoints on economic news. While Song Zhan subtly inquired about Fu Buchang's thoughts on the A-shares and specific stock selection strategies, Fu Buchang held a favorable view of ST Yanhai. believing that amidst economic downturns, the agricultural sector remained relatively robust. Their conversation was quite enjoyable, and they agreed to talk again in a few days. After hanging up, Song Zhan contemplated his next move and placed an order for 30,000 yuan in St. Yanhai stocks, which had been stable at around 4 yuan recently. He intended to cut his losses decisively if the situation turned adverse, acknowledging that he was not suited for stock trading, merely a speculator at best. Following the call, Fu Buochang felt elated and picked up a pen and paper to jot down his reflections from the conversation with Song Zhan. He was impressed by Song Zhan's broad perspective and analysis of domestic conditions, especially regarding potential future government responses, including possible quantitative easing policies. Fu Buochang considered whether to invest heavily in assets and expenditures but was wary of enduring a prolonged winter. Before long, Fu Buochang's phone rang again. This time, he glanced at the number, becoming noticeably more cautious and careful. After ensuring the doors and windows were secured, he answered, "Hello, Yin, are your studies at Penn exhausting?" "Oh dear, I was wrong. I was just on the phone with a young friend." "Yes, quite remarkable, I'm not lying," Fu Buochang beamed, his smile radiating warmth and flattery. "Who is it?" A woman, still youthful yet in her middle age, entered the room with a hint of jealousy. "Yin." Fu Buochang pointed to the phone and whispered, "My daughter has never called you," the woman remarked, slightly annoyed, before snatching the phone from Fu Buochang and engaging in conversation. The following day, Monday, it wasn't long after Song Zhan arrived at school that everyone began inquiring about the results of his participation in the new concept semifinals. After all, he had been absent on Friday, and the news had spread. Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Song Zhan calmly shared the outcome with his classmates, which instantly ignited a frenzy in the room. Ho Xinqing teased, "What the heck? On the day of the 100-day pledge, we were all just joking around. And you actually went for it?" Shi Qing interjected, "You scored 60? That's even higher than Yin Qiliang." Yin Qiliang, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Is this even possible? Am I a false first place?" Song Zhan could only offer reassurances that it was still in the early stages and that literature held no definitive value in this context. But his classmates remained skeptical, offering mostly blessings instead. Even the girl from the basketball team, who had claimed Song Zhan's seat on the first day of school, came over to congratulate him. As Song Zhan surveyed the room, he felt something was amiss and asked Hao Zhixiang, "Why haven't I seen old Zheng?" Hao Zhixiang replied, "I think he is on sick leave. Honestly, I suspect he is off having fun." Before long, the homeroom teacher arrived and called Song Zhan aside. "I heard you won the first prize and signed a grade reduction agreement?" Song Zhan nodded in affirmation. The teacher then inquired, "Where is the agreement?" "Show it to me." Retrieving the document from his backpack, Song Zhan handed it over. The teacher examined it and remarked, "This is quite impressive. You've got some talent. I haven't heard your Chinese teacher praise you like this before." With a smile, Song Zhan replied, "Isn't it all about being low-key? Besides, it's mostly luck. Perhaps I simply resonated with one of the judges." The teacher nodded. "That's the right attitude. Staying humble is essential. Remember, a grade reduction doesn't guarantee acceptance." Song Zhan agreed earnestly, and the teacher offered a few more words of encouragement. "The school will likely hang up a banner. Who knows? The principal might even want to have a word with you. However, the focus will be on the first prize, not the grade reduction." Song Zhan acknowledged this. During the break of the third period, an announcement was made over the intercom calling for Song Zhan from Class 9 of Senior 3 to come to the main entrance. As someone was looking for him, puzzled about who might be seeking him, Song Zhan stepped out of the main building to find a gathering of students, mostly boys, huddled together, whispering and pretending to pass by, all for a glimpse of him. As he navigated through the crowd, he spotted a girl standing beside the security guard. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, donned a cream-colored down jacket, paired with light gray leggings, and wore sleek black shoes. Leaning forward, she was scanning the crowd until her eyes landed on Song Zhan, her expression softening into a smile that resembled a crescent moon. Song Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Was it really her? Chapter 28. I am Jiang Yunmiao. The gatekeeper inquired, "Little girl, has the person not yet come out?" The girl turned and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sir. They have already emerged." As she spoke, she slowly approached and joined Song Zhan, stopping about 40 centimeters away. With a measured tone, she introduced herself. "Hello, let us reacquaint. I am Jiang Yunmiao, the Jiang of the Yangtze River, and Yunmiao from the lines. A sea of waves and clouds descends. Amidst the mountain rains, born of the moonlight, Song Zhan was taken aback by the girl's fierce yet endearing demeanor, responding, "What a beautiful name. I am Song Zhan, the Zhan from Jianzhan." Jiang Yunmiao smiled. Of course, I am aware. Shall we proceed? Song Zhan, puzzled, asked. Proceed? Where to? Jiang Yunmiao replied, to wherever is most enjoyable. Of course. Without waiting for Song Zhan's refusal, she swiftly grasped his hand, pulling him out of the school gates while calling back to the gatekeeper, Sir. See you next time. The gatekeeper waved and remarked, Youth is truly wonderful. He then closed the gate, shielding the astonished students from view. Once outside, Song Zhan questioned, I still have class shortly. Jiang Yunmiao reassured him, Do not worry, Sister Lan will assist you in taking leave, including for the afternoon. Song Zhan chuckled. It seems you are quite experienced. Jiang Yunmiao blushed at his words, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation at his teasing, retorting, I am a good student. I have no such experience. Song Zhan was surprised by how easily Jiang Yunmiao flushed, noticing she had lost her earlier boldness, appearing rather shy and reserved. Are you feeling better? He inquired. What did the doctor say? Much improved, Jiang Yunmiao explained. I will be discharged in 2 days. But my father insisted the doctor keep me for another week. Otherwise, I could have visited you sooner. I finally managed to be discharged last Friday to find you. Only to learn you were not at school. They said you had gone to Huqing. Song Zhan nodded. Yes, I went to participate in the new concept writing competition. Jiang Yunmiao's eyes brightened. New concept writing? You must be quite skilled at writing. Song Zhan replied awkwardly. It's just average. Really? You mentioned you wanted to find me? Yes. Jiang Yunmiao rubbed her hands together, saying, You saved me, yet I seem to have vanished from the world. This is not right. Song Zhan smiled. Realizing Jiang Yunmiao had come specifically to express her gratitude. It was nothing. It was a simple act anyone would have done. He added candidly, Sister Lan has already rewarded me. Jiang Yunmiao shook her head. It is different. That was what you deserved. You may not know, but before you arrived, I called out countless times, and no one came. Her voice dwindled, and her head lowered as she spoke, nearly burying herself in her chest. Concerned she might revisit painful memories, Song Zhan encouraged. All that is in the past, do not dwell on it. Look forward. I can see you are a bit chilly. Your attire is acceptable, but you lack experience living in Ice City. Jiang Yunmiao interrupted, forgot her previous train of thought and replied, Yes, I am from Guangdong. As Song Zhan observed Jiang Yunmiao rubbing her hands together in a shivering manner, he removed his gloves and offered them to her, saying, Put these on first. The True Color stationery store across the street sells gloves and scarves. Let's purchase a set. Just as Jiang Yunmiao was about to decline, she hesitated and replied, All right. Upon entering the stationery store, they were greeted by a delightful warmth. This store, conveniently located near the school, boasted a comprehensive selection of items, including winter essentials like warm packs, hot water bottles, hats, gloves, scarves, and ear muffs, as well as summer necessities such as small fans and cooling ointments. What do you fancy? Song Zhan inquired, not out of mere courtesy, but because he felt it necessary to spend a portion of the 50,000 yuan he had taken from her. Jiang Yunmiao touched a thick scarf, exclaiming, It's so warm. We rarely see anything this thick back home. The shopkeeper approached them, marveling, What a pure and lovely young lady. You must try this set. It suits you perfectly. He rummaged through the stock and produced a 3-piece set consisting of a peach and white scarf, gloves, and a hat adorned with a rabbit fur pom-pom. Jiang Yunmiao's eyes sparkled with delight as Song Zhan encouraged her, Give it a try. Once she donned the items, they fit her well. Though her high ponytail made the hat appear somewhat puffy at the back, Song Zhan asked, Can we just purchase the scarf and gloves? The shopkeeper replied, That won't do. They are sold as a set. The hat looks lovely on you as well. You can always change your hairstyle. Why not add a pair of earmuffs? They would suit your ponytail perfectly. Jiang Yunmiao inquired, What are earmuffs? The shopkeeper explained that they were padded warmers that resembled headphones. He then retrieved a pair of light pink earmuffs, which coordinated beautifully with the scarf and gloves. Jiang Yunmiao carefully placed them on and looked in the mirror, appearing adorably sweet. Song Zhan nodded and said, Let us add the earmuffs. The ensuing negotiation phase saw the shopkeeper initially asking for 60 yuan, with the set priced at 50 and the earmuffs at 10. However, Song Zhan managed to haggle the price down to 35 yuan for the set, with the earmuffs thrown in for free. Stepping out of the stationery store, Jiang Yunmiao felt pleasantly warm and admired. You are truly impressive. I am utterly clueless when it comes to bargaining. Song Zhan chuckled. It's nothing. Just consider half the price as the baseline and negotiate from there. Bargaining isn't difficult. It primarily requires the courage to speak up and a bit of audacity. Jiang Yunmiao giggled. Next time, I'll give it a try. She then asked, Where shall we go next? After a moment's thought, Song Zhan remarked, It's nearly noon. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Jiang Yunmiao shook her head, admitting she had skipped breakfast. Is there anything in particular you wish to eat? Song Zhan inquired. Well, I'm fine with anything. Let us just grab something nearby. Jiang Yunmiao replied, not wanting to appear overly particular. All right, then let's have Northeast clay pot noodles. It's right over there, Song Zhan suggested, pointing to a restaurant with a green sign that read cheese flavor clay pot. Following his lead, Jiang Yunmiao ordered the same clay pot noodles, while Song Zhan fetched her a bottle of hot peanut milk and ordered a few servings of fried vegetable skewers and fish cakes. Jiang Yunmiao took a bite of the fried cabbage, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, delicious. Song Zhan observed her with astonishment as she devoured her meal with remarkable speed. You have quite an appetite, he exclaimed. Jiang Yunmiao shot him a glare, her mouth still occupied. Although she was eating quickly, her overall consumption was not substantial, especially in comparison to athletes like Wei Lingran. Feeling slightly full, Jiang Yunmiao discreetly stifled a burp, covering her mouth and ensuring that Song Zhan, who was engrossed in his meal, had not noticed her discomfort before feeling relieved. Noticing that she still had a significant portion left, Song Zhan felt a twinge of temptation. Are you going to finish that? He inquired. Jiang Yunmiao shook her head, prompting Song Zhan to reach for her clay pot. Wait, are you? She stammered. Song Zhan hesitated. Oh, is that not acceptable? I thought you were sharing. Jiang Yunmiao's face flushed again, and she nodded shyly, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, as she sipped her peanut soup. After consuming 1.5 servings, Song Zhan exhaled contentedly, feeling satisfied. Where shall we go next? Jiang Yunmiao inquired. Song Zhan pondered for a moment. Have you been to Central Street or the Ice and Snow World? He asked. Sister Lan took me there, Jiang Yunmiao added, but we could visit again. Song Zhan chuckled. What is the point of going again? We can save it for next year. Each year brings something new. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly proposed. How about ice skating? Would you like to go? Instantly, an image of ballet-clad female athletes gracefully dancing on ice flashed in Jiang Yunmiao's mind, and she nodded vigorously. Chapter 29. Waiting for you at University. Song Zhan accompanied Jiang Yunmiao to the public ice rink near the Flood Control Memorial Tower. The rink, with a circumference of 400 meters, was open free of charge. Initially scheduled to close at the end of February but extended to March 5th due to a wave of cold weather. While entry was complimentary, ice skates were available for rent at a fee. The two rented a pair for 40 yuan, enjoying the advantage of unlimited time. Having grown up by the riverside in Heishui County, Song Zhan had skated on the old skates left behind by his father since childhood. His skating skills were decent, except for the more intricate maneuvers, and he had no trouble teaching others. In contrast, Jiang Yunmiao, a native of Guangdong, had never even seen snow, let alone skated, and struggled to remain upright in her skates. I can't get up, she uttered weakly, sitting helplessly on the ice. Song Zhan crouched down, assessing her situation. Your skates are not fitted properly, he observed. He guided her to a nearby bench, loosened her skates, adjusted their fit, and secured them tightly again. Jiang Yunmiao gazed at Song Zhan, her eyes narrowed in a smile at his earnestness. After the adjustment, she felt considerably more comfortable. Attempting to stand, she followed Song Zhan's instructions, feet parallel or in a slight V shape, keep your gaze ahead, and avoid staring down at your feet. Jiang Yunmiao stood as directed, her legs straight and closely aligned in her leggings, leaving little space between them. First, let me teach you how to fall, he said. Falling forward can hurt your knees, and falling backward may lead to a bump on your head, so try to lean sideways when you go down. Song Zhan demonstrated, and she quickly grasped the technique. Excellent. Now, let's practice marching in place, simulating walking on ice. Just follow AV pattern, and once you feel steady, you can pick up the pace, he instructed. After a couple of steps, Jiang Yunmiao found it was not as difficult as she anticipated and began to gain speed, inadvertently forgetting the direction. She continued to skate clockwise while the norm on the rink was counterclockwise. Make way, came a sharp warning. Startled, she looked up to see a robust man gliding towards her at high speed. Unaware of her unexpected path, he too struggled to avoid a collision. Song Zhan, who had been trailing behind, immediately surged forward, grasping the collar of Jiang Yunmiao's coat and pulling her back behind him. However, his momentum turned him away from the oncoming man, resulting in a light collision. Bang! Song Zhan was sent sliding a considerable distance, yet fortunately, neither he nor Jiang Yunmiao fell. Hey, are you all right? The robust man called out from a distance. Rising, Song Zhan shook his head. I'm fine. Good reflexes. Next time, Keep an eye on your girlfriend. Let us maintain a civilized skating atmosphere. The word civilized sounded somewhat amusing coming from the man, prompting a smile from Song Zhan as he nodded in acknowledgement. The man departed with a casual flourish. Jiang Yunmu brushed off the dust on Song Zhan's clothes, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was skating against the flow. No worries, he reassured her. I forgot to mention that everyone skates counterclockwise here. I saw you doing quite well, let us continue learning. Subsequently, Song Zhan taught Jiang Yunmu the forward glide, side pushes, and one-foot skating, covering all the basics. Under his guidance, she diligently practiced and, in less than an hour, was able to glide slowly on her own. Impressive. Song Zhan expressed her astonishment. You must be exceptionally good at studying, right? Jiang Yunmiao attempted a spin on the ice, surprisingly mastering it without any guidance. Well, it's not that impressive, Jiang Yunmiao humbly replied. After skating for a while, the two took a break. Song Zhan bought Jiang Yunmiao a cup of hot milk tea and a grilled sausage, which was in 2 sections. Jiang Yunmiao consumed one and left the other for Song Zhan. Are you also in your final year? Jiang Yunmiao inquired. Yes, Song Zhan nodded. There are just 100 days left until the college entrance examination. Jiang Yunmiao further asked, which university do you intend to apply to? Song Zhan replied, Capital University. Though I'm not certain I can get in. Capital University? Jiang Yunmiao pondered for a moment and asked, Are you sure? Well, I suppose it's worth a try. Song Zhan said. Jiang Yunmiao counted on her fingers, prompting Song Zhan to ask, What are you calculating? How many more points I need? Jiang Yunmiao frowned. Song Zhan chuckled. Are you also planning to apply to Capital University? Jiang Yunmiao retorted, What's wrong with that? I want to attend the same university as you. Looking into Jiang Yunmiao's determined eyes, Song Zhan asked why. Jiang Yunmiao remained silent. Never mind that. You mentioned trying. How many points do you need? Song Zhan replied. About 50 points. Huh? You dare to try with over 50 points to spare? Jiang Yunmiao suspected Song Zhan was deceiving her. Youth should be pursued with utmost effort. Song Zhan did not clarify that she had been given a lower score. Jiang Yunmiao, unable to discern the jest, stated seriously, All right, then we shall both strive. I have a slightly better chance than you. Don't let it be that I go and you don't. With that, Jiang Yunmiao extended her pinky towards Song Zhan. Confused, Song Zhan asked, What's this? A pinky swear? Jiang Yunmiao explained, It's a universally recognized gesture of agreement. All right, under the setting sun. The two sealed their promise, and a photograph captured the moment. Darling, what are you doing? A girl with smoky eye makeup asked as she embraced a boy holding a phone. The boy, gazing at the photo he had just taken, revealed a mischievous grin. Nothing much, just witnessing an amusing scene and recording it, he replied playfully. Zheng shirts you. I'm right here. You can't look at other girls, the girl pouted, clinging to him. This boy was none other than the ill-fated Zheng who had called in sick today. All right, she can't possibly compare to you. My eyes only see you, he reassured, needing to sweet-talk the girl before making any moves. He had initially skipped class to take the girl out, but unexpectedly encountered Song Zhan, and though the girl he was with was Wei Lingran, she was equally captivating, causing Zheng discomfort. What charm does this guy possess that attracts one stunning girl after another? Zheng contemplated finding a chance to show Wei Lingran the photo, hoping to evoke her despair and create an opportunity for himself. The girl with smoky makeup snapped several selfies with Zheng, who feigned enthusiasm. However, before long, 2 men clad in black suits and exuding authority approached, tapping Zheng on the shoulder, and said, Please come with us. As Lao Zheng was about to call out to you, he was suddenly subdued and taken away. The girl with smoky eye makeup was just about to shout for help when another man in a suit silenced her with a mere glance, leaving her speechless. Lao Zheng was placed in a vehicle, and it was not until 3 minutes had elapsed that he was released. What just happened? Who are they? The girl with smoky eyes inquired. Lao Zheng remained silent, trembling as he clutched his phone. He accessed his gallery, finding it devoid of any photos of Song Zhan and Jiang Yunmiao, save for a single blurry silhouette of the two alongside the girl in smoky makeup. Why are you ignoring me? The smoky-eyed girl feigned annoyance. Get lost. Lao Zheng cursed, his pent-up rage erupting as he turned to leave. Unbeknownst to Song Zhan and Jiang Yunmiao, they continued their day, enjoying various activities on the ice, snow tubing, ice sledding, and riding mini snowmobiles. Jiang Yunmiao's smile was unbroken, perhaps even more vibrant than it had been over the past year. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the streetlights flickered to life, they climbed off the ice. A black Audi was parked across the street, its hazard lights flashing. Sister Lan rolled down her window, greeting the pair from a distance. Sister Lan is here to pick you up, Song Zhan remarked. waving. I have to go, Jiang Yunmi replied softly. I'm heading back to Guangfu. Ah? All right. Jiang Yunmiao tightened her scarf and looked up at Song Zhan. Don't forget our promise. Song Zhan nodded. I remember. See you in the capital. Jiang Yunmiao gazed into Song Zhan's eyes, wanting to impart a warning against other girls, but ultimately refrained. Instead, she grasped his scarf tightly, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. As their lips met, an electric current surged through them, and they separated as if shocked by static. You. Song Zhan began, but was abruptly enveloped in Jiang Yunmiao's embrace, leaving him momentarily speechless. I'll be waiting for you at Jingda. You must come, she murmured, pulling a meticulously folded star from her pocket and slipping it into his. After a brief pause, Jiang Yunmiao released Song Zhan, sprinting towards the car. Sister Lan raised the window, and the vehicle sped away. Song Zhan retrieved the folded star from his pocket, noticing the word unfold inscribed on it. He stepped under the dim streetlight, using its glow to open the star, revealing a series of numbers on one side, 135x times x times 3018, 287 XXX12. The first seemed like a phone number, while the latter resembled a QQ account. Turning the paper over, his pupils dilated in shock. On the reverse side lies a brief poem, adapted from Gu Cheng's experiment. Pinned in an elegant, slender script, the man strides upon the northern winds, ice fragments at his feet. He traverses the pitch-black night, snowfall descends in silence. Beneath him, deep pits marred by sweat linger, leaving behind 2 trails of ink. In the cyclical dance of fate, he strikes at the ice column. The northern winds shatter the castle. As the ice cascades downwards, she weeps. This person or that one passes by, severing vitality from the surroundings. He ignites the flame within the girl, behind him. A black sedan honks twice. Song Zhan glances back, recognizing it as the vehicle arranged by Sister Lan. He approaches the window, exchanges a few words, and the car departs. Song Zhan folds the paper back into a star, tucking it into his pocket, and walks home alone. Today marks the final day of the 9th winter. The day after tomorrow heralds the awakening of insects. As the saying goes, count the 9 winters, and the peach blossoms shall bloom. The peach blossoms have unfurled. Indeed, spring has truly arrived. Chapter 30. A modest success on the way. Song Zhan made a phone call to Yang Yaoi, informing him that he would not attend tutoring today due to prior engagements, but would resume as usual tomorrow. Upon returning home, Song Zhan saved Jiang Yunmiao's number and sent her a message. This is Song Zhan. I have arrived home safely. Shortly, he received a reply. I am home too. Song Zhan then searched for Jiang Yunmiao on QQ. Discovering her nickname was on the Misty River, and her profile picture featured a calligraphic imitation of Zhao Ji's 1,000-character classic. Her signature read, leisurely sipping tea while pondering over the game, exuding a profound sense of traditional culture. Song Zhan speculated that Jiang Yunmiao likely had a strong affinity for calligraphy and Go, as her QQ space was adorned with her own calligraphic works and recreations of classic endgames. This seemed to align with her background and upbringing, suggesting she had been nurtured in these arts from a young age. He took out the star-shaped pendant again, feeling a swirl of emotions. He was uncertain of Jiang Yunmiao's feelings towards him, sensing perhaps a hint of gratitude intertwined with a trace of affection, though he could not be sure. He was not yet psychologically prepared to confront these feelings, understanding that time would eventually blur all memories. Some individuals are merely transient in one's life. Once he returned to campus life, in a few months, Jiang Yunmiao would likely forget her experiences in Ice City, including him. The next day, Song Zhan went to school as usual. This time, he noticed his photograph displayed on the public notice board before even entering the school gates. The picture was from the new concept writing competition, with a caption that exuberantly congratulated Song Zhan from Class 9 of Year 3 for winning the first prize. However, the notice board was seldom viewed by others, and his fame from this achievement was overshadowed by the more prominent events like the 100-day pledge ceremony. Upon entering the classroom, no one mentioned his absence the previous day, as if they had unconsciously linked his day off with his award, assuming he had been interviewed by school authorities. Only old Zhang, who sat nearby, knew that Song Zhan had actually gone out to enjoy himself, and he could hardly contain his envy. The afternoon math class consisted of 3 continuous sessions focused on the exam paper from the previous morning. The math teacher, Ms. Sher, a middle-aged woman with dark purple lips and a waxen complexion, possessed a robust voice, delivering her lessons with clarity and precision. Her teaching style involved tallying the correct and incorrect rates of each question on the exam, addressing those that everyone got wrong while skipping over those that were answered correctly. Let us examine question 9. which is an uncommon fill-in-the-blank geometry problem. Typically, geometric problems present options, so the class was taken aback by this one. How many of you believe you answered it correctly? The class erupted in guesses, 20, 10, 6. Ms. Sher shook her head, stating, only one person got it right. Song Zhan, would you kindly share your thought process with the class? Caught off guard by the sudden call, Song Zhan was relieved to discover he indeed understood the problem well, largely thanks to Yang Yaoi's guidance. This question primarily tests one's comprehension of geometric transformations. He had barely begun when Ms. Sher interjected, come up to the front of the class. As he approached the podium, she handed him the chalk, signaling for him to elaborate on his solution. It is not that Song Zhan intentionally sought to make things difficult for himself, under normal circumstances. Teachers do not specifically call upon students to come to the front. However, given Song Zhan's consistent struggle with mathematics, it was unexpected for him to solve this particular problem. Teacher Sher, not wanting to suspect him of cheating, decided to hear him out to ascertain whether he genuinely understood the material. Upon reaching the front, Song Zhan first sketched a standard coordinate system, subsequently transferring the figures from the exam paper onto it. He then switched to a different colored chalk to indicate transformations. The problem concerning geometric shapes primarily assessed one's ability to comprehend and revert the graphical changes. This type of question typically follows a three-step approach: establish coordinates, identify transformations, and calculate area. With the coordinates already laid out, the focus shifted to identifying the transformations. The key was to reconceptualize the irregular shapes into conventional forms that could be solved. Song Zhan essentially recounted the thought process and steps that Yang Yaoi had shared with him, though he was merely echoing the insights of another. The attentive expressions of his classmates, coupled with Teacher Sher's occasional nods of approval, instilled in him a sense of accomplishment. Ultimately, he concluded by calculating the ratio of the shaded area. After finishing, he glanced at Teacher Sher, who initiated applause, prompting his classmates to join in. Did you summarize this yourself? Teacher Sher inquired. Song Zhan shook his head and replied, how could I have summarized it? This was taught to me by my tutor, who is an outstanding student from Beijing University and excels in mathematics. Teacher Sher acknowledged, no wonder, your thought process is exceptionally clear, and you have systematized the methods of solving the problem. A systematic approach can save time on unnecessary deliberation and provide accurate answers, even when students have a superficial understanding of the material. However, your ability to remember demonstrates that you have put in considerable effort. From your presentation, it is evident that you have mastered it. Good, keep it up. You may return to your seat. As Song Zhan made his way back amidst applause, the mathematics lesson continued. After class, Hao Zhixiong and Ho Xinxing approached him. Hao Zhixiong remarked, well done. Secretly attending extra classes and not sharing such a talented tutor with your friends? Ho Xinxing chimed in, such a cheat should be eliminated. If no one can solve these problems, they simply wouldn't exist, which would be ideal. Song Zhan chuckled, unfortunately, I can't keep up with your level in math tutoring. Hao Zhixiong dismissed this notion, muttering, stop with the nonsense. I've inquired about our school's teachers giving extra lessons, and they are prohibitively expensive. Ho Xinxing added quietly, do you know the head teacher of class 3? That old man? He charges 300 for a single session. It would be much simpler to just take it directly. Song Zhan nodded. Indeed, while expensive, some can afford it, but the teachers are often exhausted after a week of classes, which diminishes the effectiveness of the tutoring. You both excel in mathematics. You could save your families quite a bit. Song Zhixiong sighed. Who would want to be good at math? We rely on it to boost our scores in the humanities. Brother, you must guide me. Ho Xinxing looked at Song Zhan with hopeful anticipation. Song Zhan proposed, how about this? I will attend tutoring at Beijing University tonight. You two can join me to see if it might be beneficial. I could help connect you. Shiqing had long noticed that Song Zhan had gathered a small group. After listening for a while, she finally said, count me in. I wish to join as well. Song Zhan replied with a smile, if we can't leave anyone behind, we certainly can't leave out the class leader. Let's go together. After school in the evening, they agreed to take the bus to ICE Engineering University, where Yang Yaoi was already waiting at the entrance. These are my classmates. They also wish to listen in. If the experience proves worthwhile. Song Zhan paused. Ho Xinxing cleverly remarked, if it goes well, we will become students of Teacher Yang. Yang Yaoi smiled and said, all right, follow me. There's an event at the comprehensive teaching building today, so we will switch to the experimental building. Upon arriving at the new classroom, Yang Yaoi began to tutor Song Zhan, focusing on the topic of trigonometric functions. Once the class commenced, Yang Yaoi's demeanor transformed. His approach to problem-solving was expansive. filled with strategies that were easy to grasp. Hao Zhixiong, Ho Xinqing, and Shiqing unwittingly became engrossed in the lesson. Due to a prior engagement with his mentor that evening, Yang Yaoi had to conclude the session half an hour early, collecting 70 yuan from Song Zhan. As they exited ICE Engineering University, Song Zhan inquired about their impressions. Hao Zhixiong calculated, 100 yuan for 2 hours, that's unbeatable value. Ho Xinqing exclaimed. It turns out it was Timi who was capable. It was the teacher. Shiqing gazed with starry eyes. Teacher Yang's teaching style is rather charming. Song Zhan. Chapter 31. Guerrilla warfare is ineffective upon returning home. Song Zhan engaged in a phone conversation with Yang Yavi. I brought a few classmates over today. I hope I didn't startle you, Song Zhan remarked. Not at all. I'm quite pleased you brought them along, Yang Yavi replied. His voice tinged with fatigue after discussing experimental results with his advisor, now well into the night at 11 p.m. Well, they are eager to join your tutoring sessions. What are your thoughts? Song Zhan inquired. Yang Yavi responded readily. Of course, I can accommodate them. However, I am uncertain of their proficiency in mathematics. My previous analysis of your exam allowed me to tailor my explanations effectively. Just because you may struggle with certain problems does not imply the same for them, which is why one-on-one tutoring yields superior results. Song Zhan concurred with Yang Yavi's perspective, recognizing that expanding the number of students could compromise the quality of tutoring. Alternatively, Yang Yavi would need to conduct preliminary assessments to identify common weaknesses among the students to ensure consistent educational benefits. However, the latter approach posed significant challenges, as it is difficult for a single instructor to cater to every individual's needs. Unless, Yang Yavi pondered, we could recruit a few more individuals. Song Zhan queried. Do you know any proficient mathematicians? Yang Yavi hesitated. I do know some, but I cannot ascertain their interest in earning this income. Moreover, I cannot guarantee their teaching quality. Although their skills are undoubtedly commendable, Song Zhan recognized Yang Yavi's sense of responsibility, understanding that he would prepare diligently and provide detailed, professional explanations. After some contemplation, Song Zhan suggested, I believe one-on-one tutoring is still preferable. However, you could take on the role of a group leader, essentially a subject head compiling various problem-solving strategies and methodologies for each type of question, ideally presenting them to other instructors. This sparked an idea for Yang Yavi, who exclaimed, Exactly. The exchange among my classmates will be efficient, as our levels are comparable. Spending about 2 hours a week should suffice. I find this approach feasible. As Yang Yavi grew increasingly confident, Song Zhan added, Tomorrow, gather 3 willing classmates and prepare in advance. Let's start with some typical problem types that are commonly misunderstood, and then reconvene tomorrow evening. Yang Yavi nodded affirmatively, absolutely. After concluding the call, Song Zhan continued to strategize until midnight. The next day, he informed Hao Zhixiong and the others about the developments. They recognized that without one-on-one instruction, the results could be suboptimal. Thus, Yang Yavi sought out 3 of his classmates to form a study group, exchanging lesson plans and conducting a trial lecture in the evening. Are you all interested in attending? Song Zhan asked. Of course, Hao Zhixiong replied, as long as the instructor is competent, the identity of the teacher is irrelevant. Ho Xinqing added nonchalantly, I'm only concerned about my grades. Shiqing hesitated. Will they be more attractive? Song Zhan responded with surprise. I never noticed that the class monitor had such a preference for looks. After classes concluded that evening, the 4 of them returned to the ICE Institute, where, in addition to Yang Yavi, 2 male and 1 female classmates joined them. These are my classmates, Tian Jiyue, Tong Chao, and Han Donghua. Yang Yavi introduced them. Greetings, seniors. They chorused. Song Zhan greeted the 4 individuals. The 3 university students also acknowledged Song Zhan and his companions. Yang Yavi remarked, Let us head to the same place as yesterday. The group of 8 formed an elongated line, only to discover upon reaching the experimental building that the classroom they had used the previous day was occupied by individuals conducting a leadership election. Reluctantly, they shifted their focus to the cultural and educational building, where they finally located 4 vacant classrooms on the 3rd floor. Shall we pair up first, and then conduct our trial lectures? Song Zhan inquired. Ladies first, he added. Shiqing felt a bit shy. She gazed at Han Donghua for quite a while, captivated by his tall and handsome demeanor, contemplating choosing him, but ultimately hesitated and selected the only other female, Tian Jiyue. Hao Zhixiong and Ho Xinqing were indifferent, as they didn't know anyone. Hao Zhixiong opted for Tong Chao, who had narrow eyes and resembled a boss, while Ho Xinqing automatically paired with Han Donghua. He's a genius from our mathematics department. I can't believe he was overlooked until now. Yang Yave chuckled as he patted Han Dongbo on the shoulder. Shiqing felt both surprised and regretful. After the four groups separated for their supplementary lessons, which concluded after 2 hours, Song Zhan ensured they were compensated for their time. Upon exiting the Ice and Snow University, Song Zhan once again inquired about the feelings of Hao Zhixiong and his companions. He's slightly less impressive than Teacher Yang, but I find him more comfortable to learn from. I can ask questions freely, Hao Zhixiong affirmed. You are quite discerning. The way he teaches is truly remarkable. He explains everything thoroughly. I heard him mention that he was the top student in mathematics during his year, which I find quite satisfying, Ho Xinqing added. Shiqing reflected for a moment and said, the sister who taught me is easy to get along with, though she seems a bit inexperienced in tutoring. She appeared even more nervous than I was. Haha. Song Zhan asked, so do you think it was effective? Shiqing replied, of course, it was no problem at all. After receiving the endorsement from her classmates, Song Zhan felt a sense of relief and proceeded to discuss the upcoming tutoring plans and pricing, which everyone accepted. Upon returning home, Song Zhan called Yang Yave again. Yes, I have no issues here either. It's just that everyone feels embarrassed about taking the money, insisting that it should be returned to you, Yang Yave mentioned, particularly noting Tong Chao, who is his roommate and had come to support him today. Oh, so he won't be able to come tomorrow? Song Zhan inquired. He will. He initially wanted to experience the tutoring and unexpectedly found it quite enjoyable and profitable. He.S. eager to continue, Yang Yave chuckled. Oh, he.S. right beside me, asking if anyone wishes to learn physics. He excels in that subject. Song Zhan laughed. Haha, I'll make sure to arrange that in the future. Their conversation lasted only half an hour, during which the subsequent tutoring plan was largely finalized. For the remaining 2 days of the week, Song Zhan would accompany Hao Zhixiong and the others for tutoring, while Yang Yave would bring Tong Chao and his group at the designated times. However, due to the difficulty in locating classrooms, they had to disperse across several teaching buildings, resembling a guerrilla operation. On Friday evening, Song Zhan and Yang Yave spoke once more. Let them arrange the weekend tutoring plans themselves, Yang Yave suggested. Sounds good. They seem to have become more familiar with each other than us, Song Zhan responded. By the way, it has become increasingly challenging to find classrooms lately, Yang Yave sighed. With the start of the semester, many students have returned. Increasing the numbers, it will only become more difficult moving forward. Song Zhan nodded and inquired if there was a vacant classroom, a place that was both plentiful and stable. Yang Yaoi pondered for quite some time but could not conceive of any. Had he known, he would have already gone there. Song Zhan was also deep in thought when he noticed a business card on the table, one he had brought back from his first visit to the Ice University. It bore the name Zhang Wenxuan from the service center. Oh, perhaps we could inquire at the service center? Song Zhan suggested. You could be considered as engaging in work study. The school might assist us in finding a solution. Yang Yaoi nodded in agreement. It's worth a try. Are you available tomorrow to stop by? Song Zhan recalled his plans with Wei Lingran to visit the swimming pool this weekend and replied, let me check. If tomorrow is not feasible, then perhaps the day after. I'll get back to you shortly. After ending the call, Song Zhan sent a message to Wei Lingran via QQ. Song, are you there? Wei replied, the other party is currently in a state of anger and is temporarily unable to receive your message. Chapter 32. The support of Zhang Wenxuan. Song Zhan smiled. While Wei Lingran was at a loss for the source of his irritation, yet he had his ways. Song. Oh, I originally brought something from Hu City for you. But if you're not around, then never mind. Wei, what? I'm here. Song, when shall we go swimming? I can bring it over. Wei, how about Sunday? I'll return to the county tomorrow, so you can come to the shop on Sunday morning. Wei Lingran referred to her family's barbecue restaurant, named Wei Lao Lu Barbecue, located just outside the community. With the weekend plans firmly established, Song Zhan relayed the information to Yang Yaoi. Early Saturday morning, Song Zhan met with Yang Yaoi at Beijing University, and after enjoying a sumptuous breakfast at the cafeteria, they proceeded to the Student Service Center. I almost forgot today is Saturday. It might be closed, Song Zhan expressed his concern. Not at all. I checked. The center closed for several days due to the cold snap, but this weekend they're making up for it, Yang Yaoi assured. As anticipated, the center was indeed open, albeit not crowded. The notice board listed the various services provided at each window. After scrutinizing the information for a while, they still could not find the appropriate one. Let us just ask someone at random, suggested Song Zhan. Just then, one window was unoccupied, so Song Zhan approached and inquired. The lady at the counter replied, this hall is for processing business. You need to go upstairs for consultations. There is an office called the Student Financial Aid Management Office, or the Shiwezi office? You should inquire there. Song Zhan and Yang Yaoi made their way to the Shiwezi office, where the door was slightly ajar. Just as Yang Yaoi was about to enter, Song Zhan gestured for him to wait and gently knocked on the door. "Please come in," a feminine voice beckoned. Upon entering, they found 6 desks within the office. But only one female staff member was present, along with a man holding a report. The female staff appeared to be in her 30s, wearing glasses and exuding an air of knowledge and composure. The man, equally refined, looked particularly familiar to Song Zhan. "Teacher Zhang?" Song Zhan inquired, uncertain. The man seemed surprised. "My surname is Zhang, and you are?" Song Zhan replied, "I am Song Zhan, a senior from Beijing No. 1 High School. I came last week seeking a tutor from our school, and you kindly left me your business card." Indeed, Song Zhan had not mistaken his identity. The man was Zhang Wenxuan, the very individual who had given him a business card. Zhang Wenxuan exclaimed, "Ah, I remember you. You came in the evening, right?" The door was almost closed. Yang, this is the student I mentioned to you last time, who was seeking tutoring on his own. I even asked you to help me share the information," he added. The female staff member nodded and said, "I sent it to the group later. Did you find someone suitable?" Yang Yaoi understood and interjected, "That would be me, teacher. I've taken on the task." As Song Zhan glanced at the nameplate on the female staff member's desk, he noticed it read Li Yangong, observing the close proximity between her and Zhang Wenxuan. It seemed their relationship transcended mere colleagues. "What brings you here today?" Zhang Wenxuan inquired. Song Zhan and Yang Yavi exchanged glances, and it was Song Zhan who spoke first. "You see, Yavi has been tutoring me, and the results have been quite satisfactory. Some of my classmates are also eager to give it a try. Subsequently, Yavi assisted in pairing a few more students. And now we have a total of 8 individuals who almost gather every evening at a fixed time." Zhang Wenxuan and Li Yangong listened attentively. Yang Yavi continued from where Song Zhan left off. "Our school has numerous evening activities, and classroom space is rather limited. Therefore, we were wondering if the school could lend us a few empty classrooms, preferably on a more stable basis." Zhang Wenxuan glanced at Li Yangong, raising his hands in a gesture of inquiry that would need to be addressed with Teacher Li. She is the one in charge of the Academic Resources Office. Li Yangong playfully punched Zhang Wenxuan. "What do you mean by in charge? That sounds rather harsh. In situations like yours, we generally do not take responsibility. You'll have to resolve it on your own." Yang Yavi caught the implication of not responsible, while Song Zhan focused on the word generally. Was there hope or not? "Teacher Li, we are essentially engaging in work study. Can't the school make an exception for us?" Song Zhan inquired. Li Yangong appeared somewhat troubled. "Currently, classroom space is tight. I could assist you in finding something for a day or 2, but anything longer would be difficult. However, I believe you could manage for a day or 2 on your own." Song Zhan understood that if they could only secure 1 or 2 days, it would be of little significance. "Can't you study at home?" Li Yangong asked. "We have considered that, but firstly, the roads are slippery in winter and accidents are a concern. Secondly, it is not safe for female students from our school to be out alone. Thirdly, our school has a commendable academic atmosphere, which greatly enhances our learning experience," Song Zhan replied. Zhang Wenxuan nodded, pondering for a moment. "Isn't the innovation building still vacant?" Li Yangong responded. "The first floor is currently occupied by activity equipment, but there are indeed no arrangements above the second floor." Song Zhan was not very familiar with the innovation building and glanced at Yang Yavi, who also indicated his lack of knowledge. Zhang Wenxuan then asked, "Are there only 8 of you?" Song Zhan replied, "Currently, there are only 8, but that could change." Zhang Wenxuan turned to Li Yangong. "Is it possible to temporarily lend them the innovation building? But there are no classrooms available there." Song Zhan immediately interjected, "We do not require a classroom, just a space will suffice." Yang Yavi concurred, Yes, without a blackboard, we can manage with a whiteboard." Zhang Wenxuan remarked, "In that case, this matter indeed falls outside Teacher Li's purview. Please follow me." After expressing their gratitude to Li Yangong, Song Zhan and Yang Yavi accompanied Zhang Wenxuan to the 3rd floor's Student Employment and Entrepreneurship Guidance Office. The office door was locked, and Zhang Wenxuan retrieved a key to unlock it. "Please have a seat." Zhang Wenxuan gestured toward the sofa, where disposable cups and a water dispenser were available. As Song Zhan and Yang Yavi settled in, Zhang Wenxuan asked, "If it doesn't necessarily have to be a classroom, the innovation building can indeed be made available for your use." Song Zhan and Yang Yavi were greatly excited and inquired, "Are there any conditions we need to meet?" Zhang Wenxuan explained, The Innovation Building is a facility that our school reclaimed after previously renting it to entrepreneurial companies. It has been renamed and is located in the northeast corner of the campus. Yang Yavi reflected for a moment, yet still had no recollection. Upon its return, the leadership has yet to clarify its intended use. However, it has been mandated to allocate it for innovation and entrepreneurship projects. Therefore, if you wish to utilize it, there are two avenues available, Zhang Wenxuan advised. The first option is for you to apply for an innovative activity group, submitting a report that indicates your endeavor as an innovative initiative for work-study students, which aligns more with community activities. We will then conduct an approval process. This would allow you to utilize the venue during specified times, albeit with the stipulation that it must be cleaned afterward. Song Zhan and Yang Yaoi found this quite agreeable, as having a venue is of paramount importance. Zhang Wenxuan continued, the first method, in truth, somewhat exploits a loophole, as it still pertains to a community group. Your application could be matched by others, which would make it challenging to treat each case distinctly. What about the second option? Inquired Song Zhan. The second method involves aligning your efforts under a company name, applying for a startup company specifically aimed at student tutoring. This approach would enable you to report it as a university student entrepreneurial project, which the school would be more inclined to support. However, this necessitates that you genuinely establish a company with a business license, and the school must also partake in equity. Furthermore, it requires leadership approval, which may entail meetings and discussions, making success uncertain. The advantages, of course, would be that the school could offer you greater conveniences, with venue issues being a mere trifle. Zhang Wenxuan articulated this quite clearly. Yang Yaoi likely hadn't contemplated such distant outcomes, focusing instead on immediate resolutions, while Song Zhan had already considered this aspect. Since his rebirth, Song Zhan has been contemplating how to initiate his business plan, having endured poverty in 2 lifetimes, a fate he could no longer accept. Yet, it was now 2008, and he had neither knowledge of stocks, given the poor domestic market conditions, nor understanding of speculative ventures like lottery tickets, precluding any chance of rapid wealth accumulation. As for investments in Bitcoin or real estate, these could only be seen as long-term ventures, with no short-term profitability. Recently, the tutoring sessions had inspired him, revealing that student tutoring was indeed feasible. This niche market represents a blue ocean, characterized by ample cash flow and low asset intensity. Furthermore, once the student demographic is established, transitioning towards internet development would become significantly more manageable. Just a few nights prior, Song Zhan had been contemplating this, planning extensively and feeling it was time to take that leap, though the feasibility of an immediate breakthrough depended on actual circumstances. Teacher Zhang, can we first apply using the first method to get started? As for the second method, we can prepare further. Additionally, we are still unclear about the leadership approval process. Yang Yaoi expressed with surprise. Do you genuinely wish to embark on this entrepreneurial journey? This is not something we can easily manage. Zhang Wenxuan had merely been suggesting previously. But now, upon hearing Song Zhan's intentions, he expressed curiosity. Oh? You realize that while the second option may sound simple, its execution is quite challenging. Song Zhan gestured towards the sign outside. Challenges do not deter us. Is this not the Entrepreneurial Guidance Office? With a mentor as esteemed as Teacher Zhang, I believe we can surmount any obstacle. Zhang Wenxuan was not swayed by Song Zhan's flattery. However, he too felt the weight of the entrepreneurial tasks assigned to him, which came with assessment metrics. If all else failed, even if Song Zhan and his peers could not fully realize their plans, having them contribute would still be beneficial. Very well, I shall elucidate the details for you. Zhang Wenxuan spoke as he rose to his feet and closed the door, assuming the demeanor of someone about to commence a lesson. Chapter 33. Establishment of the University's Student Counseling Group. Zhang Wenxuan elucidated to Song Zhan and his companion on how to apply for work-study activity projects, primarily involving the completion of forms to be submitted to the Student Funding Office for approval. Upon the office's endorsement, the project would be filed, and the activity venue could be designated at the Innovation Building. As they conversed, it became apparent that Li Yangyang from the Student Funding Office was Zhang Wenxuan's wife, which essentially guaranteed the success of their endeavor. However, the application for the activity project offered little benefit to Zhang Wenxuan. After briefly addressing it, he shifted the focus to how to apply for entrepreneurial projects. First and foremost, you must possess a business plan. Zhang Wenxuan emphasized, remember, it is a business plan, not an entrepreneurial plan. He stressed that while an entrepreneurial plan is for internal reference, a business plan must be outward-facing, clearly delineating the business model and market analysis, as it would ultimately be presented to leadership. Following this, the project would be affiliated with the Entrepreneurial Support Program, which is essential for securing budget allocations and subsequent welfare policies, a process that occurs annually, and I can assist you in navigating it. Once all preparations are in order, it is highly probable that the Entrepreneurial Office, which is our office, will orchestrate a review meeting. You will need to articulate the details of your business plan to leadership more comprehensively. Yang Yan inquired, "Isn't there a written version?" Song Zhan replied, "It would be commendable if the leaders even glance at a summary." Zhang Wenxuan nodded in agreement, stating, "Song Zhan is correct. Leaders merely take a cursory look. The emphasis must be on your presentation. Furthermore, the review meeting serves as a direct evaluation of your capabilities, akin to an interview." Upon hearing the term interview, Yang Yan grasped the concept. Zhang Wenxuan continued, "Once the review meeting concludes successfully, you will need to finalize the collaboration plan. If you intend to register your own company, you must also contribute registered capital and operational funds, which adds a layer of complexity that cannot be succinctly conveyed in a few sentences." Yang Yan felt overwhelmed. Yet Song Zhan appeared unfazed, keenly absorbing the information. "I'm not entirely familiar with the specific process of company registration. You should consult a lawyer or visit the business administration department," Zhang Wenxuan candidly admitted. However, he noted that the company cannot be wholly owned by you. The school must hold shares. Only with the school as a stakeholder can you obtain certain advantages, qualifying it as a jointly operated enterprise, thus enabling access to various tax exemptions and benefits. Song Zhan nodded in understanding, asking, "Are there any requirements regarding the shareholding ratio?" Zhang Wenxuan replied, "There are none. But it should not be less than 10. The primary consideration is whether the school will invest. Some institutions may hold up to 40, but generally, they will not take a controlling stake. Subsequently, once you have sufficient funds, you can negotiate to buy back these shares, as the school primarily aims to provide support." After discussing several details, Yang Yan felt daunted by the prospect, deeming it overly complicated and unnecessary. In contrast, Song Zhan listened intently, contemplating the obstacles that needed to be surmounted. Zhang Wenxuan noticed the disparity in maturity between the two, although Yang Yan was older and a university student. His mindset was far from that of Song Zhan, who emerged as the backbone of the endeavor. Consequently, Zhang Wenxuan ultimately directed most of his conversation towards Song Zhan. "That should cover everything. Please begin by filling out the forms and initiate the innovative activities. The subsequent steps will depend on your willingness," Zhang Wenxuan advised. Song Zhan and Yang Yan stood and bowed, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your assistance." Song Zhan understood that Zhang Wenxuan did not harbor high hopes. Yet he patiently explained the situation to the two, which was indeed a rare occurrence. After completing the form, they sought Li Yangzhang's approval, a process that would take at least 3 days, but Li Yangyang assured them that there would be no significant issues. Zhang Wenxuan suggested they first visit the Innovation Building, as it was open and accessible. On the way, Zhang Wenxuan commented, "You can tidy up this afternoon, and then you may come over." He advised that it was best to adhere to the designated evening hours, as the leaders would conduct inspections. Weekends were more flexible. Yang Yahui inquired, "Is it because the leaders rest on weekends?" Zhang Wenxuan smiled without providing a direct answer. The Innovation Building, located at the northeastern corner of the campus, was a modest 3-story black structure that appeared small from the outside, but revealed its true spaciousness within. The first floor served as a storage area for equipment, necessitating the presence of a custodian. Zhang Wenxuan introduced Song Zhan and Yang Yahui to the custodian to establish familiarity, ensuring they would not face obstacles in the future. Upon reaching the second floor, they were met with surprise and delight. The previous occupants, possibly in a rush to relocate, had left most of their belongings behind, creating a quintessential white-collar workspace reminiscent of what one might see on television. It seemed the former company was engaged in sales, as there were numerous partitioned areas for one-on-one tutoring, which seemed quite acceptable. Zhang Wenxuan opened one such door. Song Zhan touched the adjacent radiator, pleased with its warmth, and asked, "Can we turn on the lights?" Zhang Wenxuan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Let me find the switch." Yang Yahui, with keen eyes, quickly located the switch, illuminating the room instantly. She pressed all the switches, flooding the space with light. The floor spanned approximately 1,500 square meters, but only about 1/3 was currently available, with the upper floors sealed off, as Zhang Wenxuan explained. "That will suffice. 1/3 is more than adequate," Song Zhan responded with delight, also inspecting the restroom, which was in good condition. Exiting the innovation building, both Song Zhan and Yang Yahui expressed their satisfaction and insisted on treating Zhang Wenxuan to a meal, which he politely declined, saying, "It's a small effort. I am here to serve the students. That won't do. We have never encountered such a wonderful teacher. We must express our gratitude," Song Zhan insisted, with Yang Yahui nodding in agreement. "You can invite me once your activities flourish and you establish a company," Zhang Wenxuan replied, initially intending to deflect. Yet Song Zhan believed that day was not far off. At noon, Song Zhan and Yang Yahui had a simple meal in the cafeteria, discussing how they would organize the innovation building. "No worries, I'll call my roommates for assistance. They live nearby and are just playing video games. I'll treat them to dinner tonight," Yang Yahui suggested. "That sounds excellent." Around 1 p.m., Yang Yahui and Song Zhan gathered some cloths and buckets, heading to the innovation building to tidy up. By approximately 2 p.m., Yang Yahui's roommates arrived with brooms, buckets, and even brought 2 pots of greenery. "Well, this place is quite nice. It's suitable for studying," remarked a young man with acne whom Song Zhan had not met before. "Goodness, it's indeed spacious. Is it all for us?" The speaker is Tong Chao, and Song Zhan has previously met him. "Is there Wi-Fi?" "Having Wi-Fi is better than anything else." Another young man, clad in a hooded sweatshirt and unfamiliar to Song Zhan, stood before them. Yang Yavi introduced him, saying, "This is Tong Chao, someone you now know." The one with a face full of acne is Li Mingze, the most flamboyant man in our dormitory. Despite his looks, he spends every day studying in the classroom with girls. He added, "We can't let him come anymore." Li Mingze, displeased, retorted, "What are you saying? Why shouldn't I be allowed? Don't slander me in front of the juniors." Yang Yavi continued with the introductions. "This is Qinghua, whom we all call Hao Ge. He is a computer whiz, capable of securing enterprise contracts on his own. He is the strongest in our computer department. Last time in the college computer competition, our department only secured 2nd place. Do you know why?" Song Zhan inquired. "Why?" Qinghua replied, "What else could it be? Friendship is paramount." Song Zhan recognized that the other was a jokester, yet his computer skills were undoubtedly impressive. After a brief introduction, the others were even more astonished by Song Zhan. They could not perceive him as a high school student, only sensing a maturity and presence that transcended his age. Amid laughter and camaraderie, they continued their work, only finishing around 6 in the evening. After tidying up, the 500 square meter activity area appeared revitalized. Song Zhan noted that this space included 5 8-person conference rooms, 10 4-person small meeting rooms, and 25 phone booths suitable for 2-person meetings. The remainder consisted of 3 large, partitioned work areas, which, although lacking in furniture, boasted ample brightness. "Quite impressive," Song Zhan remarked, wiping his sweat with satisfaction. As time was getting late, he suggested, "Shall we head out for dinner? I'd like to treat everyone to Manchu hot pot." Yang Yavi protested, "How can you pay? You're just a high school student with no money." "I'll cover it." Tong Chao and the others echoed, "Yes, if you're treating, we're not going." To which Song Zhan conceded, "All right, then I'll treat next time." The 5 exited the innovation building and made their way to the Ula Manchu hot pot restaurant, diagonally across from the school gate, indulging in a feast until 9 in the evening, during which they ordered 2 cases of Harbin beer. Being young and unpretentious, they quickly grew comfortable with one another. As they neared the end of their meal, Song Zhan had already exchanged contact information with the others, and upon learning how lucrative tutoring could be, Li Mingze and Qinghua insisted on having Song Zhan include them. "Thanks to everyone for your support. Our university student tutoring group has been established," Song Zhan announced. Yang Yavi led the toast, proclaiming, "No words, just cheers." The 5 clinked their Harbin beer green bottles together, producing a sound resonant with the essence of youthful dreams and aspirations. Chapter 34, The Gift. A couple of bottles of wine posed little challenge for the young men. Song Zhan remained entirely sober, invigorated instead by the cool breeze on his journey home. Upon arriving, he powered on his computer and created 3 groups. A general group for the tutoring team, comprising both teachers and students, a teachers group, and a students group. He then announced the establishment of the university tutoring team in the general group. The following day, Sunday, Song Zhan checked his QQ messages to find an overwhelming 99 notifications. The group was abuzz with chatter, discussing plans to assess the situation. "Oh Xinxing, what? We have a home now?" Tong Chao. Images, Hao Jixiong. "No way, really? Master, can we go see it today?" Tong Chao. "We need someone to lead. Just come find me. Bring the exam papers along. We'll conduct a class. Hao Zhixiong. Dazed emoji. I feel ambushed by knowledge. Shirqing. Ha ha. Observing the lively banter, Song Zhan felt a sense of joy but chose not to interrupt. Noticing the time was already 8:30 a.m., he decided to send a message to Wei Lingran. Song, shall I come find you now? Wei Bubao, sure. Have you had breakfast? Song, are you offering to feed me? Wei Bubao, not a chance. I fear if you come over, my mom will feel compelled to cook for you. Song, that one tea happened. I'll eat before I come. Stepping out. Song Zhan grabbed a light breakfast at a nearby stall. By the time he arrived at Wei Lingran's barbecue restaurant, it was 9:10 a.m. The establishment, Wei Lao Lu Barbecue, had just opened its doors, although it wouldn't commence operations until around 11 a.m. Currently, it was a time for cleaning and preparation. Typically, barbecue restaurants operate until around 1 a.m., followed by a brief cleanup, with thorough tidying done the next morning. The shop was approximately 100 square meters, a comfortable size, containing 15 tables. In summer, they could even set up tents outside, attracting even more patrons. Wei Lingran's father, Wei Xianghu, was a towering figure nearing 2 meters tall, with robust arms and a physique larger than Song Zhan's. Despite his imposing appearance, he was exceptionally amiable and generous, always offering Song Zhan a couple of skewers whenever he passed by. As he often remarked, back in the day, old Song had secretly supported him considerably when he started the business, and the Song family held shares in the restaurant. Wei Xianghu was busy arranging the grill and charcoal, with the morning's supplies piled at the entrance, yet to be moved. As Song Zhan approached without greeting, he lifted a crate of beer and asked, Uncle Hu, where should I put this? Wei Xianghu glanced over and chuckled. Zhan has arrived. No need to move anything. I'll handle it all shortly. Zhan was Song Zhan's childhood nickname, initially unintended, but as the character Zhan was less commonly used, it became a convenient moniker. Song Zhan replied with a smile. I can't just stand around doing nothing. Wei Xianghu pointed out a spot for him, and as Song Zhan carried the crate inside, he encountered Wei Ling and S mother, Wang Meifeng, who was threading skewers. Wang Meifeng was once a well-known beauty in Heishui County, and after marrying Wei Xianghu and running the barbecue business, she earned the nickname Barbecue Fairy. She treated Song Zhan with kindness, and whenever Wei Xianghu indulged in drink and let slip some profanity, she would playfully scold him, insisting he should not corrupt the children. Wei Xianghu, despite his robust appearance, is actually plagued by bronchitis and holds an intense fear of his wife. Some say he married a stunning woman and has been supporting her ever since. Regardless, both of them strive diligently to run their store and earn a living, working harmoniously together, which contributes to the peaceful atmosphere of their family. Wei Ling'an, known affectionately as Duo due to her hearty appetite, has always maintained an optimistic disposition, undoubtedly influenced by her nurturing home environment. Ah, is that you, Zhan? It's been ages. At least a month, I reckon, exclaimed Wang Meifeng with a beaming smile. Song Zhan greeted her, saying, and I'm here to see Ling'an. Wang Meifeng replied, oh, Duo hasn't tea arrived yet. When I left home, she was still lounging in bed. Pointing to the gift box atop the beer crate, Wang Meifeng inquired, what is that on top? Oh, Song Zhan realized, taking the box down and placing it on the adjacent table. I went to Hu City a few days ago and brought something for Ling'an. Wang Meifeng chuckled. She will surely be delighted. At that moment, Wei Xianghu entered the room, having overheard the conversation. He patted Song Zhan on the shoulder and said, well done, lad. You know how to cherish your wife. Wang Meifeng retorted, you've been drinking fake liquor for days on end. Don't take Zhan seriously. Song Zhan understood that this was likely a reference to the last time when he drunkenly engaged in a marriage arrangement with old Song, which seemed to have been taken to heart only by old Song and Wei Xianghu. Zhan is a wonderful child, and he treats Ling'an well, remarked Wei Xianghu. Wang Meifeng remained silent. Song Zhan was aware that in his previous life, Wei Xianghu had always wished to see a union between him and Wei Ling'an, while Wang Meifeng believed Ling'an deserved someone better. Although she harbored no objections to Song Zhan, she refrained from expressing her stance. This was quite understandable in their past lives. The two had vastly different circumstances. Consequently, Wei Ling'an had never sought a boyfriend or married, leading Wang Meifeng to relent and consider Song Zhan as a potential match, even discussing it with Song Changming. Yet, they never came to fruition. It seems that sometimes, pride can lead to missed opportunities. After helping to move the goods inside, Song Zhan engaged in conversation with Wei Xianghu and Wang Meifeng, assisting them in threading some skewers. The couple didn't treat Song Zhan as an outsider. They discussed the thriving business of their store, pondering whether to acquire another premises and open a branch, yet apprehensive about potential losses. Song Zhan, you're an exemplary student. What do you think about this? Wei Xianghu casually inquired, acknowledging that Song Zhan excelled in his liberal arts class. Children don't grasp such matters, Wang Meifeng interjected. Song Zhan contemplated for a moment and responded, Uncle, here's the situation. We must consider this from two perspectives: the external environment, which pertains to the average income and consumer capacity in our I-city, and the internal environment, which concerns our ability to manage the store effectively. As for the external environment, it is influenced by various factors. The current economic situation abroad is bleak, and domestic conditions have also been affected this year, with the stock market in a dismal state. Upon hearing this, Wei Xianghu hesitated. So, it's not particularly suitable? Song Zhan shook his head. No, on the contrary. Due to the poor external economy, the domestic impact is merely temporary. Policies should soon be adjusted to stimulate the economy, and domestic conditions will undoubtedly improve, leading to rapid development. At that time, various industries, including construction and catering, will likely flourish. Isn't there a constant push for urbanization? I've heard whispers that large-scale demolitions are anticipated this year. Wang Meifeng nodded, saying, Indeed, several guests discussed this last night. Given our proximity to government offices, the rumors are undoubtedly credible. Song Zhan concurred. Yes, therefore I believe that expanding our store is strategically sound. However, we must not act blindly. While external conditions may appear favorable, our ability to execute is another matter entirely. Factors such as location, supply, flavor, and management must be addressed meticulously. Let us not forget the case of a certain Mr. Zhao a few years ago, whose business thrived but ultimately collapsed due to chaotic management. This reflects a lack of internal fortitude. These are mere rumors, and no one knows which Mr. Zhao is being referenced. Yet Wei Xianghu comprehended Song Zhan's implication. The store may open, but its operational success remains uncertain. I will ponder this, he remarked. Wang Meifeng, despite her limited education, found merit in the discussion and regarded Song Zhan with newfound respect. What are you talking about? Where's my gift? Suddenly, the voice of Wei Lingran echoed from behind, signaling her arrival. Wang Meifeng frowned. You come in demanding a gift without so much as a greeting. How did I raise such an inconsiderate daughter? Wei Lingran stuck out her tongue, and, upon noticing a gift box on the nearby table, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, is it this? Song Zhan nodded. The gift box was wrapped in pink checkered paper, adorned with a tightly tied bow. Unable to contain her eagerness, Wei Ling bit and tore at the wrapping. This is the latest swimming goggles from Arena? A lovely translucent lavender, quite exquisite. This must be expensive. Wei Lingran exclaimed as she donned the goggles, clearly enamored. Is there more? She inquired, reaching into the box, only to have her face flush crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Wang Meifeng, preoccupied with her own tasks, noticed the sudden silence and looked up. Nothing at all. I simply adore it, Wei Lingran replied, before walking over to Song Zhan and playfully pinching his waist. Startled, Song Zhan turned to see Wei Ling with wide eyes, hands on her hips, and a tiny nose scrunched in mock anger, resembling an adorable raccoon whose tail had been stepped on. It was utterly charming. Chapter 35. The swimming pool. Have you eaten the sweet potatoes I left for you in the pot? Wang Meifeng inquired. I'm not hungry. I had a bowl of wontons downstairs, Wei Lingran replied, shaking her head and gesturing toward a bowl of beef before Song Zhan. Are you planning to finish all this meat? Song Zhan addressed Wang Meifeng, saying, Auntie, it seems we must take our leave. Wei Xianghu nodded in agreement and lit a cigarette nearby. Are you coming back for lunch? Wei Lingran responded, Of course not. After washing her hands, Song Zhan noticed that Wei Lingran had already packed the contents of the gift box into her swim bag. Subsequently, Wei Lingran tossed something to Song Zhan. Can't you carry it yourself? Wei Xianghu teased. Wei Lingran retorted, I haven't grown any arms, just wear your meat skewers. Wei Xianghu huffed, You child. Once outside, Song Zhan and Wei Lingran remained silent until they turned the corner and confirmed that the skewer shop was out of sight. Wei Lingran began to rain little punches on Song Zhan's arm. Why are you hitting me? Song Zhan pleaded. I've noticed your violent tendencies are rather severe. Wei Lingran scrunched her little nose and said, Don't you know what you bought for me? Song Zhan rubbed her arm and replied, Isn't it the 3-piece swimsuit set? It was quite expensive, you know. If you don't want it, you can donate it to someone in need. How expensive? Wei Lingran asked. About 600 yuan. I believe, Song Zhan recollected. What? So costly? Wei Ling exclaimed, feeling uneasy about the expenditure. Why did you spend so much money? Song Zhan explained. I was just passing through Hu City and saw this set displayed in the Arena flagship store on Nanjing Road by the Bund. I thought it would suit you perfectly. So I bought it. Where can you find a complete set like that? You really are a fool, Wei Ling maintained her bravado, though her heart swelled with sweetness. If you don't want it, just sell it, Song Zhan suggested. It hasn't been worn yet. The clerk mentioned it's this year's latest model. Just released without any promotional advertising. Currently, neither the online stores nor the local shops have it. Only the flagship store has stock, Song Zhan added. But I bought it in your size, so it might be hard to resell. By the way, does anyone on your swim team have a similar build? You could sell it to her. Wei Ling exclaimed, no way. The thought of another woman wearing the swimsuit Song Zhan had bought for her made Wei Ling tremble with anger, imagining that woman flaunting it before her eyes. If it's given to me, it belongs to me, Wei Ling declared possessively. Song Zhan burst into laughter. Today, she was accompanying Wei Ling for swimming practice at the Ice City swimming pool. The municipal swimming facility had been renovated 3 years prior in preparation for the Olympics, making it the third national swimming training base in the country, following Beijing and Kunming, and the first in northeast China. Typically, the venue is open to the general public. However, due to the impending Olympic schedule, it is only accessible from Tuesday to Saturday, closing for maintenance on Sundays, while Mondays are reserved exclusively for the national team's training. Then does that mean today is a wasted trip? Song Zhan asked. Higi, you might not be aware, but the facility is closed on Sundays. However, maintenance work does not commence until 2 p.m., and prior to that, it remains accessible, albeit only to athletes. Worry not, for I have a plan. As they approached the swimming pool entrance, the gatekeeper, upon noticing someone approaching, called out from a distance. Didn't you see the sign that states the facility is closed today? You should turn back. Wei Ling jogged over and embraced the gatekeeper, exclaiming, Aunt Lu. It's me, Xiao Wei. The gatekeeper, evidently familiar with Wei Ling, chuckled. Oh, indeed it is. You've put on some weight since the new year. Wei Ling laughed sheepishly. Not at all. Please don't say such things. Is it possible to swim inside? The gatekeeper replied. Yes, it's quite empty today. Your swim team is still inside. Just remember to come out before 2 p.m. Wei Ling assured her, absolutely. As Song Zhan approached, the gatekeeper eyed him and noted, this young man looks unfamiliar. He is not part of the swim team, is he? Unsure how to explain, Wei Ling whispered a few words into the gatekeeper's ear. The gatekeeper shot Wei Ling a knowing glance, with the college entrance exams looming. Keep this under wraps. Don't let your mother find out. Wei Ling stifled a giggle and led the bewildered Song Zhan to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they traversed a corridor that opened up to a standard swimming pool measuring 50 by 25 meters. Adjacent to it was a passageway, with a 25 by 21 meter short pool and 2 children's pools on the opposite side, facing a section of spectator seating. Song Zhan spotted 3 athletes swimming, their bodies rising and falling gracefully in the water, while beside the pool stood a bald middle-aged man in sports attire, whistle in hand, instructing the swimmers. Sit here for a moment while I change, Wei Ling said, handing him her swim bag. All right, Song Zhan replied, opting not to join the spectators, but instead finding a long bench by the poolside. He could swim himself, having grown up by the river, though his skills were modest. He merely hoped to keep afloat. Today, he was simply accompanying Wei Ling for practice. Wei Ling entered the women's changing room, which was empty. The lockers were quite large and spacious, nearly 2 meters high, with shoe compartments above and space for clothing below. As she retrieved her training swimsuit from her swim bag, a sudden thought struck her. Hesitating, she opened the arena packaging bag. Inside lay a fog blue one-piece swimsuit, distinct from her usual competitive racing swimsuit. This one was triangular at the bottom, lighter and more revealing, adorned with several crisscross straps at the back. How on earth am I supposed to wear this? Wei Ling murmured to herself. After contemplating, she decided to don the fog blue arena swimsuit that Song Zhan had purchased, slowly making her way to the changing mirror. As she gazed at her reflection, her figure, with measurements of 94-62-92, was accentuated by the suit, showcasing her curves elegantly. The lively fog blue fabric radiated vitality, while the deep neckline sparked the imagination. Turning around, 3 white straps intertwined gracefully upon her smooth shoulder blades, basking in the soft, warm glow of the yellow light, exuding a hint of allure. She certainly has an eye for selection. Wei Ling felt a blush bloom on her cheeks as she twirled before the mirror, admiring her reflection. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Oh, isn't that Wei Lingran? Feeling a bit vain, are we? A girl's voice pierced through, high-pitched and laced with palpable envy. Clad in a training swimsuit and sporting a swim cap, the girl possessed a decent appearance, though she paled in comparison to Wei Lingran. Standing at 170 centimeters with long legs, she too was not without her admirers at school. Ignoring her, Wei Lingran returned to her locker, carefully folding the one-piece swimsuit gifted by Song Zhan before donning a red training suit. The girl stood nearby, arms crossed. Her gaze filled with jealousy and disdain for Wei Lingran's figure, beauty, and even the exquisite swimsuit she had just worn. As Wei Lingran prepared to leave, the girl obstructed her path, provocatively stating, "I noticed a handsome guy sitting outside. He was staring at me just now. Wouldn't he happen to be your boyfriend?" "Would he?" Wei Lingran retorted. "If you stood before him in the nude, he wouldn't spare you a glance." With that, she pressed down the girl's arms and strode out confidently. The girl turned to watch Wei Lingran's retreating figure, her resentment deepening. Chapter 36, The Red Mermaid Fool. "What are you doing? Have you been waiting long?" Wei Lingran appeared behind Song Zhan, gently patting his shoulder. As Song Zhan turned around, he noticed that Wei Lingran had changed into her training attire, a vibrant red racing swimsuit that perfectly accentuated her figure without being revealing. Her legs, long and straight, shimmered like fine porcelain. Adorning her head was the white swim cap from the swimming set Song Zhan had gifted her, with a pair of light purple goggles perched atop. Most girls, due to the shape of their faces, often require hairstyles to enhance their appearance, and donning a swim cap can make their faces appear larger, exposing any flaws in their features. However, Wei Lingran exhibited none of these concerns. Her perfectly oval face and exquisite features spoke of natural beauty. Her eyebrows, unkempt yet artfully defined, framed her large, glistening eyes, with long eyelashes that further accentuated her allure. "It hasn't been long," Song Zhan replied, speaking the truth. He had been preoccupied with thoughts regarding how to transform the university's mentoring group into an entrepreneurial venture, losing track of time in the process. Noticing Song Zhan's dazed expression, Wei Lingran understood that he had likely not noticed any of the other girls. Nevertheless, she stood tall, engaging in warm-up exercises, and feigned indifference as she inquired, "Did you not see any beautiful women swimming earlier? Our team is quite a few." Song Zhan, ever astute, replied, "Beautiful women? Aside from the one next to me. Where are the others?" Wei Lingran chuckled. "That's more like it." But she paused, prompting him. "But what?" "Well, a girl did approach me earlier. She asked if I knew you, mentioning that she thought she had seen you come in," Song Zhan disclosed. "I ignored her. Is she part of your team?" "Oh. Is she a girl slightly shorter than me with a particularly high-pitched voice?" Wei Lingran inquired. "Yes," Song Zhan confirmed. "She is from our swim team, named Du Chanqian. And she came from the sports academy. She was the one causing trouble for me in the locker room earlier," Wei Lingran explained. "Let's not speak of her anymore. I need to start training." Having completed her warm-up, Wei Lingran prepared to enter the water. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bald head, who had been standing at the opposite end of the pool, approached and greeted her. "Xiao Wei, you're here." The bald man's gaze wandered uncomfortably across Wei Lingran's chest, prompting her to suppress her disdain as she replied, "Hello, Coach Qian." Coach Qian nodded, casting a glance at Song Zhan. "Your classmate?" he inquired. Wei Lingran moved closer to Song Zhan, saying, "Yes, he came with me to train." She introduced Song Zhan. "Coach Qian, this is my classmate." Song Zhan offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Coach Qian, with a serious demeanor, stated, "The facility is closed today. The swimming hall has kindly allowed everyone to train for half a day. You may come by yourselves, but no outsiders should be brought in next time." Wei Lingran muttered, "Understood, Coach. I will go train now." She then discreetly suggested to Song Zhan that they find another location, pulling him along. Watching Wei Lingran's graceful silhouette as she walked away, Coach Qian's eyes narrowed with intrigue. "This is a good spot," Wei Lingran said, leading Song Zhan to a bench near the short pool. "You seem to have a dislike for that coach," Song Zhan remarked. Wei Lingran tested the water temperature and said, "Our team was previously led by Coach Wu, who is an exceptional female coach. She went on maternity leave last summer, and Coach Qian stepped in. Is his skill lacking?" Song Zhan inquired. "He's passable, though not as proficient as Coach Wu. It's mainly his peculiar way of gauging people's reactions that makes me uncomfortable," Wei Lingran replied. "I've always tried to avoid him and practice on my own." "He hasn't made things difficult for you, has he?" Song Zhan asked. "Not really. How should I put it?" Wei Lingran reminisced. "We haven't communicated much. Over the past 6 months during provincial competitions, he hardly let me compete. Only in out-of-province matches. To maintain our rankings, did he allow me to participate? But it doesn't matter. My performance is sufficient, and my training has been hindered. Soon. You won't have any authority over me. Wei Lingran's thoughts of the future sparkled with hope. By then, we will have entered university, aiming for national and even global arenas. Just thinking about it fills me with anticipation. Song Zhan, envisioning Wei Ling and S future achievements, confidently stated, "Yes. You will undoubtedly shine on the world stage." Wei Ling playfully stirred the water in the pool and said, "For now, I have no other wishes than for us to be admitted to universities in the capital. You won't fail to achieve that, will you?" Song Zhan chuckled. "You might not know, but I received a 60-point reduction in scores for my admission to Hu City." Wei Ling responded with a grin, I know. Yi Jingjing told me on her first day back at school." Song Zhan recalled that Yi Jingjing sat in front of Wei Lingran. "Don't get too cocky. If you fail to get in, just wait and see how I will punish you," Wei Lingran said, gritting her teeth. "Punish me? What would you do?" Song Zhan asked. "I'll make you a drenched chicken," Wei Lingran declared, scooping a handful of water from the pool and splashing it towards Song Zhan. Song Zhan reacted quickly, moving to the other side of the bench to dodge it, only to find that Wei Lingran had already dived into the water and was swimming. In the pool, Wei Lingran resembled a red mermaid, practicing her backstroke, lying on her back with her lower body undulating like a fish tail, creating splashes reminiscent of shimmering scales. Song Zhan walked along the edge of the pool, keeping pace with her. Noticing her, Wei Lingran swam even faster, while Song Zhan, unable to match her speed, resorted to a light jog to keep level with her, reaching the end before turning back. Wei Lingran removed her goggles and, noticing a slightly breathless Song Zhan, teased, "Ha ha ha, and you can't keep up after just 100 meters? Are you even using your legs?" Song Zhan replied, "The edges of the pool are tiled and slippery. Running fast without slipping is quite exhausting." Wei Ling donned her goggles once more, saying, "You silly," as Song Zhan watched Wei Ling dive back into the water. The disparity in grace and speed between her and the other team members was astounding, prompting her to merge this scene with a vision of Wei Lingran competing in Budapest many years later. In 2015, Song Zhan discreetly saved money for several months without uttering a word to anyone. He took annual leave and purchased a ticket to Budapest, Hungary, to witness the World Swimming Circuit Championships. Seated in the second row of the audience, directly facing Wei Lingran's swimming lane, he watched her glide through the water after the whistle blew, swiftly distancing herself from the competition and triumphing with a significant lead to claim the gold in the women's 200-meter backstroke at the World Championships. When she emerged from the water, she resembled a lotus blossom, radiant and captivating, her smile enchanting all who beheld it. Cameras clicked frantically, and fearing an unflattering candid shot, Song Zhan turned his head and concealed himself within the crowd. Wei Ling frequently lamented that Song Zhan never came to watch her swim, a belief she held steadfastly through lifetimes. In truth, however, he had already witnessed her prowess. As time passed, Wei Ling would periodically surface to interact with Song Zhan, mindful of his potential boredom, and she scarcely conversed with her teammates. Approaching noon, the other competitors gradually departed, leaving only Wei Ling still in the pool. Although she could swim until 2 p.m., it was customary for everyone to leave after lunch, as returning post-meal felt cumbersome. Song Zhan found no monotony in watching Wei Lingran swim. Her skill illuminated the joy of the sport for him. "Excuse me, I need to take a call," he informed Wei Lingran, moving towards the pool's exit where the signal was stronger. Chapter 37. Song Zhan's speculation. The phone call came from Hao Zhixiong. After sending a message on QQ that went unanswered, he could no longer wait and opted to call. "Bro, where are you? Didn't we agree to go out together this weekend?" Hao Zhixiong inquired. "Oh, I'm accompanying Wei Lingran for a swim," replied Song Zhan. "Have you arranged to meet Peng Jingxiong?" "What? Off to swim? You finally come to your senses," Hao Zhixiong remarked. "I can't get her to agree. She insists on studying at home. Could you help me think of a way?" Song Zhan suggested. "Then why not invite her to study together? We could go to our base at ICE Engineering University. That place is free to use on weekends. Just remember to turn off the lights." In their group, everyone had already taken to calling the innovation building their base. "Right, that's a good idea, but will I be allowed in? Where is it?" Hao Zhixiong questioned. "No problem. I'll give you Yang Yaoi's number so he can take you there. And yes, Tong Chao would work too. Isn't he your teacher?" Song Zhan added. "Exactly. I'll chat with Tong Chao," Hao Zhixiong agreed. After assisting Hao Zhixiong with his plan, Song Zhan was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of a particularly striking bald head. Coach Qian? He mused. A quick glance confirmed it was indeed Coach Qian, who, after scanning his surroundings, entered the changing room with a small black bag. Initially dismissing it, Song Zhan was about to leave when he paused, reconsidering his earlier thoughts. He glanced at the changing room sign that Coach Qian had just entered, confirming his observations. The women's changing room? What could a male coach possibly want there? Recalling Wei Lingren's earlier comments regarding her unfavorable impressions of Coach Qian, he decided to investigate further. At this hour, the swimming pool was nearly deserted. The door to the women's changing room was ajar, partially obscured by a curtain. Approaching cautiously, Song Zhan peered through the gap and was taken aback. He saw Coach Qian retrieving a DV camera from his bag, making some simple adjustments before wrapping it in a thick garment and placing it in the upper compartment of a locker. The lockers operated with a key inserted at the top, allowing access to any unlocked compartment. After ensuring everything was in order, Coach Qian left the locker door slightly ajar and stepped back to verify that the DV camera was concealed from view. Once satisfied, he tidied up the small black bag and exited the women's changing room. As Coach Qian emerged, Song Zhan swiftly concealed himself in a corner until the coach was a safe distance away. Was he secretly filming? Filming the female athletes changing? Song Zhan felt a sense of urgency. This situation posed a threat to Wei Lingren, and he could not remain indifferent. With no one in the women's changing room and the absence of surveillance cameras nearby, it was clear that Coach Qian felt emboldened to enter. Resolute, Song Zhan ventured into the women's changing room. It bore a resemblance to the men's, featuring rows of lockers outside, benches in the center, and showers at the far end. Based on his observations, he quickly located the locker where Coach Qian had concealed the DV camera. Extracting it from within the clothing, he discovered it was a Sony DCR HC48, a model from 2007 valued at nearly 4,000 yuan. Holding the DV camera in his hands, Song Zhan discovered that recording had already commenced. He promptly halted the recording and reviewed the videos. His long-standing suspicions were unfortunately validated. The 32-gigabyte storage was completely filled, not with footage of Coach Qian surreptitiously filming female team members changing, but rather with videos of him deceiving and enticing the female athletes. Infuriated, Song Zhan contemplated shattering the DV camera on the spot but quickly reconsidered. He resolved that the old man must be reported to the police and the sports authority. As Song Zhan prepared to leave with the DV in hand, he heard footsteps approaching the entrance, mistakenly believing it to be Coach Qian returning. Unprepared for a direct confrontation and wary of potential repercussions, he hastily restored the locker to its original state and concealed himself in the innermost corner of the adjacent locker. Accompanying the footsteps was a soft humming. What I miss is the unspoken understanding. What I miss is the shared dreams. What I miss is the impulse to love you even after quarrels. It was Wei Lingren? The voice belonged to Wei Lingren, who adored Sun Yinzi. Song Zhan exhaled slightly in relief, but his anxiety surged again as he heard the faint sounds of Wei Lingren removing her swim cap and goggles. Drying her hair with a towel. Patiently, he waited. Typically, after swimming, one would head to the shower, and once Wei Lingren entered, he could seize the opportunity to escape. However, she seemed in no rush, murmuring, "Where did that guy run off to? If he sneaks away first, I won't let him off the hook." Song Zhan was taken aback by this self-talk of Wei Lingren. It was rather endearing. Yet, in the next moment, his amusement faded as Wei Lingren did not head to the shower but instead retrieved her phone from the locker and began dialing. It turned out she was not finished swimming. Rather, she was calling because she couldn't find Song Zhan. Frantically, Song Zhan fished out his phone and desperately pressed the mute button, but it was evident that his speed could not rival that of China Unicom. As the phone rang, the atmosphere in the women's changing room became tense. He decisively powered off his phone, and Wei Lingren merely glanced at the ringing locker, likely assuming it was someone else's phone that happened to go off. After 2 more rings, the device signaled that it had been turned off. And Wei Lingren was genuinely irritated. "You didn't answer just now, and now you've turned it off. Don't let me find you. You'll regret it if I do." With her mood soured, Wei Lingren lost interest in continuing her swim, rummaging through her locker for toiletries, preparing to head to the shower. Song Zhan felt his heart racing, reaching 120 beats per minute, and just as he thought the crisis had passed, he heard Wei Lingren's footsteps drawing nearer, culminating in the creaking sound of the locker door being opened. Wei Lingren's expression shifted from hesitation to surprise, then to anger. "What are you doing here? This is the women's changing room," she exclaimed furiously. "Shoo, keep your voice down." Song Zhan attempted to gesture for silence, but as he raised the DV camera, It inadvertently drew her attention. You actually filmed us secretly? Wei Ling and felt her mind swelling with rage as her previously favorable impression of Song Zhan collapsed like a house of cards. Gritting her teeth, she could scarcely believe. Song Zhan, how could you be this kind of person? I misjudged you completely. Unbeknownst to her, Song Zhan was perplexed by how Wei Ling Ran had uncovered his secret. He believed he had not exposed himself, yet sometimes one can evade scientific logic but not the instinctual intuition of a woman. Wei Ling Ran sensed something amiss. The phone ringing from the cabinet should not have been left unlocked. Assuming it was merely a forgotten phone, she approached, only to catch Song Zhan in the act. Song Zhan hurriedly explained, I noticed Coach Qian sneaking in and felt it was suspicious. So I came to investigate and found him placing this DV in the cabinet to record secretly. That's why I took it down. I was about to confront him. But when I heard footsteps at the door, I hid. He marveled at how smoothly his words flowed, while Wei Ling An, regaining her composure, regarded him with skepticism. She extended her hand, demanding, hand over the DV. I want to see if your claims hold water. As Song Zhan prepared to pass the DV to her, he hesitated midway, retracting his offer. No, it's too explicit. You're too young to watch it. Wei Ling Ran, irked by the insinuation of her youth, retorted, enough. Give it to me. I want to see it. Chapter 38. The first kiss. As Wei Ling An reached for the DV, Song Zhan clutched it tightly, refusing to relinquish her grip. The two were locked in a stalemate when footsteps approached from outside, and it was evident that more than one person was coming. This is bad. More people are arriving. I must hide, Song Zhan exclaimed in a panic. Don't even think about escaping. Wei Ling An retorted as she noticed Song Zhan attempting to close the door, only to yank it open forcefully. Just then, Coach Qian's voice echoed from outside. Qian. I've missed you dearly. Song Zhan's pupils dilated in shock, but even more astonished was Wei Ling Ran. The implication of Coach Qian's words suggested he intended to enter. Isn't this the women's changing room? Why is another man trying to come in? Wei Ling An found herself in a state of confusion. Find another locker to hide in, Song Zhan suggested urgently. Wei Ling Ran could not comprehend why, in a women's changing room, she, as a girl, needed to conceal herself. However, with the footsteps growing nearer, she had no choice but to squeeze into the storage locker alongside Song Zhan. The already cramped space became even more congested, their faces nearly filling the lower compartment of the locker. Just as Song Zhan was about to voice her concerns about choosing another locker, Coach Qian entered, not alone, but with a girl in his embrace, his hand caressing her backside. Why are we here? Can't we go somewhere else? I've already agreed. This place is too risky, the girl pleaded. Wei Ling An could hardly believe her ears. Moments ago, she thought she had misheard Qian speaking on the phone. Now, the female voice was unmistakably that of Du Qian, someone with whom Wei Ling An had a contentious history. What kind of relationship did she have with Coach Qian? Wei Ling Ran dared not dwell on it, instinctively shaking her head as Song Zhan whispered, Don't move. It'll be over if we're discovered. With a mere 5 centimeters separating them, Song Zhan's breath brushed against Wei Ling Ran's face. The confined space intensified the atmosphere, leaving Wei Ling An feeling lightheaded. Coach Qian settled onto the bench with Du Qian, directly facing the locker containing the DV. With a glance, he confirmed that everything remained as it was before he arrived. And reassured, he said, Darling, what are you afraid of? Everyone is left. Don't you find this thrilling? As he spoke, Coach Qian began to explore Du Qian's body. Who, while struggling, inquired, Coach, have you received any news about my application for the first-level athlete qualification? Coach Qian nonchalantly replied, Don't call me Coach. It feels too distant. I dislike it. Du Qian pressed urgently. So, is there any news or not? Coach Qian, adopting a serious tone, responded, Qian. How can you doubt me? You know my connections in the swimming world. Rest assured, I will handle your matters. Still unconvinced, Du Qian remarked. That Wei Ling An has already applied for her athlete title, yet I'm still not even a first-level athlete. I can't swallow this humiliation, Coach Qian explained. Her athlete certificate was issued last weekend, but I withheld it from her. Wei Ling Ran's pupils widened in disbelief. This old man was quite devious. Du Qian gasped. What? She succeeded. What are we going to do? Coach Qian chuckled. Don't fret. Over the past 6 months, I've ensured that she won't participate in any competitions you're eligible for. This is all to secure your position. Rest assured, with me here, even if she were the world champion, she'd have to stay firmly benched. Fists clenched. Wei Ling Ran's fist clenched hard. Coach Qian spouted another round of sweet nothings, effortlessly deceiving the naive Du Qian once more, making her believe him all over again. Hurry, I can't hold back anymore. This spring festival has kept me waiting long enough. Coach Qian said as he pulled down his pants. Du Qianqian resisted, stepping back, only to be yanked forward and forced down by him. Muffled whimpers, strange noises drifted over. Wei Lingyan, curious about what was happening, tried to turn her head to look, but Song Zhan stopped her. Don't move. Though Wei Lingyan couldn't see. Du Qianqian's intermittent moans gave her a clear enough idea of the vulgar act unfolding. Her cheeks burned hotter, and she instinctively buried her face deeper into Song Zhan's chest. That's it. For someone so young, your skills in servicing far surpassed your swimming, Coach Qian praised. Du Qianqian protested reluctantly, ugh, as if. Coach Qian, now fully aroused, pinned her down. You said it'd just be as simple, huh? Du Qianqian struggled, but Coach Qian ignored her. Who said that? Little minx, I call the shots now. What followed was a symphony of gasps, moans, and the rhythmic banging of Du Qianqian's hands against the locker door, punctuating the heated encounter. Song Zhan remained composed. As a guy, he was no stranger to such scenes. But Wei Lingyan, still relatively innocent, rarely used computers beyond reading romance novels and watching idol dramas. At most, she exchanged risque texts with her best friend on her phone, certainly nothing beyond that. Now, the entire women's locker room was filled with Du Qianqian's cries, amplifying the charged atmosphere. Combined with the cramped confines of the locker and the intoxicating scent of hormones, Wei Lingyan found herself overwhelmed, her thoughts scattering. She lifted her gaze to Song Zhan's eyes. They had never looked more captivating, like a lone lighthouse in the dark. His breath, warm against her ear, sent shivers through her. Electric currents of pleasure weakening her knees. Wei Lingyan closed her eyes, lips slightly parted, and leaned up, finding Song Zhan's mouth with unerring precision. Caught off guard, Song Zhan yielded. Unlike Jiang Yunmiao's fleeting peck, Wei Lingyan's lips pressed firmly against his. As her first kiss, her technique was clumsy, just soft brushes against his lips, occasionally bumping teeth. Yet, even Song Zhan felt his resolve waver. The faint fragrance of Wei Lingyan's skin filled his senses, her curves pressed tightly against him, testing the limits of his restraint. Unconsciously, his arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer. As Du Qianqian and Coach Qian escalated toward their climax, Song Zhan and Wei Lingyan moved beyond mere lip contact. Under Song Zhan's skilled guidance, Wei Lingyan's defenses crumbled, and their kiss deepened into a slow, lingering French embrace. Kissing the girl he had long adored was an experience Song Zhan had never known, not in this life, nor the last. As for Wei Lingyan, her mind went blank, swept away in the tide of bliss as she let Song Zhan lead her through uncharted waters. As the conversation between Coach Qian and Du Qianqian drew to a close, Song Zhan's unoccupied hand inadvertently ascended to the summit of Wei Lingyan, whose 75D dimensions remained impressively pronounced even within the confines of a snug swimsuit. In an instant, Wei Lingyan realized the situation and broke free, exclaiming, "No, that is not permissible." Song Zhan's hand retreated instantaneously, and their lips parted, yet a shimmering silken thread lingered between them. Wei Lingyan, thoroughly overwhelmed, buried her head in Song Zhan's chest, her arms tightly encircling his waist, feeling utterly embarrassed to face the world. In that moment, she chose to banish all thoughts, simply savoring the exquisite sensation that had just transpired. It dawned on her that kissing someone she cherished could bring such profound joy. Chapter 39. A touch of sweetness. Du Qianqian gazed at the disarray around her and remarked, "I shall go wash up." Coach Qian wrapped his arm around Du Qianqian's shoulders, a mischievous glint in his eye, and said, "All right, I'll assist you." Without waiting for her to refuse, he propelled her into the shower room, and soon, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Song Zhan cautiously pushed open the locker room door, and Wei Lingyan sprang down first. However, her legs felt somewhat weak. The earlier excitement had left her momentarily stunned. "You should change in the restroom. Take your clothes and leave here first," Song Zhan suggested. "Are you still planning to shower?" Upon hearing the bashful sounds from the shower room, Wei Lingyan shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, No, let us leave quickly." Song Zhan assisted Wei Lingyan with her clothes, and the two of them stealthily exited the women's changing room. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present, Wei Lingyan hurried to the women's restroom, emerging in less than 2 minutes. "That was fast," Song Zhan exclaimed in surprise. "Just put it on. I don't wish to linger here any longer." "Let us hurry," Wei Lingyan said, her anxiety about being discovered palpable. Having successfully departed from the swimming pool, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wei Lingyan appeared to be profoundly affected, walking with her head down and remaining silent. Song Zhan followed quietly behind. holding the DV. After a considerable while, Wei Lingran lifted her head, sighed, and said, Song Zhan, I am sorry. I wronged you. I shouldn't have doubted you. Song Zhan bore no ill will towards Wei Lingran. In that situation, anyone would think the same. I just didn't expect things to unfold so abruptly. It's getting late. We've swum all morning. You must be hungry, right? Song Zhan inquired. Yes, let us go eat. Perhaps some Qinghua barbecue, Wei Lingran responded, her spirits lifting at the mention of food. Sounds good, Song Zhan agreed. The two of them made their way to a nearby barbecue restaurant, which, despite its name, was essentially a meat shop specializing in beef transported from Qinghua. The establishment comprised two connected rooms, one of which housed several tables and grilling pans, charging a modest fee for the handmade dishes. After indulging in a hearty meal, they began to discuss the earlier incident. Are you still watching the DV? Song Zhan asked. I won't be watching it anymore. The content should be similar to what just happened, right? Wei Lingran replied. Yes, I glanced at it briefly. And it was about the same, Song Zhan responded. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Wei Lingran became irate. So you have seen it already? Pervert. Song Zhan protested. I merely took a quick look to ensure he wasn't secretly filming you. Wei Lingran's anger began to wane slightly. Is that so? Song Zhan, eager to defend herself, insisted. Of course. I must protect you. Wei Lingran took a bite of the grilled pickled vegetables and smiled mischievously. Do you really need to protect me? Song Zhan retorted. Oh, don't you? Just a moment ago, someone was nestled tightly in my embrace, and I couldn't budge her. Song Zhan, you're recording disaster. Wei Lingran pinched the small of Song Zhan's back, pulling herself out of her earlier gloom. Let us focus on the matter at hand. What do you intend to do? Song Zhan inquired. Wei Lingran pondered for a moment before asking. Is it only Du Qianqian, or are there other girls as well? Song Zhan replied. There are a few, but I'm not certain about the specifics. Wei Lingran nodded and said, One Du Qianqian is sufficient. She is undoubtedly a minor. This old man has committed a grievous offense. Song Zhan concurred. Indeed, he not only exploits minors but also abuses his authority, having revoked your outstanding athlete certificate. Wei Lingran responded, That's right. I am already an accomplished athlete. Heh. Song Zhan was equally pleased. Then let's raise a toast. The two ordered a bottle of Yinbian rice wine. And after sharing a drink, Wei Lingran continued, We have digressed. Do you think we should turn over the video? Song Zhan asked. Do you not wish to submit it? Wei Lingran hesitated. I am primarily concerned about those girls. Will they suffer from malicious gossip as a result? Song Zhan understood her sentiment, recognizing that this was a common reason many victims chose silence. I believe we must prevent Coach Qian from continuing to harm others, thus he must be held accountable. However, retribution cannot be enacted through vigilante justice, or we would become criminals ourselves. Wei Lingran worriedly remarked, but Coach Qian is capable of replacing Coach Wu. He must have connections. He often mentioned knowing certain officials during training. Song Zhan suggested, How about this? I know an elder who has some connections with people in the sports bureau. Coach Qian is part of the sports system, so let them handle it internally. They are professionals and receive numerous reports each year. They certainly possess the necessary experience. With that elder intervening, I am confident it will be handled appropriately. Wei Lingran expressed her gratitude. I truly do not know how to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to manage this matter, and I might have been manipulated by that old man. Upon seeing the sparkle in Wei Lingran's eyes, Song Zhan seized the opportunity. Actually, a bit of gratitude would suffice. Earlier, I was rather hurried and did not fully appreciate the flavors. Could we perhaps order another dish? Ouch. Ouch. Wei Lingran pinched Song Zhan's waist, innocently asking, What do you mean? I do not quite understand. Song Zhan, suppressing the pain, replied, I meant that I did not fully savor the taste of the beef tongue. Should we order another plate? You should have mentioned beef tongue from the start. Wei Lingran loosened her grip and called out, Waiter, another plate of beef tongue, please. As she spoke, her hand returned to Song Zhan's waist, and he was taken aback when Wei Lingran began to massage him, saying, I can do this if I wish. You cannot. Song Zhan, frightened, nodded in agreement. Wei Lingran chuckled softly while sipping her rice wine, only to examine the ingredient list more closely. Is this wine spoiled? Why is it a bit sweet? Meanwhile, after exhausting Du Qianqian thoroughly, Coach Qian finally released her, feeling quite smug about his abilities. Dealing with these young girls was a matter of mere words, and he found it exceedingly easy. Once Du Qianqian departed, Coach Qian went to retrieve his DV from the locker, anticipating the fruits of his labor, only to discover that while his clothes remained, the DV was missing. Coach Qian meticulously searched the surrounding lockers, yet found no trace of the DV. Panic surged within him, initially intending to continue his search. He was abruptly interrupted by noises from outside, prompting him to hastily exit the women's changing room. After taking a few steps, he unexpectedly encountered a staff member at the facility. "Coach Qian, we are about to commence maintenance. Is there anything else you need assistance with?" No, Coach Qian replied, his mind adrift. Just as the staff member was about to depart, he called out, "Do we have surveillance cameras in the facility? I believe something has been stolen." The staff member responded, "Stolen? What item are you referring to? We only have cameras at the main entrance and the swimming pool hall. But there are no outsiders around this Sunday." "True enough, it's not particularly valuable." Coach Qian hesitated, words lingering unspoken. Upon leaving the swimming pool, Coach Qian crouched on the opposite side of the street, chain-smoking a box of Shilong cigarettes. The cigarette butts he stamped into the snow created deep, dark impressions. He was uncertain who had taken the DV, but given its presence in the women's changing room, it was likely a woman. With no better course of action, he faced a grim dilemma. Either the footage would vanish without a trace, or he would have to wait for someone to reach out to him. This individual could either be the one who found the DV or someone sent to confront him. A profound sense of foreboding enveloped Coach Qian. This time, he feared he might be in serious trouble. Chapter 40, The Justice of Lan Shaoqing. After lunch, Wei Ling and Song Zhan headed home. As they approached Wei Lalu's barbecue restaurant, Song Zhan reminded her, "So, should we hold hands when we go in?" It dawned on Wei Ling then. After leaving the barbecue shop, they had been holding hands the entire way, though she was unsure whether it was Song Zhan or herself who initiated it. She immediately released his hand, defiantly asserting, "Of course not. I haven't agreed to anything yet." "Agreed to what?" Song Zhan feigned ignorance. Wei Ling huffed, cautioning him, "Don't speak carelessly in front of my parents. Do you realize we are in a precarious period before the college entrance examinations?" Song Zhan nodded. Understood. In truth, neither Wei Lingren's nor Song Zhan's families had demonized such matters to an extreme. Being in a relationship was quite normal. Rather, it was Wei Ling and herself who was still grappling with her feelings. She was not ready to accept the shift, and although she had long harbored expectations, the reality felt a tad overwhelming. Ultimately, it was the ease with which Song Zhan had achieved this that left her unsettled. There had been no formal confession, which simply would not do. Watching Wei Lingren enter the shop, Song Zhan reached out to Lan Shaoqing. As he had previously agreed with Wei Ling and to prioritize addressing Coach Qian's situation this afternoon. This was to prevent him from having the opportunity to privately manipulate the affected girls. For the longer the night, the more unpredictable the circumstances could become. As for whom to approach for assistance, Song Zhan had already decided. Having been reborn into this life, he had limited connections in the political sphere, and the most effective ally he could rely on was Lan Shaoqing. "Hello, is this Sister Lan?" he asked, dialing the number on her business card. "I'm Lan. And you are?" Lan Shaoqing appeared to be driving, speaking on speakerphone. "Sister Lan, it's Song Zhan. Do you remember me?" he inquired. Song Zhan. Lan Shaoqing certainly recalled him, albeit with some surprise at his initiative to reach out. Since she had safely seen Jiang Yunmiao off on Tuesday morning, the tension she had been holding could finally ease a bit. She was relieved that nothing had gone awry. Otherwise, she would not only jeopardize her future, but might even end up incarcerated. Now, not only had the Lantern Festival Castle incident concluded successfully, but due to her adept handling of it, Jiang Pifeng had also recognized her capabilities and attitude. As long as she continued to align herself with Jiang Pifeng, Lan Shaoqing felt that she was on the path to success. Thus, in retrospect, Song Zhan had indeed proven to be a benefactor to her. "I certainly remember you. It's just a bit surprising that you would call me," Lan Shaoqing teased. "As far as I know, Miao Miao must have left you her contact information." Song Zhan replied, "She did, but I have something else on my mind. I'm not reaching out for her. I would like to trouble you for a favor." "Oh, what is it?" Lan Shaoqing responded, intrigued. She held a favorable impression of Song Zhan, recognizing that he possessed an understanding of social cues far beyond that of an ordinary high school student. After their last meeting with Jiang Pifeng, he had been praised as far from ordinary, exhibiting a maturity akin to that of individuals in their 30s or 40s. Thus, when Song Zhan spoke, it was clear that his matters were not trivial. "Well, this matter is rather private, and I can't explain it in just a sentence or two. Would it be convenient for me to meet with you? It may take you an hour of your time." Song Zhan expressed this in a roundabout manner, to which Lan Shaoqing replied, "Perfect timing. I'm driving now, just left my workplace." "Where are you?" "I'll come to pick you up." "That's wonderful. I'm right at the entrance of my residential complex. Please come to the Wei Laolu barbecue restaurant near the Talent Market. I'll be waiting for you diagonally across. After hanging up, Song Zhan entered a nearby milk tea shop to purchase 2 cups of hot beverages. At that time, the milk tea industry had not yet expanded as it would later. The prices were reasonable, yet the variety remained quite limited. About 5 minutes later, Lan Xiaojing arrived. Once Song Zhan got into the car, he handed her the 2 cups of hot drinks. Lan Xiaojing chose a less sweet option, took a sip, and remarked, "Not bad. You certainly know how to please. No wonder Miao Miao is so fond of you." Surprised, Song Zhan responded, "Sister Lan, what are you talking about? Yun Miao and I are just friends." Lan Xiaojing chuckled knowingly. "Oh really? Did I misinterpret that night? You two were embracing. I sat in the car freezing for over 10 minutes, and I can't forget that." Song Zhan laughed. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Lan." Lan Xiaojing ceased her jesting and said, "What is it? You speak of it so mysteriously." Song Zhan explained, "One of my classmates is an athlete on the provincial swimming team. During training today, he found a DV camera containing videos of Coach Qian Jintong enticing female team members. The name of Coach Qian was provided by Wei Lingran." Lan Xiaojing's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. "Is that true?" Song Zhan handed her the DV, saying, "This is it." Lan Xiaojing struggled with the controls, stating, "Could you pull it up for me?" Song Zhan adjusted the interface to the video list without opening it. The thumbnails and renamed file titles were already quite revealing. It was disconcerting to note how perverse Coach Qian was, as he had meticulously labeled each video by time, location, and characteristics of the female athletes, such as 070921. Bathroom, Little Red knows how to call. Just the file names made Lan Xiaojing feel uneasy, however. Being a woman in her 30s who had experienced marriage, she was somewhat familiar with such matters. After closing the DV, she exclaimed in anger, "What a scoundrel." Song Zhan affirmed, "Indeed. To my knowledge, the swimming team consists entirely of high school students, all under the age of 18. Some are even younger than 16. There are over 30 videos, and I cannot ascertain how many young girls have been harmed by him." Lan Xiaojing inquired, "Since you have already found evidence, why not report it directly to the police?" Song Zhan elaborated, "Here is the issue. My classmates and I learned that the previous coach left due to pregnancy. And Coach Qian was a recent hire, making it challenging to confirm he lacks internal connections. You are aware of the political climate in our city. We are merely kids. And our voices hold little weight. I fear that if we submit this evidence, it may be suppressed." Song Zhan spoke the truth, unlike a decade later. The crackdown on organized crime and strict disciplinary measures were not yet in place. Many nefarious activities were commonplace in the darker regions. Lan Xiaojing was taken aback by Song Zhan's thorough consideration, realizing he seemed well acquainted with the current environment. "All right. Whether it is out of personal moral conviction or my duty within the system, I must take action." Lan Xiaojing returned the DV to Song Zhan, inquiring if the video was on the card. "I am not particularly adept with the DV. Could you assist me in downloading it for convenience?" Song Zhan handed the SD card to Lan Xiaojing, who carefully accepted it and reassured, "Rest assured, I believe this matter will be resolved swiftly." Song Zhan then asked, "Sister Lan, if Jintong manages to bribe these female athletes, could it lead to?" Lan Xiaojing chuckled, "It's not that simple. His culpability is undeniable and cannot be obscured." "Thank you, Sister Lan," Song Zhan replied. Having accomplished her objective, Song Zhan did not linger in the car and soon departed. While Lan Xiaojing first visited an electronics store to purchase a card reader before returning to her residence. The following Monday morning, Lan Xiaojing reported the matter to Jiang Peifeng, bringing up the incident. "Yesterday, Song Zhan approached me to report a coach from the provincial team who is enticing female students." "Who?" Jiang Peifeng seemed taken aback. "Song Zhan. The young man who saved Miao Miao during the Lantern Festival," Lan Xiaojing reminded him. "Oh, I recall now," Jiang Peifeng remarked, having a profound impression of the young man, who appeared to possess an uncanny understanding of urban reform policies. Lan Xiaojing succinctly recounted the details of Song Zhan's report and the evidence he had gathered. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Peifeng inquired, "What do you plan to do about this?" Lan Xiaojing tentatively replied, "I believe action must be taken. Not only because he has broken the law, but also due to the sensitivity of the current Olympic preparations. The affected female athletes have suffered both physically and psychologically, and any ensuing issues could have significant repercussions." Jiang Peifeng nodded, encouraging her to continue. Seeing that Jiang Peifeng did not oppose her, Lan Xiaojing added, however, "We must also protect the dignity of the provincial sports system. Good news should remain private, while bad news spreads like wildfire. During this comparative phase among provinces, it is preferable to handle it internally, avoiding media exposure." Indeed, it appears you have a comprehensive perspective, Jiang Peifeng acknowledged. I merely expressed my personal opinion, which may not encompass all aspects. What are your thoughts? Lan Xiaojing responded. Jiang Peifeng stood, took a watering can, and tended to the solitary pot of peace lily in the office, stating, my transfer order will be issued soon. I will depart by the end of next month at the latest. Lan Xiaojing remained silent. The matter had been circulating within the system for over half a year, and everyone had been forewarned. I will be in the Black Province, and you will accompany me in my duties. I am aware of your capabilities. Jiang Peifeng remarked while watering the plant. The work in the secretariat is overly trivial, and you need to gain practical experience in the field. The minister of the organization department, Liang, had inquired about potential vacancies in the Sports Bureau, Forestry Bureau, and Health Commission, seeking Jiang Peifeng's opinion on transferring Lan Xiaojing. I will defer to your judgment, Lan Xiaojing replied. It is customary for leadership changes to entail alterations in secretarial staff. Presently, the Sports Bureau appears to hold the most promise, given the prevailing climate prioritizing the Olympics. Jiang Peifeng continued, the Sports Bureau demands significant capability, however. The internal dynamics are intricate and deeply rooted, making it challenging to establish oneself. I assure you, I will strive to perform to the best of my abilities. Lan Xiaojing guaranteed. Seeing her actively advocating for herself, Jiang Peifeng remarked, how about this? You could anonymously report to the Sports Bureau to test the waters. Lan Xiaojing's eyes brightened as she inquired, are you suggesting that? Jiang Peifeng nodded. If they manage to handle it internally, your work will proceed smoothly. If there is no response, you can use this as a starting point to establish your presence. Lan Xiaojing understood that Secretary Jiang intended to support her before she departed. Recognizing that once she truly began her work, she would undoubtedly face resistance, and relying solely on herself would hinder progress. With excitement, Lan Xiaojing expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Secretary, I will prepare right away. Joyfully she departed, while Jiang Peifeng continued to review the approval documents at hand. The calendar on his desk had turned to a new page. This calendar was a special commemorative edition for the Olympics, with each page adorned with slogans promoting civility and new trends in anticipation of the Games, each page presenting a fresh perspective. Chapter 41. Stock market gains. After handing over the video SD card to Lan Xiaojing, Song Zhan returned home with the DV camera. He suddenly realized that he had acquired a DV camera, which he certainly did not need to return. He could keep it to capture moments in the future. That evening, Song Zhan intended to communicate with Wei Ling and via QQ to catch up on matters. He noticed that Wei Ling and was online, as indicated by a brief vibration of QQ. However, just as he was about to reach out to her, her avatar turned gray. Was she avoiding me? Song Zhan felt uncertain. He clicked on Wei Lingren's profile and discovered that her signature had changed, while he could not recall what it had been before. The new inscription read, I have traversed 99 steps of love and stumbling, only lacking your courageous step. What an awkward romantic quote. Nevertheless, since Wei Lingren had gone offline, Song Zhan decided it would be better to discuss things face-to-face next time. The following Monday, Song Zhan attended school as usual. During the break, Hao Zhixiong approached him. How was it? Did you have a pleasant Sunday? He asked with a mischievous smile. Song Zhan replied with confusion. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Hao Zhixiong smirked. Playing dumb is no fun. I at most studied together with her, but you two were clearly flirting, weren't you? Song Zhan corrected him. Not at all. She was swimming on her own, while I merely sat beside her. Hao Zhixiong scrutinized Song Zhan until he was convinced of his honesty, then remarked, all right. It seems our situations are quite similar. It's still wise to maintain some distance from the girls. Not wishing to elaborate, Song Zhan inquired, so, Sunday didn't tea go well? Hao Zhixiong nodded. Well, it started off great. We were both thrilled at the base. Then she called her classmates over. And what was supposed to be a date turned into a 3-person game of Do Di Zhu, then 4 playing Hong Zi, and eventually 5. Song Zhan interjected. Hold on. Why did the number of people keep increasing? That place is meant for studying. Hao Zhixiong replied, indeed, but no one was focused on studying. It turned into a gaming room instead. Song Zhan sighed, so the date was a bust, then. Hao Zhixiong lamented, yes, but Jing Xiang seemed quite satisfied with the place. She expressed interest in coming over for tutoring. Can I bring her? Song Zhan responded, sure, but who would teach her? What subjects would she need help with? Hao Zhixiong queried. Haven't you been following the group chat? We have over 30 members now, and several pairs have already formed. What? That quickly? Song Zhan had indeed noticed the group chat notifications piling up to 99, but he had been too lazy to scroll through and read them. Shame on you for being the group leader, Hao Zhixiong teased. Shiqing added several girls from our class into the group. Yang Yahui is an admin and approved them. They're interested in joining as well, Song Zhan stated, not opposing the idea, as studying together could be beneficial. Good, as long as there is space at the base. How many couples are there now? Hao Zhixiong was uncertain. We'll find out tonight. They were all added over the weekend, and today is just the first day. I guess there might be 7 or 8 couples. Song Zhan nodded, considering that it was manageable. At noon, Song Zhan finished his meal at school when he suddenly remembered it was Monday. The stock market had reopened. He had checked the news the previous evening and learned that ST Salt Lake had announced the completion of its restructuring over the weekend. The prospects and data were viewed favorably by investors, though the specifics remained unclear. Uneasy, Song Zhan decided to forego his afternoon nap and hurried home to check the situation on his computer. Upon opening the trading software, he was nearly staggered by the soaring trajectory of the stock chart. ST Salt Lake was surging abnormally, as if defying logic. Song Zhan had purchased the stock at 3.8 yuan per share, investing 30,000 yuan in total. Now, the price had skyrocketed to 32 yuan per share, this being his first venture into stock trading. Song Zhan was momentarily dazed. Fortunately, he was no mere speculator. Recognizing the wisdom in seizing opportunity, he decisively placed sell orders for all his shares at 32 yuan or above, refusing to succumb to greed. After completing the transactions, he rushed back to school. His mind restless throughout the afternoon classes. Anxiety gnawed at him. What if the stock plummeted suddenly? He realized then that trading wasn't tea for novices like him. The emotional turbulence made it impossible to focus on his studies. By evening, his distracted state had worsened, and his tutoring session proved ineffective. He informed Yang Yahui that he wouldn't be attending that night due to personal matters. Good timing, Yang Yahui replied. I've been swamped with research lately. Honestly, I was worried about how to guide you properly. If this continues, I might have to find a substitute tutor for you. Song Zhan chuckled. What are you talking about? You're the only teacher I recognize. Yang Yahui felt a surge of pride at his words. Returning home that night, Song Zhan ate quickly before retreating to his room. His hands trembled as he gripped the mouse, cursing the sluggish boot-up speed of Windows XP. If I make money, the first thing I'm upgrading is this damn computer. He logged into the trading platform and reviewed the afternoon-ish trends. After a brief spike, the stock had dipped to 25 yuan before rallying in the final 10 minutes before closing at 32 yuan. Not bad. The price held steady overall. Checking his account, he saw that all his sell orders had been executed, though not at peak prices. Most had cleared around 32 yuan, the morning's closing rate. After deducting fees, he estimated a net gain of 250,000 yuan. Just a week ago, his initial investment had been a mere 30,000 yuan. A profit of 200,000 yuan left him awestruck at the stock market's potential for sudden wealth. Yet he dared not venture further. He lacked the expertise to analyze stocks, let alone financial reports or news. This windfall had come purely through his trust in Fu Buchang, transferring the funds back to his bank account. He uninstalled the trading software without hesitation. With the remaining 20,000 yuan from before, his savings now approached 270,000 yuan. 270,000 yuan, enough to accomplish quite a lot. After some thought, he resolved to allocate a portion of the sum as a gesture of gratitude to Fu Buchang. Regardless of the circumstances, the older man had played a role in this success, and more importantly, Song Zhan wanted to nurture this connection. Years of navigating society had taught him the oft-repeated truth: no one thrives alone. Collaboration is key. A person's capabilities are a summation of their social relationships and the resources they can connect to. The call was quickly connected. Fu Buchang must have saved Song Zhan's number. As he directly inquired, "Is this you, little Song? Have you finally remembered me?" In reality, it was Song Zhan who had consistently initiated the conversation. But Fu Buchang's words conveyed a sense of anticipation for their dialogue, alleviating some of Song Zhan's psychological pressure. Such is the artistry of language. "I hope I'm not intruding. Brother Fu, have you been monitoring the stock market today?" Song Zhan inquired candidly. "Indeed, today's stock market is quite thrilling, little Song. Which stock are you referring to?" Upon hearing Song Zhan discuss the stock market, Fu Buchang's interest was piqued. "ST Salt Lake," Song Zhan replied. "Oh?" Fu Buchang responded with surprise. "Have you invested in it?" Chapter 42. The assistance of Fu Buchang. Fu Buchang could not recall mentioning this particular stock to Song Zhan, even if he had merely shared a few thoughts. According to the seasoned investor's perspective, it was improbable that a casual remark would lead others to invest heavily. Thus, Fu Buchang assumed that Song Zhan was interested in purchasing the stock independently. Song Zhan nodded, stating, "I bought some last week and sold it all today." Fu Buchang chuckled. "Ha ha ha. It seems your profits are substantial." Song Zhan replied, "To be honest, I only bought it after hearing your analysis. So a portion of the profits rightly belongs to you." Although Fu Buchang was not an ultra-wealthy individual, he had many admirers. Some sought his resources, while others followed his advice, often with an agenda to seek assistance. However, individuals like Song Zhan, who acknowledged their gains by attributing them to Fu Buchang's analysis, were rare. Akin to someone learning to trade stocks from a book and expressing gratitude to the author. "I would like to share some of my earnings with you as a token of appreciation," Song Zhan expressed sincerely, devoid of any semblance of flattery or gift-giving. Fu Buchang inquired, "Is this your first foray into stock trading?" Song Zhan confirmed, "Yes, I didn't even have an account before." Fu Buchang pressed on. "Did you only purchase ST Yanhai? And you've sold it all?" Song Zhan affirmed, "Yes, I took my profits." Fu Buchang continued, "Can you explain why you chose to buy it? What if it had indeed declined?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhan responded, "I listened to your analysis beforehand. And upon examining the recent stock price trends, I noticed that its price was relatively stable, yet market expectations were optimistic. Hence, I decided to invest. I also anticipated that should it drop to a certain level, I would promptly cut my losses. Likewise, if it rose to a satisfactory level, I would sell." Song Zhan candidly remarked, "Though I made some money following your guidance, I ultimately view stock trading as a speculative endeavor, particularly for someone like me who is inexperienced. Therefore, even with newfound wealth, I would refrain from investing in the stock market." Fu Buchang recalled advising Song Zhan against stock trading in the Shanghai Stock Exchange Hall, surprised that he had actually heeded the advice and done so profitably. "Very well," he concluded, sipping his nightly cup of warm milk. Fu Buchang mused that he had misjudged Song Zhan. "I had presumed you to be a young risk-taker, yet your self-awareness is commendable. The stock market punishes those who overestimate their abilities. As for the money, I cannot accept the funds of a child. When you mature, we may find opportunities for collaboration. And I assure you, I will not be lenient in the division of profits." Fu Buchang's reaction was anticipated by Song Zhan, who recognized that, in Fu Buchang's eyes, he was merely a youthful novice, albeit one with some insight. "You mentioned that you wouldn't invest your money in the stock market. What do you intend to pursue instead?" Fu Buchang perceived that Song Zhan seemed to have a well-defined plan. After a moment's reflection, Song Zhan replied, "Entrepreneurship." "Entrepreneurship?" Fu Buchang felt a tinge of disappointment. In his view, Song Zhan's entrepreneurial endeavor at such a young age was akin to investing in a different kind of stock market. However, unlike at the Shanghai Stock Exchange, he refrained from advising Song Zhan against starting a business. "You're quite industrious, aren't you?" Fu Buchang jested. "Could you share what you intend to pursue?" "If it's a trade secret, I shall not pry." Aware that Fu Buchang harbored no genuine interest, Song Zhan replied, "I plan to offer tutoring services for university students." "Tutoring for university students?" Fu Buchang mused, intrigued, as he had not previously encountered such a venture. "What does that entail?" Song Zhan candidly elaborated, "As it happens, your insight would be invaluable. I've observed a significant gap in the high school tutoring market. There is a dearth of tutors, with most being current teachers who tutor privately, which the Education Bureau strictly prohibits. Where there is demand, there is a market. Thus, many students seek university student tutors. However, the avenues for finding tutors are limited, and the integration of information is insufficient, not to mention the potential dangers of visiting students' homes. Currently, we are forming a university student tutoring group specifically aimed at assisting high school seniors, connecting university students seeking part-time work with students in need of tutoring. With the support of local universities providing us with space, we can conduct our sessions on campus. We've already recruited over 30 members and are continuing to expand. I anticipate that if we encompass all universities in the I-City, we could potentially serve thousands of high school students and reach an audience of 50 to 100,000 university students." Fu Buchang listened intently and interjected, "Your goal is not merely to operate as a middleman, is it?" "Not at all," Song Zhan replied honestly. "And it's not about transforming into an educational company akin to New Oriental." Fu Buchang, with his keen insight, acknowledged, "You are correct. It is not." "What then do you aim to achieve?" Fu Buchang queried, sensing that while he understood what Song Zhan did not wish to pursue, he remained in the dark regarding his aspirations. "I aspire to expand nationally, targeting the university student demographic," Song Zhan declared. "The university student demographic?" Fu Buchang pondered this phrase. Precisely, the university's student demographic, information integration, the internet. Song Zhan uttered several keywords, then fell silent. Fu Buchang began to grasp Song Zhan's ambitions and was contemplating the feasibility of this approach. What are your thoughts? Song Zhan inquired. Fu Buchang considered for a moment before responding. I can only say that there is potential, and you are headed in the right direction. However, I'm unfamiliar with your methodology. Yours appears to be a transition from the tangible to the intangible, a strategy more commonly seen in America. Fu Buchang's words were incisive. As indeed, the internet economy originated in Silicon Valley. What stage are you currently at? He asked. With a wry smile, Song Zhan replied, the very initial stage. I am in the process of drafting a business plan, yet I find myself utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed. Fu Buchang expressed surprise, then quickly understood. Of course, you are still in high school and have yet to engage with commercial operations. Song Zhan hesitated, then ventured, Brother Fu, may I impose a small favor? Fu Buchang smiled, do tell. Do you have any employees or acquaintances within your company who excel at crafting business plans? Would you be able to introduce them to me? Song Zhan added with a smile, I am willing to pay. Fu Buchang chuckled, we do have it, but it comes at a steep price. You might exhaust your savings before even embarking on your entrepreneurial journey. Does that mean you are willing to assist me? Song Zhan inquired with an innocent grin. Well, most of my friends are engaged in tangible industries, and your approach, very well. I shall help you scout for suitable candidates. Song Zhan spoke spontaneously. For among those he knew, Fu Buchang possessed the most substantial commercial resources. That is splendid. Should this endeavor come to fruition, I must express my gratitude. And you cannot decline, Song Zhan promptly declared. Fu Buchang understood. The young man had previously failed to present a gift, and now he sought an alternative route to success. Perhaps even crafting a business plan on his own. Ha ha ha, young Song, you are remarkably astute. Since Fu Buchang had already consented, he would not retract his offer. Await my news. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Fu Buchang felt elated, appreciating the ambition of young individuals like Song Zhan. Moments later, Fu Buchang's phone rang again. Assuming it was Song Zhan with further details, he answered without hesitation, young Song, what else is on your mind? To his surprise, there was a prolonged silence on the other end. Peering closely at his phone, he muttered a curse under his breath, quickly donning his glasses, and cautiously remarked, Yen. I thought. A sultry and resonant voice emerged from the receiver. You thought it was young Song? Who is he? We must clarify matters today. Chapter 43. Blessing of the evening guest. Fu Buchang tremulously set down the warm milk in his hands, straightened his posture, and softly remarked, Yen, allow me to explain. The little student, Xiao Song, is the same child I mentioned to you last Sunday evening when you were unable to reach me by phone. On the other end of the line, a voice responded, Oh, I thought it was some little imp. Turns out he is just a high school student. Fu Buchang mused silently that aside from you, there were no other little imps, yet he dared not voice this thought. He was, after all, far more capable than the average high school student. It was not a matter of boosting another's confidence. There were aspects in which you might not measure up to him. Fu Buchang chuckled, feeling as though he had deftly diffused the situation, and took another sip of his milk. What do you mean by that? Are you elevating him to such heights because he is your illegitimate son? Teased the voice on the line, tinged with a playful tone. Cough, cough, cough. Fu Buchang nearly choked on his milk, covering the receiver. Such words must not be spoken carelessly. If your mother hears, I am done for. You are my only precious daughter. The voice persisted, but couldn't there be room for another treasured son? Fu Buchang shook his head vigorously. No. I can hardly manage you alone. You are the best. Are you in need of money? I have a feeling you must be. I'll transfer some funds shortly. How does $100,000 sound? The voice finally relented. That's not the issue. I am preparing to return home soon and wanted to warm up the conversation with you in advance. Returning home? That is splendid. Father will surely arrive at the airport to meet you 5 hours in advance, Fu Buchang assured with a pat on his chest. That won't be necessary. First, finish what you were saying. In what ways am I inferior to him? Please clarify, the voice insisted, adamant about knowing. Fu Buchang knew his daughter all too well, ever competitive. She always sought to compare herself with remarkable individuals, yet she was exceedingly accomplished herself, often emerging victorious in such comparisons. He had initially intended to fabricate an answer, but the voice interjected, Don't deceive me. You're lying. Both of us, mother and daughter, can easily discern the truth. Resigned. Fu Buchang spoke candidly. When I first met Xiao Song, he listened to my conversation about a particular stock in our country, conducted his own research, and purchased a small quantity. He made a profit of at least 8-fold on his first attempt, based on the recent stock price of ST Salt Lake. Fu Buchang roughly calculated Song Zhan's earnings. Pfft, what's the big deal? Many have made a fortune on their first try. It's merely luck, the voice scoffed. Indeed, indeed. He was merely fortunate. And then? He wished to express his gratitude, but I declined, Fu Buchang continued. He knows you? Is he aware of who you are? The voice inquired. Probably not. He merely remarked that we clicked quite well. It was rather amusing, the last time your mother interrupted. I neglected to tell you. I went to the Shanghai Stock Exchange for business and noticed this young face trading stocks. I assumed he was secretly playing with his family's money and even advised him to return home. Fu Buchang recounted the tale of his encounter with Song Zhan. The voice on the other end erupted in laughter. You are rather kind-hearted, yet you ended up being schooled by a child. However, his economic analysis is not without merit. It sounds familiar. Did he articulate that himself? Fu Buchang nodded, affirming that he comprehended the matter deeply. The voice on the other end of the line abruptly expressed frustration, saying, Then why were you analyzing it so thoroughly? You almost made me admire you, only to find out you were merely learning on the spot? Taken aback by this unexpected accusation, Fu Buchang quickly replied, Yes, I was wrong. I will cite the source next time. I'll let you off this time. Let's continue, said the voice on the line. Fu Buchang, feeling apprehensive, stated, Well, he wanted to express his gratitude to me today, which I declined. Instead, he entrusted me with a task, to find someone capable of writing a business plan. A business plan? Is he starting a business? The voice inquired. Yes, Fu Buchang continued. He has recruited a university student as a tutor, which has since evolved into a tutoring group. The team is expanding, and he aims to develop a company that connects students with tutors. That's a commendable idea, quite practical. However, I wouldn't expect it to astonish you, would I? Many of your friends' children are also venturing into entrepreneurship. Indeed, but his ambition is not merely in the education sector. He wishes to scale this model nationwide, encompassing the university student demographic, and then engage in information integration and internet services, Fu Buchang analyzed. I am not well versed in this transition from tangible to intangible. You are in America and should be more familiar with it, right? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering this approach. It does sound intriguing, they eventually responded. I find this young man quite fascinating as well. However, the resources I can provide for creating a business plan are at the director level of consulting firms, and they charge exorbitantly and typically do not take on small projects. Fu Buchang remarked. Well, that's easily remedied. Just give him my email, the voice said with a playful tone. What do you mean? A yen, are you implying? Fu Buchang suddenly became concerned for Song Zhan. No more nonsense. Just provide him my email, stating that I have arranged a professional business strategy consultant for him. Let him contact me. I am curious to see how much knowledge this high school student possesses. Fu Buchang valued his friendship with Song Zhan and hesitated. No. Although we haven't known each other long, we have an instant rapport. I cannot betray this cherished friendship. All right. How about I give you a massage when I return home? The voice teased. Fu Buchang gritted his teeth and conceded. Fine, but do not take advantage of him. The boy has limited funds. The voice chuckled. How could I? I am merely assisting him. In the realm of internet economics, your antiquated friends wouldn't understand. It is my forte, ha ha ha. Listening to the playful laughter on the other end, Fu Buchang felt as if a mischievous sprite was concocting schemes. And he silently prayed for Song Zhan, resolving that should Song Zhan face significant losses, he would offer assistance. At 10 p.m. the following evening, after finishing his tutoring session, Song Zhan returned home from ICE Engineering University only to receive a call from Fu Buchang. Little Song, do you remember the matter you entrusted me with yesterday? Fu Buchang spoke frankly, expressing his desire to keep things concise in order to alleviate any feelings of guilt. Do you remember, Brother Fu? Have you found someone to assist me with the business plan? Song Zhan inquired eagerly. Yes, I have a suitable candidate. I will send you her email address. You can reach out to her directly. I've mentioned you to her, so she is aware, Fu Buchang replied, each word weighing heavily on his conscience. All right. If this works out, I shall express my profound gratitude to you, Song Zhan responded. No need for that. Just make sure to note her email, Fu Buchang insisted. After ending the call, Song Zhan quickly opened her computer and composed an introductory email. Hello, my name is Song Zhan, a friend of Brother Fu. I need assistance with a business plan, and he recommended you. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask how to address you? As this was her first email, Song Zhan refrained from providing excessive details. Understanding that the business plan required careful discussion and that there was no rush to divulge all the specifics at once. Concerned that it was quite late and her correspondent might be asleep, she intended to check her email the following morning. To her surprise, within 5 minutes, a reply arrived. Hello, I am Zhu Shibin. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am already aware of your requirements. Let us discuss the specifics of the business plan and the fee structure. The email concluded with a professionally crafted electronic business card. Saipan Zhu, business analyst. Commercial analyst for the Eastern United States. Intrigued, Song Zhan researched the title, deducing that it indicated a consultant position at McCarthy Consulting's Eastern Division, which appeared highly professional and impressive. Meanwhile, the sender of the email was basking in the morning sunshine of Philadelphia, nestled on a sofa at Van Pelt Library, sipping a mocha while intently gazing at her computer screen. With a playful smile, she lightly bit her red lips, her long fingers brushing back her chestnut curls. The male students surrounding her were rendered incapable of focusing on their studies, their gazes betraying their admiration for her. Chapter 44, Substitute Teacher. Hey, Ian, I finally caught you. It's already noon, and I couldn't find anyone in the entire school. A voice, sweet and slightly accented, emerged as a girl with a lilting tone suddenly embraced Ian, who was busy replying to emails from behind the sofa. Yikes, where are you touching? Ian struggled to shake off the girl's hand. The girl raised her hand, fingers spread wide, and pouted. How's this fair? How can there be a girl so stunningly beautiful and with such a perfect figure? She elongated her words deliberately, placing her hand on her chest, only to slump in disappointment moments later. The girl was not unattractive. With makeup, she could be considered a pretty girl, but she paled in comparison to Ian. Ian sported shoulder-length, softly curled chestnut hair, with a wispy fringe cascading elegantly over her full forehead. Her uniquely captivating fox-like eyes radiated charm and mystery, complemented by slender brows, a high-nose bridge, and fair, luminous skin. Her lips were painted a vintage red, and her fingers were adorned with red nail polish, twirling a strand of hair as she glanced back, reminiscent of the glamorous stars of the 80s and 90s, blending innocence with allure. As she lounged on the sofa, her figure was accentuated, the soft pink off-shoulder knit sweater barely concealing her form, estimated by the girl to be around a 75 G-cup size. Upon standing, Ian's waist appeared alarmingly slim, the hem of her sweater cinched, revealing her toned abdomen. She wore violet Lululemon yoga pants that hugged her legs, showcasing her long, shapely limbs that towered over the girl, standing at approximately 173 centimeters. All right, you go eat first. I'll join you in a bit. Ian urged her friend to leave. The girl crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. There are only 3 of us in our college, and one is on leave. If you're not around, who will accompany me for lunch? Her words held a grain of truth this year. The Wharton School of Business at Penn had only admitted 3 students from their country, one from Shanghai, one from Taiwan, and another from Macau, who had to take a leave of absence due to a serious injury from a shooting incident. I'm curious to see what you're so engrossed in that you've lost your appetite, Ian teased, attempting to block the girl's view. However, the petite girl deftly slipped under Ian's arm and snatched the laptop. Oh, this is Teacher Zhu, business analysis. Haha. The girl giggled, perusing Ian's emails with glee. Ian realized it was too late to stop her. What could she do? They were good friends, after all. After the girl returned the laptop, she pointed at Ian's forehead and teased. I knew you were so immersed because you've been deceiving innocent boys, haven't you? I haven't. Ian retorted, reclaiming her laptop to continue editing her emails. Kiki, the girl nestled closer to Ian on the sofa, wrapping her arm around her waist. I told you, everything in the books is true. Which book? Ian inquired. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The girl with a Taiwanese accent cleared her throat and imitated. Child, when you grow up, be wary of women deceiving you. The more beautiful they are, the more they will trick you. Upon hearing this, Ian felt a blush rise to her cheeks and sheepishly replied, That's not true. I was merely helping him. The girl with the accent was momentarily taken aback, sighing. It seems that no amount of caution can truly protect one. Oh, he appears to be utterly exhausted and has just said good night. Ian chuckled softly. Meanwhile, it was already 1:30 in the morning, and Song Zhan could no longer respond to emails. He wondered how this teacher Zhu had so much energy to be awake at such an hour. This was not the kind of companionship he had anticipated. He quickly arranged to continue the conversation the following evening before decisively shutting down his device. The next day was Wednesday. After school, Song Zhan proceeded to the Innovation Building as per their usual arrangement. He had visited once before and witnessed 7 or 8 pairs engaged in tutoring, but today, the number was noticeably greater. "Is the team leader here?" greeted Yin Kahao, who was occupying a nearby spot with his laptop. He had no intention of participating in the tutoring sessions, but relished the atmosphere, thus choosing to code in this environment. With the establishment of the university tutoring group, everyone referred to Song Zhan as the team leader and Yang Yaoi as the deputy leader. Song Zhan felt somewhat uncomfortable with this title and considered passing the mantle to Yang Yaoi. However, Yang Yaoi was well aware of his own capabilities and recognized that Song Zhan was the soul of the group, hence the title of leader could only belong to him. "Ah, there are new faces," Song Zhan counted, noticing an additional 3 pairs today. "Indeed," Yin Kahao replied, who was also well-versed in the group dynamics. "2 new groups from your school's science class have just arrived to study chemistry. By the way, the chemistry instructor is a male student from the chemistry department. He says he knows you." Song Zhan had no recollection, but Yin Kahao added, "He mentioned he was present when Yaoi first conducted a trial lesson with you, and even asked you to introduce him to students." "Oh, I remember that now," Song Zhan said, tapping his forehead. "I should go say hello." As Song Zhan meandered through the tutoring rooms, he refrained from interrupting those deeply engaged in their studies. Exchanging a few words with those who appeared less focused, it seemed that everyone was aware of Song Zhan's presence, and conversing with him carried an air of being received by a superior. After making his rounds for about 10 minutes without sight of Yang Yaoi, Song Zhan resignedly dialed him. "Yaoi, are you late again today?" Song Zhan inquired. Yang Yaoi lamented, "There has been so much on my plate lately. My mentor's demands are overwhelming, and I can hardly keep up." "Well, if that's the case, I could just study a bit on my own and head home," Song Zhan suggested, noting he hadn't slept well the previous night and could use an early return for rest. "Wait, I finally found a substitute teacher. She should have arrived by now. Is she not here yet?" Yang Yaoi wondered. "A substitute teacher?" Song Zhan scanned the room for any unfamiliar faces but found none, replying, "Perhaps she hasn't arrived yet. It's fine to have a substitute, but can she match your level? She is undoubtedly far more capable than I am. She is my junior sister from the same school, but never mind, you'll understand when you meet her. Please wait a moment longer. If she hasn't arrived in 10 minutes, I will prompt you." "All right." Song Zhan found a tutoring room tucked away and began his self-study. After approximately 15 minutes, realizing no one had yet arrived, he decided to call Yang Yaoi. The line was busy, and suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hall, punctuated by a cacophony of voices. Setting down the phone, Song Zhan presumed it was a supervisor or venue administrator conducting a patrol, so he ventured outside to assess the situation. Upon seeing Song Zhan, the crowd parted instinctively, and he made his way through, spotting a familiar girl standing across from him, her demeanor tranquil, yet her gaze distant. Yin Kahao, embodying the reliable senior, inquired, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" The girl replied coolly, "I am here to substitute for Yang Yaoi." Taken aback, Yin Kahao then called out, "Song Zhan, your substitute teacher has arrived." At that moment, the girl caught sight of Song Zhan, after a fleeting moment of surprise. A subtle smile graced her lips, only to vanish almost instantly. Song Zhan was left in bewilderment. Yi Yizhen? Chapter 45. Yi Yizhen's savings plan. Do you know her? Yin Kahao inquired with evident excitement. If Song Zhan was acquainted with Yi Yizhen, it would be a straightforward matter. He hurriedly urged for an introduction, given that he was currently single and might have an opportunity to develop a connection. Drawing from his extensive experience navigating the forums of Beijing University, Yin Kahao could confidently assert that Yi Yizhen was of the highest caliber among campus beauties. In terms of beauty, physique, and poise, she easily surpassed all previous campus queens, firmly securing the top position. Before Song Zhan could respond, a girl clad in the uniform of Beijing No. 1 High School interjected, "She is our classmate, Yi Yizhen." While Song Zhan did not recognize the girl, he recalled Yin Kahao mentioning that new students were coming in for chemistry tutoring today, which typically indicated that the newcomers were likely from Class 2 of the science track at the same school. Upon hearing someone refer to her as a classmate, Yi Yizhen turned her gaze towards the girl, only to find a face she did not recognize. This was hardly surprising. Having spent little time in the classroom during her 3 years of high school and leading a solitary existence, it was perfectly normal for her not to know all her classmates. A high school student? What kind of teacher is that? Yin Kahao expressed his astonishment. The girl in uniform clarified, she ranked first in the citywide unified exam, a top academic achiever. As seasoned university students, those present understood that a top-performing senior could sometimes be more effective in teaching than an actual instructor. How do you know each other? Yin Kahao scrutinized Song Zhan with skepticism. Before Song Zhan could elucidate, Yi Yizhen interjected, "Where should I sit? Let's get started. I'm already late." Although it was she who was tardy, her words implied that Song Zhan was the one delaying proceedings. Song Zhan gestured towards his seat at the back, and Yi Yizhen, with her bag slung over her shoulder, made her way there. Turning to Yin Kahao, Song Zhan remarked, "I'll explain later," before announcing to the group, "All right, everyone, let's disperse." Despite returning to their usual rhythm of study, the group remained internally astounded by the presence of Yi Yizhen in their tutoring session, which was indeed remarkable. As Song Zhan returned to the tutoring room, he discovered Yi Yizhen had removed her coat, revealing a white turtleneck sweater. 2 strands of silky hair cascaded over her chest. And with her slender fingers gripping a red marker, she diligently corrected the test papers, exuding an aura of grace and intellect. Song Zhan chose not to interrupt. Quietly observing the process from across the table, the distance between the two was not substantial. The width of the table was no more than 70 centimeters. If they both leaned down to write simultaneously, they might easily collide their heads. Hence, they generally maintained a slight offset, approximately 40 centimeters apart. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Yizhen finished her corrections. As she raised her head, her gaze met Song Zhan's, who was intently watching her. She promptly tapped the table, feigning irritation. "Focus a bit more. The homework from our last lesson is completed, but I see numerous errors." She pointed out, this section was covered previously, specifically regarding auxiliary lines. Yi Yizhen quickly settled into her role as a tutor, and Song Zhan followed her lead, engrossed in the learning process. Her proficiency was on par with Yang Yaoi, even to the extent that she could articulate her thoughts while reading, demonstrating an impressive ability to explain concepts seamlessly. Both individuals were deeply engrossed in their activity, oblivious to the multitude of curious onlookers who pretended to pass by, casting furtive glances inside before hastily moving along. After 40 minutes of instruction, a brief 10-minute intermission ensued. Yi Yizhen retrieved her water cup from her bag, only to discover it was empty. Song Zhan took it from her and said, "Over there. Let me fetch some for you. Would you prefer hot or lukewarm water?" "Lukewarm will suffice," replied Yi Yizhen. After a short while, Song Zhan returned, handing her the water cup. Yi Yizhen accepted it and remarked, "It appears everyone here is quite obedient to you. Are you the leader of this group?" Song Zhan chuckled. "Leader? This is a tutoring group. I suppose I am the coordinator." "Well, you have done remarkably well. The environment here is quite pleasant, and there are several potted plants." Yi Yizhen praised. "Those were brought over by Yahweh and the others from the dormitory," Song Zhan explained. "Oh, you know who Yang Yahweh is, right?" Yi Yizhen nodded. "Of course, he is the one who referred me here." Song Zhan, intrigued, inquired, "How did you two become acquainted? You don't seem like the type to engage in tutoring." Based on her limited understanding, she had perceived Yi Yizhen as a reclusive individual, introverted and lacking in friends, unlikely to pursue such an extroverted endeavor. Yi Yizhen responded, "He is a student of my father, having visited my home and gifted me a model rocket. We have known each other for some time. Recently, my father has been heavily involved in a project and cannot assist you with tutoring." "So, Yang Yahweh's mentor is your father?" Song Zhan asked. "Yes, and I happen to be in need of some extra money, so I agreed," Yi Yizhen admitted, omitting the fact that she had initially considered declining due to her reluctance to interact with strangers. However, upon learning that her father's student was named Song Zhan, she was unsure if it was the same individual she knew, and did not wish to appear overly concerned. Thus she resolved to investigate further. "You need money?" Song Zhan thought to herself that Yi Yizhen did not seem like someone who indulged in spending. Her focus appeared solely on her studies. Was studying truly expensive? "Yes, I do," Yi Yizhen confirmed, taking a sip of water that was approximately 50 C, just right. Instead of probing into the specifics of her financial needs, Song Zhan asked, "How much do you need?" "I pay 100 yuan for each tutoring session. Would you like to continue?" Yi Yizhen felt a twinge of anxiety and cautiously inquired, "Is that permissible?" Song Zhan was taken aback by the sudden shift in Yi Yizhen's demeanor, finding her aloofness oddly captivating. "Of course, I believe you teach quite well. If you are interested, I could introduce you to other students. I'm sure many would seek your tutoring." "That won't he do?" Yi Yizhen firmly declined. "Do you not wish to continue?" Song Zhan asked. "It's not that. I'm uncertain whether I would adapt to tutoring others," Yi Yizhen tentatively questioned. "If I were to tutor, could it be solely for you?" Song Zhan had no objections. Yi Yizhen's proficiency was comparable to Yang Yahweh's, and she might even be more consistent, considering Yang Yahweh's impending busy schedule. "That should be feasible. I will discuss it with Yahweh later," Song Zhan assured her. Yi Yizhen exhaled in relief. The prospect of facing others alone had initially filled her with resistance, but the thought of being with Song Zhan alleviated her concerns. "So, how much do you lack?" Song Zhan inquired. "If it's not too much, I could lend it to you." He presumed that Yi Yizhen needed merely 1,000 or two, a trifling sum in his eyes. Having cultivated a friendship, he believed in the mutual support among friends, and he felt she should not force herself into actions she detested. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yizhen replied, "Approximately 10,000 yuan. That much?" Song Zhan exclaimed, astonished. "What do you need such a sum for?" With unwavering determination, Yi Yizhen stated, "I wish to travel to Orlando to witness a rocket launch." Traveling to Orlando for a rocket launch? If a high school classmate had shared such a dream, Song Zhan would have likely deemed it an unrealistic aspiration and urged them to abandon it. However, hearing Yi Yizhen express this desire instilled in him a firm belief that she would indeed realize it, and swiftly at that. After a moment of astonishment, Yi Yizhen anticipated skepticism, but instead, Song Zhan asked, "Where is Orlando?" Suppressing a laugh, Yi Yizhen quickly raised her paper to cover her mouth, not wishing to reveal her mirth, even though it was quite charming. "It's on the eastern coast of the Gulf of Mexico, roughly at the southeastern tip," she managed to say through the paper. "Oh, that's quite far," Song Zhan calculated. 10,000 may not suffice. "Indeed," Yi Yizhen acknowledged. "I estimate I need over 20,000. I've saved half myself, but I still require the other half. If I could tutor for 100 classes, that should cover it." 100 classes? Without any interruptions, one a day? And you'd essentially be tutoring up until the college entrance examination. "When do you plan to go?" Song Zhan asked. "At the end of July." For the Delta IV rocket launch on August 1st, Yi Yizhen had already mapped out her plans. "Then it appears you must diligently save," Song Zhan remarked. Yi Yizhen composed her expression, set aside the paper, and urged, 10 minutes have passed. Let us continue. I need to earn this 100 yuan at the very least." "All right," he replied. Chapter 46. The effect of advertising. The tutoring session concluded just before 9:30, and Song Zhan inquired how Yi Yizhen would return. Yi Yizhen replied that her father was also at the school and would come to pick her up shortly. "May I stay here for a while?" Yi Yizhen seemed to genuinely enjoy her time there. "Of course, just remember to turn off the lights when you leave," Song Zhan responded. Upon returning home at 10 p.m., Song Zhan first discussed the upcoming tutoring plans with Yang Yaoi. "I truly cannot spare the time. Let her assist you for a bit, and you can pay her directly." "How about that?" "My junior sister is quite capable," Yang Yaoi boasted. "Yes, I know her. It's Yi Yizhen," Song Zhan replied. "Oh, right. She's also a high school student." "Are you from the same school?" Yang Yaoi asked. "Yes, she's in class 2, while I am in class 9, Song Zhan clarified. "No wonder. When I first asked her, she was hesitant, but once she learned your name was Song Zhan, she agreed to give it a try." "It seems you two are already acquainted," Yang Yaoi remarked. Unaware of this detail, Song Zhan said, "Let us set that aside for now. Have you noticed that more people have been coming to the tutoring group recently?" "Indeed. I still follow the messages in the group," Yang Yaoi replied. "What are your plans?" Song Zhan inquired. "Currently, the number of attendees is manageable, but it will surely increase in the future. I believe expanding is not necessarily a bad thing. So I was thinking of asking Zhang Wenxuan about the other available spaces in the building and whether the school has made any arrangements," she continued. "Sounds like a well-calculated plan," Yang Yaoi acknowledged, aware of Song Zhan's entrepreneurial aspirations. "I fully support you. If you need anything while I'm away, just reach out to my roommates. They are quite reliable." Of course, Song Zhan felt comforted to have a friend like how who was supportive. "I have already asked him for assistance." "What kind of help? What are you two scheming behind my back?" Yang Yaoi probed. After chatting for a while, Song Zhan received an email from Zhu Xibin, indicating that the business discussion was about to commence, prompting her to end the call decisively. The business discussion with Zhu Xibin yielded more than Song Zhan had anticipated. His professional expertise and unique insights illuminated her entrepreneurial goals and plans, nearly unraveling them entirely. Naturally, Zhu Xibin only grasped the overarching ideas. The specific details and operations remained for Song Zhan to articulate herself. Drawing from her analysis and summary of the Internet's development trajectory from the future, she elucidated the product specifics and crucial steps, earning continuous praise from Zhu Xibin. Their conversation extended into the early hours, well past 1 a.m., with Song Zhan reluctantly declaring bedtime to conclude their discourse. In the ensuing 2 days, Song Zhan continued attending classes during the day, seizing any chance to rest, and after school, she went to the Innovation Building to study mathematics with Yi Yizhen. Evenings were dedicated to discussing business ideas with Zhu Shibin until the late hours, proving both fulfilling and busy. One unexpected development was that news of Yi Yizhen's participation in the university tutoring group spread rapidly, and soon every senior student at Bingqing one high school was aware of it. This incident has caused quite a stir, as Yi Yizhen has always embodied the elusive charm of a dragon, rarely seen yet consistently excelling academically. Her near invisibility in school has piqued the curiosity of many regarding her study methods. Now that it is revealed she also participates in university tutoring sessions, even those in the know recognize that she is a teacher, not a student. Yet, rumors proliferate. Have you heard? Yi Yizhen is receiving tutoring at the University of Ice Engineering? Is it true? Such a remarkable individual still needs tutoring? Who can say? A classmate from Class 2 mentioned she never attends classes, relying on tutoring to maintain her grades. The spread of this gossip has led senior high school students to yearn for a taste of the university tutoring experience. While they may not match Yi Yizhen's prowess, they certainly don't wish to forfeit valuable educational resources. Additionally, many boys are eager for the rare opportunity to glimpse Yi Yizhen. Thus, her presence has inadvertently generated significant promotional momentum. Song Zhan noticed the group had swelled to over 120 members, quadrupling its original size, predominantly comprising students. With the influx of students, the teaching staff became insufficient, prompting Yang Yaoi to mobilize available resources, recruiting more university students as tutors. By Friday evening, the group had burgeoned to 200 members, approximately 120 high school students and 80 university students. On Friday night, upon arriving at the Innovation Building, Song Zhan discovered that all 25 dual tutoring rooms were filled to capacity, with even the 10 4-person and 5 8-person conference rooms fully occupied. Some sessions were one-on-one, while others embraced a more communal approach, with participants autonomously selecting their preferred tutoring methods and pairing up seamlessly. Song Zhan perceived that everything unfolded both unexpectedly and yet predictably. After all, they are all young individuals with their own strategies. Various challenges can be surmounted independently, provided they have a platform to do so. When Yi Yizhen reached the second floor of the Innovation Building, she was taken aback by the throngs of people, and as she arrived, those with ulterior motives among the boys emerged from the tutoring rooms to encircle her. Is that really Yi Yizhen? Yi Yizhen, I admire you so much. Will you be my girlfriend? Ignore him. He is just a toad. My request is modest. A mere autograph will suffice. Although Yi Yizhen maintained her stoic demeanor, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation, she began to feel a sense of helplessness, regretting her decision to take this job. As the crowd dispersed, the teachers led their students away. When Song Zhan spoke up, silence fell over the group. We are the university tutoring team, not a CAF, nor a recreational space. He stepped in front of Yi Yizhen, asserting, everyone's purpose here should be learning. If anyone harbors other intentions or has come merely to socialize, please leave. You are not welcome here. This venue has been graciously provided by the school for our tutoring activities. I will now compile a list of tutoring relationships established within the team. Those who are not members of the tutoring team, please vacate the premises. Kahao. Please provide me with a list. Understood, Yin Kahao replied. In just a few succinct sentences, he deftly took control of the situation and established the rules, earning a silent round of applause. The crisp and continuous sound of clapping echoed from behind Song Zhan. Upon turning, he saw Zhang Wenquan leaning against the door, clutching a briefcase, seemingly having arrived unnoticed. Teacher Zhang, you could have given me a heads up. I would have come to greet you, Song Zhan said warmly. Zhang Wenquan approached, adjusting his glasses with satisfaction. If you had informed me in advance, how could I have witnessed such a splendid scene? I merely stopped by for a moment. And I must say, your efforts here are quite impressive. With a chuckle, Song Zhan replied, please, have a seat. Allow me to brew you some tea. We have a water dispenser and tea leaves available. Did you prepare these yourself? Zhang Wenquan inquired. Indeed, Song Zhan affirmed. The tutoring room was now filled to capacity. Yet he did not ask the students already inside to leave. Instead, he welcomed Zhang Wenquan in the vacant space of the hall. Yi Yizhen, uncertain of where to go, followed closely behind Song Zhan. After Zhang Wenquan took a seat, he remarked, seeing your progress here puts my mind at ease. You seem quite busy. Have you even acquired such a lovely secretary? Song Zhan turned to follow Zhang Wenquan's gaze, only to realize Yi Yizhen stood behind him, not dressed in a uniform, which made her seem anything but a secretary. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? This is my tutoring teacher, Song Zhan laughed, then introduced Yi Yizhen. This is Teacher Zhang from our Student Service Center at Beijing University. Yi Yizhen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhang Wenquan, noticing her reticence. Did not mind and continued conversing with Song Zhan. Song Zhan said, "If you hadn't come, I would have sought you out myself. Could you help me arrange a meeting with the school leaders for approval next week?" Zhang Wenxuan asked, "Oh, are you planning to register a startup?" Song Zhan nodded, "Yes. I am currently working on a business plan, which I should have ready by this weekend. I hope to submit it by next Monday. I would appreciate your guidance." Chapter 47. Business plan. This is wonderful, Zhang Wenxuan remarked with a smile. "Once you have it ready, simply send it to my email, and I will review it over the weekend." "No problem. I can prepare the report for you by Monday." "Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang," Song Zhan replied. Gesturing towards his teacup, Yu Yizhen poured more tea for Zhang Wenxuan. After sitting for a while longer, Zhang Wenxuan was escorted downstairs by Song Zhan, with Yu Yizhen trailing behind. "I'm sorry, but I might not be able to attend the tutoring session today. It's already 9 o'clock, Song Zhan expressed apologetically. Yu Yizhen shook her head. "It's fine. Just ensure the payment is made." Song Zhan was taken aback. "What? You still charge even if there's no lesson?" With a gentle smile, Yu Yizhen replied, "Is it unreasonable to charge 100 for an hour of secretarial work?" Song Zhan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. 100 yuan for Yu Yizhen's assistance was a bargain many employers would covet. "Well, can you make it a bit cheaper?" he suggested, reluctant to part with the full amount for secretarial duties. "How about this?" Yu Yizhen teased lightly. "You can take me to the Aviation Institute, and I'll give you a discount of 20. Deal." Officially, it was Song Zhan taking Yu Yizhen to the Aviation Institute, but in truth, it was Yu Yizhen guiding him, as she was more familiar with the layout of the university than her own home, while Song Zhan was utterly lost. "I didn't expect you to be quite impressive. Already planning to start a company," Yu Yizhen remarked. "It's nothing special," Song Zhan replied modestly. "I just feel this endeavor is meaningful. Both college students and high school students can benefit from it." "You're still a high school senior, and you're able to take on so much?" Yu Yizhen queried. "Life is all about taking risks," Song Zhan chuckled. "Actually, I owe you some thanks. Haven't you noticed there are more people today? They all seem to be here for you." "For me?" Yu Yizhen had indeed noticed the crowd, but couldn't fathom the reason. "Yes, many boys came just to see you," Song Zhan stated. Yu Yizhen replied nonchalantly, "How dull." "Indeed, it is rather boring, but it has certainly created an advertising effect for our club. For that alone, I cannot shortchange you on the 100 yuan. Song Zhan fished out a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Yu Yizhen. "How much do you earn from these students?" Yu Yizhen inquired as she accepted the money. "At the moment, I haven't earned anything. In fact, I've invested quite a bit," Song Zhan admitted candidly. He was not taking any commission as a middleman, and he had personally funded various arrangements, like the venue setup and the water dispenser. "Then why continue?" Yu Yizhen questioned, skeptical that anyone would engage in such altruistic endeavors. "Why not?" Song Zhan explained. "As long as I continue doing meaningful work, there will eventually be rewards." While Song Zhan had a long-term vision, his words reminded Yu Yizhen of her father and his peers in the aerospace field. The industry may seem prestigious, but before achieving tangible results, it was truly a matter of faith in the significance of their work. "Then, I'll return this 100 yuan to you," Yu Yizhen said as she handed the money back to Song Zhan. "I'll contribute 100 as a gesture of support for your endeavors." Song Zhan did not accept the money, smiling as he said, "No need for that. Your frequent visits to the base are support enough." Yu Yizhen pondered for a moment and remarked, "I need to be assigned a separate office." She felt that while it was acceptable to be present, she did not want to be treated like an exhibit in a museum, subjected to the scrutiny of onlookers, which would be quite embarrassing. "No problem," Song Zhan readily agreed. Soon, they arrived at the aviation college, where Yu Yizhen sternly insisted that Song Zhan come in for tutoring over the weekend, as she needed to save money. And missing even a single day was not an option. Upon returning home that evening, Song Zhan continued his business discussions with teachers Yu Shibin. He realized that although they had engaged in numerous conversations over the past few days, the progress on the business plan was sluggish. Song Zhan sent an email, inquiring, "Teacher Xu, you must have a good understanding of my entrepreneurial project by now. Can we begin drafting the business plan?" Yu Shibin promptly replied, "Your entire business model is sound, but there is a critical flaw." "What flaw?" Song Zhan asked. Yu Shibin explained, "The initial operations of the company will yield no income. How do you plan to address this?" Indeed, Song Zhan's plan primarily focused on acquiring a user base among college students, transitioning from offline to online, without taking commissions or engaging in advertising promotions. However, this approach required substantial financial backing, and Song Zhan's capital of 200 000 was clearly insufficient. What is your suggestion? Song Zhan queried. Zhu Shibin replied. Having assisted numerous entrepreneurs, I have observed that many possess excellent ideas. Yet the lack of adequate initial support leads to the untimely demise of their projects, which is truly regrettable. Whether you pursue online operations or offline promotions, funding is essential. Moreover, as a student, you are unlikely to manage the company comprehensively. I acknowledge that your vision and insights are commendable. But operating a company is not solely about strategic planning. It demands management experience. You will need to hire professional managers to assist, and that requires money. Though Song Zhan received a thorough admonition from Zhu Shibin, he felt no discouragement. Rather, he was elated and genuinely grateful to Fu Buchang for being an apt external advisor. Teacher Zhu, you are absolutely right. Do you have any effective solutions? Zhu Shibin suggested. In such situations, I typically offer two pieces of advice. First, seek collaboration with schools or government entities to secure resources. I believe you can handle this yourself, as you have already begun this process. Indeed, I have some resources from the school and the government, which should provide some assistance, Song Zhan acknowledged. Make every effort to secure these resources, as they will not only alleviate many burdens during the startup phase but also conserve resources. The second suggestion is to seek angel investment. Angel investment? Song Zhan echoed. Exactly. In the United States, there are many angel investors, and while there are some in China, they are likely only found in first-tier cities. By presenting a well-developed business plan, you can persuade investors to provide early-stage funding. Song Zhan had considered this option previously. However, he lacked the necessary resources, and the wealthy individuals he knew, such as Fu Buchang, might not be willing to take such a risk. Currently, I do not have resources in this area and may need to explore further. Zhu Shibin, I merely suggest that you first establish the company. Once you have garnered initial market feedback, you can make further decisions. If the market response is favorable and promising, securing investment should not pose a challenge. Conversely, if the feedback is unfavorable, I believe that withdrawing would be a prudent choice. Song Zhan, understood. Thank you very much for your guidance. What about the business plan? Zhu Shibin, I will finalize the business plan in the coming days and aim to send it to you by tomorrow evening. As for compensation, we can discuss that later. Song Zhan, that sounds wonderful. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. If my venture succeeds, it will undoubtedly be due to your support. Song Zhan, you truly are my esteemed mentor. Meanwhile, in the Van Pelt Library in Philadelphia, Ian chuckled heartily at the mention of esteemed mentor, nearly toppling off the sofa. This young man is simply too endearing. Reflecting on the recent exchange of emails, Ian recalled how Song Zhan shared his insights into the internet industry, along with his forward-looking predictions and analyses of mobile internet trends. She not only recognized Song Zhan's capabilities and vision, but also felt his humility and enthusiasm. Indeed, as Fu Buchang remarked, he is a remarkable young man, engaging and entertaining. Where could one find such a delightful younger brother? Ian glanced at the business plan, which only had a title, before preparing herself a cup of mocha. This weekend promises to be busy. Chapter 48, A Taste of Sugar Pear from Ling. And once the drafting of the business plan commenced in earnest, the correspondence with Zhu Shibin not only intensified but also became notably more frequent. The inquiries posed to Song Zhan grew increasingly specific, covering a range of topics from business models to developmental timelines, staffing configurations to operational strategies. Zhu Shibin's questions were astute, and through this exchange, Song Zhan continuously refined her own thoughts and ideas. The two engaged in discussions that extended until 2 o'clock on Saturday morning, when Song Zhan finally awoke. It was already 10 o'clock that Saturday morning. She had arranged to meet Yi Yijin at 2 in the afternoon for 2 consecutive tutoring sessions, aiming to catch up on the material she had previously fallen behind on. A glance at her QQ messages revealed that Wei Ling and was inquiring about the status of her report regarding Coach Qian. A week had elapsed since then, and during this time, although Wei Ling Ran continued her daily training at the swimming facility, her mind was elsewhere. In the locker room and shower area, she would instinctively check her surroundings for safety, overly cautious about the possibility of being filmed without consent. Seeing Coach Qian carry on as if nothing were amiss, guiding the team through their training sessions with laughter, particularly with the female athletes, only heightened her anxiety. During this period, Wei Ling and mustered the courage to ask Coach Qian about the status of her application for the athlete certification. Coach Qian replied that he was following up on it, attributing the delay to the inefficiency of the bureau, suggesting that she should simply wait a bit longer. Wei Ling recognized that Coach Qian had not changed at all, prompting her to reach out to Song Zhan for updates on the report's progress. Song Zhan trusted Lan Xiaojing implicitly, believing she would not collude with Coach Qin in any wrongdoing. The likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly low. However, a week without any developments seemed unusual. So she decided to call Lan Xiaojing once more. "Lanjia, this is Song Zhan. Good morning on this Saturday," she greeted. "Oh, Song Zhan, hello," Lan Xiaojing replied, pausing her domestic chores to sit down. "Is there something you need?" Song Zhan inquired. "Didn't I ask you last Sunday to handle the issue with the swimming coach? Is it manageable?" Due to a recent job transfer, Lan Xiaojing had been preoccupied with paperwork all week. After she organized the report and submitted it to the Sports Bureau on Monday, she had not followed up. "It is being processed. Why? Has there been no movement from Qian Jitong?" Lan Xiaojing asked. "As far as I know, he is still working as usual, without any changes," Song Zhan expressed her concern. "Lanjia, do you think this matter has been suppressed by the higher-ups?" Lan Xiaojing suspected that it was likely the personnel at the Sports Bureau who had stifled the issue, possibly due to a desire to keep familial disgrace private or simply to protect Qian Jitong. But it's of little consequence, as Jiang Peifeng noted. The Sports Bureau has its own methods for handling matters, whether they choose to act or not. Rest assured, by the end of this month at the latest, there will be progress, she reassured, calculating the time since her arrival at the position. Today is March 15th, and the end of the month is not far off. "All right. I appreciate your help, Lanjia," Song Zhan responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she ended the call and replied to Wei Lingran's message, encouraging her to remain calm and patient. Aside from Wei Lingran, Song Zhan also noticed that Jiang Yunmiao had sent him a message earlier this morning, around 8 a.m., but he had not yet awakened. Jiang Yunmiao simply inquired, "What are you doing?" Upon seeing that she had logged off QQ, Song Zhan hesitated to respond. A glance at his phone revealed several missed calls from Jiang Yunmiao, prompting him to return the call. "Hello?" Jiang Yunmiao answered, the bubbling sound of boiling water audible in the background. "It's me," Song Zhan replied. "Yes, I know it's you," Jiang Yunmiao responded, busy cooking in a clay pot. "What are you up to?" "I just woke up." "What about you?" Song Zhan asked. "I'm making dessert," Jiang Yunmiao said, tasting her concoction with a spoon and finding it just right. "How's the weather on your side?" Song Zhan turned to glance out the window. "It's fine, a sunny day, though still quite chilly. How about you?" "It's very warm here, around 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. The K-pop flowers, bellflowers, and bauhinia are all in bloom." Jiang Yunmiao fanned the flames while glancing through the intricately carved window, noticing a branch of K-pop reaching in from outside. "Wait a moment. I'll grab my camera and take a photo to send you." "Sounds good." After a short while, a photo arrived on QQ, capturing the vibrant red petals of the K-pop flower as seen through Jiang Yunmiao's lens. 2 minutes later, she sent another image, this time of herself. In the frame, Jiang Yunmiao sported a high ponytail, her smile radiant, a delicate sheen of sweat gracing her forehead. She wore a green apron over a white short-sleeved top, and behind her was a corner of a spacious kitchen adorned with an array of rustic cooking utensils. The clay pot on the stove simmered perfectly. "What are you cooking?" "It smells delightful," Song Zhan inquired. "Rock candy pear soup," Jiang Yunmiao replied. "The air in Ice City is too dry, and my throat often feels uncomfortable, so I thought I would brew some myself upon returning." "I can hear your voice is a bit hoarse," Jiang Yunmiao noted with concern. Song Zhan explained, "I've been quite busy lately. Perhaps staying up late has taken its toll." "Make sure to rest," Jiang Yunmiao advised. Assuming Song Zhan was overexerting himself in preparation for entrance exams to the prestigious Beijing University, why not brew a pot of rock candy pear soup too? "It's excellent for soothing the lungs and protecting the throat. But I don't know how," Song Zhan admitted. "I'll teach you," Jiang Yunmiao offered confidently. "I'm quite skilled at making desserts. Just find a clay pot. It doesn't have to be large, a flat-bottomed pot will do, but avoid using an iron pot, as it will darken the soup. Gather some rock sugar, snow fungus, goji berries, red dates, and a large snow pear. First, peel the pear and carve out a large hole in the center." Jiang Yunmiao meticulously explained the process while Song Zhan patiently listened, leaning back in his chair as the cold wind howled outside. Despite the temperature differences between the north and south through this phone call, Song Zhan felt as though he was truly in a kitchen in Lingnan, with Jiang Yunmiao guiding him in preparing a pot of rock candy pear soup. "How does that sound?" "Quite simple, isn't it?" Jiang Yunmiao said proudly. "Yes, you make it sound so easy." Song Zhan cleared his throat, feeling a strong desire to taste the dish she was currently preparing. Jiang Yunmiao tilted her head, carefully dishing out the sweet pear soup. She took a spoonful, blew gently on it, and took a sip, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Hee hee, It's truly delicious. I want more, said Song Zhan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunmiao paused for a moment, falling into silence. Noticing the lack of response from the other end of the line, Song Zhan inquired, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yunmiao collected her emotions. She felt a pang of longing for Song Zhan, yet this yearning remained unspoken. Instead, she softly expressed, "I want to feed you a spoonful of the sweet pear soup from Ling'an. Would you, perhaps, not want it?" Song Zhan was momentarily taken aback, as if a vivid scene of a crimson kapok flower forest unfolded before his eyes. Through the delicate mist, he saw Jiang Yunmiao, holding a bowl of sweet pear soup, hastily making her way through the stone path amidst the flowers. On either side, birds chirped and butterflies danced, while the gentle breeze outside could no longer penetrate the warmth of his heart. "Yes," Song Zhan replied, "of course I want it. If you simmer it a bit longer, I'll be able to enjoy it soon." Chapter 49. The review meeting. Song Zhan conversed with Jiang Yunmiao for a while. She had called him while visiting her grandfather over the weekend, feeling rather bored. As the clock struck midnight, Jiang Yunmiao's grandfather sent someone to search for her, prompting the two to reluctantly end their conversation. After savoring the meal left by Li Hongmei, Song Zhan arrived punctually at the Innovation Building base at 2 p.m. to attend Yu Yizhen's supplementary class. The base was more crowded than usual on weekends. Yet due to the rules Song Zhan had established the night before, the atmosphere had become notably more organized, with no idle individuals remaining. At least, the curiosity surrounding Yu Yizhen's presence had diminished among those at the base. Upon returning home at 7 p.m., Song Zhan shared a meal with Li Hongmei and Old Song, enjoying the beef and radish dumplings wrapped by Li Hongmei, complemented by osmanthus vinegar, garlic sauce, seafood soy sauce, and homemade chili sauce. The meal was so delectable that Song Zhan found himself unable to move. "What have you been busy with lately? You look exhausted," Li Hongmei casually inquired. "Me? Starting a business," Song Zhan replied. Li Hongmei and Old Song exchanged glances, with Old Song remarking, "I told you it would be hard to get an answer." Li Hongmei advised, "Don't waste your energy on futile endeavors. Focusing on your studies is paramount." Returning to his room, Song Zhan organized the materials needed for registering his company. He had nearly everything prepared, having already printed the necessary documents at the university's copy center. The only thing left was a name for the company. What should I call it? He pondered while browsing the internet. His QQ friend list displayed updates from recent friends, and upon clicking, he discovered Jiang Yunmiao had uploaded a picture of a bowl of rock candy pear. Rock candy, pear? How about naming the company Rock Candy? Song Zhan mused. On Sunday morning at 10 a.m., Song Zhan checked his email and found that at 8 a.m., Zhu Xibin had sent over the business plan. Upon opening it, he was astounded. The business plan, meticulously crafted by Zhu Xibin, spanned 40 pages and was available in both Chinese and English. It provided an in-depth description of the project overview, user pain points, industry analysis, product introduction, competitor analysis, profit model, operational status, team members, development plan, and financing strategy. Certain sections employed various professional terminologies to enhance credibility, while others conveyed a heartfelt, down-to-earth tone. In addition to the business plan, Zhu Xibin had also prepared a PowerPoint presentation for Song Zhan, its quality rivaling that of contemporary press conferences. Song Zhan felt he had struck gold and, after making minor adjustments to the details, forwarded it to Zhang Wenxuan, while also sending an email to Zhu Xibin to express his gratitude. Zhang Wenxuan, who was on leave at home, replied about an hour after receiving the email, "Well done. I'll submit it for you tomorrow. Take some time today to prepare for the review meeting and focus on highlighting the innovative aspects." Song Zhan responded, "Understood. Thank you, Teacher Zhang." On Sunday afternoon, he continued his regular classes with Yi Yizhen. On Monday evening, Song Zhan was attending a tutoring session with Yi Yizhen when Zhang Wenxuan called. "Today, I spoke with the leadership. You are in luck. There will be an innovation and entrepreneurship review meeting on Wednesday. A few participants have registered but have not followed up, so the number of competitors is insufficient. The leadership noticed your project is impressive and has included you. It will be held on Wednesday at 2 p.m. in the large conference room on the 3rd floor of the research building. Don't forget to come. Also, make sure to bring Yang Yaoi, as the project requires an on-campus supervisor." "Okay, Teacher Zhang," Song Zhan replied, filled with excitement. After hanging up, Yi Yizhen inquired, "What is you so joyful?" Song Zhan responded, "There's progress with the startup company. I'll be participating in the review on Wednesday afternoon." Yi Yizhen encouraged, "Then you must give it your all." "Indeed," Song Zhan nodded vigorously. After the tutoring session concluded, Song Zhan shared the news with Yang Yaoi. who was equally thrilled and assured he would be there on time. The two discussed that for such a formal occasion, they could not afford to dress too casually. They agreed to meet on Wednesday at noon to rent 2 suits from a clothing store outside the school. Wednesday arrived swiftly, and for Song Zhan, the hours felt interminable. He attended classes during the day, had tutoring in the evening, and practiced at home. As this was his first entrepreneurial attempt after his rebirth, he yearned for success. After requesting half a day off from his old class, Song Zhan hurried to the Ice and Snow University, where he met Yang Yaoi outside the campus. Song Zhan rented a deep black suit, while Yang Yaoi chose a lake blue one, and they indeed looked the part. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the research building, they found many university students waiting outside the conference room, many of whom were also in suits, though they predominantly appeared youthful and inexperienced. Observing the presenter ahead, Song Zhan felt his nervousness dissipate. Is the PPT ready? Zhang Wenxuan emerged from the conference room and approached Song Zhan. Yes, rest assured. The tutoring group has expanded recently, and I have updated the latest data, Song Zhan replied. Just maintain the overall rhythm. The school leaders may pose some questions, so try not to be too anxious. Noticing that both Song Zhan and Yang Yaoi were dressed formally, Zhang Wenxuan asked, "Who will be presenting?" "I will be the main presenter. And Yaoi will assist with the PPT," Song Zhan answered. "Good," Zhang Wenxuan said, patting both on their shoulders. "You are up next. Go ahead." Soon, as the current presenter concluded, the female host took the stage and announced, "Now, let us welcome the next project presentation, an innovative internet pan-service platform based on the integration of information inside and outside the campus. Presenters, Song Zhan and Yang Yaoi." Guided by teacher Zhang Wenxuan. Amidst sparse applause, Song Zhan stepped onto the stage. He glanced at the audience and bowed deeply. The conference room could accommodate around 200 to 300 people, but only the first 3 rows were filled. Apart from a few representatives from the Student Council and Youth League, most of the attendees were school leaders and officials. Seated in the center front was Su Lixing, the executive vice president of Ice and Snow University, and also the head of a department in the Education Bureau, the highest-ranking leader at the meeting. Song Zhan glanced at Su Lixing, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where they had met before. He dismissed the thought and commenced his presentation. Meanwhile, Su Lihong, seated in the audience, picked up the distributed business plan while attentively listening to the report from the stage. The first page of the plan prominently featured Song Zhan's name, a rather uncommon name that seldom overlaps. Su Lihong scrutinized the presenter, finding the name increasingly familiar. As a seasoned veteran in the official circles, with a sharp memory and recent events still fresh, he quickly pieced together Song Zhan's identity, linking it to the recent encounters involving Lan Xiaojing at Bingxing No. 1 High School just 2 weeks prior. In a meeting, it is often challenging for leaders to maintain sustained interest, particularly as fatigue sets in during the latter part of long sessions. Today's Innovation and Entrepreneurship presentation began at 8 a.m. and extended until 5 p.m., leaving the leaders drained of energy. Thus, those projects that distinguished themselves were more likely to capture the leaders' attention, granting their proponents greater leverage. Clearly, even before Song Zhan had spoken, he had successfully piqued Su Lihong's interest. Chapter 50. The response of Song Zhan. Esteemed leaders, respected teachers, and distinguished judges, greetings to you all. I am Song Zhan, the head of the project entitled An Innovative Internet Pan-Service Platform based on the integration of information inside and outside campus. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce this entrepreneurial endeavor. You have all received the business plan for this project, which stems from the student tutoring organization we have established. This organization aims to facilitate tutoring relationships between university students and high school students in need of academic support. Song Zhan commenced with a brief overview of the founding purpose and current achievements of the student tutoring organization. Within a mere 10 days since its inception, we have successfully matched 56 students from our university with high school students seeking tutoring, who convene daily in the clubroom for their lessons. This not only satisfies the university students' needs for work-study opportunities, but also ensures the safety of their part-time engagements. Given the rapid growth of our organization, an innovative entrepreneurial project has emerged in response. I will elaborate on the project's content from several perspectives. Yang Yavi assisted Song Zhan by projecting the PowerPoint presentation as he spoke with poise. In a landscape where many entrepreneurial projects lack substance, either being fanciful, mediocre, or utterly unfeasible, Song Zhan's initiative immediately captured the attention of the leaders present. Thus, in the initial phase, we will focus on the offline market, striving to enhance the influence of our tutoring services and to serve the entirety of the university's student body, thereby establishing a comprehensive part-time employment system. Following this, we will transition into the second phase, which involves moving from offline to online, just as the leaders were beginning to grasp Song Zhan's conceptual framework. He seamlessly integrated internet thinking, delving deeper into the value of our user base and its commercial potential, what later would be termed as unearthing latent business value and expanding user engagement. The third phase entails providing a comprehensive integration of information services for university students, broadening our target demographic to encompass young individuals aged 20 to 30. Here, we will discuss how to enhance a variety of internet services, including food delivery, group purchasing, blogs, and forums, and how to leverage the promotional effects of our users once they're on board. The evolving concepts of the internet surge forth with newly coined terminologies that, while initially perplexing, ultimately left the leaders and judges in awe, even if they did not fully comprehend the intricacies. In conclusion, we aspire to realize the commercial value of this project, enabling local enterprises to expand beyond our borders and reach a national and international audience. Thank you all. Upon concluding his presentation, Song Zhan bowed silently, and the room erupted into thunderous applause. Even young Yavi could not resist joining in, despite having previously reviewed the slides. The written words paled in comparison to the fervor of Song Zhan's delivery. Zhang Wenxuan was also highly satisfied, having only anticipated that Song Zhan would present a project to fulfill a quota, but was instead pleasantly surprised by his earnest commitment. The female host then took the stage, expressing gratitude for Song Zhan's report, and announced the commencement of the judges' questioning segment. The judges exhibited significantly more enthusiasm than during the previous project. The first inquiry came from a teacher from the student union. Song Zhan, I attentively listened to your presentation and can discern your optimistic outlook on the project's prospects, as well as your pragmatic approach to planning. However, I have a question. What are the specific, innovative aspects of your project? If it is merely the introduction of the internet, many are already pursuing this avenue. What distinguishes your approach? Song Zhan took the microphone and responded. Your question is indeed insightful. Our innovation lies in the integration of the internet, which I define as Internet Plus. Why Internet Plus? Currently, there exists a plethora of internet information consolidation platforms, yet they often prove cumbersome to use. For instance, while there are part-time job listings online, individuals often rely on group chats for such information. I believe the fundamental issue is that these internet products do not delve into their applicable contexts. The internet serves to empower products rather than existing as an abstract concept detached from product demands. Take our part-time job platform as an example. The mere act of publishing part-time job information is easily achievable. However, users face numerous practical challenges. For instance, how can we verify the authenticity of the information? How do we ensure student safety? How can we lower the barriers to information filtering? How do we thoroughly address user pain points? By deconstructing the scenario of part-time tutoring, Song Zhan elucidated their intended actions, helping the judges comprehend that not all projects leveraging the internet as an innovative point are comparable. The nuances between a competent founder and leader and the subtle distinctions between products can significantly influence the success and developmental trajectory of an entire project. I wonder if my response satisfies you, esteemed teacher? Song Zhan inquired after concluding. The judge nodded affirmatively, and another individual took the second microphone, asking, Song Zhan, I represent our Employment Guidance Center. I would like to ask, your project sounds quite mature and could potentially attract external investment. Why then pursue a path of school-enterprise collaboration? What role can the school play in the overall project? Song Zhan replied, Thank you for your question, and I appreciate your kind words. This project is still in its infancy, and its apparent viability is largely due to the preliminary support from the school. I am committed to the school-enterprise collaboration for several reasons. Firstly, the project's inception aims to benefit students, and the school serves as a sanctuary and base for their lives. Collaborating with the school allows us to comprehensively reach every facet of student needs. Secondly, the school is a primary source for student information, enabling us to rapidly iterate and update our product. A product must be rooted in its user demographic and address fundamental user needs to sustain itself. Thirdly, the school provides an entrepreneurial environment with a wealth of established infrastructure, such as computer labs, venues, and exceptional faculty. These resources are invaluable, particularly in the early stages, where the involvement of talented university students from our institution is crucial for success. Song Zhan elicited a wave of excitement among the students and faculty of ICE Engineering University, and it was evident that everyone was quite pleased. As the third question arose, the microphone was handed to Su Lixing, the vice president, who typically remained a passive listener during such reports and had not spoken from morning until afternoon. However, he now felt compelled to express his thoughts. "You are Song Zhan, correct?" Su Lixing inquired. "Indeed," replied Song Zhan, who had little recollection of Su Lixing. "Are you a student of our university?" Su Lixing continued. "I am not. I am a student from ICE City No. 1 High School. My partner, Yang Yave, is a third-year student at your esteemed School of Aeronautics. I have always regarded ICE Engineering University as my ideal institution," Song Zhan responded earnestly. "ICE City No. 1 High School is a high school, is it not? So, you are indeed a high school student?" A ripple of astonishment swept through the judges present. Realizing that they had just listened to a high school student expound for half an hour, a notion quite absurd. Or perhaps high school students are indeed formidable these days? Ah. Since you are not a student of our university, and given that this innovation and entrepreneurship competition is held primarily for our internal students, why should we extend our support to you? Su Lixing's question was piercing, directly highlighting Song Zhan's status as a non-student of ICE Engineering University. Zhang Wenxuan's countenance darkened. If the vice president did not favor Song Zhan, securing the university's support would be a formidable challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhan replied, "This question is indeed complex, yet my answer is rather straightforward. I believe that the underlying purpose of an innovation and entrepreneurship competition hosted within the university is, at least in part, to cultivate students' capabilities, but ultimately it must genuinely benefit the students. And even a broader student demographic. Those who plant trees enjoy their shade. Those who pave the way enable others to set sail. Although I am not a student of ICE Engineering University, I have greatly benefited from it. My mathematics skills are lacking, and Yang Yave, a student from your institution, has provided me with tutoring. We lacked a venue, and teacher Zhang Wenxuan assisted us in overcoming our difficulties. Throughout this process, we have consistently supported every student at ICE Engineering University in need of work-study opportunities. And that will remain our goal. Since our aim is to serve the students of ICE Engineering University, the entire community of university students in ICE City, and even students across Heilongjiang province and nationwide, why should we not pursue this endeavor?" Song Zhan added, "I am merely an initiator. However, for this project to flourish, it necessitates the involvement of many others. A meaningful initiative can cultivate countless individuals from top to bottom. And I believe the number of students at ICE Engineering University who would benefit is far too great to fit within this conference room. Professor, I wonder if you believe in this." Upon concluding his remarks, Su Lixing smiled, set down the microphone, and quietly began to applaud. The other judges, witnessing the vice president's approval, followed suit, and ultimately, Song Zhan's presentation concluded amidst resounding applause. Chapter 51. Celebration upon exiting the conference room. Song Zhan discovered that his back was damp, not from fear, but rather from exhilaration. Since his rebirth, he had deliberately suppressed his true nature, presenting himself as a typical high school student. However, just moments ago, he had unmistakably reverted to his authentic self. Yang Yavi emerged behind him, exuberantly embracing Song Zhan and exclaiming, "Brother, you were absolutely incredible. You have no idea who you were just conversing with, do you? I was frantically trying to get your attention from behind, yet you seemed oblivious." Song Zhan, puzzled, replied, "Was there anyone important? Weren't they just the judges?" Yang Yavi, filled with trepidation, responded, "You truly are a fearless newcomer." The final questioner was the vice president of the ICE Engineering University, the highest authority in the room, capable of influencing the future of our project. Song Zhan paused for a moment and inquired, "I thought my comments were acceptable?" Yang Yavi praised, "Acceptable? More than that. It was absolutely outstanding." The two engaged in conversation outside the conference room until Zhang Wenxuan joined them, saying, "You too, hold on a moment." After a brief 10-minute break, Principal Su wishes to have a private discussion with you. Song Zhan and Yang Yavi acknowledged with a few affirmations. After a short wait, during the intermission, Zhang Wenxuan led them to a corner of the conference room where Su Lixing was sipping water from a thermos. "Song Zhan, do you still remember me?" Su Lixing inquired, displaying no signs of reservation. Song Zhan struggled to recall having met the man. Su Lixing chuckled, "No worries, I remember you well. A fortnight ago, the Education Bureau visited ICE City No. 1 Middle School for an inspection and coincidentally attended your 100-day oath ceremony." Suddenly, Song Zhan recalled that Su Lixing had indeed been part of the educational delegation. "My apologies, Principal Su. We were seated too far from the podium to see clearly. Song Zhan expressed regretfully. Su Lixing, recognizing that Song Zhan had forgotten their previous private conversation with Lan Xiaoting, brushed it off. This must be the student from ICE Engineering University you mentioned? Su Lixing turned his gaze to Yang Yavi. Yang Yavi quickly nodded and introduced himself. Teacher. I am Yang Yavi, a third-year student from the Aviation Institute. Su Lixing queried. Who is your instructor? Yang Yavi responded. My homeroom teacher is Su Digong. I have secured a recommendation for graduate studies at my current institution, with Professor Yi Zhanxian as my advisor. Song Zhan speculated that Yi Zhanxian was likely the father of Yi Yizhen. Su Lixing nodded. Professor Yi is indeed a distinguished figure at our ICE Engineering University. Make sure to learn well from him, and do not allow the project to interfere with your studies. Yang Yavi acknowledged, understood. Su Lixing then turned his attention to Song Zhan, stating, the judges will deliberate thoroughly regarding your project, if it is awarded the grand prize. The support from the university will be substantial. It hinges on your ability to rise to the occasion. Song Zhan understood that Su Lixing was subtly conveying optimism about their prospects. Rest assured, Principal Su. We will not disappoint the expectations of the university and will ensure the project is executed with excellence, Song Zhan vowed. Very well, Su Lixing nodded, then addressed Zhang Wenxuan, who had been standing nearby. Wenxuan, as the supervising teacher for this project, you shall coordinate the efforts on behalf of the university. Should any issues arise that you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhang Wenxuan felt as though he had received a prestigious sword, assuring the principal. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly excel in student services. Upon exiting the conference room, the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Zhang Wenxuan declared, this endeavor is likely to succeed. Once the results are in, we can proceed with the company registration. Song Zhan nodded in agreement, stating, I have prepared all the necessary materials. Zhang Wenxuan advised. Do not rush. Registering a company requires a clear equity structure, and in a collaboration between the school and the enterprise, the school will surely hold a stake. I will investigate this matter further. Song Zhan recalled that during their initial discussion about entrepreneurship, Zhang Wenxuan had mentioned this very issue. You're still on leave, correct? Let us return and await the news. Zhang Wenxuan encouraged. I have faith in your potential. After bidding farewell to Zhang Wenxuan, Song Zhan and Yang Yan exited the school gates, returning the suit and noticing it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Are you heading back to school? Yang Yan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Song Zhan replied, No, there is no point in returning now. By the time I get there, school will be out, and I would have to come back here. Very well, it's your decision. I shall return to the laboratory, Yang Yan said, appearing quite eager, clearly preoccupied with pressing matters. Song Zhan contemplated and resolved to visit the Innovation Building space, seizing the opportunity while it was still unoccupied. He intended to explore the remaining floors of the Innovation Building and strategize their arrangement. Since Zhang Wenxuan had lent him the second floor, he had already set his sights on the entire structure, arriving at the base at 5 in the afternoon. He found that the high school students had yet to be dismissed, and it was too early for university students, most of whom were dining in the cafeteria. To his surprise, a light was on in the base, albeit just one. Following the glow, he discovered Yi Yizhen, seated in the tutoring room they frequently used, engrossed in a copy of Global Science, with a prepared mathematics exam spread out before her. So absorbed was she that she failed to notice Song Zhan's arrival until her stomach audibly protested from hunger. Stretching languidly, she inadvertently struck Song Zhan with her elongated arm. Ah! Yi Yizhen exclaimed, and upon recognizing Song Zhan, her expression shifted to one of indignation. Why did you come without announcing yourself? Song Zhan replied. I didn't mean to intrude, and besides, I just arrived. He had yet to remove his overcoat, still chilled from the outside air, which justified his presence. Yi Yizhen, recalling her stomach's earlier growl, glared at him and demanded, Did you hear anything just now? Song Zhan shook his head, insisting, No, I truly just arrived. Was there something unusual in the base? Yi Yizhen firmly asserted, No, the base is perfectly fine. Oh, Song Zhan responded, taking a seat opposite her in the tutoring room. Did you come here this early? Aren't you supposed to be studying at school? Yi Yizhen replied, I am studying here. What about your experiments? He inquired further. The heating in the laboratory is broken, and it's quite cold. I didn't want to go, she explained. How do you know I usually work in the lab? Yi Yizhen asked suspiciously. Once, I visited the mathematics group and saw you conducting experiments in the hallway, Song Zhan replied. Yi Yizhen nodded slightly. Indeed. The laboratory had a direct view of the corridor on the third floor where the mathematics group was located. Isn't it getting late? Have you eaten? Song Zhan inquired. Yi Yijin was about to say she hadn't eaten, but at the last moment, she changed her response to, I have. Song Zhan chose not to press her further, replying, even if you have eaten, it's no problem. I haven't had anything yet. I plan to try the cafeteria at ICE Engineering University. But I don't know the way. Could you guide me? Yu Yijin responded with a blank expression. It's so cold outside. What benefit is there in guiding you? Song Zhan replied, benefit? If you fancy having something else to eat, you can choose anything in the cafeteria. It's on me. Yi Yijin feigned reluctance and said, all right, let us go. The two arrived at the nearest cafeteria to the innovation building, where they each filled a plate with food, and Song Zhan ordered 2 cups of cola. Why are you so generous today? You've always been as stingy as a miser, Yi Yijin remarked, taking the cola from Song Zhan. Song Zhan beamed. I just participated in an entrepreneurship competition this afternoon, and the presentation went well. I estimate our company will be established soon. Perhaps the entire second floor of the innovation building will belong to us. Really? Yi Yijin exclaimed with excitement. Could you allocate a laboratory for me? Song Zhan hesitated. I'll think about it. Let us have a toast first. Yu Yijin raised her glass as well. All right, then here's to your thriving career. Cheers. Song Zhan smiled. Thank you. Cheers. The two clinked their colas together, with Song Zhan drinking heartily while Yu Yijin took a small sip. She rarely drank cola, as she believed carbonated beverages were harmful to one's health. Song Zhan noticed that interacting with Yu Yijin felt much more comfortable than observing her from afar. From a distance, she seemed like an ice mountain, repelling everyone. Yet up close, she appeared remarkably gentle. However, this might just be his personal perception. Aside from Song Zhan, others' impressions of Yi Yijin remained unchanged. For instance, the university students bustling through the cafeteria couldn't help but steal glances at the pair, only to be deterred by Yi Yijin's frosty demeanor. Retreating to murmur among themselves, when did ICE Engineering University produce a beauty of such caliber? Chapter 52. Setting Sail, ICE Sugar Technology. The efficiency of the ICE University's administrative team is indeed remarkable. They truly get things done. The day following the review meeting, Song Zhan received a call from Zhang Wenxuan. The results are in. Your project has been awarded first prize, with special support personally designated by President Su. Since you are unable to come to the school, I have informed Yang Yavi to accept the award on your behalf. You don't mind, do you? Zhang Wenxuan inquired. Of course, I don't mind, Song Zhan replied, elated at the news of the award. The ceremony held little significance compared to the joy of recognition. Excellent. Then you must come to the innovation building tonight. We need to discuss the collaboration plan. The school has already drafted a preliminary scheme, Zhang Wenxuan stated. No problem. I apologize for taking up your evening, Song Zhan responded. Let us not get formal. I owe you thanks for helping me meet my performance targets, Zhang Wenxuan chuckled. Song Zhan was aware he was joking. Zhang Wenxuan had certainly invested considerable effort into this project. Song Zhan sent a text to Yang Yavi, asking him to gather a few friends from the dormitory, as something significant was likely to occur that evening. Upon arriving at the innovation building, Song Zhan noticed an unusual crowd. Nearly everyone from their group had shown up, filling not only the various conference rooms but also the main hall. After greeting several familiar faces, he found Yi Yijin, who had arrived early to wait for him. Is something big about to happen? Yu Yijin inquired. Why do you say that? Song Zhan feigned ignorance. Don't try to fool me. There are throngs of people outside, so there must be an announcement, Yi Yijin replied. Her initial indifference now replaced by a hint of anxiety upon learning of Song Zhan's plans to start a company. Everything will be revealed soon, for now. Let us focus on our studies, Song Zhan reassured her calmly. After about half an hour of studying, Yang Yavi approached Song Zhan. Zhang Wenxuan has arrived. Song Zhan stood and, together with Yang Yavi, went to greet him. Zhang Wenxuan, observing the bustling second floor of the innovation building, felt a wave of nostalgia. Let us find a room and get down to business, Zhang Wenxuan suggested. Yang Yavi had specifically instructed Qinghua to reserve a conference room, ensuring it remained unoccupied. Zhang Wenxuan, Song Zhan, Yang Yavi, and their roommate entered the meeting room, while Yu Yijin lingered outside, feeling somewhat out of place, and decided to join them. Are all these people shareholders? Zhang Wenxuan inquired. Song Zhan glanced around the room and replied, they are friends who have come together to establish the student mentoring group. Zhang Wenxuan shook his head. While collaboration is welcome, the matter at hand involves investment and the need for a clear equity structure. Only those genuinely participating in the company's operations can be included. Yang Yavi looked at his dormitory companions, realizing that they were merely there to lend support and had no intention of investing financially. I'll step out for now, Tong Chao announced before leaving. I won't delay you either, Li Mingze added as he exited. I'll stand guard at the door. Yin Qinghua thought for a moment before following suit, though he felt the need to voice his thoughts. Now, only Zhang Wenxuan, Song Zhan, Yang Yavi, and Yi Yizhen remained in the room. This individual is. The last time Zhang Wenxuan visited, he recalled Song Zhan mentioning that Yu Yizhen was a tutor, unsure how to introduce her. Song Zhan remained silent until Yu Yizhen spoke up. I am a secretary, essentially a recorder and notary. You need not concern yourselves with me. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Wenxuan declared, well, let us commence. He retrieved a draft proposal from his bag, presenting it to Song Zhan and Yang Yavi. The latter, feeling perplexed, set it aside, awaiting Song Zhan's insights. After a cursory review of the proposal, Song Zhan noted several explicit stipulations. First, the collaboration between the school and enterprises must adhere to a unified standard, with a registered capital of no less than 200,000, and the school holding no less than 10 equity. Second, the school's financial contribution will be in the form of providing venue, technology, and other resources, contingent upon the equity ratio. Third, the school may offer a special interest-free loan not exceeding 500,000, dispersed in phases, with the specific amount depending on the enterprise's developmental stage. Who would have thought the school would be so generous? Song Zhan exclaimed with excitement. Of course, this is also the result of Principal Su's advocacy for you, Zhang Wenxuan replied, easing the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhan inquired, what exactly do venue and technology entail? Zhang Wenxuan chuckled. Didn't you ask me to include that? You're not aware? With a mix of surprise and delight, Song Zhan responded, so, the school truly agrees to lend us the innovation building? And the computer lab as well? Ah, hold on, Zhang Wenxuan corrected. It's not give, but lend. The ownership remains with the school, merely allowing you to utilize it. Song Zhan laughed. It's the same. It's the same. Yang Yavi finally grasped the situation. Is that for real? The entire innovation building is available for our use. Zhang Wenxuan replied. Well, not entirely. The first floor is currently off limits due to the equipment, which needs to be accommodated. However, the second and third floors can be opened for you, but utilities will be at your own expense. Song Zhan playfully countered, Teacher Zhang. Electricity is also a resource of the school. Can't that be included in the second point? Yang Yavi chimed in, exactly. Our funds are limited. The school should assist us. Zhang Wenxuan pondered for a moment, stating, you must consider that the more support the school provides, the greater the equity stake. This was a consideration Song Zhan had already contemplated. In the early stages of the company, having the school hold a larger stake would translate into more substantial support, which would ultimately be beneficial. As for the implications of the school's equity stake once the company expanded, Song Zhan was unconcerned. With ample funds, he could establish more companies, and having a prestigious institution like Beijing University as a backing would facilitate many endeavors. After several discussions, it was decided that the school would hold a 20 stake, while Song Zhan and Yang Yavi would retain 80. Yang Yavi hesitated, but I have little money. I can only contribute up to 10,000. Song Zhan reassured him. No worries, I will provide 200,000. What? Zhang Wenxuan, Yang Yavi, and even Yi Yizhen were taken aback. Where did you acquire such funds? Zhang Wenxuan questioned. A sentiment echoed by Yang Yavi and Yi Yizhen. Song Zhan replied, not long ago. I visited the bustling city of Shanghai and took a trip to the Shanghai Stock Exchange, where I encountered a remarkable individual. Following his guidance, I made some stock purchases and, by a stroke of fortune, managed to turn a profit. Zhang Wenxuan and Yang Yahui were clearly skeptical, yet they refrained from probing further. At the very least, they trusted that the origins of Song Zhan's wealth were legitimate. On the other hand, Yu Yizhen believed that Song Zhan's account was likely true, as there was no apparent reason for him to mention his sojourn to Shanghai. However, this revelation exceeded Yu Yizhen's expectations. She had never anticipated that Song Zhan possessed such financial acumen, which prompted her to regard him with newfound admiration. You collectively hold 210,000. How will the 80 equity be calculated? Zhang Wenxuan inquired. Yang Yahui suggested, how about you withdraw 10,000, and then we can divide according to our respective contributions? Song Zhan, I know you are affluent, but I also wish to contribute somewhat to the company, Yang Yahui added. Song Zhan pondered for a moment before proposing. In that case, I will take 10,000, and you can hold 5 equity. According to the calculations, Yang Yahweh should possess 4. Fine, Yang Yahweh said, not quibbling over the one. Unbeknownst to her, that one would later represent an immense fortune. Ultimately, the agreement was settled. The school would provide the venue and technical support, thereby claiming 20 equity. Song Zhan would hold 75 equity with an investment of 190,000, while Yang Yahweh would possess 5 equity with an investment of 10,000. Now that the plan is clear, we can register the company tomorrow. Have you decided on a name? Zhang Wenxuan asked. No, Yang Yahweh replied. Shall we come up with one now? What type of company are we? Song Zhan responded. We are an internet innovation enterprise. It will ultimately be named XX Technology Development Limited Liability Company. How about calling it ICE Engineering Technology? Yang Yahweh suggested, considering it was established at ICE Engineering University. That won't do. The term ICE is too indicative and raises the suspicion of trademark infringement. Plus, there is already a sole proprietorship with that name, Zhang Wenxuan countered. Is there already an ICE Engineering Technology? Yang Yahweh asked. No, Song Zhan clarified, explaining that the name ICE Engineering would likely result in numerous trademark registrations, making the first 2 words impossible to duplicate. Song Zhan, who was not particularly adept at naming, glanced at Yi Yizhen, who waved her hand dismissively, indicating her role was merely that of a recorder. As everyone strained to think, just as Zhang Wenxuan was about to suggest postponing the discussion until the next day, Song Zhan had a sudden inspiration. What do you think of the name Rock Candy Technology? He recalled seeing Jiang Yunmiao's Rock Candy pair and had intended to use the name, nearly forgetting it during the discussion. Rock Candy? That sounds quite pleasant and is easy to remember, Yang Yahweh remarked. I think it's a good idea. Indeed, Rock Candy is quite fitting. Let's go with that. Zhang Wenxuan concurred without objection. Yi Yizhen nodded in agreement, the only female present, also finding it agreeable. Very well, our Rock Candy Technology is officially settled. Outside the conference room, everyone was too anxious to continue their studies, impatiently waiting. Why aren't they out yet? Qinghua peered through the door. What's the rush? They could remain in there all night, Li Mingzi replied calmly, fiddling with the fireworks. Truly, someone who has dated numerous girlfriends remains unfazed. Could one of you come over and help me figure out how to operate this machine? Tong Chao adjusted the DV on the tripod and inquired. At long last. Song Zhan slowly opened the door, inviting Zhang Wenxuan to exit first, followed by Yang Yahweh and Yi Yizhen, with himself being the last to emerge from the conference room. Zhang Wenxuan asked, which of you two will speak? Yang Yahweh, feeling the weight of everyone's eager gazes, found himself momentarily speechless. He gently nudged Song Zhan forward. Clearing his throat, Song Zhan addressed the assembly. We sincerely appreciate your attention and unwavering support. Our university student counseling team, after a formal application, has successfully established a partnership with the university, evolving into a jointly founded school enterprise initiative. We will strive diligently to continue serving all students at our university. Today, I am thrilled to announce the establishment of Beijing Technology Development Limited Liability Company. As Song Zhan made his declaration, Yin Kahao, Tong Chao, and Li Mingzi, who had been prepared for this moment, produced celebratory firecrackers, which went off in unison. Bang, bang, bang. The fireworks burst forth in splendid colors, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Standing by, Yi Yizhen witnessed Song Zhan's spirited demeanor, seeing in him the most radiant smile of an 18-year-old youth. In a playful mishap, a streamer from the firecracker inadvertently flew into Song Zhan's mouth, leading Yi Yizhen to stifle a giggle at his comical predicament. Beep, beep, beep. The DV that Song Zhan had brought along captured all these moments, preserving them as invaluable footage for the future. Chapter 53, Mock Examination in the Blink of an Eye. It is now March 28th, Friday. A full week has elapsed since the announcement of the establishment of Beijing Technology on the evening of March 20th. This week has been a whirlwind for Song Zhan, who has been utterly immersed in his endeavors. In these 7 days, he initiated the registration process for Beijing Technology Development Company, Limited, a task that remains incomplete even today. Despite the backing of the ICE Engineering University facilitating relations with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, a minimum of 10 working days is required. Subsequently, Song Zhan secured the usage rights for the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Innovation Building. Together with Yang Yaoi and others, they tidied up both floors, deciding for the time being not to utilize the 3rd floor. The reasons being that there is currently no significant demand for such space, and with the company's limited personnel, dispersing them across the 3rd floor would complicate management. Following this, Song Zhan and Yang Yaoi formulated a short-term strategic plan for the company, which had been discussed with Zhu Xibin. Presently, the company possesses only a few QQ groups and a collection of students seeking tutoring, which can essentially be considered negligible. Hence, the immediate strategy revolves around amplifying the influence of part-time tutoring, aiming to reach the entirety of ICE Engineering University, ensuring that everyone is aware that Bingtang Technology is the go-to for tutoring services, as Bingtang Technology currently lacks an online presence. It can only cater to clients offline, thus focusing on developing offline tutoring matching services. Additionally, they plan to explore and negotiate both on-campus and off-campus part-time collaborations, including but not limited to campus delivery services, grocery stores, physical shops, and nearby dining establishments, thereby encompassing a broad spectrum of part-time opportunities. Moreover, the transition to an online platform is inevitable for Bingtang Technology. Therefore, developing a website is of paramount importance. A week prior, Song Zhan had already conversed with Yin Qinghua regarding this matter. Fortunately, Yin Qinghua possesses experience in website development and is acquainted with friends from the computer science department who are willing to assist in constructing the initial website. Song Zhan is prepared to offer compensation, yet Yin Qinghua mentioned that a few meals would suffice to motivate them. He remarked that once the project gains momentum, they would naturally wish to join in. Song Zhan cannot help but admire the simplicity and sincerity of university students. They are inclined to assist when they perceive someone's potential, placing little importance on monetary gain. Symbolically, Song Zhan distributed 1,000 yuan to each individual, while Yin Qinghua, who will oversee the website's operation, is already considered a member of the company. Song Zhan intends to reward him generously once this hectic period concludes. The short-term strategy must be approached incrementally. For now, it relies on whoever is available to contribute their time. However, given Yang Yaoi's demanding coursework and Song Zhan's own school commitments, along with his roommates' various obligations, the company requires personnel for all aspects, ranging from front desk reception to operational promotion and financial management, as well as website development and maintenance. Overwhelmed, Song Zhan reflects on the situation, realizing he had overlooked the fact that he still needed to attend high school. Recruitment is essential. There is no other option. Just as he is pondering this, the examination papers have been passed forward. These 2 days mark the first mock examination of the second semester for the third-year students at ICE City No. 1 High School. And it is also Song Zhan's first official examination since his rebirth. Previously, he had managed to scrape by with assignments through copying and assistance from classmates. But ultimately, he cannot evade the reality of an examination where cheating is impossible. Song Zhan had no intention of resorting to dishonest means. He sought to assess the fruits of his labor over the past month. According to his own reflections, he believed he would fare well in Chinese. Given that he was a magazine editor in his previous life, a vocation that afforded him considerable familiarity with the subject, classical poetry and prose, once memorized, remain etched in one's memory for a lifetime. Thus, he was confident about his performance in this domain. In terms of English, vocabulary was paramount. Due to the demands of his former occupation, Song Zhan had frequently employed English, and his vocabulary was more than adequate for high school standards. With a robust vocabulary, he felt capable of tackling closed tests, reading comprehension, and composition with relative ease. As for listening comprehension and grammar-related multiple-choice questions, he relied heavily on consistent practice, which he diligently pursued in class, maintaining a level of engagement similar to that of his previous life. Regarding the social sciences, history had always been Song Zhan's forte. His background as an editor also provided a solid foundation in political studies. He was currently enhancing his knowledge in geography, which had become a focal point of his studies since his rebirth. The greatest challenge, however, lay in mathematics. Over the past month, he had sought guidance from numerous individuals, not to mention his classmates, including Zhao Shubao, Yang Yahue, and Yu Yizhen, effectively gathering wisdom from all corners. While he had primarily self-studied other subjects, mathematics was an area where he relied on the direct transmission of knowledge. After completing the Chinese and English exams yesterday, Song Zhan felt he had performed admirably. Now, as he faced the mathematics exam, followed by the social sciences in the afternoon, it was time to evaluate his progress. Upon receiving the exam paper, Song Zhan scanned it and found it manageable. Notably, he believed he could tackle at least half of the key problems, thanks to Yi Yizhen's recent adjustments to his tutoring strategies. Yi Yizhen had observed that Song Zhan consistently lost points on the last 2 major questions, which accounted for a significant 24 points. thereby lowering the maximum possible score to 126. Yi Yizhen's approach was to encourage Song Zhan to first address the earlier parts of these major questions, which were relatively straightforward, as the knowledge points tested were fixed. Coupled with the foundational strategies Yi Yizhen had summarized, Song Zhan could secure some points through diligent application. As he completed the mathematics paper, Song Zhan recognized areas for improvement. Yet he felt a stark contrast to his initial struggles upon his return. Crucially, he noted a shift in his knowledge base compared to his previous life. For instance, while he had scored a perfect 100 in mathematics before, he had struggled with the last two questions entirely. Now, he felt capable of scoring 80, having successfully addressed half of those challenging questions. This indicated that, with effort, he could surpass his previous mathematical achievements. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam, Song Zhan reluctantly submitted his paper and joined his fellow candidates to catch a breath of fresh air. Old Jing, noticing Song Zhan's slightly dejected demeanor, couldn't help but recall the scene of Song Zhan and Jiang Yunmiao skating together at the ice rink, which ignited his frustration. How was it? Mathematics quite challenging, wasn't it? Old Zheng feigned concern. Indeed, there were several questions that I couldn't solve, Song Zhan replied. Shall we compare answers? We're all adults here, and since we've completed the exam, it won't matter much, Old Zheng suggested. Typically, candidates refrained from immediately comparing answers after an exam unless they felt particularly confident about their performance, as it could adversely affect their mindset for subsequent tests. Song Zhan's mindset had long been tempered by the trials of society, as unyielding as steel. He remarked, very well, during the process of discussing the problems with Old Zheng. He indeed discovered numerous mistakes. Old Zheng, noticing Song Zhan's increasingly grim expression, grew even more smug. Indeed, at least my grades surpass yours. Good grades are highly valued in school. After searching for a considerable time, he finally found Song Zhan. Hearing a familiar female voice behind him, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Without turning around, he replied, I'm just working on problems with a classmate. I've made far too many mistakes. Is that so? Allow me to listen. Initially, Song Zhan had no intention of engaging, but Old Zheng was rendered speechless, eyes wide in disbelief. Song Zhan, you. She. Are you Yi Yizhen? Indeed, it was Yi Yizhen who had come to seek out Song Zhan. Today marked the unified mock examination for all third-year students in the school, encompassing both science and art students. After completing her mathematics exam, Yi Yizhen sought out Song Zhan. More concerned about the effectiveness of her tutoring than her own unwavering perfect scores. You know me? Yi Yizhen did not recognize Old Zheng and had no desire to. I'm sorry, I don't know you. With that, she engaged in a private conversation with Song Zhan, leaving Old Zheng feeling sidelined. Song Zhan offered an apology, saying, Let us continue this another time. She is my tutor. My grades are quite poor, and I owe her a great deal. What? Tutoring? You mean the one-on-one sessions at home? Observing Yi Yizhen and Song Zhan walking and chatting together, Yi Yizhen's smile was radiant, their figures gradually fading from view. Old Zheng's mind involuntarily conjured images from movies he had seen, where beautiful tutors provided lessons to their students. Damn it. Why? Is it possible that Yi Yizhen prefers boys with poor grades? It must be so, otherwise, given his superior grades and better looks compared to Song Zhan. There was no reason for Yi Yizhen to choose Song Zhan over him. Old Zheng felt like a fool. The achievements he had once flaunted now filled him with loathing for the first time. What have I accomplished through my studies? What does it matter if I excel academically? Chapter 54. The launch of Sugar Online. The sight of Yi Yizhen walking alongside a boy created quite a stir at I-City No. 1 High School. Many curious boys and girls, eager for excitement, flocked to the examination venue where Song Zhan was located, only to find themselves disappointed. Those who had seen them did not recognize Song Zhan, while those familiar with her had not witnessed the moment firsthand. The only person privy to the situation, Old Zheng, was reluctant to divulge any details, leaving the identity of the boy accompanying Yi Yizhen shrouded in mystery. Are you not worried about what they might say behind your back for seeking me out? Song Zhan inquired, as she and Yi Yizhen made their way to a secluded corner of the playground. The weather began to warm up at the end of March. Yet remnants of snow lingered in the area. Yi Yizhen donned a black woolen coat paired with school uniform trousers, accentuated by a light blue knitted scarf. Her long, dark hair danced in the wind, playfully testing the boundaries of her closeness to Song Zhan. What could they possibly say? Yi Yizhen replied nonchalantly, Am I not allowed to have friends? Song Zhan pondered for a moment, recognizing that he and Yi Yizhen had indeed become friends over the course of a month, transitioning from strangers to acquaintances since their trip to Hu City. Of course, Song Zhan responded, feeling honored to be your friend. It would be splendid if I could receive a discount for being your friend. Yu Yizhen, aware of Song Zhan's concerns regarding the cost of tutoring, chuckled softly. You're already a leader in a large company. Must you still deprive us diligent students of our wages? Song Zhan clarified, you mustn't make such assertions. Our company's part-time services are entirely free of charge. We don't even handle money, so there is no question of any deductions. Oh, I see, Yu Yizhen mused. But how does your company generate revenue? Surely it must sustain itself? Song Zhan realized he had never discussed the company's strategy and operational model with Yu Yizhen. Yet he felt that a brief explanation would not suffice. Yu Yizhen was unconcerned and suggested, let us wait. Once I save enough money, I can offer you the remaining classes for free. How many classes do you still need? Song Zhan queried. Yu Yizhen calculated mentally before replying, 85. Song Zhan was taken aback. How does it feel like you won't finish even after the college entrance examination? Yu Yizhen shook her head. No. Just 3 days before the exam will suffice. If you still need help in the last 2 days, it will be free. This did not account for the days Song Zhan had taken off due to company matters. If he missed classes, there would be no room for error. Being good at math is truly beneficial. Your calculations are impressive, Song Zhan remarked, genuinely admiring her skills. Yu Yizhen, unfazed by Song Zhan's observation of her calculating nature, was resolute, declaring, Orlando, I am definitely going. Song Zhan could not grasp Yu Yizhen's obsession, but perhaps it was the driving force behind her relentless pursuit of knowledge. The afternoon's comprehensive examination did not go as well as anticipated. Song Zhan performed adequately in history, yet his geography scores were dismal, with only politics yielding satisfactory results. This ignited a sense of urgency within him. He realized that his frequent absences over the past month had distracted him significantly. With merely 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, he understood that he could not afford to skip any more classes if he wished to achieve commendable results. However, the thought of the myriad responsibilities awaiting at the company weighed heavily on Song Zhan's mind, evoking a sense of being overwhelmed and disoriented. The necessity of hiring new personnel loomed large. That evening, as was customary, Song Zhan engaged in email correspondence with Zhu Xibin. The previous commercial proposal had been executed with remarkable success, and the accompanying presentation slides were nothing short of flawless. Upon concluding the report, Song Zhan expressed his gratitude to Zhu Xibin. When Song Zhan inquired about Zhu Xibin's fees, the latter became somewhat hesitant, stating that Song Zhan's business consultation had yet to reach its conclusion and that the company would inevitably encounter further challenges, suggesting that the charges could be calculated on an annual basis. This arrangement was precisely what Song Zhan desired, for he found himself devoid of any spare funds at the moment. The motivations behind Zhu Xibin's stance remained a mystery to him. Meanwhile, in Philadelphia, Yen grappled with her own frustrations. Although the tasks of crafting business proposals and presentations were quite taxing, the dialogues with Song Zhan were undeniably enjoyable. Should she opt to impose a fee, it would signify the termination of their collaborative relationship. Yet, it seemed she had not yet exhausted her interest in the endeavor. Since that day, the email exchanges between Song Zhan and Zhu Xibin transitioned into regular business consultations, where Song Zhan would share his accomplishments and the challenges he encountered. To Song Zhan, Zhu Xibin embodied a dependable and sage mentor, offering insights and suggestions while also encouraging him to make decisions based on the circumstances at hand. Sometimes, when Song Zhan's decisions puzzled Zhu Xibin, Song Zhan would elucidate his reasoning through contemporary operational thinking and a broader perspective, often garnering Zhu Xibin's enthusiastic commendation. Song Zhan, time flies. It's already 2 a.m. Every conversation with teacher Zhu brings me joy. It feels as if you're my partner. Zhu Xibin, ha ha ha. Is that so? It's not that easy to become my partner. I hold projects to a very high standard. Song Zhan, do you have any intentions in that direction? If so, I welcome your consideration at any time. Zhu Xibin, I'll think about it. Song Zhan, all right, it's getting late, so good night. Zhu Xibin, good night. Once again, Song Zhan found himself awake until 2 a.m. His desire to communicate daily with Zhu Xibin compelled him to sacrifice sleep. Unbeknownst to him, far away in Philadelphia, Yen had also adjusted her routine, rising early to secure a seat at the library, relying on coffee to sustain her energy as she corresponded with him via email. One stayed up late, while the other rose early, together bridging a 13-hour time difference. The following Saturday, upon waking, Song Zhan quickly freshened up and ventured out. His weekend agenda included tutoring, launching the website, and recruiting new staff. Hey, have you eaten yet? He glanced at the clock, which read 11:30 a.m., and called Yin Kahao. Not yet. I stayed overnight at the office and just woke up, Yin Kahao replied, sounding lethargic. That's quite taxing. What would you like to eat? I can bring something over, Song Zhan offered. Yin Kahao held the phone away, consulted with others, and finally said, anything is fine. How about spicy hot pot? All right. That works, Song Zhan responded. Then, from the other end of the line came a flurry of demands. I don't want cilantro, I want it extra spicy. Just give me beef tendon noodles, and so on. Send me a text with the specifics, Song Zhan instructed. Opposite the Ice University. The highly praised Lu's Spicy Hot Pot restaurant was bustling as Song Zhan juggled 6 large plastic bags while simultaneously carrying a bundle of soft drinks. Making his way to the second floor of the Innovation Building. Hurry up, quick, lend a hand, Song Zhan exclaimed, his arms weary from the load. 5 strapping young men rushed over, swiftly relieving him of the spicy hot pot and drinks. Their containers were a motley assortment. Some used emptied instant noodle buckets, while others employed large tea mugs, and even more bizarrely, an unfilled flower pot. Yet, none minded, they feasted joyfully. These were Yin Kawa's friends from the School of Management, assisting in building the website. Once satiated, Song Zhan joined them for the final self-testing phase. Boss, can you check if there are any issues? Yin Kahua passed the laptop to Song Zhan. It seemed that, at some point, everyone had begun referring to him as boss, and he had adopted the title in kind. After testing the site briefly and finding no apparent problems, he declared, let us publish it. Share the link in the group chat, and let everyone try it out. Our promotion is still in its infancy. For now, we are all seed users. Following Song Zhan's instructions, Yin Kahua shared the link in the QQ group, which now boasted over 700 members. Wow, we really did it. Hao Zhixiong was the first to react. Let me try. It works. The page has loaded. Ho Xinqing chimed in. What a clever lad, staying out all night to hatch a grand plan. His roommate Li Mingze grinned mischievously. Quick, let us find some bugs, suggested Tong Chao. Noticing the back-end access data soaring, Song Zhan inquired, how's it looking? Is it stable? So far, everything seems fine, Yin Kahua replied. That's reassuring, Song Zhan said as he switched to the browser interface, where the title Rock Candy adorned the top. Below was the category section, currently featuring only tutoring and part-time job opportunities, with other categories yet to be developed. Users could log in and register for an account on Rock Candy, allowing them to post job listings while students could accept orders. Admittedly, the site was rather rudimentary. Many manual checks and verifications were still absent, yet it already bore the semblance of a foundation. Song Zhan gazed at the simplistic website, lost in thought, quietly observing. Alongside him, the developers, including Yin Kahua, mirrored his quiet anxiety. This was a significant voyage, with the captain cautious and the sailors apprehensive. The moment of departure often appears deceptively tranquil, yet as long as the course is clear and storms are faced without fear, success will inevitably brew in silence. Chapter 55, Candidate, Part 1. The time for celebration had not yet arrived for the launch of the website Bing. As the pressing matters of operational efficiency and the conversion of offline traffic to online engagement took precedence. After departing from the Innovation Building, Song Zhan brought along some fruits and tea wine for a visit to Zhang Wenxuan's residence. This marked Song Zhan's first formal visit, as his limited connections rendered advertising for recruitment inefficient and unreliable. Thus, he preferred to rely on personal recommendations. Zhang Wenxuan resided in an employee community near the ICE Engineering University, alongside his partner Li Yangyang, both of whom were staff members at the institution. They had been allocated a modest apartment of over 90 square meters. While the dwelling was not brand new, its proximity to their workplace was advantageous. Upon locating Building 10, Unit 2, Room 201, Song Zhan knocked on the door, which was opened by Li Yangyang, who was clad in an apron and engaged in washing clothes, her hands adorned with red silicone gloves. Hello, Teacher Li, greeted Song Zhan. Oh, it's you, Song Zhan. Come in, Li Yangyang responded joyfully, calling out to the interior, Wenxuan. Song Zhan has arrived. As Song Zhan entered and changed his shoes, he inquired about where to place his offerings. Li Yangyang frowned slightly, expressing, why bring something? Just come over. With a smile, Song Zhan replied, I couldn't possibly visit Teacher Zhang empty-handed. After handing the items to Li Yangyang, he stepped into the living room and asked, is Teacher Zhang not here? Oh, he's in the kitchen cleaning the range hood, Li Yangyang replied. She then called out again. Wenxuan, did you hear? Song Zhan is here. After a couple more calls, Zhang Wenxuan finally emerged from the kitchen, also sporting an apron. Though he appeared as if he had just emerged from an oil vat, sticky and disheveled. Adjusting his glasses with his elbow, he said, "Song Zhan, please take a seat. I will be with you in 5 minutes." "All right," replied Song Zhan as he settled onto the sofa, gratefully accepting a cup of hot tea from Li Yong'ong. "Thank you." Teacher Li. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Wenquan finished tidying up and joined Song Zhan. "Do I smell of cooking oil?" Zhang Wenquan asked, curiously sniffing himself. Song Zhan chuckled. "Isn't that just the aroma of home cooking?" Zhang Wenquan paused for a moment before laughing. "Haha, yes, indeed, the aroma of home cooking." The two engaged in light conversation, primarily inquiring about Song Zhan's academic progress, before transitioning to the main topic. "It has been about a week since our establishment. How's the company faring now?" Zhang Wenquan inquired. "Quite well," replied Song Zhan. "We have tidied up the innovation building, and the second floor is now fully open. Currently, there are approximately 200 study groups, and the entire floor is mostly filled each day." Zhang Wenquan nodded. "It seems to be developing rapidly." "Indeed," Song Zhan continued, "the website just launched around noon. And while the features are rather rudimentary, it remains stable." Zhang Wenquan expressed his surprise. "Oh, so soon? I must contribute to the click count shortly." Song Zhan smiled. "That would be wonderful. We had enlisted Qinghua to help with the website about half a month ago. It was not overly complicated, so we managed to bring it together swiftly." Noticing that Song Zhan spoke solely of successes without mentioning challenges, Zhang Wenquan remarked, "Your visit today must not be solely for reporting achievements, right?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Zhan admitted, "At this point, there are hardly any achievements. It is merely a matter of feeling our way across the river, one step at a time." Zhang Wenquan waved his hand and said, "That is not the case. I find your proposal quite mature. If executed step by step, there should be no issues." Song Zhan replied, "While that is true, the practical implementation poses significant challenges, the most pressing of which is the lack of personnel." "Lack of personnel?" Zhang Wenquan pondered. "Indeed, the company currently has no full-time employees, which is certainly untenable." Song Zhan lamented that professionals are needed for roles ranging from the vice general manager to human resources and finance. Furthermore, the company lacks sufficient funds. An investment of several $100,000 is merely a starting point. Hiring requires capital, as does promotion, and without adequate returns in the initial stages, there is merely expenditure without income. Zhang Wenquan interrupted. "All right, enough of this talk. The company will fail if we continue. Just tell me what you need me to do." Song Zhan chuckled. "You truly understand me, Teacher Zhang. You cannot remain uninvolved in the company's current state. I have 2 requests to trouble you with. First, could you assist in applying for a loan from the school, whatever amount can be secured?" Zhang Wenquan nodded. "That is certainly feasible. But you will need a performance report to demonstrate effectiveness, along with a clear outline of how the funds will be utilized. You should be able to apply for around 200,000 to 300,000. Song Zhan expressed his gratitude. "That would be immensely helpful." Zhang Wenquan inquired, "And what is the second matter?" Song Zhan replied, "The second request is to recommend a few reliable candidates." Zhang Wenquan asked, "What roles do you need them for?" Song Zhan calculated. "Currently, I require a vice general manager to oversee daily operations, an operations director to manage the promotion and user acquisition for the Bingtang network, a business director for campus business expansion and partnerships, a technical director for website development and technical support, and a finance and human resources director to supervise financial matters and personnel work. Of course, the operations and business roles can be merged temporarily, and the vice general manager can also handle HR responsibilities." Zhang Wenquan counted. "You require at least 5 key positions. Where do you expect me to find such talent?" Song Zhan replied, "You undoubtedly have a wider network than I do. Both you and Teacher Li are top scholars with numerous classmates and friends, so you must know plenty of capable individuals." At that moment, Li Yong'ong, carrying freshly laundered clothes, passed through the living room and overheard Song Zhan's words, laughing. "Did I just hear someone trying to enlist my assistance?" Song Zhan and Zhang Wenquan burst into laughter. "Yong'ong, please sit down and see if you can assist with this matter," Zhang Wenquan said, patting the sofa. Li Yong'ong took a seat, and Song Zhan reiterated his requests. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenquan and Li Yong'ong considered the situation. Song Zhan inquired, "What do you think? Do the teachers have any suitable candidates?" Zhang Wenquan reflected for a moment, glancing at Li Yong'ong, and said, "I currently have one candidate for the technical director position, though I am uncertain about their availability." Li Yong'ong responded, "You aren't referring to my cousin from my uncle's side, are you?" Zhang Wenquan chuckled. "Indeed, It's Li Jun. Is that not suitable? Li Yangyang pondered. He possesses the capability, but his temperament is rather peculiar, and his standards are high. He may not regard Song Zhan's company with the respect it deserves. I am not implying that our company is lacking. Song Zhan remarked, I understand. The company is indeed quite small at present. What does your cousin do? Li Yangyang responded. He graduated from Nanjing University with a degree in software. After graduation, he ventured into entrepreneurship in the capital, also in the internet sector. However, he fell victim to the internet bubble of 2000, which severely impacted his career. Feeling disheartened, he returned to iCity and has been unemployed at home ever since. Time has flown by, and now he's in his 30s. My uncle is nearly at his wit's end. Song Zhan replied, so he is an internet veteran. It would be worthwhile to reach out to him. Zhang Wenxuan added, indeed, during the new year, I spoke with her cousin. He is quite an innovative thinker, and I hear his technical skills are commendable. If he fits the bill, wouldn't that solve your need for a technical director? Song Zhan nodded. All right. Could you provide me with his contact details? I would like to meet him. Li Yangyang said, I don't have his contact information. He has been living without a mobile phone in his hometown and is quite resistant to using electronic devices. However, he often visits the arcade near his house, or you could go to his home to find him. After Li Yangyang shared Li Jun's information with Song Zhan, he took note and inquired, are there any other candidates? Zhang Wenxuan and Li Yangyang exchanged glances and replied, we can't think of anyone else off the top of our heads, but surely there are others. Please allow us some time to consider. How about this? Send your requirements to my email in more detail, and we will mobilize other teachers at the school to help you in your search. Grateful for Zhang Wenxuan's enthusiastic assistance, Song Zhan felt at a loss for words. I am truly thankful to Teacher Zhang and Teacher Li. If I can be of any service in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know. He expressed with a bow of gratitude. Upon leaving Zhang Wenxuan's home, it was already 2:30. Song Zhan hurried back to Innovation Building. Aware that he was half an hour late for the tutoring session he had arranged with Yizhen. On the way, he decided to call Lan Xiaojing to inquire if she had any suitable recommendations. Unfortunately, Song Zhan did not wish to exploit his acquaintances excessively. Yet his network was rather limited at this moment. Chapter 56, Candidate, Part 2. Are you here to inquire about Qian Jintong? Lan Xiaojing was seated in her new office, her heart ablaze with excitement. She had officially commenced her role as the director of the Party Committee Office of the Sports Bureau on Tuesday, although her title remained ostensibly the same as before. She had now ascended to a leadership position at the departmental level, significantly enhancing her prospects for advancement. After submitting the whistleblowing materials to the Sports Bureau, Qian Jintong's situation had indeed been suppressed. Fortunately, the Bureau's reaction was anticipated by Jiang Peifeng. Following Zhang's advice, Lan Xiaojing took decisive action to initiate an investigation, using it as a springboard for self-examination within the party, aiming to unearth Qian Jintong's protector. Originally, Saturday was meant to be a day of rest for Lan Xiaojing, but she found herself unable to remain idle at home, her restless spirit propelling her to the office to attend to work. When Song Zhan called, she engaged in a brief conversation with him as a momentary respite. It's not about that matter. I merely wish to check in on you, Sister Lan. Song Zhan candidly remarked. It seems my reputation for seeking favors is firmly entrenched, he sighed. That is not entirely true. At least you haven't brought me unwelcome news each time, Lan Xiaojing replied, acknowledging that Song Zhan had indeed been a source of benefit thus far. Let me be straightforward, Sister Lan. I've established a company and currently find myself in need of talent. I wonder if you might recommend any promising individuals. Song Zhan swiftly introduced the current state of his company, Bing Technology. What? You're so young and have already founded a company? Lan Xiaojing was taken aback. Isn't this just a natural progression, step by step? Song Zhan replied. After a moment, Lan Xiaojing began to accept this revelation, recognizing that Song Zhan had never quite embodied the typical demeanor of a high school student his age since their first acquaintance. I must admit, I underestimated you. It seems Meow Meow has quite the discerning eye, she remarked. Has the business license not yet been issued? I can inquire for you. There's no need to trouble yourself. Sister Lan, the company has the support of the ICE University, so obtaining the license is merely a matter of time. Just keep an eye out for potential candidates. Song Zhan replied, preferring to minimize the use of personal favors. Lan Xiaojing, herself a graduate of a prestigious university, noted that her classmates were all flourishing in their respective fields and would typically overlook Song Zhan's smaller enterprise. Allow me to ponder this. I do have someone in mind who might be suitable. However, I need to consult with her first. I cannot guarantee anything just yet. But I will get back to you later, she contemplated. Understood. I appreciate your assistance. Once everything is settled, I shall treat you to a meal, Song Zhan said. While Lan Xiaojing was certainly not in need of a meal, she valued maintaining her friendship with this fortunate young man. That sounds delightful. I have a craving for barbecue. Lan Xiaojing expressed her preference. Not a problem. I know a fantastic place that I'm sure you'll love, Song Zhan assured her. After hanging up the phone with Song Zhan, Lan Xiaojing perused her contacts, pausing on a name, Bao Na. Memories of their night spent conversing in the dormitory during high school flooded her mind. Bao Na was not only Lan Xiaojing's classmate but also her roommate. They both excelled in their studies, securing places at a renowned financial university in the Northeast. After graduation, Bao Na returned to their hometown, Bingcheng, to seek employment, eventually marrying and becoming a full-time homemaker, forgoing her career. At a reunion last year, Lan Xiaojing and Bao Na met again. Lan Xiaojing lamented the burdens of her demanding job, while Bao Na listened with an envious, yet helpless expression. Upon hearing Song Zhan's plea for assistance, Lan Xiaojing immediately thought of Bao Na. After dialing her number, the first sound that greeted her was the wailing of a child. Shouting, just a moment. I need to sweep up some broken glass first, Bao Na said upon answering. Take your time, Lan Xiaojing replied. Listening to the sounds of sweeping and the gentle reprimands directed at the child, although Lan Xiaojing had yet to experience motherhood, she could already sense the domesticity that consumed a housewife's daily life. Meanwhile, Song Zhan had arrived at the Innovation Building, where a considerable number of people were already gathered. The dormitory of Yang Yavi had also come, encircling Yin Qihu as they scrutinized the website development page, each adopting the role of a product manager, offering their insights. Song Zhan chose not to disturb them, instead finding her designated spot where she had arranged to meet Yu Yizhen. Yu Yizhen had been there for an hour and silently protested Song Zhan's tardiness with a stern gaze. If you're late again, I might just start charging you by the clock, Yu Yizhen threatened, her eyes wide and cheeks puffed. Song Zhan had never seen such an endearing side of Yu Yizhen, though she could tell that her friend was slightly annoyed. All right, I promise to be on time next time, she responded. Today's tutoring session lasted 4 hours, comprising 2 lessons. Song Zhan felt as though her mind were spinning. While the influx of knowledge was invigorating, it also felt overwhelming. Once the results of the mock exam are out, we will adjust the tutoring plan accordingly, Yu Yizhen stated, casually suggesting, should we consider implementing some incentive measures? Incentive measures? Song Zhan was perplexed. What do you mean? Simply put, if the scores reach a certain threshold, indicating that the tutoring is effective, we can offer additional rewards. Yu Yizhen explained. Really? This was the first time Song Zhan had heard of a tutor proposing rewards. You're quite the little moneymaker, aren't you? Yu Yizhen would not concede to such a label, yet she anticipated that Song Zhan's company would soon demand more of her time, resulting in numerous absences. Just relying on tutoring to save money would certainly not suffice. Well, if you're not interested, that's fine, Yu Yizhen feigned indifference. Song Zhan pondered for a moment. You've actually made a valid point. This could indeed serve as a form of motivation and could be worth promoting. If scores improve significantly, it would reflect positively on the effectiveness of the tutoring. This could also facilitate a fair evaluation system for teachers and optimize the feedback system for part-time tutors. Once again, Song Zhan found herself immersed in thoughts regarding the capabilities of the Bingtang network, contemplating a discussion with Yin Qihu shortly. Yu Yizhen gazed at Song Zhan, who was engrossed in her work, exuding an aura of focus and charm. Unconsciously, she lingered a little longer on her observation, noting that upon closer inspections, Song Zhan's features were rather appealing, reminiscent of a youthful Takashi Kaneshiro. Subsequently, Song Zhan and Yu Yizhen deliberated on the incentive mechanism. Recognizing that rewards must be accompanied by penalties to ensure fairness, they resolved to use the results of the upcoming mock examination as the basis, establishing a threshold of an increase of 20 points. For every additional 5 points, the tutoring fee would rise by 10, while for every decrease of 5 points, the fee would decrease by 10. Both parties found this arrangement to be quite reasonable, and they agreed to it with satisfaction. Upon returning home that evening, Song Zhan messaged Wei Ling in to inform her that Coach Qian had caught the attention of the organization and that significant actions might be forthcoming in the next few days. Wei Ling ran, who had previously felt disheartened, found a flicker of hope rekindled within her. Recently, she had been reluctant to visit the swimming pool, her heart racing with anxiety each time. It was tolerable when it was crowded, but on weekends, she would avoid it whenever possible. Last Sunday, she had taken a leave to stay away. Will you accompany me to the swimming pool tomorrow? Wei Ling and implored. After a moment's contemplation, Song Zhan replied, sure. Let us meet at the store tomorrow morning. Chapter 57. A surprise at the swimming pool on Sunday morning at 9 o'clock. When Song Zhan arrived at Wei Lao Lu's barbecue restaurant, Wei Ling and was drearily sipping on hot peanut milk, attempting to drown her sorrows. Wei Lingren's mother, Wang Meifeng, was sweeping the floor. After greeting Wang Meifeng, Song Zhan took a seat opposite Wei Lingren, shaking the empty bottle of peanut milk in front of her, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What's the matter? Drinking so much so early in the morning? Are you trying to harm yourself?" Wei Lingren took another large gulp, coughed a couple of times, and, blushing, retorted, "Mind your own business. Let me drink." Concerned, Song Zhan replied, "But you can't jeopardize your health." With a suppressed smile, Wei Lingren insisted, "Just let me drink. If I get drunk, I can forget my troubles." "What troubles do you have? Why not share them with everyone?" Song Zhan asked. Wei Lingren lamented, "No one will help me." "What if someone does?" Song Zhan questioned. Wang Meifeng, having ceased her sweeping, stood nearby in a red vest with her hands on her hips. Wei Lingren stole a glance at her, then closed her eyes, pretending not to notice. "Keep pretending. I wonder which act you're performing?" Wang Meifeng remarked, half-teasingly. "Ah," Wei Lingren tentatively began. "Everyone has beautiful clothes, but I don't." When I inquired, I found I was short by 200 yuan. "It's so tough. Get lost." Wang Meifeng replied, both amused and exasperated, as she continued sweeping towards where Wei Lingren sat. "Lift your feet. Left foot. Right foot. Move the stool back a little." Realizing she could no longer maintain her charade, Wei Lingren quickly fled the scene. Song Zhan, whispering, asked, "Are you still pretending? Forget it. Let us go quickly, or my mother will clear the way and sweep me out with the dirt," Wei Lingren said. Understanding the urgency, grabbing her swim bag, Wei Lingren and Song Zhan hurried out of the barbecue restaurant. "Buying a piece of clothing is quite normal, isn't it? No need for theatrics," Song Zhan remarked, perplexed. Wei Lingren kicked a pebble and replied, "Do you buy something new every week?" "Well, your mother seems to have quite a temper," Song Zhan could only say. "Nowadays, everyone earns little. Which family can afford new clothes every week? You don't understand. Girls can never have too many clothes," Wei Lingren lectured. "When you have a girlfriend in the future, if she wants to buy something, you must buy it for her. Understand?" Taking a step back, Song Zhan responded, "Why do I feel like you're trying to brainwash me? I'm not even looking for a girlfriend." "What?" Wei Lingren leaped onto Song Zhan's back and playfully punched him, declaring, "You think you can just take what you want and leave? Not a chance." With Wei Lingren on his back, Song Zhan carried her as they playfully bickered all the way to the swimming pool. Upon reaching the entrance of the swimming pool, Wei Lingren hesitated, saying, "Maybe we should just forget it? Let us explore somewhere else. I still have a little pocket money." Song Zhan chuckled, "Now that we're here, what is there to fear? He can't do anything to you. I'll protect you in the changing room." "Shut up," Wei Lingren interjected, covering Song Zhan's mouth. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she mockingly jabbed her finger at his chest, signaling him to refrain from speaking carelessly. They successfully entered the swimming pool, and upon reaching the hall, they found only 2 or 3 members of the swim team training in the pool. Not seeing Coach Qian around, Wei Lingren sighed in relief. "It is fortunate that the fellow is absent. I shall seize the moment to swim for a while," Wei Lingren remarked. Song Zhan remained nearby, observing intently as he retrieved the DV camera from his bag, a trophy from their previous endeavors. He took a moment to purchase a new SD card to install, thus claiming the device as his own. Pointing the lens towards the exit of the corridor, Wei Lingren had changed into a different white training swimsuit, adorned with a blue swim cap and delicate lavender goggles, making a dazzling appearance. The swimsuit accentuated her figure in an exquisitely alluring manner. Wei Lingren slowly crouched at the pool's edge, her long, fair legs playfully splashing in the water. Once acclimated, she rose and approached the starting block, performing a brief warm-up before leaping into the water with the grace of a dragon gliding through the waves. Song Zhan was reminded of the lines from the Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River, which described beauty akin to a startled swan and a swimming dragon. Wei Lingren swam with unwavering focus, entirely oblivious to Song Zhan capturing her every move. Suddenly, a new set of footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, Song Zhan spotted a woman in her mid-30s, clad in a coach's uniform with an identification badge around her neck. Her appearance was unremarkable, and her figure had seen better days, her eyes betraying a sense of fatigue and apprehension, though Song Zhan did not recognize her. The woman gazed into the pool with surprise and exclaimed, "Wei Lingren." Engrossed in her swimming, Wei Ling and was oblivious to the world around her. As she had donned earplugs that muffled sound, the woman approached the poolside, awaiting Wei Lingren's return. After completing a lap, Wei Ling and raised her goggles, eager to share her progress with Song Zhan, only to find herself locking eyes with the woman. In an instant, Wei Lingren's eyes brimmed with tears, disbelief washing over her as she uttered, "Teacher Wu, is that you?" The woman, identified as Teacher Wu, nodded, her voice trembling as she replied, "Lingran, you have improved so much." With a swift motion, Wei Lingran sprang from the pool, intent on embracing Teacher Wu, but abruptly halted, remembering her dripping wet state. Teacher Wu, unfazed, stepped forward and enveloped Wei Lingran in a warm embrace. The stiffness in Wei Lingren's body melted away as she reciprocated, exclaiming, "Teacher Wu, we have missed you dearly." Wei Ling turned with excitement, calling out, "Lucia, Zhang Mo, Teacher Wu is here." The other two members of the swimming team rushed over, and they all embraced Teacher Wu, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, Song Zhan continued to document the heartwarming reunion. "Teacher Wu, now that you've returned, please don't leave us again. This past half year has been unbearable," Wei Ling expressed with a hint of grievance. Teacher Wu, visibly moved, nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Yes. This time I shall stay for good." "Really?" Wei Lingren questioned, fearful of being deceived. "Indeed, due to a new appointment from the bureau, I will continue to lead our team," Teacher Wu replied with a smile. "It has been half a year since we last met, and you have achieved the status of an elite swimmer. The bureau has prepared your certification, which I shall bring to you tomorrow." Only after several inquiries did Wei Ling and the others learn that Coach Qian had been summoned back to the sports bureau, seemingly to face an investigation, resulting in the termination of his position as the provincial team coach, a role that Teacher Wu would now assume. After giving birth, Teacher Wu had long wished to return to work, but had been hindered by the bureau. Now, her aspirations had finally been realized. Others remained oblivious to the circumstances. Yet Song Zhan and Wei Ling were acutely aware that the matter concerning Coach Qian had garnered significant attention from higher authorities. The dismissal was merely the beginning, and more severe legal repercussions were surely forthcoming. This discreet handling of the situation was commendable, as it not only upheld justice but also preserved the dignity of the victimized student. Song Zhan, wishing to avoid disturbing Wei Lingren's reunion with her mentor, chose to observe from a distance rather than intervening. Today, Teacher Wu arrived merely to familiarize himself with the environment, having recently returned to work and feeling somewhat apprehensive. To his surprise, he encountered members of the provincial team engaged in training. Subsequently, Teacher Wu provided guidance to Wei Ling and her peers, assessing the results of their training over the past 6 months, and it seemed as though the camaraderie of their previous days was rekindled. After the training concluded, Wei Ling joined Song Zhan and noticed her fiddling with a DV camera. Her expression shifted, and she inquired, "Isn't that Coach Qian Jinteng's? What are you up to?" Song Zhan replied nonchalantly, "No need to be alarmed. The data has long been submitted. We kept the DV to record some training footage for you." Intrigued, Wei Lingran leaned in for a closer look. Given Song Zhan's background in media, her technical skills were superior to most, and the unedited footage appeared quite satisfactory. "Today has been truly delightful," Wei Ling exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "I can't believe the issue has been resolved." "Indeed," Song Zhan affirmed, "justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. You can now train with peace of mind." "Absolutely," Wei Ling replied contentedly, having fulfilled yet another wish. "It sounds like you have quite a few aspirations," Song Zhan teased. "Certainly. My greatest desire this year is to personally attend the Olympic opening ceremony at the Bird's Nest and watch the swimming competitions at the Water Cube. I believe this is a dream for every athlete," Wei Lingran mused, before returning to reality. "However, those events feel distant and unattainable, so it's no great loss if they don't come to pass." Song Zhan took note of this, glancing at the DV in her hand, and remarked, "Perhaps not. It may still be possible." As the two emerged from the swimming facility and passed a corner of the alley, Wei Lingran, in high spirits, noticed no one around and prepared to sneak a quick kiss from Song Zhan. However, her intentions were thwarted as Song Zhan caught on, just as she attempted to flee. Song Zhan cornered her against the wall. "Someone just ambushed me," Song Zhan said with a mischievous grin. "Did they?" "I don't think so," Wei Ling feigned ignorance, turning her face away to avoid his gaze. "No, I must retaliate," Song Zhan declared, boldly lifting Wei Lingren's chin. "You think too highly of yourself." Wei Ling struggled fiercely to break free, yet Song Zhan leaned in closer. With a soft whimper, Wei Lingren's lips were sealed, leaving her unable to voice her thoughts. Clutching her swim bag in one hand and beating Song Zhan's back with the other, her feet scraped against the ground in protest, but Song Zhan remained unfazed. Gradually, Wei Lingren's resistance waned, and the swim bag slipped from her grasp, transforming her struggle into an ardent embrace around Song Zhan's neck, tightening with each passing moment. Chapter 58, Similar Disappointments, Part 1, Beep. A taxi turned into the alley, and Wei Lingren forcibly pulled herself from her reverie, taking a deep breath and exclaiming, "We might be seen." Song Zhan picked up the swimming bag from the ground, shielding their profiles, and said, "Continue." Wei Lingren gently bit her lip, raising her gaze to meet Song Zhan's eyes before shyly lowering her head again. After another 5 minutes, when their lips were parched and numb from the fervent kisses, they reluctantly parted. Wei Lingren, resembling a tipsy kitten, clung to Song Zhan, barely able to stand. "Help me to the milk tea shop for a moment," she shyly suggested. The two, like any ordinary couple, found a cozy spot in the tea shop. Song Zhan ordered a warm drink for Wei Lingren, and they leaned against each other. "Are we considered a couple now?" Song Zhan inquired. "Of course not." Wei Lingren thought for a moment before responding, "I told you. Not until after the college entrance exams." "All right, as you wish." Song Zhan gently caressed Wei Lingren's hair. "You were rather naughty just now," Wei Lingren whispered, devoid of her usual fiery demeanor. Song Zhan felt somewhat wronged, claiming he had only been a little mischievous. Afterward, Wei Lingren had firmly pressed his head down, rendering him immobile. "Did you enjoy it?" Song Zhan asked. Wei Lingren softly hummed an affirmation, then promptly corrected herself. "No more next time." "Is there going to be a next time?" They had a delightful lunch of Jianja bibimbap, but with Song Zhan having matters to attend to in the afternoon, Wei Lingren, not wishing to appear overly clingy, allowed him to leave. After parting from Wei Lingren, Song Zhan donned a rented suit jacket and headed to the old cigarette factory. The factory was in close proximity to the train station, nestled within a cluster of aging residential buildings. According to Li Yongong, Li Jun resided in this area. This afternoon, Song Zhan intended to meet Li Jun, followed by dinner with Lan Xiaojing, who mentioned bringing along her friends. Today promised to be quite eventful. Upon arriving at the dilapidated buildings of Yoyan Community, constructed in the early 1990s, Song Zhan could not recall if they had been demolished later on. Li Yongong had mentioned that Li Jun typically was home during the day, often frequenting a nearby arcade. Song Zhan purchased 2 bottles of mineral water and inquired with the convenience store owner about the arcade's location. To his surprise, several arcades still operated in the area. Upon reaching the second arcade, he found Li Jun inside. Li Jun resembled the photograph from the family portrait provided by Li Yongyang, short in stature, but exuding an intellectual charm. His oversized glasses accentuated his disheveled appearance, with unkempt hair and an unshaven face. After observing him for a while, Song Zhan noticed that Li Jun was engrossed in a particularly lengthy narrative game. Akin to 3 Kingdoms, Battle Chronicles, or Journey to the West, The Legend of the Monkey King, where a single coin could last an eternity. Li Jun displayed commendable gaming skills. After watching for over an hour, his character's status remained full. It was common for onlookers to gather in arcades. And engrossed in his gameplay, Li Jun remained oblivious to Song Zhan's presence. However, today, Li Jun seemed to be in a rather poor mood. During the third boss battle, he narrowly avoided an attack, nearly facing defeat. Song Zhan inserted a coin into the machine, making it easier for the two to tackle the boss together. Although Song Zhan's gaming skills were merely average on the computer, his prowess in arcade games was exceptional. Collaborating with Li Jun, they ultimately cleared the game. As they gazed at the concluding screen, Song Zhan offered a bottle of mineral water to Li Jun, who accepted it and then scrutinized Song Zhan. It was rare to encounter someone dressed in a suit at an arcade. "Would you like to step outside for some fresh air?" Song Zhan inquired, as the smoke inside was rather heavy, fearing that prolonged exposure might ruin his suit. Li Jun pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us go." The two of them stood at the arcade's entrance for a while. Song Zhan asked, "Do you smoke?" Li Jun replied that he did not. Song Zhan then purchased a bag of oranges from a nearby fruit shop, and they began to peel and enjoy the fruit together. "Are you here to find me?" Li Jun asked. "Why do you say that?" Song Zhan responded. "It has been over a year since anyone has approached me to converse." Li Jun remarked, his voice raspy. Song Zhan chuckled. "That suggests you might not be very approachable." Li Jun contemplated this. "Indeed, at home, I am just another mouth to feed, while in society, I am merely an idle individual." Song Zhan inquired, "Have you not considered looking for a job again?" Li Jun cast a wary glance at Song Zhan, asking, "Who sent you to find me?" "Li Hailong?" Unfamiliar with Li Hailong, though it sounded like Li Jun's father, Song Zhan replied, "Li Yongong." Yapyongjia? Li Jun was surprised, as their families had only exchanged pleasantries during the new year, without any significant connection. Yes. Song Zhan introduced himself. I am Song Zhan, a partner at the ICE Engineering University, and I have established a technology company focusing on the internet. I wanted to get acquainted with you. Expecting Li Jun to flee, Song Zhan was taken aback when Li Jun merely chewed on his orange and said, I am Li Jun, just a useless person. Why would you want to know me? I have heard that you possess considerable skills. I thought I might take a chance. Song Zhan replied, Is your company large? Li Jun inquired. Not particularly, Song Zhan responded. We have fewer than 50 employees. 2 people also count as fewer than 50. Li Jun remarked. Is there a lot of money involved? Li Jun asked again. Not much, just the typical salary for Ice City, Song Zhan said. In fact, we are on the verge of needing a loan. Your company is small, and the funds are limited. What makes you think I would consider joining? Li Jun laughed. After all, I'm a college graduate. Song Zhan laughed as well. You've been out for so long, and you still dare to call yourself a college graduate? Aren't you a bit embarrassed? Li Jun fell silent, left speechless. What exactly does your company do? Li Jun inquired. Song Zhan provided a brief overview. Knowing that Li Jun had previously ventured into internet entrepreneurship, making it easier for him to grasp the concept. This type of venture is unlikely to succeed. Others have already exhausted it. Li Jun expressed disinterest. Song Zhan countered, how can you conclude it won't succeed? Just because others have tried? If everyone has attempted it, why has our lives not yet transformed? Li Jun was unwilling to engage further with Song Zhan. However, Song Zhan, displaying remarkable patience, reiterated his well-prepared pitch. Analyzing the current shortcomings of the internet, the future of the industry, and the rationale behind his ambitions. As Li Jun listened, he gradually straightened his posture and asked, If you are so knowledgeable, what need is there for me? Song Zhan expressed his regret, stating that what he truly lacked at the moment was a skilled technician. He inquired about Li Jun's technical abilities, fearing that he might waste his breath. Provoked by Song Zhan's words, Li Jun could no longer contain himself. How skilled am I? Without boasting, it is I who has developed the foundational PHP backend frameworks for numerous major companies. With that, Li Jun returned to the arcade, opting not to continue the conversation with Song Zhan. Assuming Li Jun had become upset, Song Zhan searched for him upon returning to the arcade but found no trace of him. He inquired with the owner, who informed him that there was no back exit and that Li Jun had likely gone upstairs. Upon ascending to the second floor, Song Zhan discovered that the arcade was situated above an internet CAF, where Li Jun was in a corner, booting up his computer to communicate with clients via QQ. He occasionally took on freelance projects, but never delved too deeply into them, stopping once he earned enough to cover his meals. You've arrived? Let me demonstrate my skills, Li Jun said as he opened a technical website that Song Zhan found incomprehensible, filled with discussions among programmers seeking advice on various issues. Song Zhan noticed that Li Jun's homepage displayed a ranking of 9th within the site, boasting 15,000 followers. However, to Song Zhan, this was akin to playing music to a cow. He appeared utterly bewildered, and Li Jun realized that explaining further would be futile. Just know that I am quite capable, Li Jun remarked, but I won't be going anywhere. Song Zhan replied, I never expected you to come. You can hang around here. Eventually, I will find someone. However, he urged Li Jun to at least call Sister Yang Yang to express his gratitude. She still cares about you, as do your other family members. Knowing you're taking freelance jobs will reassure them. Sensing that he might sound overly paternal, Song Zhan chose to refrain from further commentary and departed. After sitting at the computer for a while, Li Jun played a couple of rounds of CS but was unable to find his rhythm, ultimately deciding to shut down the computer and head home. Upon entering the house, his mother greeted him at the door as usual, accepting the coat he handed her. She coughed lightly and remarked, the smell of smoke is quite strong. Have you been playing again? Yes, Li Jun replied, remaining silent. His mother bent down to fetch his slippers, her hair turning from tip to root in a stark white. Li Jun had never observed his mother so closely and authentically before. His memories lingered on the day he was accepted into Nanjing University, when she had joyfully shared the news with their neighbors. At that time, her voice had been robust enough to carry across the entire building. After sitting on the sofa for a while, his mother asked why he was home so early. He stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. She, accustomed to his silence, continued to prepare celery beside him. As he listened to the crisp sound of the celery snapping, it felt as if time had fractured, and in that moment, the youth was rendered unable to turn back. Li Jun cleared his throat and inquired, Do you have Sister Yang Yang's phone number? His mother looked up. Surprised, huh? Chapter 59. Similar Disappointments. Part 2. After departing from the arcade, Song Zhan placed a call to Yin Kahao. Kahao, aren't you involved in computing? Do you know someone named Li Jun? Song Zhan, not one to be easily deceived, felt the need to verify Li Jun's claims of superiority. Li Jun? I haven't heard of him. Yin Kahao was preoccupied, engrossed in a game with a friend from the computer science department, momentarily unable to recall. Ah. What about an ID on a programmer's website, Li123123? Are you familiar with that? Song Zhan inquired, having noted the personal homepage ID that Li Jun had showcased earlier. That ID is rather mundane. Who could possibly remember it? Yin Kahao replied nonchalantly, I'll look it up for you shortly. All right. After hanging up, Yin Kahao's friend from the computer science department inquired about the nature of the call. Yin Kahao relayed the details. His friend pondered for a moment before stating, I believe the author of the Logic framework has an ID starting with Li 123. Is that so? Yin Kahao casually searched and confirmed the information. This truly is a significant figure. How did the boss come across this? Following her agreement with Lan Xiaoqing, Song Zhan arrived at a Japanese restaurant near Qingda Square. She queried Lan Xiaoqing about her earlier desire for barbecue, to which Lan Xiaoqing replied that she had brought a friend for a discussion, preferring a quieter atmosphere. Lan Xiaoqing had reserved a private room in advance. Upon her arrival, Song Zhan assisted in pouring tea, refreshing it when it cooled. Just as the second pot was nearing empty, Lan Xiaoqing and her friend arrived. Lan Xiaoqing had simplified her makeup, and while her friend had also dressed up, Lan Xiaoqing appeared particularly vibrant, whereas her friend seemed somewhat forced. Bao Na, my old classmate, majoring in accounting. This is Song Zhan, the small business owner I mentioned. Huh? As Lan Xiaoqing introduced them, Song Zhan and Bao Na exchanged pleasantries before settling down to dine. Bao Na initially appeared a bit reserved, but as the conversation flowed, she grew more comfortable. Lan Xiaoqing, having not seen her for quite some time, learned that Bao Na had recently gone through a divorce. The Japanese restaurant did not serve beer, so Song Zhan ordered 2 bottles of sake. After a few cups, Bao Na's spirits lifted. Ah, these years have truly been unworthy, Bao Na remarked, narrowing her eyes at Lan Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, I sometimes find myself enviously admiring you. You've managed both career and family so well. Initially, I opposed your choice to prioritize your career over love, but now it's clear you were right. You're thriving, and there will be even better opportunities awaiting you. Lan Xiaoqing, whose husband also worked in the civil service, took a bite of sushi and said, Nah, you simply encountered the wrong person. Who could have anticipated that Lu Wei, that scoundrel, would become so ruthless? Bastard. Absolute scoundrel. Indeed, a scoundrel. Let us raise a glass to that scoundrel. Song Zhan surmised that Lu Wei was Bao Na's ex-husband. After graduating, Bao Na had a successful career, but later resigned to marry Lu Wei, becoming a housewife. Subsequently, she bore a child, only to face infidelity from her husband, leaving her to raise the child alone. Life had been akin to a roller coaster. Na Jie, are you considering returning to work? Song Zhan inquired. The mention of work made Bao Na even more apprehensive. The concept felt distant, a relic from 5 or 6 years past. Indeed, Bao Na remarked, raising a child alone is quite arduous. And I yearn to live a life of my own. Among classmates, maintaining appearances is of utmost importance, even if one's circumstances are less than favorable. One must not allow others to perceive it. However, both Song Zhan and Lan Xiaoqing could sense that Bao Na had shed these mental constraints. Lan Xiaoqing, unable to bear witnessing her old friend wallowing in self-pity, turned to Song Zhan and said, You know, Nana graduated from the finest financial academy in our Northeast. She previously worked at the headquarters of a fast-moving consumer goods company in whose city. Her professional capabilities are formidable. Song Zhan expressed her astonishment. That is truly impressive. It's difficult to find a financial expert of Na J's caliber in I-City. Bao Na, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Please, refrain from teasing me. I am merely seeking employment, yet no one seems willing to hire me. Why is that? Lan Xiaoqing inquired. What else could it be? The gap in my employment history is too lengthy, and I cannot work overtime as I have to care for my child, Bao Na lamented. Nevertheless, I have consistently been honing my professional skills, and my mother assists during the day with the child. Lan Xiaoqing, being a civil servant without children, could not fully grasp the societal discrimination faced by Bao Na. Song Zhan commented, These companies are merely acting in self-interest, overly pragmatic. However, for corporate growth, inclusivity and diversity are essential, and I firmly believe Na Jie possesses the ability to excel in finance. The trio engaged in delightful conversation, and by the time dinner concluded, Song Zhan and Bao Na exchanged phone numbers. Having driven there, Lan Xiaojing offered to take Bao Na home first before asking Song Zhan where she was headed next. Observing that it was just 8 p.m., Song Zhan suggested, "Shall we go for some skewers? I would like to express my gratitude to you, Lan Jia." Lan Xiaojing chuckled, "Still hungry, are we?" Song Zhan replied sheepishly, "You've caught me. I find that Japanese cuisine doesn't quite satisfy. Then let us go." "I too wish to indulge in something warm," Lan Xiaojing replied. They drove to a Lao Lu's barbecue restaurant, which was bustling at 8 p.m. Before entering, Wei Xianghu, grilling skewers at the entrance, spotted them. "Ah, Zhan has arrived. Is this your sister?" he inquired, adept at engaging conversation while tactfully underestimating Lan Xiaojing's age. "Your discernment is commendable. This is my cousin, visiting from the south. I brought her here to savor authentic Ice City barbecue," Song Zhan replied, and Lan Xiaojing enjoyed hearing Song Zhan's playful banter. "Come in quickly. It's chilly outside. I'll have your aunt prepare a private room for you," Wei Xianghu said. "All right," Song Zhan replied, not feeling the need to express thanks, as it seemed overly formal. Upon entering, Wang Meifeng was equally delighted to see them, but she was busy and called out, Duo, Zhan has arrived. Come and assist with the service." Wei Ling ran, sitting at the cash register engrossed in her phone. Initially felt pleased to see Song Zhan, but her expression soured upon noticing an older woman accompanying him. "I want to go. Let him serve himself." Wei Ling ran retorted angrily. "You stubborn girl, is it so hard to do a little work? Hurry up," Wang Meifeng insisted. "What's in the private room?" Wei Ling ran tossed the menu and a pin at Song Zhan, saying, "You can write down what you want to eat." Song Zhan was perplexed by Wei Lingren's sudden anger, yet he knew he must not neglect Lan Xiaojing. Therefore, he discreetly pulled Wei Lingran out of the private room and asked, "What is the matter with you?" Wei Lingran retorted, "What do you mean, what? You brought a woman here, so what do you expect?" Upon hearing this, Song Zhan realized that Wei Lingran was being a tad jealous and chuckled, "What are you thinking? This is my connection in the government. She helped with the swimming pool arrangements, and she is already in her 30s and married." "Oh," Wei Lingran, realizing her misunderstanding, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I just got a bit worked up earlier." Indeed, after Song Zhan's teasing, Wei Lingran had become particularly sensitive towards him, and seeing him arrive with another woman had fueled her irritation. Before long, they returned to the private room, and Wei Lingren's demeanor shifted dramatically. Clutching an array of beverages, she exclaimed, "Sister, here is my family's hot peanut soup. This is my family's rice wine, homemade. And this is my family's wulianya, personally bottled." Lan Xiaojing was both amused and exasperated. "I can't drink all of this. Thank you, little sister." Song Zhan interjected, "All right, just keep the peanut soup. Let us order some dishes. We need them to arrive quickly." Wei Lingren assured her, "Don't worry. I'll bring them out myself." Song Zhan quickly countered, "There is no need for you to cook. Let your uncle handle it, please." Knowing Wei Lingren well enough, Song Zhan shuddered at the thought of her cooking, recalling the one time he had tasted her squid, which had been cooked to the consistency of rebar. Chapter 60. The interview having finally seen Wei Lingren off, Song Zhan closed the door to the private room and remarked, "I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Sister Lan." Lan Xiaojing was thoroughly amused by Wei Lingran, exclaiming, "So you two are acquainted? This girl is truly the epitome of a young lady from my city, so impetuous." "Indeed," Song Zhan replied as he settled down, helping Lan Xiaojing to open a jar of peanut candy. "She is my classmate from middle school. We both hail from Heishui County, which is a suburb of Ice City. Our families are old neighbors. Her parents are friends with mine. She is an athlete specializing in swimming. And that DV of Qian Jintong's was something she found." Upon hearing this explanation, Lan Xiaojing understood. No wonder she was so warm towards me. It must be her way of expressing gratitude. Of course, she should thank Sister Lan. Imagine, as a student, how could she focus on training knowing her coach is such a person? Song Zhan added. Mentioning Qian Jintong made Lan Xiaojing furious. She gritted her teeth and asserted, "Rest assured, Qian Jintong has already been apprehended for investigation. Such a beast will not be overlooked by either the sports bureau or the police. I will keep a close watch on this matter." "Thank you, Sister Lan," Song Zhan replied. "Shall we have another drink?" Lan Xiaojing waved her hand. "I'm driving. I only had water at the Japanese restaurant." "Very well." As the barbecue dishes continued to arrive, Wei Lingran personally served the plates and even brought 2 signature dishes to the table. Lan Xiaojing smiled and remarked, The young lady is quite impressive. By the way, what do you think about Na? Song Zhan responded, I think she is wonderful. Let's give her a chance. Her professional skills are up to par, right? Oh, certainly. If she were still in Hu City, she would at least be a financial director by now, Lan Xiaojing replied. Song Zhan nodded. It seems I have struck gold. Capable individuals are reluctant to join, while those lacking ability do not meet my standards. Bao Na is just right. In that case, I thank you in advance, Sister Lan. Song Zhan raised his glass, to your health, happiness, and continued success. After sharing a few more bites of food, Song Zhan inquired, Sister Lan, have you been very busy with work lately? Lan Xiaojing answered, not particularly, just a bit chaotic. You may not know this, but I am no longer in the secretariat. Ah? Song Zhan paused in surprise, then noticing her cheerful demeanor, exclaimed, You've been promoted? Yes, Lan Xiaojing confirmed, I've been transferred to the sports bureau. It's a lateral move, but it is certainly an improvement over the secretariat. Song Zhan thought to himself, no wonder the matter concerning Qian Jitong was handled so smoothly. She must be dealing with someone in authority now. Congratulations, Sister Lan. The sports bureau is currently riding the wave of the Olympics. It's undoubtedly a promising department with great potential for achievements, Song Zhan remarked. Lan Xiaojing chuckled, you are quite perceptive. I had hoped to stay with Boss Jiang. But since he is being transferred, I must follow suit. Boss Jiang is being transferred? Song Zhan inquired. Does he have a confirmed destination? Lan Xiaojing pondered for a moment. As the decision from above had already been made and would likely be announced on the following Monday, so she revealed, he is going to Sichuan. Sichuan? Song Zhan mused. Knowing that Jiang Peifeng was talented and surely this transfer was not a demotion, at the very least, it was a lateral move. Possibly even a promotion to a provincial leadership role. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, during which Lan Xiaojing mentioned Jiang Yumiao. Song Zhan also noted that the two occasionally spoke on the phone, but she did not wish to hinder Jiang Yumiao's studies, believing that time would alter one's perspective. Lan Xiaojing nodded, admiring Song Zhan's mature demeanor and approach to life. The barbecue at Wei Lingren's home was delightful, and Lan Xiaojing expressed her satisfaction. As Song Zhan escorted her to the car, Lan Xiaojing remarked that she hoped to visit frequently. They had not indulged excessively in their meal. And when Song Zhan offered to settle the bill, Wei Lingren insisted on covering it with her personal savings. What is the matter? Since they are doing us a favor, it is only natural for me to treat them to a meal, Wei Lingren responded, demonstrating her thoughtful nature. However, she firmly established a rule that next time, no other girls were to join them for dinner, not even those in their 30s, nor those who were married. All right, Song Zhan conceded, feeling somewhat helpless against this little jealousy. On the following Monday, the results of the mock exams were released. Song Zhan scored 540 points, which was 30 points less than her previous life at the same time. Remarkably, in mathematics, she had only fallen short by 10 points compared to her previous life, which was astonishing. Her scores in English and Chinese were similar to before, but she lost 20 points in comprehensive subjects, likely due to her still not being entirely familiar with the material, most of which required memorization and understanding. It was inevitable that her declining performance would prompt a conversation with her homeroom teacher. However, the teacher was sincere and humble and did not express much anger, merely requesting that Song Zhan refrain from taking any more leave in the future. Song Zhan assured her teacher that once the company was on track, her burdens would lighten, allowing her to focus more on her studies. That evening, she attended supplementary classes at the Innovation Building. Having taken a day off on Sunday, she knew she had to make up for it, or else Yi Yizhen would certainly not let her off easily. Upon reaching the second floor, Yin Kahao was also present. He informed Song Zhan, Boss, you're quite the busy one. 3 people are looking for you. 3. Song Zhan was taken aback by the number. She suspected that Bao Na would be among them, but wondered who the other 2 could be. Where are they? She inquired. In 3 different tutoring rooms, the innermost one. You might want to check it out, Yin Kahao directed. First, Song Zhan found Yi Yizhen and informed her that the supplementary class would start a bit later as she had to attend to some matters. You are truly busy, Yi Yizhen remarked sarcastically, saying nothing further. Song Zhan offered an awkward smile and proceeded to the first tutoring room, where she found Bao Na, dressed impeccably in a suit, looking no different from a professional in a bustling metropolis. Sister Na, have you made up your mind? Are you willing to give it a try? Song Zhan asked. If Boss Song is willing to give me this opportunity, I will certainly cherish it, Bao Na replied, her stance clear. Song Zhan nodded. Then let us proceed with the interview process. You should be quite familiar with it, correct? Bao Na affirmed, indeed. I have gone through it while working at a foreign enterprise in whose city. However, I am not entirely clear about your past experiences. Perhaps you could elaborate? Song Zhan suggested. No problem, Bao Na replied. My name is Bao Na, and I graduated with a master's degree in auditing from Liancheng University of Finance and Economics. I hold a qualification certificate in accounting. After graduation, I worked in the auditing department of Huqing Longjie Company, later transferring to the accounting department, where I have labored for 5 years. Song Zhan enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Bao Na, who was now determined to transition from being a homemaker to a professional woman. This change is driven both by necessity and a newfound clarity in her life. Song Zhan decided to offer her this opportunity. They discussed salary and benefits, and Song Zhan's offer exceeded Bao Na's expectations by a considerable margin. Song Zhan explained that the job would be demanding, requiring her to also handle human resources and various miscellaneous tasks, which justified the compensation. After conversing with Bao Na, Song Zhan proceeded to the second tutoring room, where she found the restless Li Jun. Brother Jun, have you made up your mind? Are you willing to give it a try? Song Zhan felt as though she had asked this question before. Indeed, the responsibilities of a boss often mirrored one another. Li Jun sighed and replied, I just feel a sense of dissatisfaction. I want to find an opportunity to prove myself. Oh? Song Zhan expressed her willingness to listen. Li Jun recounted his entrepreneurial experiences in the capital after graduation. He had embarked on a venture with a senior from his school and his girlfriend, whom he had brought from university. He was the technical backbone. The senior handled marketing and financing, while the girlfriend took on HR responsibilities. Initially, their development was promising, but they eventually encountered disagreements. Li Jun wished to continue independently, while the senior wanted to sell the company. Ultimately, the shareholders voted, and Li Jun, being a minor stakeholder, was outvoted. His girlfriend sided with the senior. It was only later that Li Jun discovered his girlfriend had been involved with the senior for some time. Faced with setbacks in both his career and personal life, he returned to Beijing, locking away his heart and settling for a mundane existence. This story might sound tragic. It serves as a lesson society imparted to me when I least expected it, Li Jun summarized. I am not afraid of lessons, but I do not wish for them to be endless. Life is long, and there comes a time to conclude a class, Song Zhan remarked. Indeed, looking back now, my mother is aging, my father is angry and ignoring me, my ex-girlfriend is living comfortably with that dog of a senior, while I am left with nothing. Li Jun said, striking the table with his fist. I refuse to accept this. Very well, then let us embark on this journey together, Song Zhan invited. After a moment's pause, Li Jun asked, is it really as simple as that? No interview or anything required. Song Zhan laughed. Do you feel you need an interview? Isn't it necessary? For those of us in technical fields, if you are not concerned about my capabilities, I feel uneasy, Li Jun replied. Fine. I am not well versed in that area either. Let us step outside and assist Qinghua in diagnosing some issues. Once you join us, the technical responsibilities will be entrusted to you, Song Zhan explained. Li Jun felt reassured. Song Zhan opened the door and called, Qinghua. Come here and have a chat with this technical expert. Yin Qinghua approached with a computer, and Song Zhan stepped aside, opening the third tutoring room's door. Hello? Song Zhan inquired. Do I know you? Inside the tutoring room sat an ordinary-looking female university student, with an unremarkable appearance, average stature, and plain attire. Chapter 61. Thank you. Teacher Yi, greetings. My name is Hong Fong, and this is my resume. The ordinary female university student slid her resume across the desk. Song Zhan did not look at it, but inquired, Are you here for an interview? Yes, Hong Fong replied. I am graduating in June from the sociology program at the iCity University of Technology. Oh? Song Zhan was taken aback to find a talented graduate willing to join his modest company and immediately began perusing her resume. Hong Fong's resume was exceptionally well-crafted. Contrary to his initial assumption of her being an underperformer, it was replete with various accolades, ranking in the top 3 of her class, and serving as the head of the External Relations Department in the Student Union. Your resume is quite impressive. Securing a job should not be a challenge for you, Song Zhan remarked. Indeed, it shouldn't be difficult, but sociology does not typically lead to high-paying positions, Hong Fong responded. Are you in dire need of money? Song Zhan asked. To some extent, Hong Fong admitted shyly. I heard from my roommate's boyfriend that you were hiring and offering generous compensation, so I thought I would give it a try. Your roommate's boyfriend? Song Zhan inquired. Yes, he is a computer science major and has assisted you with your website, Hong Fong explained. Song Zhan understood. He had indeed compensated the helpers from the computer science department generously, which might seem substantial to them. To be honest, I am honored that you wish to join our company. However, based on your resume, your major and achievements seem more suited for research or civil service roles. Why do you want to join our company? Hong Fong assumed Song Zhan doubted her capabilities and replied, "My major and grades do not hinder my work potential. I have heard that you are discussing part-time opportunities both on and off campus. As someone from the External Relations Department, I am well acquainted with businesses and private enterprises in and around the school. I can certainly assist the company in negotiating collaborations. Moreover, I am also adept at student promotion work." Song Zhan interjected, "No, you misunderstand. I was merely providing genuine advice about your capabilities, which we can discuss later. Although I am in need of personnel, I also wish to offer you practical guidance." Unbeknownst to him, being a high school graduate himself, it was somewhat amusing for him to dispense advice. Hong Fong continued, "My family is not well off, and my mother requires care. I wish to earn money without straying too far from home." After listening to Hong Fong's explanation, Song Zhan grasped her situation. She needed a job that could provide financial support, which was scarce in Ice City. "Very well, if that is the case, I have no further advice to offer. Based on your introduction and experience, we indeed have operational positions that require someone of your caliber. The salary will surely meet your expectations," Song Zhan stated. "Shall we commence the interview?" "Certainly." After conversing for a while, Hong Fong felt a surge of confidence and her nervousness began to dissipate. Song Zhan and Hong Fong discussed the company's forthcoming operational strategies, such as collaborating with campus delivery services to release part-time job postings, partnering with local businesses to provide promotional offers, and expanding outreach to nearby universities to promote iSugar Network. Hong Fong contributed her suggestions and plans, along with potential scenarios and corresponding strategies. "You sound more experienced than the faculty in the Student Affairs Office," Song Zhan remarked. "Thank you for the compliment," Hong Fong replied. Hing Effing inquired, "Have I passed the interview?" "Certainly, you may commence work tomorrow," replied Sing Zhan, who then mentioned a salary figure. Hing Effing, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Is this what I can earn during my probation period?" "Indeed, this is the salary for your probation, upon confirmation." "It will be more," Sing Zhan explained. "There will also be performance bonuses. The nature of our enterprise ensures rapid growth, perhaps next month. Your earnings will surpass what they are now." Hing Effing rose and bowed fervently to Sing Zhan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Sing Zhan, feeling somewhat unaccustomed, asked, "We are merely a small company. Choosing us entails risks. What prompted your decision? Was it solely for the monetary aspect?" Hing Effing responded, "I consider myself an early user of our services. When the group comprised fewer than 30 individuals, I was already contributing part-time. And I am currently tutoring a senior student in politics. Although I have not spoken with you directly, I frequent the base daily and find it incredibly familiar." Sing Zhan, somewhat moved, realized that this base genuinely aids some individuals. Upon exiting the tutoring room, Sing Zhan could hear the excited voice of Ynkho from the neighboring room, exclaiming, "Is this really possible? I beg you. Don't look at what I've written. Please don't make any changes." Observing their animated discussion, Sing Zhan chose not to interrupt and instead returned to the tutoring room with Yzhan. "Is it finally over?" Yzhan glanced at the clock, noting it was already 8:30, leaving just half an hour for tutoring. Sing Zhan expressed remorse. "I apologize for making you wait so long. I should have informed you sooner." Yzhan bore no grudge, stating, "If you are aware of the delay, let us not waste time. Let us begin." "All right." Sing Zhan accepted the paper handed to him by Yzhan. But as he was about to start, he recalled Hing Effing's earlier words and fell into contemplation, remarking, "Do you think this base is truly beneficial?" "Huh? What makes you say that?" Yzhan was puzzled by Sing Zhan's sudden inquiry. Sing Zhan elaborated. "I just interviewed a young woman who wishes to join our company. When I asked her why she trusts us so much, she explained that she is an early member of the tutoring program and feels a deep sense of familiarity from her daily visits." Yzhan listened intently and pondered, responding, "Perhaps that is the case. I come here daily as well and have grown accustomed to it, which indeed provides a sense of reassurance." Sing Zhan noted, "Thus, due to this base, we have forged a relationship with our users that transcends the typical vendor-client dynamic, resembling more of a friendship. Our ability to achieve this stems from our genuine consideration of the user's perspectives when developing our products, much like facilitating part-time tutoring for students through this base." Yzhan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Without this base, many individuals might still pursue part-time tutoring, but few would take the initiative to try, let alone succeed. Song Zhan felt he had grasped a critical insight, though he could not articulate it immediately. He planned to discuss it with ZHXBN later that evening, as this insight might well be the foundation upon which the company stands. As a reincarnated individual, Song Zhan could accurately discern the winds of change, embarking upon ventures likely to succeed. However, the path to success was not merely a matter of imitation. Some individuals, despite having access to the answers, fail to achieve full marks. In the realm of entrepreneurship, one must engage in self-reflection and personal growth. Song Zhan immersed himself in the focused pursuit of problem-solving, while Yu Yizhen sat opposite him, meticulously devising the tutoring agenda for the following day. Occasionally, Yu Yizhen would pause to steal glances at Song Zhan, only to be inspired by his unwavering concentration, prompting her to resume her work. As the tutoring session came to a close, Yu Yizhen began to gather her belongings, at which point Song Zhan presented her with a red envelope. "What is this? A bribe?" Yu Yizhen retorted, refusing to accept it. The results of the mock exam had been released. "Thank you, Teacher Yi, for your hard work," Song Zhan remarked. He refrained from disclosing that his score was not as high as in his previous life, but it was important to note that his results had significantly surpassed his expectations. Yu Yizhen accepted the envelope with a stern expression, stating, "I want to be thanking you. This is what I rightfully deserve." Without looking back, she departed, her hand tightly clutching the warm envelope in her pocket. It was only when she reached a secluded spot downstairs that she discreetly retrieved it, allowing a triumphant smile to break through her composed facade. Chapter 62. Recruitment. Upon returning home that evening, Song Zhan engaged in his customary email correspondence with Zhu Shibin. "Zhu Shibin, I was late today." Song Zhan, "Apologies, Teacher Zhu. I was occupied with recruiting 3 individuals for the company this evening, conducting interviews and addressing various work allocation issues, which caused my delay." Zhu Shibin, "Have we finally managed to recruit someone for the company?" Song Zhan, "Indeed. We have secured a chief financial officer, a chief technology officer, and a chief operating officer." Zhu Shibin, "You hired all executives?" Song Zhan, "Currently, each department has only one individual, who serves both as an employee and a leader." Song Zhan proceeded to introduce Li Jun, Bao Na, and Hong Fang, sharing his perspectives and the rationale behind the recruitment, while also soliciting Zhu Shibin's opinion on the appropriateness of offering high salaries. "Zhu Shibin, there are no issues here. They seem to be talents that your current company could scarcely attract. Offering high salaries is quite reasonable. Securing them is indeed a blessing. We shall see how they perform subsequently." Song Zhan, "Yes, your agreement brings me great reassurance. In contrast, I feel that encountering you is my true fortune." After a prolonged silence from Zhu Shibin, Song Zhan assumed that the connection had been lost. Song Zhan, "Teacher Zhu, are you there?" At that moment, in a colossal lecture hall in Philadelphia, a Yin was attending a pre-graduation topic presentation meeting. Sitting at the back, upon receiving Song Zhan's email, she swiftly closed her laptop, her chest rising and falling like waves. After sipping her mocha to calm her nerves, she reopened the message that mentioned she was his good fortune, and with a mischievous smile, she began typing on her keyboard. Zhu Shibin, smooth talker. The following Monday, after classes, Song Zhan, scarcely pausing for lunch, hurried to the innovation building to meet with Li Jun and the others. The trio had already immersed themselves in their respective work tasks. Li Jun took over Yan Keihao's related code for the Bingtang network, analyzing and modifying it overnight to stabilize the project, resolving issues while also summarizing optimization points. Bao Na assessed the company's existing assets and accounts, tallying current personnel expenditures and contracts, and restructured the allocation of work areas in the innovation building, entirely separating the tutoring and office spaces as per Song Zhan's directives. Meanwhile, Hong Fang utilized the morning to familiarize herself with the company's operations and forthcoming development direction, clarifying the current operational strategies and key focal points, while devising the next phase of the operational plan. Song Zhan engaged in further discussions with each of them, conversing with Li Jun about the upcoming technical and product requirements. As the sole product manager of the company, he outlined the product iteration plan for the Bingtang network and granted Li Jun the authority to recruit technical personnel. "Can I hire directly?" Li Jun inquired. "Of course. You are the chief technology officer. Why would it be an issue?" Song Zhan replied. "You can collaborate with Bao Na. You will handle the technical aspect while she manages the HR side. Once approved, you can proceed." Li Jun nodded. "Understood." Based on our product planning and current technical construction requirements, we will need at least 10 to 20 technical talents. Song Zhan nodded in agreement. No problem. You need not worry about salary. After conversing with Li Jun, Song Zhan sought out Bao Na to align their thoughts regarding the company's financial and asset issues. Bao Na, overwhelmed with her own responsibilities, similarly required the assistance of an accountant and auditor. It would also be prudent to hire a receptionist, as Hong Fong frequently had to be absent from the office, and Song Zhan found himself too busy to manage the front desk. Surely we cannot expect Li Jun, as the sole male, to handle receptions alone, Bao Na remarked. The image of Li Jun, unkempt, serving tea to guests was one that Song Zhan dared not entertain. We must hire, he affirmed. Today, I will first finalize the contracts for our current employees, draft a version of the interview protocol, establish a reimbursement approval system, and gather information on personnel gaps across departments. It would also be wise to recruit a legal advisor, he continued. Bao Na, with her background in foreign enterprises, was well-versed in these procedural matters. Song Zhan appreciated her work ethic and philosophy. During the early stages of the company, it was crucial to be cost-effective and efficient. Yet it remained essential to adhere to corporate protocols wherever feasible, thereby fostering a robust corporate culture. After a lengthy discussion with Bao Na, he turned his attention to Hong Fong. You haven't had a meal yet, have you? I brought back some boxed lunches from the cafeteria. Would you like to share one? Hong Fong offered, presenting a box. Yes, I'll have what you're having, Song Zhan replied, envisioning a future where their company would boast its own employee cafeteria. The boxed lunch contained merely 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried cabbage with vermicelli, and as they dined, they engaged in conversation. I envision the operations being divided into 2 primary facets. One focuses on users, aiming to enhance the visibility of Beijing network. We already have a decent user base, as many students from Harbin Institute of Technology are somewhat familiar with us. Promotion within the campus should proceed smoothly, while external promotion will initially involve collaborating with other nearby institutions, which may necessitate support from the schools, Hong Fong reported. No problem, just consult with teacher Zhang Wenxuan. He possesses resources in this area, Song Zhan replied. We will also need Li Jun's cooperation for targeted operational support for new users, Hong Fong added. The second facet concerns business development. Currently, they were negotiating supplementary part-time positions on campus, which included roles in delivery, food courts, and supermarkets that perpetually sought recruits. Additionally, Hong Fong expressed her intent to collaborate with local businesses. I certainly cannot manage all of this alone. We need to allocate at least 10 more personnel for operations, with some focusing on publicity and others on expansion. Their discussion extended until 1 o'clock. Finalizing operational plans and staffing configurations before Song Zhan hurried back to the campus. This week marked a bustling recruitment period for Beijing Technology, with over 100 individuals entering and exiting the innovation building daily. The previously quiet base was now reminiscent of a thriving restaurant. Each head of the 3 departments was ensnared in a whirlwind of activity, and Song Zhan found himself studying the daily recruitment updates late into the night. Despite needing to catch up on his studies, Li Jun and Bao Na collaborated effectively, yet they remained cautious, hesitant to make definitive decisions. The weekend coincided with the Qiming Festival. However, as early employees of Beijing Technology, none took a break, working tirelessly late into the night. Each harbored personal motivations for their efforts, all believing in the company's promising future. On the final day of the Qingming Festival, Song Zhan gathered the current employees of the company for a meal. Upon his arrival at the venue, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Bao Na had reserved an expansive private room with 3 tables, all brimming with guests. A total of 32 individuals were present, although Bao Na mentioned that 2 others would not be joining until the following week. As Song Zhan surveyed the unfamiliar faces before him, he noted a diverse range of ages. Some were quite young, seemingly fresh out of university, while others appeared seasoned and composed, having accumulated years of experience. Among them were individuals who evidently belonged to the technical staff, characterized by their thick glasses and closely cropped hair, alongside others adorned with light makeup, exuding grace and charm, whom Song Zhan surmised might be receptionists. He delivered a few welcoming remarks, offering encouragement to his employees. The new hires were taken aback by the youthful appearance of the company's founder, yet they could discern a sense of maturity and wisdom in Song Zhan's demeanor and speech. Hong Fong, acting as the host, invited each person to share a unique accomplishment they were proud of, something that no one else had done. Those who had similar experiences were encouraged to take a drink. Through this engaging icebreaker, the attendees began to connect with one another, gradually fostering a sense of camaraderie. At the conclusion of the gathering, Song Zhan expressed his gratitude to each individual present, calling out every name. Those who were acknowledged turned their attention to him, witnessing not only leadership in this young man, but also a palpable sense of trust and warmth. They felt assured that each forthcoming day at the company would be an improvement upon the last. Chapter 63. The Rebirth and Crisis of Sugar Technology. The personnel at Sugar Technology are expanding rapidly, and the business is experiencing swift growth. A week later, under the leadership of Li Jun, a new back-end management system is launched. Hong Fong has also established collaborative resources within the campus, with posters of Sugar Network prominently displayed throughout the advertising spaces at the ICE Engineering University. Among the trio, Bao Na is the busiest in the evenings. She returns home to care for her child, while during the day, she is occupied with financial expenditure approvals and personnel interviews. Even though positions in various departments have been filled, she still finds it challenging to manage her time effectively. Rumors among the employees suggest that Li Jun spends at least 4 nights a week at the office. Hong Fong hardly finds time for a lunch break, and Bao Na is perpetually on the go. Sugar Technology resembles a colossal mechanical beast that, once activated, sprints forward with unrelenting force. On Thursday, April 10th, Song Zhan, Li Jun, and Hong Fong convened a meeting to report on the week's progress. Each of them brought forth both good news and bad news. Li Jun announced, "The good news is that our registered users have surpassed 20,000, with an estimated 90 being students from the campus and 10 comprising teachers or community members. Currently, the student population at ICE Engineering University is around 45,000, meaning we have nearly reached half of the student demographic." Song Zhan nodded slightly, and Hong Fong felt a swell of pride. Although the figures were articulated by Li Jun, she knew she had contributed significantly. "What about the bad news?" Song Zhan inquired. "Several of our other functionalities are still in testing and development, particularly Sugar Weibo, which we anticipate launching by the end of the month," Li Jun replied. "Isn't that good news?" Song Zhan remarked. "However, based on our projections, user growth and traffic could potentially increase to more than 10 times the current figures. The server resources allocated to us by ICE Engineering University will undoubtedly be insufficient," Li Jun stated candidly. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhan suggested, "I will speak with Professor Zhang Wenxuan to see if the university can provide additional support." "I have already reached out to my brother-in-law," Li Jun responded, prompting Song Zhan to recall the familial connection between Zhang Wenxuan and Li Jun, which was far more intimate than the employment relationship he shared with them. "My brother-in-law has contacted the IT department at ICE Engineering University, and we have communicated with them. However, their technical capabilities and machine resources are also quite limited, so they cannot assist us as we had hoped. The server issue remains one we must resolve independently," Li Jun elaborated. Frowning, Song Zhan asked, "Can our technical team handle this?" Li Jun replied, "Technical capability is not the primary concern. The main issue lies in the substantial expenditure required for either leasing or purchasing servers." Song Zhan nodded. "This expenditure is unavoidable. I will devise a solution in the meantime. You should begin researching the server market." "Understood." Li Jun expressed his confidence in Song Zhan's ability to find a resolution. Once Li Jun finished speaking, Hong Fong interjected, "Allow me to share some good news as well. We have established collaborations with over 200 businesses within a 5-kilometer radius of the university, encompassing logistics, supermarkets, and dining establishments. Additionally, half of these businesses have indicated a willingness to consider advertising should we achieve substantial traffic." Song Zhan remarked, "At present, we are focused solely on partnerships and will not accept advertisements, prioritizing product experience above all else." Hong Fong nodded in agreement. "Understood." Currently, iCity hosts 5 universities, including an engineering university, Heilongjiang University, and a normal university, which have reached a preliminary cooperation intention with us, and the progress is proceeding smoothly. At this point, Hong Fong paused, and Song Zhan sensed that unwelcome news was imminent. The unfortunate news was that there was insufficient funding for operational promotion. "We have provided part-time convenience and campus services without charging intermediary fees. However, some issues have arisen that require our mediation and responsibility. We are urgently recruiting, and the pressure concerning personnel expenses is substantial," Hong Fong remarked. Song Zhan glanced at Bao Na, anticipating that she would address this matter shortly. "It is indeed a financial shortfall, isn't it?" Song Zhan rubbed his temples and closed his eyes, inquiring, "Sister Na, what about your end?" Bao Na pondered for a moment, exchanged a knowing glance with Li Jun and Hong Fong, who discreetly exited the meeting room. Bao Na then reported to Song Zhan in private, "There is good news. The interest-free loan from the ICE Engineering University has been approved. The school is quite satisfied with our growth data, and we have received an allocation of 200,000 yuan, with an additional 300,000 yuan expected by the end of the month." Song Zhan responded, "Let us get straight to the bad news." Bao Na hesitated briefly before sliding over the financial report she had prepared. "The bad news is that our personnel expenses and operational costs have significantly exceeded expectations." Upon reviewing the financial report, Song Zhan noted that, following a week of expansion, the company's headcount was nearing 100, with an average salary of 4,000 yuan, which included a considerable number of technical and operational personnel. Coupled with other expenses, it was anticipated that by the end of the month, the company would need financial support of at least 600,000 to 800,000 yuan. "You three are essentially reiterating the same concern," Song Zhan remarked. "It all boils down to money. We are still in need of funds." Bao Na was aware that there were currently less than 300,000 yuan in the company's account, insufficient to bridge this financial gap. "Please proceed with your tasks. It is advantageous for the company to grow, and I am confident we will find a solution," Song Zhan assured with a smile. After Bao Na departed, Song Zhan faced the blank whiteboard in the meeting room, took a marker, and began to sketch out his current network of relationships and the sources of funding for the company. Ultimately, he found that there were few effective means to resolve the urgent financial crisis. One option was to secure a bank loan, which would require collateral and fixed assets. However, currently, iSugar Technology possessed scant fixed assets, as even the office building was borrowed from the school. Without fixed assets, he could only pursue small-scale credit guarantees, likely amounting to 100,000 to 200,000 yuan, which fell far short of the 600,000 to 800,000 yuan needed. Another avenue was to seek financing. However, as the company had only recently commenced operations and the data remained unclear, pursuing financing presented even greater challenges, particularly in terms of locating and persuading investors. With Song Zhan still attending school, he lacked the flexibility to handle this matter personally and had no trustworthy individuals to delegate this responsibility to. Lastly, borrowing money from acquaintances appeared to be the least formal yet most reliable option. Song Zhan recognized that his family was unlikely to provide any financial assistance, and he was acquainted with only a handful of affluent individuals, among whom Jiang Peifeng and Fu Buchang were the most likely candidates. While borrowing from Jiang Peifeng seemed feasible, Song Zhan was reluctant to pursue this unless absolutely necessary, considering Jiang Peifeng's unique status, which differed significantly from Lan Xiaojing. Lan Xiaojing can engage in peer-to-peer discussions with Song Zhan, while Jiang Peifeng cannot. The social capital on his side has largely been exhausted, and seeking his assistance is akin to imploring Jiang Yunmiao. However, Song Zhan finds it difficult to humble himself to approach Jiang Yunmiao for help. As for Fu Buchang, Song Zhan believes there is considerable hope. Fu Buchang holds a favorable view of him and possesses discretionary funds. Whether it involves persuading him to invest or seeking a loan, there seems to be a promising opportunity. After pondering for quite some time on how to tackle the first significant challenge faced by iSugar Technology, Song Zhan remained indecisive and resolved to consult with Zhu Xibin for advice that evening. Unbeknownst to him, he realized he had grown accustomed to discussing such matters with Zhu Xibin, to the point of becoming increasingly reliant on this esteemed teacher. Chapter 64. Always waiting for you in the evening. Song Zhan confided her financial woes to Zhu Xibin, yet his response was inexplicably delayed. This marked the first occasion when Zhu Xibin was offline, and after waiting for an hour with no news, Song Zhan mused that perhaps teacher Zhu was preoccupied. Indeed, he was. In Philadelphia, Ian's academic journey was nearing its conclusion, with her mentor assigning a straightforward graduation project, contributing to the management and development of a startup, and providing an analytical report. This was a long-standing tradition within the Wharton School's entrepreneurial management program, ensuring that the final project always revolved around entrepreneurship. Once the project was announced, students busied themselves in search of entrepreneurial opportunities, traversing the United States by plane to assess various projects. Coming from affluent backgrounds, securing investments for company development was not a challenge. However, identifying suitable projects proved to be a daunting task. Ian had been shuttling between San Francisco, Austin, and Seattle, evaluating no fewer than 20 projects within a week, yet none felt appropriate. Either the core team was resistant to the inclusion of Asian investors, or the project's return cycle was excessively lengthy, making it improbable to produce a report before graduation. The relentless travel and the whirlwind of unfamiliar cities had rendered Ayan's life somewhat chaotic. The one unwavering habit amidst the turmoil was her morning ritual of savoring a mocha while corresponding with Song Zhan via email. However, today her early flight was delayed due to inclement weather, leaving her unable to reach out to Song Zhan. "Excuse me, may I disembark the plane now?" Ayan inquired anxiously, addressing a flight attendant, as it was now the designated time for their daily email exchange. The flight attendant replied, "I'm sorry, but due to the severe weather, the flight path is occupied and the aircraft cannot be moved. The shuttle bus cannot access the plane either, so please remain seated and wait patiently." "Very well." Ayan resignedly sat back down, gazing out at the overcast skies through the window, fervently hoping for the plane to take off soon. "Dear young lady, are you in a hurry? Perhaps a cup of coffee would help you relax," suggested an elderly Caucasian gentleman seated nearby. "Thank you." Ayan accepted the coffee distributed by the flight attendant, sipping it with a sense of indifference. After another hour of waiting, the plane finally took off, and Ayan arrived at Philadelphia Airport 3 hours late. Rain was also falling in Philadelphia. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 1 p.m. there, which translated to a little past 2 a.m. back in Ice City. Rather than exiting the airport immediately, Ayan opted to remain in the waiting area, connecting her laptop to the internet and continuously refreshing her email. Ding 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 ding, 5 emails from Song Zhan arrived as anticipated. The first was a greeting, the second a query, followed by 3 more, each arriving half an hour apart, asking, "Teacher Zhu, have you received my email? Are you well? Is everything all right?" Ayan could sense Song Zhan's anxiety through her emails, a sentiment that mirrored her own. Unable to resist a knowing smile, she noticed her long hair, dampened by the Philadelphia rain, clung together, with droplets forming at the tips. Ayan grasped the ends of her hair with one hand while gently smoothing the roots with the other. She lightly bit the hair tie, securing her locks in place. The dancing chestnut strands released a fragrant waft of woody perfume, drawing the attention of the gentleman waiting in the rear, who admired Ayan's graceful silhouette. Once her hair was neatly tied, she carefully reviewed the second email from Song Zhan, which contained his plea regarding financial constraints. Song Zhan's request was not unexpected. Based on Ayan's calculations, they were indeed approaching a critical phase of insufficient funds. She had forewarned him about this even before the establishment of his company. Ayan was, after Song Zhan, the most knowledgeable person regarding Bingtang technology. She was well acquainted with its founding principles, operational development direction, organizational structure, and key personnel information. This realization struck Ayan. Why was she still searching for target companies for her graduation project when a suitable opportunity was right before her? Given her understanding of Bingtang technology, engaging in its development would be second nature to her. Considering the late hour and the fact that Song Zhan was likely asleep, she decided to take a moment to reflect and simply replied, "I'm well. Just got off the plane. Please allow me some time to think." After sending her response, she attended to a few other emails. Just as she was about to close her laptop, another email notification appeared. To her surprise, it was a new reply from Song Zhan. "Good to hear you are fine." Ayan was taken aback and promptly inquired, "Aren't you resting?" Song Zhan replied, "I was waiting for you. Now I will rest." Ayan paused for a moment before responding, "Get some rest." This time, Song Zhan did not reply. He had succumbed to sleep. Closing her laptop, Ayan departed from the airport, hailing a taxi to the University of Pennsylvania. As they passed the soccer field near 20th Street, a group of white children were playing. The taxi halted at a traffic light, and as Ayan looked out the window toward the east, she caught a glimpse of the central tower of Philadelphia's City Hall. Once the tallest habitable building in the world, the tower boasts over 600 rooms, topped with a grand statue of William Penn, the father of Philadelphia, making it a must-visit landmark for tourists. On her very first day at the University of Pennsylvania, Ayan had ventured alone to the City Hall to take a picture. She vividly recalled entering through the East Gate and asking a passerby to capture a Polaroid of her in front of the building. "Driver, I've changed my mind. Let us go to City Hall." She suddenly felt a strong desire to revisit. The taxi stopped at the same place as before. Ayan, holding an umbrella against the gentle drizzle, wandered around City Hall once more. The building had entrances on all sides, and this time, she explored both the south and north gates. Each entrance offered a distinct view. The north gate showcased a statue of the founding father on horseback, while the south gate featured a commemorative stone for the Declaration of Independence. Finally, Ayan exited through the west gate. where she once again requested a passerby to take her photo. The photographer was a kindly elderly white lady with a head full of silver hair. "Oh, what a beautiful young lady," the woman exclaimed warmly. "Could you tilt the umbrella a bit?" "Yes, that's perfect. You look stunning." After taking a couple of photographs, the Caucasian woman returned the camera to Ian and inquired, "Are you a tourist?" Ian replied, "No, I am studying at the University of Pennsylvania." The woman expressed her surprise. "Oh, that's impressive. Your English is excellent. Where do you come from? Korea? Japan?" Ian responded, "I am Chinese, from Shanghai." The woman, evidently unfamiliar with Chinese cities, remarked, "China? Oh, I apologize. I only know that the capital is Beijing." Ian smiled. Beijing is the capital, but Shanghai is also quite beautiful. Their relationship is akin to that of New York and Washington. The woman nodded. "Ah, I understand now. Shanghai is an international metropolis. How long have you been studying? Have you found work in Philadelphia?" Ian hesitated before the city hall, but had just made her decision. "I am returning to my country. I will leave tomorrow." Ian beamed. "Thank you. I really appreciate this keepsake photograph." The woman advised, "Oh, I see. I wish you a safe journey." "Thank you. May the Lord always bless you." Noticing the cross around the woman's neck, Ian offered her blessing. After departing from City Hall, Ian hailed a taxi back to the University of Pennsylvania. She knew she would miss everything about Philadelphia, but someone awaited her across the ocean. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Investor. What? You plan to return home? The girl with a Taiwanese accent was summoned back to the international student dormitory at Penn by Ian. She received an urgent call from Ian, thinking that Ian was ill at home, only to be informed upon arrival that her friend intended to go back to her homeland. Indeed, Ian was sorting through her wardrobe, dividing her clothes into two piles, one to take with her and the other to give away. "Why? Is it due to your graduation project?" The girl speculated. "Everyone is talking about the financial crisis now. Is it true that good projects are hard to find?" Ian held up a green, waist-cinching dress, contemplating for a moment before replying, "That is part of it." She then held the dress against the girl to see how it would fit. The girl waved her hands dismissively. "I would like to wear it, but your waist is too slim for me. If it's about the project, there is no need to return home. I can ask my family for help, and I have many friends at school too." The girl still did not comprehend Ian's decision to go back. Ian paused her packing and pulled out a large suitcase from the storage room, stating, "I have already found a project in my home country, hence the return." "You know about that project?" Do I know?" The girl inquired, puzzled. "Which one?" Ian replied, "Do you remember I was doing a business analysis for a high school student back home?" "Business analysis?" The girl struggled to recall. "In the library, Zhu Shibing." Ian prompted further. The girl exclaimed, "I remember now. You were still in contact with that young boy." Ian acknowledged, "Sort of. The project is progressing well, but we've encountered some difficulties, so I plan to return and get involved." "Involved?" The girl smirked. "Are you going to meet that young lad in person?" Ian remained composed. "I am seriously pursuing a career. Don't think otherwise." "Hey, who was the one with the wild imagination?" "I'm not thinking anything of the sort." The girl teased, lightly poking Ian's rosy cheek. "It's written all over your face." "Is it?" Ian cupped her face, puzzled. You're too beautiful. I can't take it. Just go already," the girl said, enviously. "When are you leaving?" She helped Ian pack her luggage. "I'll be leaving shortly," Ian replied. "I've bought my ticket. First to New York, then back to Shanghai." "So rushed?" The girl lamented. "Are you going to leave me here alone?" Ian embraced her, saying, "You can come visit me in my home country." "All right," the girl sighed. "To be honest, have you made your intentions clear to that young man? Wouldn't he still think you're an old hag, would he?" Ian laughed. "What a ridiculous notion. I'm merely a respected teacher, hardly an old hag. Though, doesn't he know that yet?" The girl instantly transformed into a strategist, advising, "Then listen to me. Do not reveal your identity just yet. Assess the situation first." "Is that really necessary?" Ian questioned. "Certainly, should the other party turn out to be a deceiver or harbor ill intentions. It would be akin to a lamb entering the lair of a tiger." The girl with the Taiwanese accent exhibited a protective demeanor towards Yin. However, what course of action should be taken? Upon hearing the girl's last words, Yin felt a twinge of concern, despite her belief that she understood Song Zhan well. The Taiwanese accented girl declared, "You shall rely on me for this. Wait a moment while I devise a plan that will undoubtedly succeed." Yin nodded. "All right. Let us give it a try." The following day, Friday, Song Zhan awoke to find himself sprawled over his keyboard, his elbows numb, but after a brief 2 minutes, he regained sensation. The vitality of youth is indeed resilient. Last night, he had spent the early hours awaiting an email from Zhu Xibin. Yet he had also been afflicted by insomnia. The prospect of embarking on a new venture in the second life was a novel endeavor for Song Zhan. With the insights gained from his previous existence and a stroke of good fortune, his company had stumbled into its current state, yet the challenges ahead appeared daunting. After much contemplation, Song Zhan felt it was time to seek investment. More funding would provide both financial and supportive assurances, and having assistance would be far preferable to enduring this struggle in solitude. After hastily preparing for school, Song Zhan spent the day in a state of lethargy, burdened by worry. During evening tutoring, Yu Yizhen noticed something amiss with him. "Have you encountered some difficulties?" she inquired. "No," Song Zhan replied, feeling it unnecessary to burden Yi Yizhen with his troubles, as she would not be able to assist. Sensing his thoughts, Yi Yizhen suggested, "If it's a matter of finances, you can defer the tutoring fee." Song Zhan chuckled. "One cannot forsake education, regardless of circumstances. Your share will not diminish." Seeing Song Zhan still able to just ease Yi Yizhen's concerns. Later that evening, upon returning home, Song Zhan received an email from Zhu Xibin. Zhu Xibin wrote, "Regarding the issue of funding shortages, we have previously discussed a contingency plan. Introducing new investors is currently the most viable solution." He continued, "As it happens, I have an investor who has expressed interest in the project I mentioned earlier." Zhu Xibin concluded, "I have taken the liberty of arranging this. Is that acceptable to you?" Song Zhan could scarcely believe his eyes, confirming the content of the email twice. Such fortuitous circumstances, finding an investor just as financial difficulties arose, seemed almost too good to be true. Truly, Zhu Xibin's extensive network and efficiency were commendable. "Thank you immensely, Teacher Zhu. You are indeed a savior in my time of need. Of course, I have no objections. When will the investor arrive?" "I shall ensure they are well received." Zhu Xibin replied, "The investor will visit iCity tomorrow for an inspection. Please attend to them diligently. If all goes smoothly, the investment will be secured, and the issue will be resolved." At that moment, a flight from New York to Shanghai had just landed, and Yin was utterly exhausted after a grueling 16-hour journey. She planned to rest at a hotel near the airport before flying directly to iCity the following morning. She refrained from informing her parents of her return home, opting for a discreet approach. Yin mustered the strength to reply to Song Zhan's email. Zhu Xibin instructed, "It suffices for you to come alone, maintaining a low profile, as the investor prefers to keep things understated. The flight number is CZ6258. Song Zhan, understood, no problem. I will certainly arrive on time." After confirming the flight information, Song Zhan first checked the estimated arrival time, which was approximately around 3 p.m. With an entire night and the morning for preparation, that should suffice. Song Zhan made a late-night call to Bao Na, discussing the visit from potential investors and seeking her advice on hospitality matters. Bao Na, possessing relevant experience, assisted Song Zhan in securing an upscale hotel near Hongzhuan Street, as well as renting an Audi A8L for transportation. "Do you need to arrange for a driver?" Bao Na inquired. "No, I can drive," replied Song Zhan. "All right. I will prepare the suit and flowers and place them in the car, parked downstairs at your residence," Bao Na stated. After a moment of thought, Song Zhan added, "Also, prepare a welcome sign." "Certainly. What should it say?" Bao Na asked. "Just right. Bing Ang Technology warmly welcomes distinguished guests for inspection," Song Zhan thoughtfully suggested. Chapter 66. The airport pickup on Saturday morning, Song Zhan received a call from Bao Na. "Boss, the car is downstairs, and dinner has been arranged with both Western and Chinese cuisine reserved. Please try on the suit first, and it would be best to get your hair styled shortly, to appear more formal." Bao Na had considered everything meticulously, and her efficiency left Song Zhan with no choice but to agree wholeheartedly. "All right, no problem." After a quick freshening up, Song Zhan descended to meet the car. It was his first time driving an A8L, which felt somewhat extravagant. The thought of the exorbitant rental price caused a pang of regret. However, given the nature of the business engagement, a certain level of decorum was necessary. The suit fit him perfectly, bearing the label Ermenegildo Zegna, and the fabric suggested it was far from inexpensive. The bouquet consisted of tulips, red roses, and lilies, all wrapped in delicate white gauze, their freshness filling the car with an enchanting fragrance. Next was the hairstyling. One must make sacrifices to achieve a desired effect. After a brief breakfast, Song Zhan visited the nearest and priciest styling studio. Upon entering, Tony, the stylist, brightened at the sight of him. "Hey there, handsome. What can I do for you?" "I'm going to meet someone and hope to look." Song Zhan began. "I understand. Leave it to me," Tony interjected, swiftly seating him in the chair with a knowing look. An hour later, Tony surveyed his handiwork in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Are you pleased? I've tidied up your eyebrows, and your hair texture is excellent. This style will look fantastic and mature. Young ladies will surely be captivated. Song Zhan's previously disheveled hair was now neatly arranged, slicked back to reveal a smooth forehead, with 2 strands of bangs gently framing his face. The top of his hair was styled into a voluminous center part, blending elements of both Jerry Yin and Takashi Kanashiro's mid-length hairstyles. His bold, straight brows combined an artistic melancholy with a robust charisma, striking a perfect balance. Looking at his transformed reflection, Song Zhan acknowledged that he indeed looked handsome, albeit somewhat peculiar. It felt more like he was preparing for a date than a business negotiation. After leaving the styling studio, he checked the time. It was still before noon. He then collected the airport pickup sign he had commissioned the night before from a local advertisement shop. It wasn't overly flashy, but was certainly eye-catching. Prepared, Song Zhan drove to the airport, which was nearly a 2-hour journey from his home. Upon arriving around 2:30 p.m., he reached the pickup point just as the clock struck 3. Clutching the bouquet in one hand and the pickup sign in the other, he appeared somewhat flustered. Yet, in his well-fitted suit and striking appearance, complemented by just the right hairstyle, he drew the attention of several other women waiting to greet passengers. A few of them encouraged each other, seemingly eager to obtain Song Zhan's contact information but hesitant to take the plunge. The screen announced that flight CZ6258 had just landed. In the anxious wait, the first wave of travelers emerged, pushing their suitcases. Song Zhan focused intently on the crowd, particularly on the well-dressed, portly middle-aged men, especially those donning sunglasses, who were his primary subjects of scrutiny. He regretted not having inquired more thoroughly about the investor's physical characteristics. However, he assumed it was likely a mature businessman, as this demographic often bore a striking resemblance to one another. After searching for quite some time to no avail, Song Zhan found himself quite conspicuous in the gathering of greeters, as the departing passengers would often cast curious glances in his direction, ensuring he would not miss anyone. The second wave of arrivals stirred noticeable excitement, and Song Zhan overheard a nearby girl exclaim with enthusiasm, "My sister is about to come out." Observing the sign she held, it appeared she was a fan of a particular female singer from a talent show. Indeed, a well-packaged young woman soon emerged from the crowd, accompanied by 2 or 3 assistants, drawing the attention of all present, as she was a celebrity. Fans waved enthusiastically, and just as the star was relishing her moment, a third wave of arrivals appeared. A female fan nearby exclaimed, "It seems there's more than one." Who else could it be? To everyone's surprise, another stunning beauty resembling a star stepped forward, even more radiant and captivating than the previous one, instantly eclipsing her. Song Zhan felt no particular interest in the celebrity, merely catching sight of a gray overcoat before diverting his gaze. As the last of the flight's passengers emerged, he still had not encountered the investor. Could it be that the investor had canceled? Or perhaps they had chosen not to come? The crowd of greeters had shifted several times, and the clock struck 3:30 p.m. Just as Song Zhan contemplated finding a place to send a message to Zhu Shibin, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "Excuse me, are you here to meet me?" The voice belonged to a woman, rich and alluring, with a hint of soft, melodic tones. Upon her utterance, all the nearby men, including Song Zhan, turned to face her. He was immediately struck by the striking resemblance to the previously emerged star. The woman was tall, with a well-proportioned figure, approximately 173 centimeters in height, her chestnut hair cascading in soft waves. She wore a light gray woolen trench coat over a black turtleneck sweater, complemented by dark gray cargo pants and brown leather shoes. Notably, she adorned herself with a golden necklace, its coin-shaped pendant resting at an angle on her chest, as if lounging on a 45-degree slope. Her distinctive fox-like eyes glimmered with intrigue, framed by elegantly arched brows, while her luscious lips parted slightly. One hand rested on a white suitcase, while the other had just withdrawn from Song Zhan's shoulder. She scrutinized him keenly, her gaze roaming from head to toe and back again. Whether to confirm his identity or simply to admire him remained unclear. At that moment, Song Zhan too was captivated. The distance between them a mere 80 centimeters, as the scent of cedarwood perfume wafted towards him, mingling with her confident demeanor and impeccable style, reminiscent of a weary yet glamorous star from a Korean drama or an elegant young lady returning from abroad. As Song Zhan's gaze met that of the young woman, an extraordinary sensation of both familiarity and strangeness enveloped them, as though they had encountered one another before, yet were entirely unfamiliar. "You might have made a mistake. I am here to pick up a business partner, Song Zhan remarked, raising the welcome sign. In his mind, it was inconceivable to associate the enchanting lady before him with an investor. The woman smiled, releasing her suitcase and extending a hand, saying, "Then you are indeed in the right place. Bingtang Technology, Song Zhan, correct?" At the moment she uttered his name, Song Zhan was taken aback. "I am Song Zhan." "Then you truly are." The young woman nodded and, using her other hand to smooth a stray lock of hair from her forehead, introduced herself. "I am Fu Chaoan. Thank you for your patience." Song Zhan gazed at the delicate hand she offered, gently grasping her fingertips before quickly releasing them, replying, "Not at all. It is you, Miss Fu, who has endured a long journey. The car is over there. May I take your luggage?" Fu Chaoyan pointed to the flowers Song Zhan was holding and inquired, "Are these flowers for me?" Yes, Song Zhan replied, flustered, hastily presenting the blooms to her. "They are indeed for you." Fu Chaoyan accepted the flowers with both hands, inhaling their fragrance. "They are quite fresh, carrying a hint of the northern chill. Delightful," she remarked. "I am glad you are pleased," Song Zhan concurred. With a soft chuckle, Fu Chaoyan observed Song Zhan's polite demeanor and said, "No need for such formality. Do I appear so aged?" "You, no, I mean, Miss Fu, are quite youthful," Song Zhan stammered, sensing Fu Chaoyan's commanding presence. Speaking with her felt like relinquishing dominance, a cardinal sin in business negotiations. Thus, he hastily adjusted his approach, opting for brevity. Carrying the flowers, Fu Chaoyan trailed behind Song Zhan, who was pushing the suitcase, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 67, Trials and Confrontations. Song Zhan accompanied Fu Chaoyan to the airport parking lot. Upon locating the car, he stowed the suitcase and opened the rear door for Fu Chaoyan, saying, "Miss Fu, please." Fu Chaoyan placed her flowers and handbag inside, then opened the front passenger door, replying, "I prefer sitting in the front. I hope you don't mind?" Song Zhan paused for a moment, then replied, "Of course not." Once inside the vehicle, Fu Chaoyan struggled to fasten her seatbelt. Song Zhan leaned over to assist her, bringing their faces within a mere 10 centimeters of each other, allowing the intricate details of their features to become vividly apparent. "Thank you. Do you still wear perfume?" Fu Chaoyan inquired, catching a whiff of a refreshing scent. Song Zhan pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps it was from the salon this morning." "You don't care for it, do you?" Fu Chaoyan shook her head. "No. It's quite pleasant." Having successfully exited the parking lot, Song Zhan expertly maneuvered the car, reversing and parking with remarkable skill. In truth, he had only recently become accustomed to this vehicle, yet he had regained his pre-rebirth driving prowess. Observing Song Zhan's fluid and graceful driving, Fu Chaoyan remarked with curiosity, "You drive rather well. How long have you been driving?" Song Zhan replied, "For some time now." Fu Chaoyan recalled that one must be at least 18 years old to obtain a driver's license in their country. As Song Zhan was still in high school, she questioned, "Do you have a license?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed yet maintaining his composure, Song Zhan replied, "Miss Fu just complimented my driving. How could I possibly not have one?" Fu Chaoyan, familiar with Song Zhan's manner of speaking, discerned that he was being less than truthful. She chose not to confront him, finding amusement in the situation. "By the way, is this car yours?" Fu Chaoyan inquired, recognizing the vehicle's considerable value, likely in the range of 7 to 800,000. Song Zhan responded, "It belongs to the company." Fu Chaoyan nodded. "Is this the standard for your company's business engagements?" Song Zhan softly affirmed. Fu Chaoyan praised, "That's quite impressive. Your company must be quite formidable." Song Zhan merely murmured in agreement, wary of revealing too much. With a glint of curiosity, Fu Chaoyan scanned the surroundings and spotted a bottle of mineral water, which had a cardboard sleeve that read, "Thank you for using Tinglong Car Rental." Casually, she picked it up, placed the sleeve on the console, twisted open the bottle, took a sip, and remarked, "Why is there a rental car advertisement here?" Song Zhan glanced over, nearly losing his concentration on the road, having overlooked the advertisement tucked away in the corner. "I recall that Beijing Technology is a tech company. Do they even engage in car rentals?" Fu Chaoyan asked, feigning ignorance. Song Zhan contemplated before explaining, "No, they do not. Sometimes, our business vehicles are insufficient, and we collaborate with rental companies." He added, however, "It is indeed inappropriate to leave such advertisements lying around. I will ensure that the business team conducts a thorough review next time." In this manner, Song Zhan conveyed a sense of the company's extensive operations while justifying the presence of the rental car advertisement. Fu Chaoyan intentionally sought to provoke a reaction. Relishing the sight of Song Zhan's tense demeanor, secretly amused yet maintaining a composed exterior. Indeed, beautiful women possess a remarkable talent for performance. As they exited the airport, Song Zhan remarked, "It will take about an hour and a half to reach the city. By the time we arrive, it will be nearly 6 o'clock. The company has arranged a hotel for Miss Fu. We shall first settle our luggage and then enjoy dinner." Fu Chaoyan replied, "That sounds splendid. I shall follow your arrangements." Song Zhan continued, "We have prepared both Western and Chinese cuisine. The Western meal is from the renowned Huamei and Ice City, while the Chinese fare is from Tiyuan Hotel. I wonder which you prefer, Miss Fu." Fu Chaoyan lowered the makeup mirror within the car, touched up her makeup, and reapplied her lipstick before responding. "I am open to either choice. Have you arranged for many people to join us?" Song Zhan answered, "Of course, it is essential to accompany you properly, and I can provide a detailed introduction to ice sugar technology." Fu Chaoyan pushed the makeup mirror back up, tilted her head to gaze at Song Zhan, and said, "However, I am not accustomed to dining with large groups. Aren't you the founder of the company? You are familiar with its circumstances, are you not?" Uncertain of Fu Chaoyan's intentions, Song Zhan replied, "Yes." Fu Chaoyan decisively stated, "Then that settles it. It shall be just the two of us for dinner. There is no need for extravagant banquet dishes. Let us savor some local specialties from my city. Just the two of us?" Song Zhan found it peculiar, questioning the norm of business receptions involving only two individuals. Fu Chaoyan clarified, "In business discussions, I prefer to keep matters discreet, especially regarding investments and equity decisions." Surely, Mr. Song understands this? Upon reflection, Song Zhan found her reasoning sound and agreed, "Very well, we shall make the necessary arrangements." As they continued their journey, Fu Chaoyan transformed into an inquisitive investigator, thoroughly interrogating Song Zhan about his family background, upbringing, and personal interests, under the guise of wanting to understand her potential partner. Song Zhan, not one to shy away, candidly shared his story, albeit with a lingering concern that his youth might raise doubts in her mind. Fortunately, Fu Chaoyan appeared entirely unconcerned, prompting him to voice his apprehension. "Miss Fu, you do not think my age diminishes my reliability, do you?" Fu Chaoyan waved off his worries, saying, "Mr. Song, you overthink. I have spent many years investing abroad. While it is true that young founders like yourself are rare, they are not unheard of, and I do not perceive it as an issue. Moreover, would you assume that my appearance as an investor, lacking extensive experience, renders me untrustworthy?" Initially, Song Zhan had felt some trepidation, given that he had never encountered a beautiful investor like Fu Chaoyan, even in his previous life. "Of course not. You come highly recommended by teachers, and I trust you implicitly," he affirmed. Fu Chaoyan nodded slightly and added, "Zhu Shibin is a friend of mine, and he has mentioned you, so I am acquainted with your basic circumstances." Feeling a sense of relief, Song Zhan recognized that referencing a mutual friend could bridge the gap between strangers. "Miss Fu, we have spoken extensively about me, yet I know little about you." As Song Zhan gradually relaxed, he began to take the lead in their conversation, despite the fact that iCity was inherently his domain. "Where are you from?" he inquired. "I heard you mention that you spend most of your time abroad. Is that correct?" Fu Chaoyan took a sip of water and replied, "I hail from Hu City, often traversing between Western Europe and North America." "Hu City?" Song Zhan echoed, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Interestingly enough, it was my other friend, Teacher Zhu, who recommended you. He, too, is from Hu City. What a coincidence." Fu Chaoyan maintained her composure and responded, "Oh, is that so? What is the name of your friend?" "Fu Buchang. Do you know Miss Fu?" Song Zhan inquired. Fu Chaoyan pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "I'm afraid I don't. However, many families and villages from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions have collectively migrated to Hu City. For instance, there are numerous Su families from the Nantong Su clan residing there. There are also many Fu families in Hu City." With a playful smile, Fu Chaoyan added, "I shall inquire with my family when I return. Perhaps there might even be a familial connection." Observing Fu Chaoyan's natural demeanor, Song Zhan chose not to dwell on the association between her and Fu Buchang. As they conversed during the journey, the chemistry between Song Zhan and Fu Chaoyan was palpable. Song Zhan was both humorous and knowledgeable, while Fu Chaoyan was articulate and unpretentious. Their synergy was undeniable. When Fu Chaoyan laughed, her charm was infectious, her voice gentle and laced with the soft tones of the Wu dialect. Song Zhan found himself amused, unable to resist glancing at her reflection in the rearview mirror while maintaining an air of concentration on the road ahead. Fu Chaoyan noticed his subtle gestures and discerned that Song Zhan was captivated by her presence, making an effort to remain polite and restrained. She felt a sense of delight at this realization, for indeed, women are often keenly aware of their allure. unbeknownst to her. She too was drawn to Song Zhan, not only for his inner qualities but also for his external charm. Part of it was due to his inherent good looks, and another part could indeed be attributed to the styling by Tony. As the clock approached 6, the pair finally arrived at a luxurious hotel named Qinghua, located on Hongzhuan Street. Chapter 68. An investigation of indulgence. The hotel was arranged by Baona, embodying a sanctuary amidst the clamor. The building housing the Qinghua Hotel once served as the meeting hall for the Sino-Russian Far East Chamber of Commerce in the Ice City, showcasing a distinctive Russian architectural style. The interior featured a staircase adorned with a crimson carpet, complemented by red-walled fireplaces, while the grand hall exuded an unmistakable Russian charm through its intricate ceiling and decorative details. After checking in at the front desk, Song Zhan accompanied Fu Chaoyan to room 8806 on the 8th floor. This was a luxurious business suite, where upon entering, one first encountered a modest reception area before arriving at the bedroom. "Miss Fu, are you satisfied?" Song Zhan inquired, placing the suitcase beside the wardrobe. Fu Chaoyan nodded. "It's quite nice, as long as it's clean." Song Zhan assured her that is certainly guaranteed. This is one of the finest hotels in the Ice City, reputedly in operation for over 30 years. As Fu Chaoyan caressed the leather of the sofa, she remarked, "This must not be inexpensive? Your company has been quite generous." "Hospitality should never be compromised," Song Zhan replied, receiving a message from Baona. "Dinner is ready, Miss Fu. Shall we head out now? Or would you prefer to rest a bit first?" "Let us go, but I need to freshen up first," Fu Chaoyan said, ever mindful of her appearance. After waiting downstairs for over half an hour, Fu Chaoyan finally made her entrance. As a straightforward man, Song Zhan failed to notice any change in her. They drove to a renowned local establishment known for its iron pot stews of live fish and free-range chicken. Upon entering, Fu Chaoyan was immediately captivated. "Welcome, esteemed guests. It's freezing outside. Please, take a seat by the warm Kong," greeted the hostess, a group of 4 cheerful young women dressed in colorful cotton jackets. Drawing Fu Chaoyan into the unfamiliar yet intriguing ambience of northeastern cuisine. Guided by the lively women, they made their way to a private room named Kaoshantan, furnished with low earthen Kong seating and a central stove doubling as a dining table. The door remained ajar, allowing glimpses of the dining hall several meters away, where a small stage was being set up for performers. As they settled in, Fu Chaoyan marveled at the decorative corn, chili, and garlic strings, exclaiming, "They're real." Song Zhan chuckled. "Indeed, the authentic is more affordable than the imitation." They ordered a mixed pot of stewed live fish and goose. "Miss Fu, if you wish to savor local delicacies, this is quintessentially ours." A nearby hostess, pouring tea, added, "Yes, our fish is from the Songjiang River, and the goose is a rustic breed. We also have vermicelli, potatoes, and cabbage, absolutely distinctive and incredibly delicious." With a playful smile, Fu Chaoyan asked, "What does gaga mean?" Song Zhan clarified, "It signifies something special." The pot had been simmering with goose and live fish, and after a brief wait, a selection of cold dishes such as cold noodles, cucumber salad, and blueberry yam arrived. As the lid of the iron pot was lifted, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, coinciding with the commencement of the performance on stage. Accustomed to the refined tastes of Shanghai cuisine and Western fare, Fu Chaoyan found herself enchanted by the northeastern flavors that captured her palate. The fish was tender and hot, and with a playful tongue, she exclaimed, "So fragrant, so warm." Song Zhan consumed only a modest amount throughout the meal, primarily dedicating herself to serving Fu Chaoyan. However, as Fu Chaoyan was a young woman, her appetite was naturally not substantial, and by the end, it turned into Fu Chaoyan assisting Song Zhan with her meal. During the banquet, Song Zhan attempted several times to introduce the concept of crystal sugar technology to Fu Chaoyan, only to be interrupted each time under the pretense of her not being in a hurry. Although the food was delightful, it did little to advance their business collaboration. After the meal, Fu Chaoyan felt fatigued, and Song Zhan escorted her to the hotel. "You may return first," Fu Chaoyan remarked. "Just come to pick me up in the morning." Song Zhan inquired, "Miss Fu, what are our plans for tomorrow? Shall we first visit the company for an inspection?" While Song Zhan already had a plan in mind, she felt it prudent to first ascertain Fu Chaoyan's preferences. After some contemplation, Fu Chaoyan replied, "Let us explore the Ice City first. Investment cannot solely rely on company visits. It is essential to understand the city's character and business environment. Wouldn't you agree?" Song Zhan considered this and acknowledged its validity, saying, "All right, that sounds good. I will come over in the morning. Just give me a call when you rise." Upon returning home that evening, Song Zhan discussed the situation with Bao Na, instructing her that there was no need to prepare for guests at the company. As Fu Chaoan wished to tour the Ice City. "Let's south go to Central Street then. It's quite nearby," suggested Bao Na. After conversing with Bao Na, Song Zhan, as was her custom, sent an email to Zhu Xibin. "Song Zhan, the investor has arrived, accommodation has been arranged, and dinner has been served. She should be quite satisfied." Zhu Xibin, "Good. What are your impressions of the investor?" Song Zhan, "I was surprised to find she is a young lady, and her demeanor is quite impressive." Zhu Xibin, "Your first impression of her is based solely on her demeanor?" Song Zhan, "She is also quite beautiful." Zhu Xibin, "Haha, treat her well. If the conversation goes smoothly, funding issues will certainly be resolved." Song Zhan, "Rest assured, Teacher Zhu, I will exert my utmost effort." Meanwhile, in her hotel room, Fu Chaoyan, satisfied after witnessing Song Zhan's determination, closed her laptop and initiated a phone call with a friend from Philadelphia, whose voice carried a distinct accent. "Oh, are you here to report your achievements? How does he look? Is he in good health?" the friend inquired while enjoying her breakfast. "Goodness, what thoughts occupy your mind daily?" Fu Chaoyan teased, before recounting the events of the day. "I somewhat regret not disclosing my identity directly." Fu Chaoyan expressed her concern. "Do not rush. Proceed according to plan. This is merely the beginning," her friend advised. The following morning, Song Zhan arrived downstairs early, only to be surprised when Fu Chaoyan called at around 7, stating she was already awake. Song Zhan had assumed Fu Chaoyan would rest longer due to travel fatigue, but in reality, Fu Chaoyan felt a bit anxious and had awakened shortly after 5. Today, Fu Chaoyan donned a coffee-colored trench coat over a white knitted top, paired with water blue wide-legged trousers, and topped her look with a white beret, appearing less like an investor and more akin to a fashionable university student. "Shall we have some breakfast first? Would you prefer the morning market or a breakfast shop?" "The hotel's breakfast buffet is quite commendable," Song Zhan suggested. "I noticed a bustling crowd on the adjacent street from upstairs. It must be the morning market you mentioned." "Let us go take a look," Fu Chaoyan replied. Fu Chaoyan was quite intrigued by this. Since the destination was nearby, Song Zhan chose not to drive and instead accompanied Fu Chaoyan to the morning market on Hongzhuan Street. The market was filled with the delightful aromas of large persimmons, sticky rice cakes, deep-fried pastries, meatballs, and egg sandwiches. The sizzling sounds of oil and the steam wafting from the open bamboo steamers infused the entire street with a vibrant atmosphere. Fu Chaoyan, filled with curiosity, wished to sample this and that, and by the time they strolled from one end of the street to the other, she had satisfied her appetite. Meanwhile, Song Zhan trailed behind, cradling a collection of delicacies that Fu Chaoyan had nibbled on. "In a while, where shall we go?" Fu Chaoyan asked, her spirits high. "Shall we visit the company?" Song Zhan suggested. Fu Chaoyan glanced at Song Zhan, who quickly amended his proposal, then let south head to Central Street. "Sounds good." Fu Chaoyan replied with a smile, "This is your suggestion." Song Zhan felt a lingering sense that something was amiss. This excursion seemed primarily focused on indulgence and leisure. He had never engaged in business discussions before and was uncertain if this was the norm. Chapter 69, A Stroll Along Central Avenue Indeed. Fu Chaoyan felt it unnecessary to prolong her discussions with Song Zhan. As a significant witness and participant in the history of the development of ice sugar technology, she was acutely aware of Song Zhan's financial struggles and his earnest desire to secure investment. Thus, conducting a thorough assessment of the company and engaging with projects should be the priority. Yet, she could not dismiss the possibility suggested by the girl with a Wonan accent. Perhaps he intends to deceive you? It might be wise to wait until he loses his patience. As Fu Chaoyan pondered this, the two had already meandered along Hongzhuan Street to the heart of Central Avenue. What a splendid locale. Fu Chaoyan had previously noticed the abundance of antiquated European architecture in Ice City, which became particularly pronounced upon reaching the center of Central Avenue. This avenue, the most bustling area of Ice City and the first pedestrian street in China, had existed for a century. "Central Avenue," Song Zhan introduced. Fu Chaoyan nodded. "Is it comparable to the Bundanhu city?" "Indeed," Song Zhan replied. "It may not possess the Bun's grandeur, but it feels more exquisite." Fu Chaoyan concurred with Song Zhan's assessment. The Bund, with its backdrop of international architecture and facing the Huangpu River, showcased towering skyscrapers and throngs of people, creating a more stunning and vibrant atmosphere. However, Central Avenue was not lacking. Having traveled to numerous Western European countries, such as Paris and London, she found the street architecture reminiscent of Central Avenue. If the entire avenue were to be relocated there, it would fit seamlessly. Nevertheless, the neighborhoods in Western Europe often faced a dilemma of cleanliness versus foot traffic, one could rarely enjoy both. Clean areas were often devoid of crowds, while bustling tourist spots frequently suffered from poor conditions. Central Avenue, however, transcended this issue. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a pristine version of Eastern Paris. "Wow, that white building is quite beautiful," Fu Chaoan exclaimed, pointing to a Home Decor store by the street. As they approached, they noticed the plaque reading 21, Central Avenue, formerly the Agulov Trading Company. An example of eclectic architecture. "What is eclectic architecture?" Song Zhan inquired, puzzled. Fu Chaoan explained, "It represents a style that emerged in modern times, emphasizing harmony, aesthetics, and spontaneity. Elements from various periods, such as domes, Roman columns, clock towers, and spires, can coexist within a single edifice." Song Zhan contemplated for a moment before responding. "Is it somewhat incongruous?" Fu Chaoan chuckled, "Quite so. After all, it serves the emerging bourgeoisie, who appreciate it simply for its visual appeal." "What is your opinion?" Song Zhan asked. Fu Chaoan smiled and remained silent for a moment, then pointed ahead. "I prefer that one, the Baroque style, with its attic, balcony, dome, and dormer windows." As they strolled, what began as Song Zhan's intention to play the role of tour guide transformed into Fu Chaoan enlightening him with her extensive artistic knowledge. "What about this building?" "This showcases Renaissance style, with its curved corners and wrought iron balcony." "And this one?" "Eclectic." "That one?" "Also eclectic." "If you sense a blend of multiple styles, it is likely eclectic." "What about this one?" "This is the Art Nouveau movement. Observe how its curves are more exaggerated, and the exterior appears remarkably modern." Finally arriving at a Madel ice cream stand, Fu Chaoan, parched from her discourse, was met with Song Zhan's suggestion. "Miss Fu, you've worked hard. Allow me to treat you to an ice cream." Fu Chaoan replied, "Being a tour guide for Mr. Song is no easy task. After exerting myself for half a day, I've merely earned the equivalent of an ice cream." Song Zhan chuckled, "Not at all. I can also treat Miss Fu to coffee or a Western meal, if you prefer." "Western food?" "I would rather not," Fu Chaoan declined. "What is wrong with Western cuisine?" inquired Song Zhan. "Then let us opt for spicy hot pot, or better yet, Qinghua barbecue, which is certainly unique to this region." At that time, local delicacies had yet to proliferate across the nation, with Qinghua barbecue primarily concentrated in the northeastern provinces. "Sounds good." Fu Chaoan accepted the ice cream offered by Song Zhan. She took a single bite, leaving a crescent-shaped lipstick mark, and remarked, "The milk flavor is quite rich, though it is a tad chilly." It was April, and the temperature in the ice city hovered around 15 C, hardly considered warm. "Then let us forego it. A mere taste will suffice," suggested Song Zhan. Fu Chaoan lamented, "But having taken just one bite, it seems wasteful to discard it." After glancing at Song Zhan, he replied, "I have no objections. Do you mind if I finish what's left?" Fu Chaoan pointedly remarked, "Didn't you consume all the breakfast we bought at the morning market?" Song Zhan was about to argue that it was different since breakfast consisted mainly of meat pies, most of which remained untouched. "If you don't want it, then so be it," Fu Chaoan said. "We are not particularly acquainted, merely business partners, after all." Upon hearing this, Song Zhan felt compelled to act. He seized the ice cream and devoured it in a few hurried bites, causing him to shiver from the cold. Observing the pained expression on his face, Fu Chaoan felt a twinge of sympathy, mingled with amusement. She realized she somewhat relished the act of teasing him. "You enjoy it so much?" "Boss, I'll have another." Fu Chaoan called out. Let us not," Song Zhan chuckled, covering his mouth. "One was sufficient." In high spirits, Fu Chaoan and Song Zhan continued their journey to St. Sophia Cathedral. "How beautiful! This shade of green is truly exquisite," Fu Chaoan marveled, finding the onion dome quite endearing. "Shall we go inside?" asked Song Zhan. Fu Chaoan felt inclined to enter, but was deterred upon seeing the serpentine line that extended into the square. "Never mind. Let us just take a few photos outside." She retrieved her camera from her bag, having previously captured candid shots along the way. "Do you know how to use it?" Fu Chaoan inquired. Song Zhan examined it briefly. Fu Chaoan's camera was laden with buttons, and while he could manage the shutter, adjusting the settings posed a challenge. "I'll teach you," Fu Chaoan said, meticulously explaining white balance, exposure, focal length, hue, and other essential parameters, allowing Song Zhan to take a couple of test shots. "Excellent. Just like that, quickly, take a picture of me." Standing at the heart of Sophia Square, Fu Chaoan struck a peace sign. Just as a flock of pigeons took flight behind her, their bellies full, Song Zhan pressed the shutter, capturing that delightful moment. I take a look. Fu Chaoan hurried over to inspect. The backdrop of the photograph was a sky washed clean by spring rain, a vast expanse devoid of clouds. Fu Chaoyan, with one leg raised behind her, had her coffee-colored trench coat billowing in the wind. One hand pressed down on the hem of her coat, while the other playfully gestured in a peace sign, one eye closed, exuding a charming and playful allure. Behind her stood the muted green of St. Sophia Cathedral, a flock of doves in shades of gray and white arranged in a line, their formation creating a crescent shape in the air, the darker half seemingly a reflection of the lighter half. Quite satisfactory, but let us strive for improvement. Fu Chaoyan was very pleased yet still pointed out a few flaws. Lunch was enjoyed at a renowned beef restaurant on Hongzhuan Street, where they savored Qighua barbecue, accompanied by a mix of fish fins and snowflakes. The meat sizzled on the grill, emitting a delightful crackling sound. Song Zhan ordered a plate of pickled vegetables, an essential complement to barbecue, and the owner graciously provided a portion of fresh lettuce. How do we eat this? Fu Chaoyan inquired, having walked all morning and feeling quite famished. It could be eaten directly or wrapped. Song Zhan donned disposable gloves and helped Fu Chaoyan wrap a portion in lettuce, preparing one for herself as well. Let us make a toast, Song Zhan suggested. Lettuce symbolizes prosperity. May our partnership be fruitful and prosperous. Fu Chaoyan responded with a smile. Absolutely, let us prosper together. After clinking their makeshift wraps together, they each took a bite of meat. Song Zhan calculated that this bite they just shared represented the culmination of their morning's endeavors and the latest in their business collaboration. Chapter 70, Northeast Bathhouse. During a brief interlude, Fu Chaoyan excused herself to the restroom, leaving Song Zhan to ponder how best to broach the subject at hand. Behind him, a table of 4 boisterous gentlemen from the Northeast were concluding their drinking games, one of whom exclaimed, "It has been a true honor to meet you 3 brothers. But I find myself somewhat unsatisfied." Another chimed in, "Shall we head to KTV then?" The remaining 2 exchanged glances and replied, "With your terrible singing voice. What is the point of KTV? Let us go directly to a bathhouse instead. We can soak in the pools and play some cards." "Sounds splendid. Let us go." The 4 brothers reached a unanimous agreement, which sparked an idea for Song Zhan. Indeed, why not capitalize on the cultural advantages of Northeast bathhouse traditions? It is widely said that bathhouses are the sanctuaries of business discussions, where camaraderie flourishes and sincerity prevails. Although Fu Chaoyan was a woman, she could still partake in the steam rooms. After all, the bathhouse was primarily for casual conversation, with no business talk to distract from the experience. As Song Zhan contemplated this, Fu Chaoyan returned and remarked, "The barbecue was delightful. I'm quite satisfied." Song Zhan inquired, "Miss Fu, what would you like to do this afternoon?" Fu Chaoyan replied with a smile, "I'm open to your suggestions." Song Zhan thought to himself, "If she is listening to me, then let us discuss business, but it's clear she isn't entirely keen on that." "Miss Fu, have you heard of the Northeast bath culture?" he asked. Fu Chaoyan's eyes sparkled with interest. "I've heard of it, but I've never had the chance to experience it." "Well, this is the perfect opportunity," Song Zhan continued. "Northeast bath culture is rich and diverse. It offers not only bathing and soaking but also scrubbing, steam rooms, billiards, games, buffets, and fruit beverages, truly a sanctuary for leisure and entertainment." Intrigued, Fu Chaoyan suggested, "Shall we give it a try?" Song Zhan responded, "However, the current temperature in Ice City is still a bit chilly, and with the snow just melted, it might not be suitable for the ice and snow activities I had in mind. I thought it would be better to experience the bathhouse instead." Fu Chaoyan nodded in agreement. "Mr. Song, you have a valid point. Let us proceed." Upon receiving her consent, Song Zhan promptly contacted Bao Na to reserve a spot at the finest bathhouse in Ice City. "You should go to Qinghua in Ice City. I've been there, and it's quite upscale, offering a variety of amenities. Since it's the off-peak season, there shouldn't be too many people," Bao Na informed him over the phone. By the time Song Zhan and Fu Chaoyan exited the barbecue restaurant, it was already 2 p.m. They hailed a taxi and headed straight for Qinghua. The taxi driver was quite chatty and, upon learning their destination, enthusiastically praised Qinghua, declaring it the best bathhouse in Ice City. Fu Chaoyan, being a newcomer, was filled with anticipation. Upon arriving at Qinghua, Fu Chaoyan was instantly captivated by the bathhouse's grand entrance, resembling that of a palace. The golden doors stood at least 8 meters tall, each door measuring 3 meters wide, gleaming brilliantly. The exterior featured white Roman columns and relief sculptures, reminiscent of the Parthenon from a distance, yet reflecting a hint of the Kremlin upon closer inspection. "Is this truly a bathhouse?" Fu Chaoyan marveled, her eyes wide with wonder. "This is just the beginning. Let us step inside and explore." Song Zhan was also visiting for the first time, but he had frequented other bathing centers. Thus, he was somewhat acquainted with the procedures. Indeed, it was the off-peak season, and the lobby was sparsely populated. The center featured a colossal fountain pool, and the ceiling soared at least 5 meters high, creating a spacious ambience. 2 guides, one male and one female on either side, led Song Zhan and Fu Chaoyin to change into slippers and provided them with wristbands. Fu Chaoyin inquired, "What is this for?" Song Zhan replied, "It records our expenses and grants access to the lockers. Let's bathe first, then we can reconvene in the lobby." "All right," Fu Chaoyin said. Song Zhan added, "To give the northeastern scrub a try." "Sure." As Fu Chaoyin entered the women's bathing area, Song Zhan proceeded to the men's pool. The iCity Qinghua bathhouse was the most lavish, boasting 5 large pools alongside 7 or 8 smaller soaking tubs, in addition to an outdoor hot spring. Song Zhan was not there primarily to bathe, so he merely rinsed off before donning a sauna outfit and emerging. He settled in a spot directly facing the staircase on the 2nd floor, awaiting Fu Chaoyin. Nearly an hour later, she arrived, her steps slightly unsteady. She had changed into a red sauna outfit, which, although loose-fitting, accentuated her impressive figure. Her chestnut hair, freshly washed, gleamed with luster, and her makeup had been washed away, lending her a more natural appearance that Song Zhan found particularly pleasing. In truth, most men prefer women without makeup, provided the woman possesses a refined beauty, flawless skin, and commendable bone structure. As Fu Chaoyin approached, the men in the lobby, who had been engaged in card games and idle chatter, fell silent. Those sipping tea and those engrossed in conversation turned their attention toward her, though they were deterred from gazing directly by their respective partners. "How do you find it?" "Not bad, right?" Song Zhan asked. Fu Chaoyin took a seat beside him. The red sauna shorts could not conceal her long, fair legs, which she crossed in a manner that made Song Zhan hesitant to meet her gaze. "I didn't expect the bathing area to be so expansive. Back at our place, we only have showers. Initially, I felt a bit shy since everyone was undressed, but I eventually got used to it." Fu Chaoyin spoke with a hint of shyness, recalling how her alluring figure had drawn attention upon entering the pool. The northeastern women had flocked to her, some inquiring about skincare, others about fitness for the waist and abdomen, and a few eyeing her curvaceous figure with envy, almost daring to touch. Nonetheless, the northeastern women were warm and welcoming, showing Fu Chaoyin how to enjoy her wash and even taking her for a scrub. "Did you get a scrub?" Song Zhan asked. "I intended to, but in the end." I hesitated, Fu Chaoyin replied, a touch of regret in her voice. The scrub lady had seemed quite vigorous, not sparing any intimate areas, which made Fu Chaoyin somewhat uncomfortable, leading her to forego the attempt. "All right, then let us proceed to the sauna. The facilities here are quite commendable, with numerous rooms available," Song Zhan suggested, intending to find a private room to order a pot of tea and discuss business collaborations in depth. "Sounds good." Fu Chaoyin agreed as they both entered a sauna room set at 25 degrees Celsius. They lingered for a while, but due to the insufficient temperature and the presence of other patrons, they decided against staying. "Shall we switch rooms?" Fu Chaoyin was not accustomed to large crowds, especially with the way the older gentlemen gazed at her, their stares too direct. She and Song Zhan visited several sweat rooms, where temperatures ranged between 25 and 47 degrees Celsius, this segment offering the most comfort and attracting the most patrons. After emerging from yet another sweat room, Song Zhan remarked, "Apologies. I didn't anticipate such a crowd today." Fu Chaoyin replied, "It's all right. Everyone deserves to experience this. Let us explore over there." As they ventured further away, they stumbled upon a sweat room marked with a temperature of 75 degrees Celsius. 75 degrees. "Shall we dare to try?" Fu Chaoyin invited. "If you are fine, then I shall accompany you," Song Zhan assured. Fu Chaoyin attempted to pull the door open, only to discover it was electric and quite heavy. After pressing the button, a wave of steam rushed forth as the door opened. Fu Chaoyin entered first, followed by Song Zhan. Once the door closed behind them, the oppressive heat enveloped them instantly. "How does it feel?" Song Zhan began to experience discomfort from the heat, though she believed enduring it for a few minutes was manageable. "It's tolerable," Fu Chaoyin acknowledged, though she too sensed the elevated temperature. The room was currently empty, and Song Zhan pondered how to broach the subject of investment. Meanwhile, Fu Chaoyin contemplated her conversations with the girls from Taiwan, considering whether her trial should soon conclude. After 2 minutes, Fu Chaoyin's face flushed and beads of sweat cascaded down her body. Song Zhan, struggling to breathe and drenched in perspiration, proposed, "Shall we step outside? We're only focusing on the heat here, and it's difficult to converse." Agreed. Fu Chaoyin thought of leaving, regretting her decision to enter from the moment she stepped in. Song Zhan pressed the button to open the door, but it remained unyielding. She pressed again, yet still, it did not budge. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Noticing the door's stubbornness, Fu Chaoan inquired, "What's wrong?" Song Zhan turned, her expression grave. "It seems the door is malfunctioning." Ah? Chapter 71. I am Zhu Shibi and Fu Chaoan approached the door lock for a closer inspection. It was an electronic lock, entirely immovable without pressing the button. "Let me try again," Song Zhan said, and immediately attempted to force the door open. The door was exceedingly sturdy, constructed of heavy solid wood, impervious to steam erosion and soundproof. Could it be a malfunction of the button? Fu Chaoan inquired. "It's likely. Being electronically controlled, it may have locked itself." Song Zhan analyzed, simultaneously surveying their surroundings. In the steam room, only Fu Chaoan and Song Zhan were present. The room contained several wooden benches and a bed covered with germanium stones for therapeutic purposes. There were no other vents or windows, save for a thick glass window on the same side as the door, obscured by condensation, rendering the view from inside to outside and vice versa entirely unclear. Fu Chaoan, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "What should we do?" "Let us call for help," Song Zhan asked. "Did you bring your phone?" Fu Chaoan shook her head, and Song Zhan lamented, "Neither did I." Unlike a decade later, when people could hardly part with their phones, the devices back then were less multifunctional, leading many to leave them behind. "Let us try shouting for help," Song Zhan suggested. "Is anyone out there?" "Someone is trapped." "Help?" They alternated their cries, each taking turns to shout until exhaustion set in. But their voices echoed unanswered. This was not unexpected. The steam room, due to its high temperature, was located in a rather secluded spot, far from the bustling second-floor lounge, where few people roamed. Moreover, the room's excellent soundproofing rendered it nearly impossible for their cries to escape. The more Fu Chaoan analyzed their predicament, the more despair enveloped her. She had never anticipated that after sharing light-hearted conversations with Song Zhan, they might now face the grim possibility of being trapped. "Is there any way for us to escape?" she asked. "Not for the moment. Let us conserve our strength and allow me to think," Song Zhan replied calmly. Since calling for help proved futile, they could not act recklessly, as doing so would only shorten their chances of survival. Silence enveloped the air, the temperature rising, with only the sound of their increasingly labored breathing filling the space. After nearly 10 minutes in the 75°C heat, they were nearing their limits. Fu Chaoan began to murmur, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for insisting on coming in." Song Zhan reassured her, "Do not blame yourself. This is a problem with the equipment, not your doing. We will surely find a way out." His gaze was resolute, devoid of resentment, offering Fu Chaoan a sliver of comfort. Feeling increasingly faint and her limbs growing weaker, Fu Chaoan attempted to lean against the wall. "No, be careful of burns." Song Zhan, lost in thought, neglected to monitor Fu Chaoan's condition. As a male, he could endure a bit longer, but Fu Chaoan, with a weaker constitution, was unable to maintain her stance. By the time Song Zhan warned her, it was too late. Fu Chaoan pressed her hands against the wall, the intense heat scalding her palms. "Ouch!" Fu Chaoan abruptly pulled away and stumbled backward, where Song Zhan rushed to support her, her entire body leaning against him as she struggled to regain her balance. She gazed at her hands, pale palms slick with sweat, the center flushed and marred by large blisters. A searing pain coursed through her, yet beneath it lay a deeper sensation of despair, a despair rooted in the inability to escape. "We must devise a way out," Song Zhan urged. "It is not yet 5 in the afternoon. This bathing center will not have staff to clean until 6 or 7. We certainly cannot endure until then." Fu Chaoan absorbed only half of Song Zhan's words, feeling her strength waning, certain she could not hold on much longer. Song Zhan aimed to uplift her spirits, both of them striving to find a solution, yet to Fu Chaoan, it felt as though hope had slipped away entirely. As a woman in her early 20s, Fu Chaoan had navigated numerous solitary periods while studying abroad, priding herself on her independence and resilience. Yet, whether it was the threat to her life or the presence of Song Zhan that triggered it, her inner fragility erupted. Silently, she began to sob, tears streaming down her cheeks. Song Zhan, uncertain how to console her, could only hold her steady, aware that the heat in the room rendered sitting impossible. Leaning against Song Zhan's shoulder, Fu Chaoan found a fleeting sense of solace. However, her regrets deepened. If this were the end of her life, it felt unbearably premature. There were so many experiences she had yet to savor: love, marriage, and establishing a career. Many endeavors would remain unfinished, secrets left untold, such as her connection with Song Zhan. As they embraced, Song Zhan continued to fervently ponder their escape, while Fu Chaoyan softly murmured, "Song Zhan, are you listening?" He nodded, his curiosity piqued by her sudden shift from calling him Mr. Song to using his name. "Are you not curious as to why I'm not eager to inspect the company?" Fu Chaoyan continued. Caught off guard, Song Zhan's curiosity intensified, clearly. Fu Chaoyan was intentionally delaying her visit. "Why?" he inquired. Her cheeks flushed, Fu Chaoyan struggled to breathe under his embrace. She pushed back slightly, unable to maintain her balance. Relying on him to steady her waist, her hands pressed against his chest. "Because I'm already quite familiar with the company's situation," she replied. "Did Teacher Zhu inform you?" Song Zhan asked, though he suspected Teacher Zhu wouldn't provide intricate details. It was essential to thoroughly understand for a business collaboration. Reflecting for a moment, Fu Chaoyan recounted, "The inception of ice sugar technology stemmed from the tutoring group you and Yang Yan formed in March. As the number of students increased, you conceived the idea of establishing a company and began drafting a business plan in collaboration with the school." As Fu Chaoyan recounted the history of ice sugar technology with remarkable precision, Song Zhan listened in astonishment. Her understanding far surpassed mere familiarity. It was an extraordinary depth of knowledge, one that matched his own insights. Fu Chaoyan continued, "So far, your company has 95 employees, including one technical director named Li Jun, whom you pulled from an arcade. There is also one HR and finance director named Bao Na, who has a child. As for operations," Song Zhan immediately interrupted, "That's enough. How do you know so much?" His gaze shifted from suspicion to shock, and finally to a hint of hostility. He realized that for Fu Chaoyan, the company held no secrets. If this was an investigation by a business competitor, it would be terrifying, indicating his imminent defeat. Fu Chaoyan observed Song Zhan's nervous and wary demeanor, akin to a frightened young lion facing a hunter armed with a gun, both afraid and striving to maintain dignity. "Am I going to eat you?" she teased with a chuckle. Initially filled with animosity, Song Zhan found her candid expression disarming, leading him to perceive her as not malevolent. With a sigh, Fu Chaoyan confessed, "Because I am Zhu Shibin." "What?" Song Zhan could hardly believe it. This revelation was even more shocking than her profound knowledge of the company. "You are Teacher Zhu?" he stammered in astonishment. "Indeed," Fu Chaoyan clarified. "Zhu is my maiden name, and Shibin is derived from the University of Pennsylvania, where I graduated from the Wharton School with a degree in entrepreneurial management. I apologize for initially deceiving you. I intended to evaluate your character from a third-party perspective. I realize now that I was mistaken." Song Zhan felt as though struck by lightning, his mind suddenly clear. All of Fu Chaoyan's actions began to make sense. He understood why Teacher Zhu sometimes took a long time to respond or appeared preoccupied. It was likely due to academic commitments. Even so, upon learning of his financial difficulties, she had flown over from the United States to assist him. At that moment, gazing at Zhu Shibin, or rather Fu Chaoyan, with her vulnerable and remorseful expression, how could he bear to blame her? A silence enveloped them, and Fu Chaoyan became increasingly unsteady. He held her securely and whispered, "It's all right. Thank you, Teacher Zhu." Fu Chaoyan paused, her eyes misting over once more. She removed her hand from his chest and wrapped her arms around his waist, her softness pressing against him. At that instant, Song Zhan felt an undeniable physiological response, prompting him to separate from her immediately, believing that Song Zhan had not forgiven her. Fu Chaoyan looked at him with a sense of grievance. "Cleverly," he remarked, "I have thought of a way to get out." With this explanation, Fu Chaoyan's attention shifted. "What method?" she inquired. Pointing toward the germanium stone on the bed behind them, he replied, "That." Fu Chaoyan, perplexed, asked, "A stone?" Feeling that actions would speak louder than words, Song Zhan promptly removed his drenched sauna suit top. Fu Chaoyan crossed her arms defensively over her chest, turning her head away and closing her eyes in mock indignation. "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" Chapter 72. Ambiguity. Fu Chaoyan presumed that Song Zhan, believing there was no hope of escape, intended to do something to her, as she prepared to struggle and assumed a defensive stance. She noticed that Song Zhan lingered without approaching. With cautious eyes, Fu Chaoyan opened them to see Song Zhan, bare-chested, walking to the bedside and placing his sauna attire on the stone. "What are you doing?" Fu Chaoyan inquired, moving closer to sneak a glance at Song Zhan's torso, which appeared quite robust. After removing his upper garment, Song Zhan felt a slight alleviation from the heat. As he attempted to wrap his hands around the stones, he explained, "We must rescue ourselves. My plan is to bundle these germanium stones with clothing, forming a solid mass that could serve as a makeshift hammer. We could strike the glass. Perhaps it will shatter. Even if it doesn't break, The noise could be louder than our cries, making it easier for those outside to notice our plight. Upon hearing this, Fu Chaoyan realized her earlier misjudgment and squatted down to assist him. I'll help you. Song Zhan declined her offer, saying, your hand is still burned. Your fingers cannot close. I can manage. I am strong. As he attempted to encase the germanium stones with the fabric, he faced a challenge. The stones were too hot, and a single layer of clothing was insufficient to handle the extreme temperature. When he folded the fabric to create a double or even triple layer, there was too little material to envelop the stones effectively, rendering them inadequate as a hammer. Just moments ago, he had complained about the sauna attire being too thick and uncomfortable, yet now he lamented its inadequacy, wishing for a thicker layer. Noticing Song Zhan's struggle, Fu Chaoyan asked, is there a problem? Can I assist in any way? After contemplating, Song Zhan recognized the urgency of their situation and replied candidly, the clothing is too thin and small, and the stones are too hot. The bundled stones are insufficient. Upon hearing this, Fu Chaoyan bit her lip in silence. Let us at least give it a try. Perhaps crafting a hammer might yield results, Song Zhan suggested. Resolute, he folded the sauna attire into 2 layers, yet it remained too hot. He then attempted 3 layers, grasping the fabric to encase the stones, forming a fist-sized hammer. With determination, Song Zhan wielded the makeshift hammer and struck the glass with force. A dull thud resonated, a promising sign. The glass was thick and sturdy, yet not unbreakable. After a few more strikes, he paused, sweat pouring down his body. In the sweltering 75°C sauna, each swing demanded immense effort. No. Is it futile? Fu Chaoyan asked with concern. Shaking his head, Song Zhan replied, it's lacking. There aren't enough stones to generate sufficient impact force. I will try again. Breathless, he regretted not having exercised more diligently in the past, vowing to prioritize fitness once they escaped. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the thought that he might perish here. Perhaps he felt that having experienced rebirth, there was nothing left to fear. The spirit and courage of Song Zhan profoundly inspire and attract Fu Chaoyan. She perceives that Song Zhan is running low on strength and cannot bear to see him undertake any futile attempts. Song Zhan, Fu Chaoyan murmurs shyly. What is it? Song Zhan turns to her. With her lips tightly pressed together, Fu Chaoyan, after a fierce internal struggle, finally says, There's a sauna outfit. But you mustn't peek. Dizzy from the heat, Song Zhan momentarily fails to grasp Fu Chaoyan's implication, and by the time he realizes, she has already turned away to begin unfastening her clothing. The sauna attire at Ice City's sacred gathering is buttoned, and the atmosphere in the sauna room is exceptionally quiet. Due to her burned hand, Fu Chaoyan struggles to unbutton her outfit, her movement slow. Song Zhan can hear the sound of buttons being undone, one by one. Click, click, click. Song Zhan swallows hard, his gaze falling upon Fu Chaoyan's smooth back. She possesses a classic hourglass figure. Her bosom is ample, her waist is slender, and her hips are wide. It appears that Fu Chaoyan's waist measures less than 60 centimeters. As she removes the sauna outfit, she crosses one arm over her chest to shield herself, while using the other to hand the garment behind her to Song Zhan. Let me take care of it, he says as he accepts the sauna attire from her. He folds both outfits together and tightly wraps them around the mineral stone, fashioning a hammer that is now twice the size of the previous one. At this moment, Fu Chaoyan has turned around, pressing her hands firmly against her chest for protection. Following the advice of a woman from the northeast, she is not wearing a bra beneath the sauna outfit, only 2 adhesive breast covers. Song Zhan is entirely focused, his mind far from contemplating Fu Chaoyan's beauty as he swings the hammer once more, launching an assault on the glass. Bang, bang, bang. This time, both Song Zhan and Fu Chaoyan feel a tremendous reverberation, which predictably carries beyond the sauna. Did you hear that noise? Asks a woman munching seeds in the lounge to the man beside her. Sounds like someone is shoveling snow, he responds. Shoveling snow, my foot, she retorts, perking up her ears. Bang, bang, bang. The sequence of 3 sounds catches not only her attention but also that of the man next to her. It seems like there is some renovation happening over there, she surmises, seeking out a beverage attendant. Is there renovation going on at your end? Why is it so noisy? The attendant, pouring tea for a customer, is unaware of any such activity and replies, I'll go check. Crack. The sound of shattering glass resonates, instantly alerting the attendant to the issue, who quickly heads towards the sauna. Inside, Song Zhan gazes at the large hole that the hammer has created in the lower right corner of the glass, a mix of astonishment and joy on his face. Have we succeeded? Fu Chaoyan, equally astonished, looks at the hole in the glass as a rush of fresh cold air enters, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. "Yes, we did it," Song Zhan exclaims, brimming with excitement. Unconsciously, they exchange glances. Song Zhan notices Fu Chaoyan with her arms crossed, her skin as white as jade. Her ample bosom spills forth due to the compression, her arms unable to conceal the curves of her two hemispheres. Clap, with her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fu Chaoyan swiftly extended her left hand and slapped Song Zhan, exclaiming, "Don't look." This instinctive reaction made her momentarily forget that her arms were meant to shield her chest. In that fleeting moment, her chest seemed like a sprinter poised on the starting line, ready to surge forward at the sound of the gun. Song Zhan's gaze was drawn to the way Fu Chaoyan's left breast seemed to bounce into view, its shape reminiscent of a papaya, approximately a 75F size, fair and full, rounded, glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration from the humid air. The apex was adorned with a flesh-toned nipple cover, evoking a myriad of enticing thoughts. Feeling a surge of blood rush to his head, Song Zhan instinctively lowered his gaze, picked up the hammer from the floor, and handed it to her, stammering, "Miss Fu, please, put this on." Realizing her own rashness, Fu Chaoyan felt it was too late to chastise Song Zhan, so she merely turned away quickly, her face burning with a blush that seemed as if it could bleed. She donned the sweat-steaming attire he had offered, and a palpable tension filled the air as silence enveloped them. Just then, a server, alerted by the commotion, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the shattered glass scattered before the sauna door, she hurried to press the door button, but to no avail. Calling out, she asked, "Is anyone in there?" At this moment, the interior was obscured from view, as thick steam billowed out through the broken glass, forming a wispy layer of vapor. "Yes, but the door won't open." Song Zhan shouted back. "I apologize, I'll call the manager right away," the server replied, repeatedly expressing her regret while contacting the manager via her intercom. Fu Chaoyan finally exhaled in relief, adjusting her attire before turning to face Song Zhan, only to find him gazing back at her. They had both managed to dress, yet their eyes met in a silent understanding, avoiding direct contact. "Ah, we're finally saved," Song Zhan feigned nonchalance. "Indeed, saved," Fu Chaoyan replied, her gaze wandering. Chapter 73, Assisting My Master. The manager of Ice City Sacred Gathering arrived promptly. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, the door lock was finally pried open. The manager profusely apologized, nearly bowing in contrition. "I truly apologize for the unfortunate experience encountered by our esteemed guests. Thankfully, neither of you seems to be seriously harmed, and we shall ensure compensation." Though Song Zhan was indeed upset, he recognized that this was not the moment for blame. He stated, "Compensation is of little consequence. First, let us proceed to the hospital for a checkup." The young lady had suffered burns that required immediate attention. It was only then that the manager noticed Fu Chaoyan's hands were still swollen and red, prompting him to call out, "Shaoli, summon the logistics department to bring the vehicle to the entrance and escort our guests to the hospital." Song Zhan and Fu Chaoyan were accompanied by male and female attendants, respectively, to the changing rooms. During this time, Song Zhan made a phone call to Bao Na, informing her of the situation at Ice City Sacred Gathering and that he and Fu Chaoyan were en route to the hospital. Upon arrival, they registered for emergency care, where Fu Chaoyan underwent examinations for her injuries and cardiopulmonary function. Fortunately, her overall health appeared stable, although the trauma to her palms was severe. After treatment, her hands were bandaged into fists reminiscent of a cartoon character. "Why are you laughing?" Fu Chaoyan asked, noticing Song Zhan's uncontrollable amusement, and playfully punched him with her bandaged hands. "It's nothing serious. I shall take you back to the hotel to rest," Song Zhan replied. "The doctor advised ample rest to help you relax." Fu Chaoyan nodded and inquired, "Aren't you going to get checked as well? Your heart seems to be racing." "Oh, how would I know?" Song Zhan responded, perplexed. Fu Chaoyan refrained from admitting that she had noticed this when she had held him earlier. However, under her insistence, Song Zhan agreed to undergo an examination, and all his vital signs appeared stable, which alleviated Fu Chaoyan's concerns. Before long, Bao Na arrived at the hospital. It was her first encounter with Fu Chaoyan, and they were introduced by Song Zhan. "Miss Fu, you are truly beautiful," Bao Na remarked. Having only known from Song Zhan that the investor was female, meeting her in person was quite a revelation. Fu Chaoyan felt a sense of familiarity with Bao Na, having heard of her challenging experiences through Song Zhan. "Boss, why don't you escort Miss Fu back to the hotel? I will handle the remaining matters at Ice City Sacred Gathering," Bao Na suggested, considering that Song Zhan could use a moment of respite. Song Zhan shook his head, saying, "You take Miss Fu to the hotel. Her hands are not in a convenient state. Being with another woman will be more helpful. Upon hearing this, Bao now realized the extent of Fu Chaoyan's injuries and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will take good care of Miss Fu. As Fu Chaoyan was about to protest that she required no assistance, Song Zhan insisted, it is indeed more convenient to have someone nearby. After seeing Fu Chaoyan and Bao Na into the vehicle, Song Zhan returned with the Ice City Sacred Gathering-esque car. Upon learning that both he and Fu Chaoyan were not seriously harmed, the manager of Ice City Sacred Gathering breathed a sigh of relief. As long as all is well. That is what truly matters. The manager's forehead was drenched in sweat. This incident had already attracted the attention of our superior, who insisted on personally coming to apologize. However, he was currently away on business and could not make it. This matter was entirely our responsibility, as the cause had been traced to the equipment's long-term neglect. Although we conduct daily checks and maintenance on our equipment, the high-temperature room at 75°C is seldom used, leading to the oversight by our maintenance staff. We will certainly implement stricter precautions in the future. Song Zhan harbored considerable frustration, yet berating the manager would serve no purpose. Observing Song Zhan's calm demeanor, the manager continued. Regarding compensation, would this be acceptable? Our boss has stated that we will fully cover the medical expenses and the costs for your emotional distress. Given the unpleasant experience you endured, we are prepared to offer you 10,000 yuan in cash, along with 2 lifetime VIP cards, allowing you and your companion to visit Ice City Qinghua at any time, with all basic admission fees and VIP services waived. The manager's sincerity was evident, and ultimately, Song Zhan agreed to this proposal. Could you please provide a contact number? Our boss wishes to extend a personal apology upon his return, the manager solicited. Song Zhan provided his contact information, not out of a desire to meet the owner of Ice City Qinghua, but because the VIP cards required registration. Having resolved the matter with Ice City Qinghua, it was already 8 p.m. The incident had begun around 5 p.m., and the ensuing hospital visit and examinations had consumed 3 hours. Upon arriving at the Emperor Hotel, Song Zhan intended to check on Fu Chaoyan's condition and inquire further about Zhu Shibin. The realization that Fu Chaoyan was indeed Zhu Shibin had initially shocked him. The more he pondered it, the more incredulous it seemed. Furthermore, Song Zhan was aware that Zhu Shibin had been recommended to him by Fu Buochang, making Fu Chaoyan's claim of not knowing Fu Buochang seem dubious. What, then, was the nature of the relationship between Fu Chaoyan and Fu Buochang? With these questions in mind, Song Zhan rapped on Fu Chaoyan's door. After a brief wait, the door opened, revealing Fu Chaoyan clad in a dark green bathrobe. Her exceptionally fair skin accentuated by her long hair, which was pinned up with a hairpin, droplets of water still glistening on her hair, evoking the image of a beauty emerging from a bath. Is Banana not here? Song Zhan inquired. Her child had a minor issue. After receiving the call, I sent her home, Fu Chaoyan replied, noticing that Song Zhan remained at the threshold. Are you planning to stand outside and talk? Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Zhan responded. Since you're about to sleep, I thought it best not to intrude. You seem well enough. Fu Chaoyan glanced at his attire and smiled. Come in. If you keep standing at the door, you'll attract attention. After a moment's consideration, Song Zhan followed her inside. Close the door, will you? Why are you dawdling? Fu Chaoyan reminded him. Ah, right, Song Zhan replied, turning to shut the door. Huh. Fu Chaoyan chuckled. You seem a bit dazed. How can we discuss business cooperation like this? Song Zhan asked. Miss Fu, have you finally decided to discuss the matter of cooperation? Leaning back against the sofa, Fu Chaoyan crossed her legs and replied, haven't you always wanted to talk to me about it? Go ahead. How shall we proceed? Song Zhan settled onto the sofa opposite, momentarily at a loss for words upon realizing that Fu Chaoyan was Zhu Shibin. What could he possibly say? Who knows the state of the company better than you? Observing Song Zhan's flustered demeanor, Fu Chaoyan felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Did he truly have nothing to say to her? It seemed he was not here to discuss collaboration, but rather had inquiries to make. Fu Chaoyan took the initiative to break the silence, instinctively reaching for the coffee cup on the table, only to remember that her fingers were wrapped and unable to grasp it. I'll help you, Song Zhan offered. Handing her the cup, Fu Chaoyan raised both fists, exclaiming, how am I supposed to drink like this? With caution, Song Zhan brought the cup to her crimson lips, watching as she sipped delicately, leaving faint red marks on the rim. Perhaps due to his elevated position, Song Zhan caught sight of the deep neckline of Fu Chaoyan's robe. Momentarily dazed by the unexpected intimacy, he suddenly realized there was no urgency to discuss anything. It was best not to linger in this space. Well, I just came to check on you. There's no rush for business collaboration. You should rest, and we can chat tomorrow, he said. placing the coffee cup back and preparing to take his leave. As he reached the door, Fu Chaoyan called out to him. "Wait, don't rush off," she said, her eyes sparkling as she bit her lip. "I need a small favor. My hands are incapacitated." "Oh, sure," Song Zhan responded. Assuming it was a simple task, like pouring water, Fu Chaoyan walked into the bedroom, and when she noticed Song Zhan lingering outside, she urged, "Come in. What help can you offer out there?" After a moment's hesitation, Song Zhan entered the bedroom, only to find Fu Chaoyan perched on the edge of the bed, her long, snow-white legs elegantly extended. Her paper slippers had been discarded, revealing her delicate, lotus-like toes. The graceful arch of her foot was striking, the top smooth, with perfectly proportioned ankles and calves, as if sculpted by nature itself. A pair of black, long medical compression stockings lay on the nightstand. Fu Chaoyan pointed to the stockings, explaining, "I have to wear these every night to prevent varicose veins." Baona left in such a hurry that she forgot to help me. Pausing, she raised her eyebrows and glanced at Song Zhan, her gaze brimming with allure. Her voice, whether intentionally lowered or not, dripped with seduction as she asked, "Song Zhan, could you help me put them on?" Song Zhan swallowed slightly, a reaction deftly observed by Fu Chaoyan, whose expression turned playful, delighting in her internal amusement. Chapter 74. The most important partner. "I'm afraid I might not be of assistance," Song Zhan pondered. Realizing that aiding Fu Chaoyan in donning her stockings felt akin to playing with fire, one misstep could lead to an inappropriate boundary. "Are you concerned that the stockings are unclean?" Fu Chaoyan retorted, "They are medical compression socks, brand new." Song Zhan shook her head. "Is it that you find my feet unsightly?" Fu Chaoyan pouted, lifting her foot in a display of mock indignation. "They are quite fragrant, you know." Song Zhan swallowed hard and again shook her head. "Then why the refusal?" Fu Chaoyan scrutinized her, sighing, "I apologize. Perhaps my request is indeed a bit excessive. If it cannot be done today, so be it. With varicose veins, missing a day or two won't be fatal. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if those green, worm-like veins will cover my calves by morning." As Fu Chaoyan lamented, her tone grew increasingly pitiful, and Song Zhan found herself swayed. She took out her phone, saying, "I'll call Baona to assist you." "Please don't," Fu Chaoyan interjected gently. "A mother is tending to her child. I cannot bear to deprive the child of joy." After a moment's contemplation, Song Zhan put her phone away, removed her coat, and hung it on a nearby rack. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "How should I proceed?" "I lack experience." Fu Chaoyan chuckled softly. "I am well aware of your inexperience. It's quite simple, just as one would normally wear stockings. I recall there is a shoe-changing stool in the living room. Please fetch it," she instructed. Song Zhan complied, bringing the stool to position herself opposite Fu Chaoyan. The dim yellow lighting in the corners of the bedroom cast a soft glow upon Fu Chaoyan's dark green robe, giving it an almost indigo sheen. She shifted slightly, extending her leg so that her ankle rested perfectly on Song Zhan's knee, presenting her foot for inspection. Song Zhan's gaze fell upon the delicate arch and toes of Fu Chaoyan's foot, her palms growing clammy as she gripped the compression sock. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Fu Chaoyan had propped her other leg on the edge of the bed, obscuring the mysterious region between her legs in the shadows. Smack! Fu Chaoyan leaned forward and playfully tapped Song Zhan's head. "Hurry up and put them on." No wondering eyes. "Understood." Chastised, Song Zhan tore open the plastic fastening of the sock's packaging, testing its elasticity. The mid-calf length of the stockings appeared capable of reaching Fu Chaoyan's knees. They were thin and black, resembling ordinary black silk, but the quality suggested they were imported from America. "Why are you dawdling? Just put them on," Fu Chaoyan encouraged. Lacking experience, Song Zhan pressed on with determination, grasping the opening of the sock and attempting to slide it over Fu Chaoyan's foot. After several futile attempts, Fu Chaoyan grew anxious. "You need to hold the foot steady with one hand." In truth, Fu Chaoyan could have stabilized her foot, but her own shifting had made it difficult for Song Zhan to position the sock correctly. "All right," Song Zhan conceded, as Song Zhan's left hand caressed Fu Chaoyan's foot. The lingering scent of lemon from her freshly washed skin filled the air. Her feet, smooth and slightly cool, felt the warmth emanating from Song Zhan's palm, sending a delightful shiver through her body, enveloping her in a sensation of warmth and comfort. A soft hum escaped Fu Chaoyan's lips, which she quickly stifled. With his right hand, Song Zhan stretched the opening of the stocking and slid it over her toes, which resembled glistening crystals. He gently pulled the elastic fabric down, while his left hand released its grip, exerting pressure as he instructed, "Do not move." Fu Chaoyan complied, allowing Song Zhan to deftly encase her entire foot in the stocking. Halfway through, Song Zhan felt a bead of sweat forming on his brow. With her hands encased, Fu Chaoyan could not assist him in wiping his perspiration. So she adjusted her position, extending her leg and lifting her foot closer to Song Zhan's chest, nearly brushing against his face, gripping the stocking S opening. Song Zhan raised it successfully to just below Fu Chaoyan's knee, completing the task. Fu Chaoyan's legs, reminiscent of a comic character, displayed a harmonious proportion between her thighs and calves, radiating a brilliant whiteness. The black stockings, akin to silk, contrasted strikingly against her skin, causing Song Zhan's heart to race. "You look splendid," Fu Chaoyan complimented. "Another one," Song Zhan stammered, his mouth dry. As Fu Chaoyan shifted to don the other stocking, she observed his focused demeanor and inquired, "Knowing I am Zhu Shibin and not revealing it to you, will you truly not feel anger?" Fu Chaoyan remained uncertain, pondering whether Song Zhan had genuinely forgiven her in the steam room, or if his words were merely a form of consolation. She sought a clearer response. While assisting her with the stocking, Song Zhan replied, "I am not angry. In fact, I wish to express my gratitude." "Gratitude for what?" Fu Chaoyan recalled that he had also thanked her in the steam room. "Thank you for believing in me and coming to Ice City alone. Thank you for assisting me in transforming from nothing to establishing a foothold at Ice Sugar Technology. Without your support, the company might not have come to fruition. I am also grateful for your willingness to share your visions across the 13-hour time difference, even with a stranger like me. I believe your intention to assess me stems from a long-term perspective." As Song Zhan raised the stocking once more, he looked up and continued, "So, Teacher Zhu, have I passed the assessment?" His eyes, now clear, reflected in newfound clarity, having emerged from the previous allure. Fu Chaoyan, covering her mouth, blinked rapidly, as tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but were resolutely held back. "Yes, you have passed," she affirmed. As she pulled her foot back, Song Zhan, still grasping it, leaned forward, and Fu Chaoyan instinctively embraced him. As Fu Chaoyan reclined on the bed, Song Zhan sat on a small stool, inadvertently resting against Fu Chaoyan's bosom. He felt as though he were lying upon an enormous, soft pillow, yearning to succumb to slumber upon it. Fu Chaoyan's hands rested gently upon the nape of Song Zhan's neck as she lowered her head to speak softly in his ear. Her breath fragrant as orchids. "If I were to invest, could I become a partner in your endeavors?" Inhaling the mingled scent of Fu Chaoyan's body wash and her natural fragrance, Song Zhan felt a delightful languor enveloping him, a sense of security intertwined with exhilaration. He solemnly replied, "Teacher Zhu, you shall be the most significant partner." A smile blossomed on Fu Chaoyan's face, akin to a myriad of pear blossoms unfurling under the tender caress of spring breezes. Suddenly, the sound of the door being pushed open interrupted their moment. "Miss Fu, I knocked outside but received no response, so I borrowed a spare key from the front desk." Bao Na's voice echoed as she entered. "Are you all right?" Perhaps concerned for Fu Chaoyan's well-being, Bao Na rushed in, offering no time for the two to separate. "Oh!" Bao Na exclaimed upon discovering Song Zhan and Fu Chaoyan entwined together, with Fu Chaoyan's nightgown slightly askew and one leg draped over Song Zhan's, while he rested his head against her chest. She froze in shock. "My apologies, I must have entered the wrong room." In a flash of inspiration, Bao Na turned to leave, muttering, "I saw nothing at all. My glasses are fogged up, truly." Flustered and dizzy, she gently closed the door behind her. Song Zhan found himself in a state of bemusement, realizing that any explanation would be utterly futile. Chapter 75. The appointment of Fu Zhaoyan. As Song Zhan emerged from Fu Zhaoyan's room, he encountered Bao Na standing outside the door, carrying a bag of water and fruit. She inquired, "How is your child?" Surprised by Song Zhan's sudden concern, Bao Na speculated that he might be feeling guilty and struggling to find words. She quickly replied, "Quite well, thank you for your concern, boss." Song Zhan nodded and continued, "Actually, I have something to discuss regarding Miss Fu." Bao Na was taken aback. "What?" "Boss, I just arrived." "What happened with Miss Fu?" With a smile, Song Zhan responded, "Nothing serious. The investment has been secured. Let's schedule a meeting room for tomorrow morning and gather the management team. There are important announcements to make." Bao Na was pleasantly surprised that the investment had been finalized while she was merely out shopping. "All right," she exclaimed. After Song Zhan departed, Bao Na knocked on the door. When Fu Zhaoyan opened it, Bao Na placed the water and fruit in the living room, saying, "Miss Fu, I have everything you needed. Please take a good rest." "Thank you so much," Fu Zhaoyan replied, her cheeks flushed. Once Bao Na left, Fu Zhaoyan chose a less painful hand, struggling to free a finger from the bandage, and dialed a number on her phone. "Calling so early? I also need my beauty sleep, you know." A girl with a nasal accent complained on the other end of the line. Fu Zhaoyan said, "Oh, never mind then. You can continue sleeping." I just wanted to inform you that my identity has been exposed. What? The girl sat up, suddenly alert. What happened? Tell me. Fu Xiaoyan contemplated for a moment and recounted the events that transpired at the St. Huiyan City, omitting the part about Song Zhan helping her with the compression stockings. She intended to keep that a secret between herself and Song Zhan. Wow, you really have had some bad luck. But, I suppose, adversity reveals true friendship. I didn't expect this little Song to be so reliable, the girl remarked. Now that things have come to this, the inspection has been reluctantly concluded. Do as you wish. Yin, tell me honestly. Isn't it quite exhilarating to have a nurturing boyfriend? Fu Xiaoyan retorted, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll hang up. All right. I want to say another word. How long do you plan to stay? I'll return before graduation. I need to wrap up this project. Lying on her bed, Fu Xiaoyan spoke on the phone while gazing at the ceiling, contemplating her upcoming plans. The following day, as anticipated, Song Zhan took a leave of absence citing health issues and swiftly made his way to the Innovation Building, now known as the headquarters of Ice Sugar Technology. Upon arriving at the office area, he found that few people were acquainted with him, as Ice Sugar Technology had nearly expanded to 100 employees. Only the initial 32 recognized him, and most were preoccupied with meetings, resulting in no one greeting him as he made his way to the office. The boss is here. How odd that no one informed me, Bao Na remarked as she entered the conference room, only to discover that Song Zhan had already arrived and was distributing agreement documents. Isn't this splendid? The company can function seamlessly even in the absence of its owner. Song Zhan chuckled. When the company grows larger in the future, I imagine it will be rather challenging to find someone who knows me. I have informed Li Jun and Hong Fong. They should be arriving shortly. Bao Na inquired. Is Miss Fu not coming with them? Song Zhan replied. She insisted on coming by herself. She must be downstairs. As they conversed, Li Jun and Hong Fong entered in succession. Upon seeing Song Zhan, Li Jun, with mock seriousness, remarked, Boss, has the company hired a spokesperson? I see a female celebrity outside, and everyone seems to be gathered around her. Song Zhan was momentarily taken aback and exchanged glances with Bao Na, who suggested, Could it be Miss Fu? I'll go greet her. Together, they proceeded towards the entrance, where they indeed found Fu Xiaoyan standing at the reception, adorned in a brown trench coat and sunglasses, exuding the aura of a starlet. Song Zhan noticed the bandage on her hand had been replaced with a glove. Miss Fu, this way, please. Song Zhan was still adjusting to Fu Xiaoyan's identity as Zhu Shibin, and continued to address her formally as Miss Fu. The company looks impressive. The decor and corporate culture are on par with those in Silicon Valley, Fu Xiaoyan complimented. These elements were intentionally modeled after the company Song Zhan had worked for prior to his rebirth, which were primarily traditional media transitioning into new media, in essence. Their overall style was consistent with technology-driven internet firms. Shall we convene in the meeting room? Upon reaching the meeting room, Fu Xiaoyan inquired, Are Yang Yaowei and Zhang Wenxuan not present? Song Zhan replied, Yaowei does not participate in company decision-making. Teacher Zhang is likely in a meeting with the school leadership. We will first address personnel appointments and later discuss the changes in equity with him. Having noticed that Bao Na and the others had taken their seats, Song Zhan formally introduced, I believe everyone is aware of the meeting's theme today. The company is currently seeking investment partnerships, and we are fortunate to have found a new partner. This is Miss Fu Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone? Fu Xiaoyan had already removed her sunglasses, revealing her striking features and poise. Bao Na maintained a calm demeanor, while Hong Fong looked on with admiration and a hint of envy, and Li Jun appeared increasingly restless. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Fu Xiaoyan, a native of Hu City, currently studying business at the University of Pennsylvania, focusing on entrepreneurial management. I am truly honored to meet such outstanding entrepreneurs. I have a basic understanding of the company's situation, Director Li Jun, Fu Xiaoyan acknowledged, calling out his name. Li Jun, taken aback, immediately rose to his feet. Please, remain seated. I have often heard Song Zhan speak of you, saying that without you, Ice Sugar Technology would not have its products and services. You are the cornerstone of Ice Sugar Technology. Li Jun replied with a humble smile that is not the case. The boss makes the final decisions. I merely assist in the setup. Director Li is being modest, Fu Xiaoyan continued, turning her attention to Hong Fong. Director Hong Fong. Hong Fong attentively listened, recognizing that although she and Fu Xiaoyan were of similar age, the latter exuded a presence and demeanor that elevated her above the ordinary. I have reviewed your work report and operational plan. They are exceptional, with user-centric strategies and empowering partnerships worthy of inclusion in a marketing textbook. You flatter me. Hong Fong replied courteously, attributing her insights to her boss's guidance. Fu Xiaoyan then turned her attention to Director Bao. Director Bao has become an old friend in this context. Her meticulousness and responsibility are evident, and entrusting the company's finances to you brings great assurance, as Song Zhan is quite pragmatic. Bao Na rose with a smile, acknowledging. It is my duty, thanks to the trust bestowed by the boss. Exchanging pleasantries, Fu Xiaoyan greeted everyone, causing the three directors to sense a commanding authority in her tone. Prompting curiosity about her intentions, Song Zhan announced, now that everyone is acquainted, I would like to declare a new decision. Fu Xiaoyan will assume the role of Deputy General Manager and President of Beijing Technology, while also serving as a board member and partner. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that she was to be the company's second-in-command. It is noteworthy that due to personal identity issues, Song Zhan had been somewhat removed from day-to-day operations, necessitating evening reports for various company matters, which proved cumbersome and inefficient. With Fu Xiaoyan in place, she would effectively be the go-to person for all matters in Song Zhan's absence, essentially becoming the de facto leader of the company. The three directors had no objections, and thus the decision was solidified. They shared a lunch together, after which Fu Xiaoyan held individual discussions with each of the three directors to gain insights into their work and progress, marking their first formal reporting session. Despite her youth, Fu Xiaoyan displayed professionalism and was well-versed in business, having a background in commerce and international exposure that included studying abroad. Her understanding of Silicon Valley's entrepreneurial culture allowed her to engage meaningfully with Li Jun, Hong Fong, and Bao Na. Conversations about Silicon Valley culture and technological advancements flowed effortlessly with Li Jun. Discussions around student demographics were seamless with Hong Fong, and dialogues about benchmarking foreign enterprises resonated with Bao Na. After these exchanges, the three directors found themselves thoroughly impressed by Fu Xiaoyan's capabilities, recognizing her competence to rival that of Song Zhan, which further bolstered their confidence in the company. In the afternoon, Song Zhan returned to her classes, while that evening, she convened the first official board meeting with Zhang Wenxuan, Fu Xiaoyan, and Yang Yaowei. The meeting was conducted with great satisfaction, culminating in Fu Xiaoyan acquiring 25 of Beijing Technology as shares for 5 million, making her the largest shareholder after Song Zhan. Consequently, the shareholding structure of Beijing Technology was established as follows: Song Zhan at 56.25, Fu Xiaoyan at 25, Beijing University at 15, and Yang Yaowei at 3.75. It was hard to fathom that just over a month ago, a mere 10,000 yuan could secure a 5 stake. And now that same amount had escalated to a value of 1 million yuan, Yang Yaowei remarked. Song Zhan smiled, stating, the company will continue to grow, and our ambitions extend far beyond this. Fu Xiaoyan turned to Song Zhan and affirmed, indeed, this is merely the beginning, yet it is time to embark on our journey. Song Zhan nodded. Once the funds were secured, it was time to embark on rapid development. Chapter 76. Spring Awakening. With the funds from Fu Xiaoyan successfully deposited, Beijing Technology embarked on its journey of expansion. According to the plan devised by Song Zhan and Fu Xiaoyan, Beijing Wang aims to establish coverage across all universities in Heilong Province by mid-June, ahead of the summer vacation, and subsequently launch a nationwide initiative targeting universities across the country, aspiring to encompass all higher education institutions within 6 months. This presents a considerable challenge. Fu Xiaoyan glanced at Song Zhan. While provincial coverage seemed feasible, venturing into the national arena would not entail an unoccupied market. Song Zhan understood that Fu Xiaoyan was alluding to Renren, Com, and the burgeoning entrepreneurial forces emerging from various regions of the motherland. It will undoubtedly work, Song Zhan asserted confidently, prepared with subsequent plans. There's no turning back now. I must place my trust in you, Fu Xiaoyan replied with a hint of resignation. From the very next day of Fu Xiaoyan's appointment as vice general manager, she commenced her endeavors with another public relations team, traversing various cities in Heilong Province. She had designated Hong Fong to lead the operations team, leveraging the influence of Beijing University to continue collaborations with universities within Ice City, aiming to cover the entire city by the end of the month. Fu Xiaoyan herself took the lead in negotiating partnerships with local universities in Heilong Province, paving the way for product outreach. Meanwhile, Song Zhan could not remain idle. According to the internal timeline for product release, Beijing Weibo was set to launch by the end of April, currently undergoing internal testing. Song Zhan was not only engrossed in intensive study, but also tasked with quality assurance, adjustments, and ensuring the excellence of Beijing Technology's products. With Fu Chaoan overseeing the company's operations, regulatory frameworks, and business public relations, Song Zhan could channel more energy into development strategies and product enhancement. In the realm of product development, no one could offer assistance, nor could anyone question Song Zhan's vision and judgment. For the proposals he put forth had been refined by countless individuals over an extended period, leaving no room for missteps. Additionally, Song Zhan had another pressing matter at hand, attending supplementary classes with Yi Yizhen. Recently, due to hosting Fu Chaoyan and the transition of company authority, Song Zhan had not only taken occasional leave during the day but had also been frequently absent from evening classes, prompting Yi Yizhen's outburst. Starting this week, attendance is mandatory for evening classes, for at least an hour, Yi Yizhen declared. Fortunately, Song Zhan had just completed the most arduous phase, allowing him to dedicate his focus to his studies. As Beijing Technology continued to expand, only a small portion of the second floor in the innovation building was allocated for the tutoring group, which now resembled a communal haven, reminiscent of a Beijing cottage. Song Zhan began contemplating the transformation of this space into a Beijing cottage in the latter half of the year, where the renowned Beijing Technology, celebrated for its tutoring, would feature its primary product, Beijing Weibo, as the centerpiece. The tutoring group could then gracefully retire from the spotlight. Currently, the innovation building was graced daily by two stunning women. Fu Chaoyan occupied the newly established office area on the third floor, while Yi Yizhen held court in the tutoring area on the second floor. Fu Chaoyan was present only 3 to 4 days a week, regardless of weekends. And during the day, whereas Yi Yizhen attended in the evenings, resulting in their paths not crossing, they maintained a respectful distance, akin to water from two wells. As time inexorably flows, 2 weeks have slipped away, never to return. April marks the transition between winter and spring, with the climate warming and the snow melting. Known as the City of Lilacs, Ice City boasts over 20 varieties of lilac trees. In mid-April, as the flowering season commences, lilacs bloom successively across schools and parks, displaying hues of red, pink, purple, and white, filling the air with their enchanting fragrance. By April 28th, the average daytime temperature hovers around 17 C, with peaks surpassing 22 C. The students of Ice City No. 1 High School have shed their winter coats in favor of spring uniforms. At noon, many students stroll through the campus clad only in long-sleeved sweatshirts, engaging in various activities, playing basketball, jogging, listening to music, or enjoying romantic moments, each person relishing the brilliant spring sunshine. Meanwhile, Song Zhan stands across from the school, fixated on the gaze of a teacher from the Student Affairs office while answering a call from Li Jun. During this period, he has also acquired a few technical terms. After hanging up, Hao Zhixiong, who has been waiting nearby, remarks, "Boss Song is indeed busy, even during a breather. He has to take calls. Just spit it out." Song Zhan is aware that Hao Zhixiong has invited him to lunch for a purpose. "Isn't tomorrow the spring sports meeting at school? This afternoon we need to hold a class meeting to report on the projects. Shirqing asked me to inform you in advance. You'll have to step in for any project that lacks participants," Hao Zhixiong explains. "What do you mean? Am I the default choice?" Song Zhan replies, slightly irritated. "That's pretty much the gist of it, my friend. You've become the star of the class. Fame comes with responsibility." Hao Zhixiong chuckles. Recalling his previous life when he scarcely participated in class activities, Song Zhan concedes, "Fine, but I can't guarantee any accolades." Hao Zhixiong nods, "No worries, it's just about making an appearance. If their essay project with a chance of winning, everyone will cheer you on. If not, just go with the flow. Is that all? Why doesn't T-shirt Shing come to me directly?" Song Zhan inquires. "Well, I have other matters to discuss with you. So I mentioned it all at once," Hao Zhixiong reflects. "For tomorrow's sports meeting, aren't we seated in order of class on the stands? Isn't that the customary arrangement?" Song Zhan responds, "Yes, but our playground only has half a circle of stands. Space is limited, so traditionally, the stands are divided into 2 sections, the top 3 tiers for one class, and the bottom 3 tiers for another. This way, we are adjacent to Class 1. You should have Wei Ling and seat Pang Jingxiang in the last row, while we occupy the front row. That way, we'll be close," Hao Zhixiong elaborates. Pondering this, Song Zhan remarks, "Daxiong, if you applied this level of thought to your studies, you would surely be at the top of the class. Does that mean you agree?" Hao Zhixiong presses, "Don't forget your previous promise to be my wingman for our weekend outings. It's been 2 months. Have you made good on that?" Song Zhan was momentarily taken aback by Hao Zhaxiang's inquiry. Indeed, he had not fulfilled that particular task. Yet it did not signify that he would be idle over the weekend. Rather, he was simply developing a private connection with Wei Lingran. Rest assured, I shall take care of all the snacks, beverages, and delicacies. We shall feast on chicken frames together and relish grilled cold noodles, Hao Zhixiang assured him. Very well. I shall speak with Wei Lingran, Song Zhan acquiesced. During the afternoon class meeting, the teacher indeed announced, tomorrow we commence the sports meet, lasting for 2 days. Are you all aware? A chorus of no echoed from the class. What are you pretending for? The teacher chuckled. Hey, Ho Xinqing. Your Olympic flag is peeking out from your desk. How can you claim ignorance? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, and Ho Xinqing, feeling embarrassed, retorted, Teacher, this is unjust. The monitor placed it here. I thought she had a fondness for me. Shirqing promptly seized a pencil case from the desk and hurled it at him, exclaiming, Shut your mouth. The class erupted with laughter once more, and the teacher joined in, saying, All right, let us keep it in moderation. A bit of jest to lighten the mood is acceptable, but be wary. I shall contact your parents. Enough of the chatter, there is no need for further ado. Shirqing will continue to host the class meeting, with the assistance of the physical education representative, Zhang Pingyu, to finalize the sports meet events, which must be submitted to the student office before the end of tonight's classes. Yes, teacher, Shirqing and Zhang Pingyu replied in unison. Chapter 77, A Life of Relaxation in stark contrast to other classes, which were often filled with shouts and laughter. Class 9 displayed an unusual tranquility during the athletic event registration. The primary reason was a collective reluctance to participate. This hesitation is understandable in a class of high achievers. Most students tend to focus on their studies, with only a few harboring a passion for sports, insufficient to cover the vast array of athletic events. Shirqing and Zhang Pingyu inquired among their classmates with notable talents, filling out the registration forms with the events they could participate in. For instance, a girl who sat next to Song Zhan, the one who mistakenly occupied the wrong seat on the first day of school, was registered for the 3-person basketball event. Upon reviewing the list, Shirqing noted that aside from those with special skills, about 15 events remained, which were the most challenging to fill due to the potential to offend others. Shirqing turned to Zhang Pingyu, suggesting, How about you set an example first? Zhang Pingyu responded with a wry smile, I've already signed up for 3 events. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle them back to back. Acknowledging his concern, Shirqing asked the class, Is there anyone else who wishes to register? Silence enveloped the room, with students even hesitating to meet her gaze. Feeling exasperated, Shirqing noticed Hao Zhixiang giving a thumbs up, and then turned to Song Zhan. Song Zhan, shall I sign you up for the 4x400-meter relay? Startled by the sudden mention of his name, Song Zhan, who had been lost in thoughts about his company, finally stood up. Remembering Hao Zhixiang's earlier encouragement, he said, So? No one else wants to register? All right, put me down. Shirqing expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Additionally, include me for long jump, 3,000-meter run. High jump, just sign me up for everything. Song Zhan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Lao Zheng, who had been covertly watching Song Zhan, chimed in sarcastically. Do you think you can keep up? It's all knockout rounds. Aren't you embarrassed? Lao Zheng's words seemed to mock Song Zhan but resonated with the sentiments of most classmates. The reluctance to register stemmed from a lack of confidence in their abilities and a desire to avoid drawing attention to themselves, coupled with the psychological pressure of potential failure. It was much more comfortable to relax, enjoying refreshments and watching the competitions. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhan said, I know I'm not good at sports, but I want to give it a try. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I actually dozed off during the class meeting. Just then, the homeroom teacher returned from the corridor, curious about the situation. Upon hearing Song Zhan mention his nap, the teacher was even more intrigued to learn what he intended to do. I had a dream, Song Zhan continued. A dream of many years in the future, after graduating from high school, then university, and even after working at several companies. I realized I hadn't participated in any activities. Fading into the crowd, I felt utterly unremarkable, lacking motivation for anything. Suddenly, I regretted it, pondering when it was that I felt so drained. As if struck by a hammer, I calculated that during my 3 years of high school, excluding this event, there have been approximately 4 athletic meets. If I include middle school, it could total around 10 events, along with various other cultural activities, in which I have never participated. I find myself gradually loosening my grip. Akin to slowly deflating a bicycle tire, when I eventually wish to race, the bike is unrideable. Although Song Zhan's words may carry an element of deliberate sentimentality, they are indeed a genuine recollection of experiences prior to rebirth, expressed with heartfelt sincerity. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Song Zhan continued earnestly, "Thus, for this sports meeting, I wish to participate. The ranking matters not, nor does the event. I merely seek to relish the essence of youth. I refuse to allow regret to haunt me post-graduation, to slacken my resolve, to fade into the crowd while cheering for others, or to be looked down upon by the girl I admire." He paused momentarily, adding, "If there is one." Laughter erupted among his classmates, momentarily lightening the atmosphere. "For those with cameras, please take a couple of photos for me. I too have experienced youth." He jested. "All right, that is all I wish to say. Feel free to mock me." Upon concluding, he took his seat. Yet he became the most unmockable individual in the class. Shiqing and Zhang Pingyu spontaneously began to applaud, inspiring the entire class to join in. Old Zhang surveyed his peers, reluctant to applaud but compelled to follow suit. The more he clapped, the angrier he became. He abruptly stood, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Zhan, exclaiming, "Damn it, I cannot stand your pretentiousness. Shiqing, sign me up for the 4x400-meter relay. And let me take the baton from Song Zhan. I am eager to see who falters." He continued, "Also include me in the 3-on-3 basketball. Allow me to demonstrate what number 24 truly represents." As he spoke, he pulled open his uniform to reveal a brilliant yellow jersey emblazoned with the renowned number 24, prompting a raucous cheer from his classmates. The enthusiasm ignited by Song Zhan and Old Zheng rendered the boys restless. During adolescence, when other tactics may fail, this fervor, this challenge, proves to be the most effective. "Class monitor, sign me up as well," exclaimed Hao Zhixiong, rising to his feet. Initially, he had planned to assist Shiqing in encouraging Song Zhan, opting out of participation himself. However, upon reflection, he pondered, "What if Jingxiang wishes to see me compete? What event do you desire?" Shiqing inquired. "I have no preference, as long as I can pass by the stands. I'd rather avoid those events that are not visible to the audience. Long jump seems rather lackluster," Hao Zhixiong replied. "Then let us also go with the 4x400-meter relay," Shiqing suggested, noting Hao Zhixiong's nod of agreement. Unexpectedly, the atmosphere shifted as classmates became animated, eagerly signing up. Even the typically frail boys with glasses attempted to join events, quickly filling all the boys' slots. Yet, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. Shiqing and Zhang Pingyu urgently adjusted the roster, trimming down those who had signed up for multiple events, ultimately accomplishing their task with success. The girls' events, already fewer in number than the boys, were fiercely contested as they too were determined not to be outdone, resulting in a remarkably smooth registration process, the most seamless of their 3 years in high school. After the class meeting concluded, Shiqing approached Song Zhan to express her gratitude. Song Zhan replied, "It's nothing. Just make sure to give it your all when the time comes." "That's fine," she responded. During the evening tutoring session, Song Zhan and Yi Yizhen discussed the upcoming sports meet. "Are we continuing with tutoring tomorrow evening?" Yi Yizhen asked, her head buried in papers. The sports meet would conclude early, providing an excellent opportunity to catch up on the studies that had been neglected recently. "No problem," Song Zhan affirmed. "By the way, I have signed up for the 4x400-meter relay. Will you come to watch?" Song Zhan casually mentioned this, but Yi Yizhen, thinking it was an invitation, glanced up. Noticing the glimmer of anticipation in Song Zhan's eyes, she retorted without hesitation, "How boring. I wouldn't go." "Haha, that's true," Song Zhan chuckled, not taking it to heart. In his view, Yu Yizhen was indeed disinterested in anything beyond her studies. Upon returning home, Song Zhan messaged Wei Ling and on QQ. "Song, our 2 classes will be seated next to each other tomorrow. You and Pang Jingxiang will be in the last row, while Hao Zhixiong and I will be in the front row, watching the competition together." "Wei, sounds good. Do you have any events?" "Song, of course. Be ready to cheer for me." Chapter 78, The Sports Meet at the Break of Dawn. Precisely at 7 a.m., the students of iCityno. One high school arrived at the school, laden with an assortment of snacks, ready to set up the venue for the upcoming sports meet. The school mandated that all preparations be completed by 9 a.m. Due to insufficient seating in the stands, the first-year students were required to relocate tables to the playground, encircling the track field, while they themselves watched the competitions from the sidelines. The second and third-year students were assigned to the stands. Yet they too were tasked with setting up the seating and organizing the event, a burden not to be taken lightly. Naturally, the boys bore a heavier share of the workload. The Physical Education Committee head, Zhang Pingyu, single-handedly transported 2 boxes of water along with various cheering paraphernalia, while Song Zhan busied himself with the class banners. Finally, the students found a moment to breathe amidst the tension of their studies, reveling in the atmosphere. By around 8:30, the sports ground was nearly filled to capacity. Students donned sun hats, with the front row planting umbrellas into the ground, while those in the back engaged in card games or exchanged advice on romantic text messages, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Hao Zhixiang had secured a prime spot early on. Upon Song Zhan's return after finishing his tasks, he noticed Wei Lingran waving at him, with Pang Jingxiang seated beside her. Once settled, Wei Lingran offered him a cup of delicious taro-flavored yulamai milk tea. "Oh, you are my yulamai," Pang Jingxiang quipped playfully, to which Wei Lingran merely smiled, sipping from her straw without elaborating. After taking a sip of the milk tea, Song Zhan remarked, "Pang Jingxiang, would you like to have Dexiong prepare some for you?" Hao Zhixiang nodded in agreement. "No problem. I brought a bottle of hot water, thinking of making instant noodles for lunch, but it's perfect for the milk tea now." "Absolutely not," Pang Jingxiang retorted. But once Hao Zhixiang prepared it, she couldn't help but relish the drink with delight. As the clock struck 9, the sports meet officially commenced. Principal Liu delivered his customary speech, declaring this year's event the grandest yet, featuring the most disciplines, in line with the Olympic spirit, and encouraging all participants to showcase their style and skill. Duo, do you have an event today?" Song Zhan inquired. "Of course. I'll be competing in the long jump," Wei Ling replied proudly. "I'm also participating in the girls' 200 meters. You can long jump too?" Song Zhan expressed his surprise, as running was commonplace. But long jumping was unexpected. "Hiki, with my long legs, I have an advantage," Wei Ling laughed. "Indeed." Song Zhan perceived that Wei Lingran appeared taller than she had 2 months prior at the beginning of the school year, her legs naturally longer. "How tall are you now?" Song Zhan asked. "I measured just yesterday, 175 centimeters, Wei Lingran responded, a hint of anxiety in her voice, as many believe that taller girls face challenges in finding partners. Hao Zhixiang, who was amusingly teasing the aloof Pang Jingxiang, was taken aback upon hearing Wei Ling's height. "What? You're 3 centimeters taller than me?" Pang Jingxiang, observing Hao Zhixiang's bravado, interjected, "Don't inflate your height. You're probably just about 170 centimeters at best." Song Zhan and Wei Ling stifled their laughter. And Wei Ling remarked, "You shouldn't criticize others when you're benefiting from them. That's rather unfair." Hao Zhixiang dismissed the comment lightly. "It's all good. I've heard that a height difference of 8 to 12 centimeters between partners is ideal. I'm just waiting for Jingxiang, after all." Pang Jingxiang stands just above 150 centimeters. Feeling disgruntled, she playfully slapped Hao Zhixiang. "Am I to wait for you? I can still grow taller." Wei Ling watched as Pang Jingxiang and Hao Zhixiang frolicked away, and discreetly asked Song Zhan, "What if I grow taller? I won't be able to find a partner." Song Zhan replied, "No worries. I have an extra chess set at home. Consider it a gift for your future partner." Wei Ling knew Song Zhan's words were not meant to be taken seriously, and retaliated with a playful punch. Their little antics would go unnoticed by most. Yet for Lao Zhang, who had been eyeing Wei Ling with a pang of desire, it was impossible to overlook, each glance causing him heartache. However, he restrained himself, planning to teach Song Zhan a lesson in the competition later, hoping to impress Wei Ling with his valor. The morning was primarily dedicated to the first-year competitions, while the second and third years merely observed, enjoying snacks in a relatively tranquil atmosphere, as none of the competitors were from their own classes, rendering cheers unnecessary. At noon, Song Zhan and the others opted for a meal at a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant rather than instant noodles. The place was crowded, and they could only manage a bowl each. Unsatisfied, Song Zhan contemplated whether Wei Ling had leftovers, though he forgot that she had a reputation for finishing her meals more thoroughly than he did. Around 1 p.m., the competition resumed. With the temperature rising and the sun blazing, competitors donned short sleeves, while spectators mostly wore long sleeves or layered their short sleeves with school uniforms. The next event was the senior boys' 4x400-meter relay, and the announcer called out the names of the participants. Class 1, Chui Tanqi, Wang Ji. Class 9, Song Zhan, Hao Zhixiang, Zhang Shitiu, Lu Li. At the sound of the announcement, Wei Ling sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Song Zhan, you really signed up?" Song Zhan frowned. "Am I not allowed to?" Wei Ling, aware of Song Zhan's aversion to such activities, had initially thought he was teasing her. "Then I'll cheer for you during the race," she said, excitement bubbling in her voice. Pang Jingxiang interjected, Ran, is it possible that our class is participating too?" "Don't play the spy." Students from the front row turned to look, prompting Wei Ling ran to awkwardly add, "Cheer for everyone. Cheer for everyone." At this moment, Hao Zhixiong had already shed his jacket, fixed his hair, and adjusted his glasses, declaring, "I'm going on stage now, Jingxiang, you will be my source of strength." Pang Jingxiang waved her hand. "I can't bear such a significant role. Shouldn't you carry your own source of strength?" Hao Zhixing chuckled. "It's fine to leave it with you. Just watch my performance later." Lao Zheng had already exited the field and turned to Song Zhan, "Old Song, don't back out now. Are you a man or not?" Song Zhan stood up, declaring, "I'm coming," as he removed his jacket, which Wei Ling instinctively caught and held. Lao Jing's mouth twitched at the sight. "Just wait. I want to let you off lightly." At this moment, the teacher approached and gently patted the shoulders of the 4 participating students, saying, "Do not feel any pressure. We are here to enjoy ourselves, so relax a bit." He especially pointed at Song Zhan, adding, "Just don't slack off during the exam." Taken aback, Song Zhan realized that the teacher had indeed heard his remarks during the class meeting the day before. The 4 of them nodded in agreement and made their way to the starting line. Due to the sports event, the teaching building of I-City No. 1 high school was nearly deserted, with only a few student affairs teachers on duty, while the subject teachers had been summoned to serve as judges and recorders. However, the experimental building still had its lights on, where a slender figure clad in a white lab coat was intently conducting an experiment while wearing protective goggles. In the entire I-City No. 1 high school, only Yi Yizhen possessed such conditions. The school's broadcasting system was rather antiquated, and the announcement of Song Zhan's competition echoed throughout the school, reaching even the laboratory. As Yi Yizhen carefully dripped copper sulfate solution into a test tube and heard Song Zhan's name, she momentarily paused, causing a drop of solution to spill onto the exterior of the test tube. Shaking her head, she glanced at the backpack on the lab bench, which had a bottle of blue-orange flavored Gatorade tucked into its side pocket. Peering out the window, she found that the crowd and the considerable distance obscured her view. She removed her lab coat, tidied up the equipment, turned off the lights, and exited the laboratory, clutching the sports drink. Chapter 79, The Speed of Youth. Song Zhan, Zhang Shiziu, Hao Zhixiong, and Lu Li arrived at the recording point beside the starting line on the right side of the podium to register. Class 9 of the 3rd year, correct? The teacher responsible for the recording, clearly from the student affairs office, glanced at old Zheng and said, "Aren't you Zhang Shiziu?" Old Zheng felt a surge of joy, thinking perhaps he had gained some fame. "Teacher, do you know me?" "Indeed. I patrol during evening study sessions and have caught you several times with first-year girls sneaking into the grove," the teacher from the student affairs office replied candidly. Upon hearing this, everyone cleared their throats in silence, and old Zhang awkwardly protested, "Teacher, you must be mistaken. That wasn't me." As the teacher continued to make the registration, he called out, "Each class should determine their baton order, then line up behind our guide. In a relay race, each leg is relatively similar. Yet it is evident that the final leg bears the most pressure." Old Zheng initially wished to run the last leg himself, as a strong performance would garner the most attention. However, upon noticing that several competitors were athletes, he realized they would surely want to run the final leg as well, thus diminishing his chance to stand out. After weighing his options, old Zheng suggested, "Song Zhan, how about you run the last leg?" Song Zhan was taken aback by old Zheng's generosity, willingly relinquishing his opportunity for glory. "I'm fine with that. What about Da Xiong and Lu Li? You can choose first." Hao Zhixiong, eager to participate but not wanting to bear such a heavy burden, said, "I'll take the second leg." Lu Li followed, stating, "Then I'll go third." "Since that's settled, I'll take the first leg," old Zheng declared. The first leg is quite advantageous, as it typically accommodates those who are not as strong, allowing old Zheng to create a significant lead. Once the baton order was established, the 4 took their respective positions. The track events at the sports meet do not feature preliminary rounds. Instead, each grade competes internally, with 14 classes divided into 2 groups. Classes 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and 13 compete together, while classes 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 14 do likewise. The final results will be ranked collectively. As the athletes took their places, the cheerleaders from each class crowded the stands. Wei Ling, accompanied by 3 girls, waved colorful balls and flags, borrowed from an unknown source, ready to cheer on the athletes. Song Zhan noticed Wei Ling and waving her flag at him. She had already removed her jacket, revealing a snug long-sleeved sailor shirt, likely purchased the previous year. With Wei Lingren's development, the garment accentuated her curves, drawing considerable attention and making her the center of focus. Old Zhang, upon spotting Wei Lingran, was instantly invigorated. His legs trembling as he warmed up, his gaze fierce and unstoppable, as if to announce to all, "Step back if you fear, for I am about to shine." Positions. With the referee raising the starting pistol high, the athletes bent forward, fingers touching the ground, legs poised, ready to launch themselves. Bang! At the sound of the gun, the 7 athletes of the first leg surged forth like wild dogs unleashed, roaring ahead. Go, Class 1. Go, Class 5. Go, Class 9. Old Zhang, aside from his other attributes, boasted commendable physical fitness due to his frequent basketball games, coupled with the fact that his teammates in the first leg were not particularly strong. He surged ahead to seize the lead, creating a gap of approximately 4 meters from the second competitor. As he passed Wei Lingran, he felt a flicker of distraction, wondering if she was paying attention to him. This moment of hesitation cost him, as the second competitor overtook him. "What's wrong with Old Zhang? He seems to be losing focus," remarked Ho Xinxing from the stands, munching on sunflower seeds. "No worries, he can catch up," analyzed the athletic committee member, Zhang Pingyu, noting that the first leg runners were underwhelming, ensuring Old Zhang's steady advantage. Indeed, by the time they reached the baton exchange for the second leg, Old Zhang was still comfortably in the lead, ahead by about 5 meters. Hao Zhixiong took the baton and immediately dashed forward. Despite his short stature and thick glasses, he sprinted like a wild rabbit, maintaining his lead even against taller competitors. As he passed the stands, he glanced at the cheerleading section but was disheartened to find Pang Jingxiang was absent. By the time he handed off to the third leg, he had fallen behind the first place by 20 meters. Next up was Lu Li, who belonged to the more average group of Class 9, rarely participating in events or speaking up and not excelling academically. However, influenced by Song Zhan, he bravely signed up. By the time he reached the baton exchange, the gap had widened, and Lu Li had slipped to 5th place. "I'm sorry." Lu Li felt a pang of guilt, but before he could finish, Song Zhan resolutely replied, "Leave it to me." Upon receiving the baton, Song Zhan charged forward. The final leg was the focus of everyone's attention. Some classmates even brought binoculars and borrowed them from Wei Lingran, eagerly tracking Song Zhan's progress. "Where's Li Liang from our class? Have you found him yet, Ran?" asked a girl from the adjacent class. Still looking," Wei Ling replied dismissively, her face alight with excitement as she saw Song Zhan surpassing the first competitor, reaching 4th place. Since the I-City incident, Song Zhan had diligently committed to daily running, fully understanding the significance of physical fitness. While consistency is crucial, a surge of effort can yield results. Moreover, with his height and long legs, he swiftly overtook another competitor, advancing to 3rd place. He sprinted fervently, veins protruding on his forehead. In the crowd, he glimpsed a familiar figure but did not have the time to take a closer look before he passed by. As he approached the stands again, he spotted Wei Ling waving a flag and cheering passionately. "Go, Song Zhan. You're the best." Not only was Wei Ling cheering for him, but the entire Class 9 was rallying behind him. Even Old Zhang, who was competing against him, silently wished for Song Zhan to run faster. Personal rivalries were set aside for the sake of collective honor. At that moment, everyone yearned for victory. The track was made of sandy earth, with lines hastily drawn in chalk the night before, and the students wore an assortment of generic running shoes. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. The shouts of encouragement resounded across the playground, deafening in their intensity. Song Zhan felt as though a gust of wind surged beneath his feet with every stride, each step echoing the final beats of his youth. Closer now, he was gaining on the runner ahead. Overtaken. With less than 10 meters to the finish line, Song Zhan surged past the second-place runner, claiming the coveted position. Yet, the distance to the first place remained insurmountable. For the leader was a well-known athlete from the senior class, leaving Song Zhan with little hope. With a breathless determination, Song Zhan crossed the finish line in 2nd place. Momentarily lost in the triumph of his own exertion, the regrets of youth were reconciled by the swiftness of his spirit. His classmates from Class 9 rushed to greet him, embracing him in celebration, hoisting Hao Zhixiong and Lu Li, and even Old Zhang joined the throng, all cheering in jubilance. "Well done, Song Zhan. Incredible! 2nd place is more than enough." Wei Ling also navigated through the crowd toward Song Zhan, and everyone graciously parted to let her through. Song Zhan continued to catch his breath, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Wei Lingran handed him a bottle of energy drink, smiling as she said, "Take a moment, drink slowly." Song Zhan accepted it, glancing around, but the familiar figure he had hoped to see was nowhere in sight. Had he imagined it? After a brief hesitation, He dismissed the thought as Wei Ling wrapped her arm around his, the soft contact sending a pleasant shiver through him. He turned to glance at her, noticing her cheeks flush as she quickly averted her gaze. Unscrewing the cap, he took a sip of the energy drink, green apple flavor, refreshing and delightful. Chapter 80. The second bottle of water. The first group of the senior year has completed their competition, yet the second group still remains. Although Song Zhan secured the second position in the first half, the ultimate outcome of the rankings remains uncertain. Where has Jingxiang gone? Hao Zhixiong inquired of Wei Lingran. Wei Lingran replied, I'm not sure. She was just here. Perhaps she has gone to the restroom. Whether it was mere coincidence or a deliberate evasion of Hao Zhixiong, only Pang Jingxiang herself could ascertain. Hao Zhixiong, lost in thought, murmured, It's fine. It's fine. Song Zhan smiled, reassuringly stating, Do not worry. I brought a DV. Before the competition, I asked the class monitor to film for us, so Jingxiang will be able to see it later. Hao Zhixiong nodded in understanding, a relieved smile gracing his face. Song Zhan chose not to elaborate further, aware that after high school, Hao Zhixiong and Pang Jingxiang would lose touch, and their relationships would reach a natural conclusion. Soon, the competition for the second half concluded, and ultimately, the combined ranking placed Class 9, to which Song Zhan belonged, and Class 6 in a commendable tie for third place. After the event, as Song Zhan and Hao Zhixiong settled into their seats, Pang Jingxiang returned shortly thereafter. What were you up to just now? Wei Lingran asked, effectively voicing Hao Zhixiong's curiosity. The Xiong was incredibly impressive. You missed quite a show. Pang Jingxiang replied calmly, Oh, it was so bothersome. Lao Zhou summoned me to write a piece extolling the athletes, which I had to deliver to the broadcasting station. It was such a hassle. Hao Zhixiong suddenly realized, so that's why. I knew she wouldn't just skip watching me. Typically, school sports events require each class to draft poems or articles celebrating the athletes, aimed at enlivening the atmosphere. Just as Pang Jingxiang finished speaking, Lao Zhang approached, remarking, Song Zhan, you have quite a good seat here. Don't just sit there. The teacher is looking for you to write something, right? Looking for me, Song Zhan replied. Puzzled, is our liberal arts class still in need of a writer? Who could write better than you? You are an award-winning author, Lao Zhang quipped. Noticing that the teacher indeed beckoned him, Song Zhan had no choice but to rise and approach, while Lao Zhang made his way to Song Zhan's seat. Preparing to sit down, Wei Lingran intervened, stating, What are you doing? This is Song Zhan's seat. Lao Zhang chuckled, Sister Ran, you want to be back for a while. I'll sit here for a moment to keep you company, so you want to feel lonely. Besides, this lad is not exactly a good person. Lao Zhang intended to regale her with tales of Song Zhan and Jiang Yunmiao's skating escapades. Wei Ling felt a wave of nausea at his words. How is it that at your age, you're already so greasy? The way you said sister makes it sound more distasteful than if it had come from a balding man in a nightclub on television. Lao Zhang remained unfazed, well aware that a good woman fears a clingy man and dreaded the thought of Wei Ling ignoring him. No worries, I'll just sit for a while. Let me tell you about Song Zhan. As he spoke, his eyes were fixated on Wei Lingran, increasingly pleased the closer he got. Her figure was truly remarkable. Wei Lingran, uninterested, stood up and handed her clothes to Pang Jingxiang, saying, You can sit there. I have another event to attend, so I won't be accompanying you for now. As Wei Lingran departed, Old Zheng remained resolutely in his seat, fully aware that this was Wei Lingran's designated spot, and she would inevitably return. However, after a while, there was still no sign of her. Instead, a tall and imposing girl approached, casting a shadow over Old Zheng. You are persistent, aren't you? Last time, you blocked the entrance to my class, and now you've sent someone to summon me. I've made it clear. I am not considering a relationship until after high school graduation. Upon lifting his gaze, Old Zheng recognized Wang Bingyan from Class 2, the very individual whom Wei Lingran had impersonated, leading him to mistakenly seek her out. Wait, classmate, let me explain. That was not my intention. Old Zheng lamented internally, realizing once again that it was Wei Lingran's antics at play. Meanwhile, Wei Lingran was warming up beside the long jump pit, glancing over and chuckling as she witnessed Wang Bingyan effortlessly knock Old Zheng to the ground. Song Zhan was indeed tasked by the homeroom teacher to compose an article. As a seasoned magazine editor, such a task was trivial. The challenge lay in delivering it to the broadcasting station. Crossing the playground, Song Zhan arrived at the broadcasting station on the third floor of the teaching building. As he passed by the corridor adjacent to the mathematics department, he caught sight of Yi Yizhen, clad in a lab coat, engaged in an experiment in the opposite lab. She was still wearing her protective goggles and appeared engrossed in her work. This time, however, it was not just Song Zhan who noticed her. Yu Yizhen also spotted him. Song Zhan greeted her with a wave through the glass, but Yu Yizhen frowned in response. Despite being in different buildings with tightly shut windows that effectively muffled sound, she could only see Song Zhan animatedly gesturing, without understanding his intentions. After a futile attempt to open the window, Song Zhan quickly vanished from the third-floor corridor. Continuing her experiment, Yu Yizhen was soon interrupted by a soft knock at the door, which was gently pushed open. Song Zhan's voice drifted in. "It's quite secluded here. This is my first time visiting." Yu Yizhen looked up to see him cautiously peering in from outside, and replied without pretense. "Did the competition conclude?" "Quite impressive, I must say." Taken aback, Song Zhan inquired, "Did you go to watch? I thought you looked somewhat familiar." "No," Yu Yizhen replied, keeping her goggles and gloves on as she resumed her work. "The broadcast was live. I heard your name mentioned." Song Zhan responded with a note of disappointment. "Well, you might feel a bit regretful. Our class secured third place, which is still commendable." As he approached, Song Zhan noticed a bottle of Gatorade beside Yu Yizhen's workstation and curiously asked, "Do you still enjoy sports drinks?" With a quick glance, Yu Yizhen replied, "I don't know who left that there. If you want it, feel free to take it." After a moment's hesitation, Song Zhan replied, "Never mind. It wouldn't be right to take someone else's belongings." Yu Yizhen observed him, noticing his throat was parched and his demeanor suggested thirst. She walked over, removed her gloves, and effortlessly twisted open the bottle, handing it to Song Zhan. "Drink up. I opened it for you." Scratching the back of his head, Song Zhan accepted the bottle and took a hearty sip, exclaiming, "It's orange-flavored, quite delightful." With arms crossed, Yu Yizhen stated earnestly, "This water shouldn't be consumed for free. Since you seem fine, lend me a hand." Song Zhan hesitated and said, "I am a liberal arts student. I am unfamiliar with these experimental instruments and do not understand them." Yu Yizhen retorted, "What are you pretending for? We learned this in middle school. This is a pipette. This is a conical flask, and this is an alcohol lamp. The reagent bottles all have labels. At the very least, you can wash test tubes, right?" Realizing that her feigned ignorance had been seen through, Song Zhan, feeling cornered, resigned herself to being conscripted by Yu Yizhen, assisting until the sports meet was nearing its conclusion. The broadcast rang out once more. Today's final event, the long jump competition for the senior male group. Class 9 of the third year, Song Zhan. Upon hearing her name announced, Song Zhan felt as though she had been saved. Working alongside Yu Yizhen in the laboratory had been sheer torment. She was far too demanding. "This is not acceptable. That is incorrect. This action carries risks. That timing is inaccurate." In short, nothing she did was satisfactory. Yu Yizhen, unable to refuse Song Zhan's departure, finally said, "Go ahead." Feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, Song Zhan opened the laboratory door, but Yu Yizhen's stern voice called out from behind, "You run quite well." "Oh?" Song Zhan paused, turning back with a smile. "Of course.